was super good for us because we know how to play the competition. I think I'm ready to win this second side. I know it's gonna be difficult because now we have a lot of good teams, especially the Brazilian teams are on their best moments, but I really can feel we can beat them. Alemão, você sabe que vai ser fácil o jogo, cara. Pra mim, no caso. Se quiser, a gente pode até postar, fazer alguma coisa. Eu sei como é que você pensa, como é que você joga. Vocês vão tomar. Não vai ter como, cara.
Hey guys, I'm Iconic. I'm IGL for M80.
M80 decide it's go time. Iconic for a double.
I'm just kind of the guy that just takes the gaps and just puts people on the same page. Spoit, he's our entry fragger. I mean, he's a wonder boy from Europe. Seeing him inside the server, it just takes your breath away. The shots he hits.
There is nothing that they can do. How does he keep fighting these? 5 seconds as he forces it down. Spoit to clutch.
He has like that willingness just to like get better. Gomez, another entry frag for us. We call him the boss man.
As Gomez finally gets the first kill of the round for M80. But
inside the lobby, he's like my secondary IPL too. So he helps me see things that I can't see inside the game because he knows M80 system extremely well too. He's a dog, he doesn't give up, he wants to win, and it's what we need on the team. Last but not least, Diaz. We call him the Punisher. If you're being too aggressive, you know Diaz is because he'll catch you. He's also mechanically gifted, he's nasty at the game. Some stuff he does is just like, wow, to me.
As he picks Gomez back up, quick thinking, Hoven looks for it, but Diaz says not twice.
Winning the 6th Invitational, I mean, that would be a dream, you know, I've dreamed of lifting that hammer multiple times. All I do is make dreams come true, so we'll see. It's like just a perfect blend of personality and characters, you know, something what other people don't have, other people have, and what other people have, some people don't have, so it's a good mix of people to be around.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber.
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem, então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo, é um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também, ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente está perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também, ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também. Acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pava can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Sing Invitational, todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, querendo ou não, que eu tenho, que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
My in-game name is Filipox. I'm from W7M and I'm the IGL for the team. I feel amazing playing São Paulo. I think it's going to be like the biggest tournament in my life. It's a six invitation, it's already a big tournament, and playing in São Paulo, I've never played in my country before, so I think it's going to be insane. I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think we're going to have great matches. Our first game is going to be against M80. It's always a great game against them. The last time we played, we lost, so I think we are going to get our revenge right now. We are here to win, but we are trying not to think that as much because we already got a lot of pressure because everyone's saying that we are the favorites for the tournament. So we are just doing our work as we always do and not thinking as much as in the finals. We are just going game by game. E aí, M80, vocês estão ligados que da última vez vocês deram sorte, né? Vocês ganharam lá na Arábia, dessa vez não vai ser dessa maneira. E o Bodega, pelo amor de Deus, né? Vocês sabem que você vai perder pra mim.
I'm Doki, and I'm the entry fragger for G2 Esports. I'm feeling confident about the team. I think we've had a little bit of a bumpy road leading up to the tournament, but I think when the tournament starts and the games start, like that's where we perform the best, and I have faith and confidence in all my teammates and in myself. So yeah, no problems. I think we're going to do good. So this year we open up the tournament against NIP. They're a really experienced team, and I think they're one of the best teams in Brazil. So yeah, it's going to be, it's better kick it off with a good game than some boring game. So yeah, you guys have been here before and you've done well, you've achieved the hammer, but ever since then I haven't really seen you guys, so I think it's time to take a step back and let the real champions show you how to play Siege.
Welcome back to Brazil. That's right, we're here for the 6th Invitational Day 2. But more importantly, it's the day of love. It's Valentine's Day. So for those of you that have someone extra special, make sure you hold them tighter. If you're lonely like us, we've got you for the rest of the day. That's right, we're here for 4 best of 3, so you can enjoy Valentine's Day with 2 incredible people. Let's be honest. Fox and... Well, actually, I'm going to go to Fox first. Sorry, I'm not even going to worry about you. Fox, welcome to the broadcast.
Thank you. I mean, I dressed up a little bit for Valentine's Day. You know, I want to give like some type of little connection with the viewers, you know, and all the players here. So it's been going good. I love Brazil so far, so it's been a great time. Some good games yesterday. Excited to see more.
Yeah, look, there was a lot that happened yesterday, and I mean, 4 best of 3s on the A stream, 4 best of 3s on the B stream. How'd you feel it kind of panned out? Because coming into this, we did have a lot of certainties that we felt were certainties, and still a lot of expectations that have kind of been smashed.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it was a very tight day for some teams yesterday. I feel especially those last games on each stream, they were really close or really dominant in regards to scoreline, both 2-0s, right? But they went full overtime for quite a few maps on both these games, and it's not really going to matter eventually as much when it comes to the points you'll get for winning out maps, but really close games regardless.
Certainly were. Now, we need to go and have a look at the broader spectrum of this tournament. I don't even know how I tripped over the word tournament there, but of course we are in group stages and we've got 3 phases to get through. There's a lot of action. 2 weeks of gameplay, Fox. Now, I mean, you've been a player, right? You've been in these kind of positions before. How important is it to make it to something like a 6th Invitational?
From the perspective of a player, your whole life, in a way, is set up for the Invitational. Especially Invitational used to be in Montreal, and that's where I'm from. I could only imagine the amount of love that all of the Brazilian teams here get to experience, especially if they make it to main stage. It's so important. Not only is the prize pool and everything a little bit more important, but the weight of everything means that you're the world champion for the whole year. It's just that much more important.
Yeah, well, you were talking about all the teams that are here and, you know, players trying to get here, fighting tooth and nail. Let's go ahead and have a look at those groups, have a look at how things have panned out so far. Now, it's important to note, this is 1 through 5, so this is where they rank currently in their groups, but I believe there's 1 team from each group that hasn't played in.
Yeah, indeed. We have 1 day of games so far, so 1 team per group hasn't actually played yet. Some teams, some players actually making their SI debut today as well. I believe in that. But I believe there's 1 group that we specifically wanted to highlight, with that group being Group C.
Yes.
Because it is one of those groups that we've been talking about a lot in regards of, well, the group of death, the group with a lot of teams in there that, well, I feel like if you look at social media predictions, right, people are saying like almost every team could make it out of top of this group, almost every team could make it out at the bottom and be eliminated. But currently we have a at the very bottom, and I think this has been playing out due to how many maps were won in the matches we had yesterday, right? Liquid winning against Virtus Pro in a 2-1 puts them higher than Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro still having that map. You can fight so hard to make it to overtime, but in the end, it's not going to matter if you don't get that point for the map.
Absolutely. The points are so important, and the standings aren't really that crazy to look at. M80 has gone out both majors, very lackluster performance. Obviously, they've changed their roster recently, but when you look at this whole standing, this whole group, to be honest, Bleed is the scariest APAC team. So you look at it and you're like, wow, every point really does matter. The fact that Virtus Pro was able to at least get 1, whereas M80 got 0, with how close the games went, it's just so scary to be in their position, especially because Bleed is no laughing matter. They're the fiercest team out of APAC, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, I actually want to talk about M80 just for 2 seconds while we're still kind of, you know, wrapping up Group C there. Do you feel like, yes, no points for M80, they fought tooth and nail against W7M. Not great in terms of the points, but is that a good way to start your tournament? You've just gone up against the #1 team coming into this. Do you feel like that's a good start for M80?
Absolutely. It does give you a little bit of confidence. Like, it went to overtime on both maps. It was so close. They were in the driver's seat for a lot of the first map. But at the end of the day, everybody in their group is so lethal, and there's no real weak link, especially this being Bleed's first day, their first game. I think M80 is going to be kind of nervous to, I guess, gauge how well Bleed has improved or declined since the last major. And if Bleed's gotten better, I'd be scared if I was M80.
I feel like they've got to get better, right? Like after an international performance, after they start to show up, they're going to be better. It's time to have a look at these matches that we're talking about, of course. A couple of debutants for SI today. Nice bit of noise behind us from the FaZe clan. But Stream B, Rainbow Six Bravo, that's where you want to go for all of those matches. That's where you're going to see Bleed play in their first matches. Fear X, you get to see what they're like. G2, you know, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered over on the B stream. But of course, we're focusing on the A stream. And do you have a match of the day for Stream A?
It's a very good question. I think it might be a very silly one, but my favorite might be List versus Rules, actually, considering these teams have actually played against each other a few times before. They were in the same group for every single tournament, or international tournament this year, so that's something exciting for sure. I mean, we have 2 rematches as our very first matches on the A stream.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited as well for the final match there to see where Fury's at. You know,
Fury and Falcons. It is a pretty close matchup, I'd say. I was going to say that was probably one of the most anticipated games. All of the games that we have today are pretty good, especially Los and Sonics. In my opinion, that's going to be my fan favorite match to watch today.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, there's something that also needs to be prefaced. I'm sure it'll be talked about later. Falcons now have their full roster back in, so that's obviously something that needs to be talked about a little bit. But something that needs to be talked about more is our opening match of the day. FaZe Clan take on SSG. Now, there is just something that sticks right out of the page immediately here. And should I break this one down for us?
Yeah, this looks terrifying if you're SSG when you look at the stats. Really leaning in favor of FaZe here, and specifically that attacker win percentage thing, right? Because FaZe is one of the best attacking teams at Atlanta, but if we look at SSG, they've only managed to win 19% of their attacking rounds. So we know how defensive favored this tournament has been so far, only on day 1, but you're really gonna try and make the difference in winning out your attacking rounds.
Absolutely. It's a daunting task if you're SSG, but at the end of the day, FaZe did play D+. They are very strong, but of course their stats are going to look very inflated. At the end of the day, they still were the second best attacking team in Atlanta. They had a 50% attack rate. They were only like 0.1% behind Los. So they're going to be very strong. And like you said, with defense, especially with Tubarão, defense naturally is just a lot more strong. So if you're SSG, you just can't look at the numbers and let it get inside of your head and play a factor into this match.
Don't think they're doing that. I mean, it sounded pretty rough here earlier, like these players like really beefing against each other, like, oh yeah, you'd be scared when I play this and that. It's just, it sounded like they really weren't scared of it.
No, not at all.
It's kind of hard not to, right? Like you're here to enjoy it, and I think that there's a certain composure that comes with that. And speaking of composure, FaZe are looking pretty comfortable at the moment.
I think yes, because we are very much stronger than them, and I think it will be an easy match today. Thank you.
Thank you.
There you go. You hear it from the boss himself. It's an easy match today, they think. Is that maybe a little bit too unfair to SSG?
I don't know if it's too unfair. If you're FaZe, you have to think that, especially last playing them was in Atlanta, and they had the crowd against them. They were the villains of that event. Vita King especially standing up. I mean, we heard some words back and forth between Vita King and Ashen just kind of going back and forth in the open. So I'd imagine that FaZe is feeling very confident, especially with how shaky SSG looked yesterday.
Is there any team that... There you go. Now we finally hear it from SSG. I mean, look, I've been told Ashen likes to smack talk nearly every team. So I think for FaZe as well, you know, coming into this and feeling confident, they're probably going to use that as a sign just to, hey, let's calm down. Let's just enjoy. Let's let them rile themselves up because, and when you look at FaZe coming into this, they have genuinely been one of the best teams of this year.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at their consistency, especially this year, right? They managed to make it to stage 3 of both majors pretty much with ease, being very strong in their own region, being strong against international teams, and then when they make it to that main stage, they always get eliminated against a team from their own region. So I'm pretty sure they're happy to play against an NA team here, but especially given that they changed out their coach from stage 1 to stage 2 and still managed to get such a consistent result in that international stage, that's really impressive.
We always talk about their attacks, don't we? Yeah. Always talk about FaZe, and to be fair, I think both their attacking and defensive sides have been very solid. We saw it in the graphic again. It's probably not the best sample size, right? They had an easier game yesterday, but I don't think that that's even fair to say because they still show up and they still do what they need to do.
Historically, they have amazing statistics on attack, and just to put into perspective, you could say, oh, maybe their defense is a little weak, but the whole defense of the tournament is at a 62% right now, win rate, just in general.
Yeah.
So obviously, with the numbers on defense being very inflated and very strong. FaZe just has to keep doing what they've been doing from the last major, and their team is so dynamic, the way that they play. And yesterday, usually most players look at Cyber to be the carry for the team, but he was kind of taking a backseat while the rest of the team was really filling in the slots and carried him through the win against D+.
Sometimes you need it, sometimes you don't, you know, and that's always something to have in the back pocket. But there is something that kind of concerns me a little bit about SSG, and it's the confidence going into this one.
We're looking to beat them, but obviously we're coming for Vidaking. It's just ghost pressure for us to them. You know, we're in their heads, so it's all about them and how they're going to think about us during the game. We don't care who we play, but we're coming for Vidaking.
Now, look, you might be confident enough to say that, but is that going to translate in the server?
I mean, they have to, right? It's just kind of a potential revenge for them because they did lose to FaZe in the Atlanta quarterfinals. So there's a potential revenge for them. We see sometimes these teams that lost the initial matchup win that second matchup simply because they're so determined to take that team down that beat them earlier, right? And for this organization as well, it's their 6th consecutive SI. That is very, very consistent. Of course, the roster changing a little bit over time, but even after since they've had Ashen join this roster at stage 2, they have played 9 best of 3s and they managed to win 7 out of those. That's a really consistent performance as well.
Absolutely. They have the level of capability to get to that point, especially when they were playing in Atlanta. They brought that match point back on map 2. They almost ran the comeback against FaZe in Atlanta. Now they're on the other side of things in Brazil, and yesterday's games, they had promise. They showed a lot of adaptation within rounds, but just unfortunately when it came down to the raw skill, Deadshot was firing on all cylinders yesterday, but you saw the team play from SSG there. You saw the potential, and I think that's the story about these guys. They have the confidence, they have the potential, they have a good background.
Yeah.
6 invites that they've gone to, you know that they can come to play at any day.
Now, you mentioned Ashen coming into this. You just, very briefly joining the roster. Do you think that he's been a big difference maker for SSG? Do you think that coming into SI, this could be, one of the key pivotal reasons as to why they could make a deep run?
Yeah, it could be on multiple fronts even, right? It's that mental aspect that we've been talking about, the way he's so vocal about it. We've been hearing him say some kind of Brazilian Portuguese things as well. Just trying to get into their heads a little bit. But also just rookies in that regards. Like, you have to, of course, adapt a lot. You can probably fill in on this more if you're just starting out as playing. But he said, well, I've been really having these issues with hyperfixating or tunneling, and they've been working really hard to make sure they get rid of that or work on it. But yeah, I'd imagine as a rookie, it's probably difficult to play your first SI.
I think the biggest stressor as a rookie is you'll see them in the server screaming a lot, and I think that gets to their head a little bit. They get a little overzealous, but when it comes to Ashen, he's screaming before the game even starts.
Yeah.
It's not just blind confidence or playing off of statistics or a round count. He really is screaming. I mean, when Vidaking walked by, he was like, did you go to the bathroom today? Because if not, I'm going to make you fill your pants. It was like, it was kind of crazy, like the amount of trash talk that they're doing before the game starts. There's just
there he is again.
So much energy out of the team.
That's a lot of... And there's such bravado in his voice as well. It's time for us to have a look at the videos before I get too lost in all this conversation. Oh, he's an entertaining lad, isn't he? Skyscraper, Chalet, Oregon, and Clubhouse are banned out first. So after seeing this, God, he's so loud. Border and Cafe is where we go to start with, Anne.
Yeah, and we have SSG picking out Border, and this is a map that historically, ever since September, they've had their best attack and win rate on. And we've been hammering down on how important those attacks can be for both these teams. So that statistic from past events can really lead to hopefully something good for them here. They have a lot of international wins on that map as well. FaZe themselves, they pick Cafe, which might potentially be one of SSG's worst maps because they played it 6 times ever since stage 2, and they've only managed to win 2 of them. So if we're looking at the perspective of a potential decider, which is Bank, SSG really want to make sure they win out that first map.
Absolutely. I mean, Cafe is one of those maps that Brazilian teams are known for. They're very aggressive. It's a very slow map, at least in North America and in Europe. But in Brazil, they're jumping out of windows. They're getting very aggressive. And that's also a little bit we saw that Wolves was playing out on SSG, and Wolves ended up winning yesterday. So unless SSG changed up a lot or is expecting something different, if they don't get that first map on Border, it's going to look very scary going into Cafe.
All right, very quickly, we are ready. Where are we going? Border?
We are going to Border first, yes.
Yeah,
which is
FaZe or SSG? Who you got?
I think SSG winner because the last result for FaZe was a loss against Lowe's.
Cafe is a Brazilian map. I think Border's an NA map. I got to give the first map to SSG.
Okay, fantastic. Well, that's going to do us here on the desk. It's time to throw it over to your casters, B1 and B2.
Thank you very much, guys. Welcome over to the casting desk. I'm Des. This is Tim. Tim, I love the look, by the way. I love the shirt.
Valentine's Day.
It is indeed. Happy Valentine's Day to all of you at home.
Happy Valentine's Day to you. I've made you a something.
What?
I've made you an origami flower.
Tim, that's not an origami flower.
What?
What is that?
I spent,
What is that?
I spent ages on
That's not a thing in the school playground where you go, like red, blue, yellow, yellow.
Well, that's rude.
You're an idiot. That's what I feel. What is that?
Can you believe this guy?
Oh, I really thought you got something serious as well.
So rude. Let's
Anyway.
go. It's the siege.
Yeah, let's get into it now. We're on the game for the day. As you've seen, this is going to be a wonderful series between FaZe and SSG. Siege Savants will remember this was a quarterfinal matchup that we had back at Atlanta where FaZe won 2-1. The thing coming into that, though, was although the first couple of maps were close, maybe not so much towards the end, it did start to really go FaZe's way at that stage. And coming out of Swiss, the thing that led to that eventual quarterfinal matchup, FaZe were top dog coming out of Swiss, SSG getting through just by the skin of their teeth with a 2-1 win over Bleed. So, although they're matched up again here and they were matched up in the quarterfinals before, it feels like SSG has still got some catching up to do, Tim, especially given our results yesterday when FaZe beat D+ 2-0 convincingly and SSG lost to Walls 2-1.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a little bit difficult to judge FaZe based on that D+ yesterday because D+, they were always going to have a tough day of it against FaZe, and FaZe really showed up. King particularly, I know Ashen in the little interview there before, and they're coming for him, but believe me, that is going to be a much tougher job than they might think because King was on it yesterday. But I want to give KDS a shout from yesterday as well. Had a good day. There was a particular area on Clubhouse. He was just absolutely dominating red stairs for the gym bedroom hold. It was just such impressive play from him. FaZe have got a lot more to offer than they even showed us yesterday. So a tough day for SSG today. And obviously you touch on that quarterfinal loss as well. FaZe, they're just going to look to double down on that. So we've had our bans come through. Amaru, Ying again. Valkyrie and Solis will be missing for this one.
Not a lot to go on for SSG coming into this game either, to be fair. I've only seen it played once against Lost where, well, FaZe lost that 7-5 and that was back at Atlanta. So a good few months ago now. Equally, probably 4 games of history to go for across stage 2 and the major for the side of FaZe. So probably coming into this expecting border might be a thing. Hopefully have got something up their sleeves to deal with the threat on the other side. Here we go though. FaZe starting off on the defensive side. We said yesterday over on the B stream, you probably are going to see a lot of teams starting on the defensive side of things with most of the maps, regardless of whether they are historically attacker or defender leaning. The meta at the moment is very heavily in towards the defensive side, and you can see why really on the left-hand side of your screen. We've got that Bandit and the Tuberao combo coming out. We saw it quite a lot yesterday on the B stream when it was available, Tim. But no doubt you're going to see it being rolled out here, though the recent changes where the electrification effects of Bandit and Kaid only come back on after 1.5 seconds does mean that it's not going to be as strong as it would have been pre-nerf.
The double shield combo coming in for SSG. You're right there, Des.
Sick on Valentine's Day already.
Just a little wretch there. We've got the Monty, we've got the Blitz coming in. You know, you've got to look at, there's no hard breach there for them. So they're looking at that too, right, thinking, you know what, we're not even going to try for breach in here. So an alternative to that is the Monty, is the, you know, just walk in, just give yourself the facility. If you're not going to hard breach, you're going to have to play through doors. So how do you make getting through the doors easier? You bring a big shield and you bully your way in, and that's obviously what SSG are going to be looking to do. They're going to have to deal with a couple of things first, because the last thing a shield wants is somebody on the flank. They're going to try and get themselves in archives by the looks of things, but Handy is going to pick up a Forest to begin with.
Well, they bailed out here on trying to go for the plan inside of Archives. They had the window, they had the doorway, everything was lined up, but elsewhere around the map, they've lost 2 players, Tim. And without them on side, they just don't have the cover to pull this off, and so they feel they can't commit to going for a plant. And I'm not surprised to see this, by the way. The no hard breach thing, we saw teams like Koi employing this on Villa back when it was in the map pool, RIP. It was one of those things where if teams are hunkering down so well on the defense, let's just all 5 flood into sight with the Blitz and make things happen. They've tried to make the same thing happen here, but obviously you've seen, not managed to get the kills to really turn things around. Jane, I know, with a nice shot onto Souls with the pistol on the Monty, but the 2 versus 3, Tim, and still seeing the Echo on side. This one feels like a bit of a foregone conclusion. I think FaZe will take round 1.
But there's a bigger problem than 2 versus 3, really. It's not even really 2 versus 3. You've got Monty, who's only got a pistol, and you've got Hot and Cold, who's only got 2 HP. So, you know,
and
they split up as well. If anything, you need Hot and Cold with J90 at this point. He needs to be able to work off that information J90 is going to feed him. He needs to be Monty's rifle, realistically. And I think that's what they're trying to do at the minute. They may be just trying to relocate. I don't know. Hot and Cold going to have a look in through sight for a second, but looking to maybe get a little bit of support to J90, but not a chance as he comes in through that window. The 2 that I picked out, KDS, Vittaging, they're going to finish the round off, and it is a good start for FaZe. They are not going to be caught out by rushers. They're not going to be scared of shields. They looked very, very solid then.
I want to say, I don't think it was in Atlanta, it may have been Copenhagen, that SSG were the team that made some really good executes onto that exact site, making very aggressive use of Ying. Again, I may be wrong that it wasn't. I know it was an NA team. I don't remember if it was SSG or not, or even if it was against SSG. But teams have made really good use of hitting that site fast with a Ying and just completely flooding things out between Sandwich and in between Archives. And teams couldn't do an awful lot about it. And there were elements of that coming into that execute with the 2 shield setup. As you saw, though, FaZe just had the answer. And I do think you may well see more orchestrated attacks like that, these kind of rushy, aggressive plays. Because as we remarked a number of times yesterday on the B stream, with the current meta being what it is, a lot of very strong defenders in the game, you can either play slow as the attackers and just get run into the ground, run out of time because of all that defensive utility, or you have to go hard, go fast, and that is exactly what SSG have tried to do. Now we get to see how things go in Benson Workshop, though, and we've got the Mirror being brought along here, along with the Azami. So still a lot of defensive utility being brought along here to fortify the site.
5 seconds remaining.
SSG then going to have to crack FaZe open. To be honest, FaZe were, I don't think even ruffled really. A couple of kills came in, but they were just so solid in their positions. They weren't really too worried about it. Top floor control is going to be the fight here. We can see FaZe getting themselves set up. Cyber Soul's upstairs. They've got the mirror window up there. Handy's in support as well, I think, on the Kaid over in Armory. So they're looking to hold on to both Armory and Archives here. And SSG, again, much like I said yesterday, if you watched us over on the B stream, we covered Falcons on border, in the final game, and you know the fights come around stopping teams getting into the building, stopping the attackers getting themselves established. SSG are actually doing pretty well at that. Round 2, they're straight in, they've got themselves into waiting. Ashen's able to move across that bottom floor, but we saw what happened yesterday when you ignore the top floor. You'll just get absolutely shut down from up there. The verticals are too important, so SSG definitely need to be picking up those kills above as well.
It's nice, really, from FaZe to want to control so much of the map. You saw them go all the way across Armory and Archives, you know, from the west wall all the way across to the office-facing wall with the mirror window on it as well.
Ooh,
does. A little bit of luck, yeah.
Maybe.
Running down through bathroom and trying to get his way back out towards the main part of the map, gets himself cut down. A second one comes through as Ashen with yet another angle. It's a good set of, not so much crossfires, but these angles being held by SSG, just cutting out FaZe when they're trying to retreat back towards the site. So those on the upstairs now have got to be very, very wary about dropping hatches. This one, for example, you're fully exposed to double doorway, and at this point, they don't know if there's someone out there waiting for that drop to come through.
Yeah, if SSG pick their plant spot carefully, even with FaZe above, there is still the potential to do this, but it's not easy. So they're going to need a couple more kills, and Fultz starts us off with exactly that. Manages to pick up Cyber from the top of East Stairs. And what a contrast we've had here, round 1 to round 2. FaZe dominant in round 1, and then SSG really answering back here in round 2. They've been impressive. KDS knows he needs to make a move. Out he goes. Does manage to pick up Fultz. Absolutely gets away with one there. Fultz unable to react quite quickly enough, and Forrest is going to be the one now trying to get that diffuser down. 4 versus 1. KDS got his work really cut out for him.
Yeah, he's really tried to make something happen with his bathroom drop as well, and won't even be able to find Forrest. A great round from SSG.
Much better.
And as much as we said, the difference is you'll see teams playing slow and being bled out by the utility, because FaZe have extended around so much of the map, controlling the majority of the top floor and also trying to rotate around on the downstairs without any real, castle barricades up or reinforcements to cover those rotations. They've just been cut down by SSG, who are happy to wait for them to run into the angles they were holding. That one admittedly an angle that you weren't quite ready for, but an angle nonetheless that worked out for them.
I think, yeah, the drone had gone in. I think they knew that he was in and around bathrooms. So I think it's one of them sometimes.
Oh, the read.
I've said this before. ammunition is not awfully limited in Siege. So if you know somebody's maybe going to rotate, just spray through the barricade. You're not going to miss the bullets. Just throw a few in, and that's exactly what Fultz does. And he got his rewards for it. But this has been a great start so far. I woke up and I was looking forward to getting into this game. I looked at it and I thought, on paper, FaZe were the better team yesterday, probably overall. SSG had a little bit of a wobble at the back end against Wolves, but Wolves did improve towards the end of that game and made life difficult for them. But I just felt like SSG have got a bit more to throw at it, and this is what I wanted to see. One round each, and I'm hoping that it continues like this throughout this game. Just blow for blow, big rounds, big kills, and this one is poised at the minute. We've got the foundation of a cracker. Round 3, we're going to head to Bathroom and Tell us this.
We are indeed going to be that third site rotation before I imagine we repeat all 3 of those sites once again. And a little bit of change coming in. We spoke a little bit about the lack of a castle in that previous round, not giving too many safe angles of retreat or movement for the side of FaZe. Castle does enable that, cutting off angles that would otherwise be left open to the attackers and forcing them to use some soft breach to get through it, or in this case, the hard breach of Fultz, given you have so many of those ex-Kairos pellet in back pocket. Just 2 of them are enough to get rid of one of those castle barricades and start shooing your way through the map.
The roam last time from FaZe was completely unsuccessful, in all honesty. That top floor presence, trying to force SSG onto the clearance, didn't really do them any good. FaZe this time need to pick up that entry kill. They need to get that man advantage. KDS has taken a little bit of damage. SSG are doing well again. Hot and cold, we saw this from him yesterday. Trying to creep in on the knock. Soul's missing his opportunity, and that's what I was talking about. If you get that chance in front of you, you gotta take it here. You gotta hurt them from the roam.
Well, both teams taking a bit of ship damage. KDS and Hot and Cold, as you can see, the ones coming out worse than were in the first 60 seconds or so. But outside of that, like ships in the night, they've all passed each other and things can resume from here. A lot of top floor control slowly being taken over by the side of SSG. Ashen sleeping on towards the south. Jane, I imagine trying to work his way up towards north to get inside of Archives Forest out towards the west as well. But still being challenged here on the south side. Could prove a little bit bothersome, Tim. It's not just one player. There's 2 of them here holding the angle.
Yeah, Fultz taking quite a bit of damage there as well. The Finker of Ashen will juice him back up a little bit, but not really going to be enough to be taking big fights. Ashen does get in onto the catwalk here, and Cyber just needs to be a little bit careful about exactly where he goes on those east stairs, because there is a line of sight, and it's getting dangerous for them now. Vitaking shut down KDS. Cyber's likely to go as well, and this is an absolute mid-round flurry coming in from SSG. 4 kills on the bounce. They're looking for flawless. They won't get it, but they won't care. Third round goes their way. It's 2-1.
And 2 rounds in a row where they've only dropped 1 member. Very convincing in that third round. The first one, you can write off, right? We're looking at the shield play. It was the rush attempt. It got handled well by FaZe, but in the last 2 rounds, where things have been a little bit slower, a little more composed, and SSG have had time to figure out what's going on, whilst also expecting a little bit of craziness from FaZe, they've dealt with it all expertly so far. And what I loved in that last round was just how they pull that trigger, and all of a sudden 4 players are flooding into office, they're pushing and dropping into bathroom, and FaZe simply don't have the time to react. Wonderful start. So
I like how they sort of turned FaZe's defense on its head and used it against them. You had Vitaking and Cyber playing on east stairs, and initially you look at that and you think they're completely stopping them getting in the building here. They've got the castle barricades, they've got everything else. But what SSG did was, by Ashen getting onto that balcony, it sort of flipped that defense and said, actually, you're not keeping us out. You're now stuck. You're trapped here. And all SSG had to do was collapse in on them, and there was absolutely nothing FaZe could do about that. So SSG using what was a strength for FaZe and turning it into a weakness, and that's one of the biggest things that you can do on attack. So really well done from SSG. We're going to see then back to Armory for FaZe this time. We don't have the double shield combo. Instead, we've got what looks like a little bit more of a normal setup coming in from SSG. They've got the hard breach in the hand of Fultz. We'll see whether they go for the west breach still. There's no Tubarão on side, so if they've recognised that, they might know that there is an opportunity to get in there and breach that west side.
Speaking to some teams, though, they're saying, you know what, Tubarão actually not that big a bother at the minute. We're much more fussed by things like Solus and Fenrir. They are real headaches, and I think actually the Fenrir here is a really good pickup for FaZe. Given we've seen this kind of the last couple of rounds, at least, these kind of slow steps forward from SSG, and then a sudden explosion when it comes around to looking to close out the round, the Fenrir could be massive for them as long as they've got those dread mines positioned pretty close to the site, as that is where SSG seem to enjoy suddenly taking fast control. Soul's falling down. He's had a rotten start to this game so far, Tim. 0-4.
Certainly has, and you know, we do expect a lot of Souls. He's, you know, well known as the clutch master for FaZe particularly. He really does win those 1vx situations, but that's, you know, not a situation he's finding himself in at the minute. He's being taken out at the beginning of the rounds, and really, if you're losing Souls early on in the rounds, that's a problem for FaZe. He's one of those players that you want in and around the site. You want him there in the last 30 seconds. He's, you know, one of those rocks that a defense can depend on.
Hot and cold could be a real damage dealer here. He's working his way up these stairs, and we had two players hanging around 90 a second ago. Cyber's now dropped away, so it's not quite the end of the board. They've just got away from it. But if he was 3 seconds early, that easily could have been a couple of kills coming in for him. He's still working his way around for Cyber, but look at the position of the other SSG players. There's two others on this south balcony for him. They know what they want to fight for, and yet again, they just keep on missing each other. And now the engagement comes in, and Cyber comes out on top.
Cyber does manage to win that one out. He's going to be able to juice himself back up as well. Obviously, the big strength of Doc. You can take that gunfight, you can take that damage, and then you are back to full health and back in the fight, and Cyber relocates. That is a big moment for FaZe, just shutting down that push from Hot and Cold and buying them a lot of time. That's just bought FaZe about 30 seconds there.
This mirror window is so helpful as well to help out Cyber. So helpful to help the man playing on Sandwich, and then he gets absolutely beamed from across the map. Go figure. So not quite going the way they wanted. At this point, we're down to about 30 seconds, though. SSG have done a great job of isolating individual players and getting them picked off as a team, but now you've got to hit the site in this 4v3.
Yep, time's going to be the factor here for SSG as we move into that final 30 seconds. Don't have clean access into site, but that's a big kill from Ashen, taking down Handy. KDS with a huge double, though. 2 versus 2 now. Fultz trying to get on into site, but it's J9O who's doing the damage, picking up Bitter King, and it's now 1v1. KDS gets slammed with the shotty, and that is going to be SSG closing out yet another successful attack on Border.
Honestly, I think you go back and look at that play on the south side of the map to begin with. I know they didn't get Cyber initially. He did manage to get off towards Sandwich and then got picked up later on. But if you go back and watch match replay or watch the VOD back, whatever you want to do, it was so impressive how 3 or 4 members of SSG just all descended on one player. You had the Hot and Cold coming up east stairs. You had one pushing in on south balcony. You had the Buck from below as well. Essentially, he was dead to rights, and he was lucky to get away, only then to die 10 seconds later, sat inside a Sandwich. But I just love seeing that team play from SSG coming together and punishing another team on the attacking side. After their attacks yesterday were a little bit hit and miss is the best way to describe it against Wolves. This is looking far better today against who is their most recent tournament rival.
So much so that we're going to have a FaZe tactical timeout. Not too much of a surprise to see that, because, to be honest, FaZe just haven't really turned up today. You know, this is kind of what I touched on coming into it. We've seen FaZe against E+ Kia yesterday, but they weren't really stretched that much. And today was always going to be the bigger test for FaZe, and they're not standing up too well to it at the minute. SSG are just playing really, really well. They're giving them no space. They're finding the weaknesses, and they're moving quickly to take advantage of them. And I love what I'm seeing from the NA side.
I don't want to pull it all strictly back to map pick either, but Border is the lowest round win rate and the lowest preference map for FaZe out of all of their map pool. And their map pool is extremely wide. Outside of a Chalet Permaban, they play absolutely everything, but Border is definitely the weakest of that cluster of maps that they'll play. Whereas for SSG, it's still quite low in pref as well, but again, they'll probably come into this with a game plan. They've seen how yesterday went. They know they need to get back to that fragging form that we've seen them in at previous competitions, and yesterday we didn't really see them have those sharp edges, the hero players that could achieve great things for them. Jane, I know this game especially has been absolutely stellar.
I think it's a really good point you make there, Des. FaZe, yeah, it might not be their best map, so we're kind of expecting them to grow into the series as they get onto some other maps, maybe, you know, play a little bit better. The problem, though, is I look at SSG and I think they're a real confidence team. If you get somebody like Ashen, who's getting some kills under his belt, he's screaming, he's hyping the team up. Yes, FaZe might be able to grow into it, but if they take an absolute smashing here on Border, they're going to be playing against a hyped-up, confident SSG, and so you can probably be as good as you want on those later maps. It's still going to be a massive struggle, so FaZe, they need to get a hold of this on Border.
They do, and so far, Bitter King, he called him out. He's been kept quiet so far.
They've kept him in the pocket at the minute.
To be fair, outside of KDS, pretty much everyone on the team has been kept quiet. It's been tough to deal with because they've said SSG are very good, at least on this map, of getting 3-4 players just to descend on an individual player and cause absolute trouble. And here,
you can't lose that.
Such a pain. Like, really, you should have the advantage in that situation as well, but I think that shotgun hole into the ceiling just gave his position away, and all it took was for Forest to look skyward, pull the trigger, easy peasy 1, 2, 3.
And that's exactly what I'm saying about SSG, a confidence team. The more kills they get, the more action that they see, they're just going to grow and go and get better and better. Like you said, generally, you know, it's not really a rule of thumb, but in Siege, if you're above, you tend to have a bit of a height advantage. Yeah. Fighting downwards, you do always, you know, you tend to see a lot of those gunfights will be won by the person who's got the high ground, if you will, that's looking down on the vertical, but Forest not scared in the slightest, absolutely slams him.
I like how in this round they brought the castle. I know he's obviously now dead, but it does mean that that east corridor like backstab is now not really an option, which we saw in the previous round from Hot and Cold. He's now playing on the butt from below, and it's Fultz who's working his way up east instead. But what did I say before? 3 or 4 players all going into Cyber. He will run into an angle at some point and he'll die. There you go, dead to window.
There you go. Just something I want to quickly pick up on there that we've seen once or twice at this tournament is the Capito bolt through the single bullet hole.
Yes.
If you can lie, it's a nasty one. They just boom, straight up. We saw it in NRP yesterday. We've just seen it there again today. You know, and what a way of delivering that utility. It takes a little bit of, or an awful lot of precision, but boy, will it be a surprise when that arrow comes through the floor.
I really feel for FaZe. The problem is the players are playing quite isolated. Like, Cyber's always been the furthest forward play. You've had players running around downstairs. It's been a little bit kind of detached, and it's so easy then for SSG to go, well, there's one guy by himself, there's no one giving in cover. This is the easiest pickup of our life, and I think it's too little too late now because this is round 5, which you're pretty much guaranteed to lose in a 5v2. You got 1 round to make major amends, and playing that bit tighter together, I think, would be the way to go here, but FaZe just have not adapted to the threat at all.
Souls is just actually rotating out into 90 corridor. You can see his see his outline on the screen there. He could be on a big flank. King manages to get one. He really needed to win that gunfight, but couldn't. Hot and Cold shuts him down. Souls lost his life on the flank attempt, and that is going to be another round for SSG. 4-1, and they are running away with things on border.
Very interesting duality compared to yesterday, where we had everything be so defend-decided in the SSG Wolves matchup. Whereas here, well, the defense aren't getting much joy at all. SSG, as you say, are cruising through border right now. Fence Workshop going to be the last site for this half. We'll then switch sides and see how SSG fare on the defense. And for FaZe's sake, I really hope we see a different team from them come out in the second. Oh, man. We're going to see this all tournament long now. Thanks, Wizards. And thanks, Dev, also for highlighting it on Twitter, by the way. Shared it on there yesterday. Everyone was talking about it. I'm like, yeah, that's definitely going to be a thing, not only in ranked, but also for the rest of SI.
That's going to be my frustration, is I'm going to see that in ranked every day. But we move to round 6. FaZe desperately need to get themselves a second defensive round here. They're going to move site, head downstairs to ventilation and workshop. Last time around, they tried to hold this from above. SSG went in kind of underneath, got a kill or two, and then went upstairs and dealt with them as well. So there was just no hiding for FaZe, really. There was nothing that they could do. So this was the round that made me think, really, you need more from your roamers. You need more out in the map. So if SSG are going to push underneath, your players that are down there, your players that are maybe in customs, for example, need to be winning those fights. You need to get those kills so that your top 4 players can just stay there a little bit more comfortably.
It's not even strictly winning the fights that I'm bothered about. It's more the lack of any kind of closeness or proximity to the players.
Yeah, they're not impacting on the death.
Or any kind of trade being played. Like, I mean, looking even here, for example, yeah, he's playing his life King, but he's entirely by himself here with no support from anyone else in the team. They get passport secured, for example, with jail already being opened up. He's in hot water. He will get picked off if he doesn't move away and have support and backup from his team. Now, fortunately, no one's pushed in through Vent's front door to cut him off, but that may well change as the round goes by. You can see him moving around downstairs a little bit here. Ashen the first potential to fall here, and that's the Decay taken offline. Big kill for KDS.
Yeah, that's a big start. FaZe really needed that. This is what I was saying. They've got to be picking up those first couple of kills, because at the minute, when they don't, SSG are doing a great job then of, you know, like you say, you pick up on King's position there. They're recognizing, oh, this player's isolated, let's go and get him in numbers, and then they're not losing any manpower along the way. So now, FaZe, they've helped themselves enough to stop that happening by taking away that entry kill. And now SSG are 4v5, and they can't start giving the same sort of manpower over to those isolated players. So now Vitaking maybe has a little bit more freedom in customs.
Jano knows seen a lot as well. He knows there's a player on 90. He knows the Maestro is sat on half wall and just sees him run. Handy down to half HP. Fortunate, I was going to say, to still be alive, but he goes back in for seconds, and Jano know all too happy to take them straight down the gullet. Another kill coming into the round, albeit a 4 versus 4 between the two sides. 1 for 1.
1 minute 8 left to go. Time is going to be the big factor. I'm already going to say that now for SSG. They've got a lot of work to do. They don't have top floor control. They're trying to push onto ventilation and workshop. They're not really in a position for any sort of execute, nor to isolate any of these FaZe players and continue to push them. The Oryx just stood inside of Tellers. It's Souls who's in there. That could be an interesting one because there is a hatch in there, of course. Don't forget that goes up to Office. If that's been opened up, there's a real opportunity for him to get up there on the flank in the late round as well. Thank you very much. It is open, so that is something they need to be very aware of. We don't get to see too many times where Oryx comes up the hatch successfully, but no. I think they know about him.
We speak about it still to this day. Skadinho,
so
right?
exciting when it happens. Skadinho, it was.
Yeah, he got up through the study hatch on Villa and shot 3 people in the back, whatever it was, wasn't it?
Yeah, decimated them. That was back in 2020. That's how rarely we see it, like, very successful. We remember it when it happens.
Gotta go.
But Souls is still in that potential position. There comes the drop into sight, though. Forest takes the fight. Will not win it. KDS double, and Souls did find a kill on the Oryx. He wasn't picked up inside of Tellers, and it was punished later in the round.
I'm pretty sure it was a KDS 4K in that round as well. Yeah. He really has dragged his team through the half, and not strictly all down to him, of course, but when I look at the numbers, I think he's now on 10 kills across the half.
He played really well yesterday as well. It wasn't necessarily putting up huge numbers, but like I say, there was just a few positions, particularly on the clubhouse against D+, that he just would not be moved from. It was honestly terrifying to watch him.
Now we get the side swap. See how FaZe do on the attack, and now SSG fair on the defensive side. Again, yesterday the defensive record for SSG was sublime. Played very well in the series against Wolves despite losing 2-1. But this map, I think, as many will always tell you, is a little bit of a shootout. It is an attacker-leaning side of things. I did say earlier on, teams will often choose to start on the defense, given the way the game currently sits with the stacking up of things like the Tuberalf, Fenrir, Solus, Valkyrie being strong, Azami being in the mix. Just so many good tools that defenders have available to them right now. So this is going to be a very telling second half for how the rest of this series may go. We're going to start up on that second floor, as you can see. The Fenrir and the Azami of those power picks being brought along by SSG, and you'll be pleased to know no rush coming in on the other side. But Tim, we are going to see a Blackbeard locked in by Souls.
Oh, okay. We're mixing things up. We don't see too much Blackbeard. Occasionally, every now and again, we bring out the face shield. We'll see what Souls can do with that one. But it's going to be, as you say, SSG on the attack. Armory will be the kickoff. Somewhere that FaZe actually struggled. It's usually a pretty good defensive site on the whole. But I just felt FaZe were allowing SSG into the building a little bit much. I said this yesterday. You got to fight attacking teams at the boundaries. You don't want them established inside of border. When that happens, it becomes very difficult to win rounds as the defenders. So I'm interested to see now if SSG maybe play it a little bit more aggressively, right up to those walls, windows, doors. Any time you hear a barricade, poof, run in that direction, prevent them getting inside.
It's about whether or not we see them get players picked off in the same way that SSG did as well. Can they isolate individuals? Can they punish them? Yay or nay? We'll see as the round moves on forward. For now, at least, nothing too much coming in. FaZe really just doing a lot of the sniffing around and figuring out what's going on, and nothing really to be said in terms of an engagement just yet. Sniffing things out. Souls up onto the balcony again. This Blackbeard, good for a headshot or two to be removed away from you, but after that, you are still going to be dead to rights. So Souls, who hasn't really been too on it with the gunplay so far this game, has got to be on it on the Blackbeard.
The Blackbeard does have nades in pocket as well. Going to be hit by that Fenrir action in a nice position here. They've no idea. It's an absolute freebie. How do you deal with the Blackbeard shield? You shoot him in the back, does.
I feel that's a real slip up on FaZe's side as well. Like before you even look at West Wall, you've got to be droning out security. Yeah. And that Ashen has sat there unchecked and got away with that with no cover. Oh, not again, surely. That would have been horrific because, again, still no drones coming in. Yeah.
J-Nano going to take down Cyber. Once again, another round going in the direction of SSG. Handy manages to get something going for FaZe, finding one, cannot find a second, just working from the ventilation units on Archive's window. KDS has got himself inside, and he's got himself a double almost. There's one down at the back. Does he know? I'm not sure he does, but Ashen has managed to rotate across. Doesn't matter when it's a skeleton key to the face, though. 2v2 here.
Got to do it. Oh, he still finds the beam. One more on Sandwich. Does he know? Don't think he knows that it's the side or not. He is indeed still out on the rappel, so advantage to Fultz here. Hasn't got to do much, but doesn't seem too certain as to what is to come and where from.
I think he's got half an idea that this player is not inside of the map here, so he definitely will know now. He will have heard that rappel noise. He might take the opportunity to actually get J9O back on his feet here. He knows that there is a moment, a brief respite that he can do it, and that could be a huge player in terms of this round.
This could be absolutely massive. As you say, the 2 versus 1 being forced back out now. King with 15 seconds to do it, or they can have a player just run away here unless he can get the diffuser down, but for a second, his stay gun up, trying to look for a push to come in. He's going to try and stick this one. You got J9O coming in from West Main, running across the gap, sees his man, and they get the shut down. It was a good couple of moments there coming out at the end from the buck, but SSG persevere and hold on. They are 5-2 up, Tim. Suddenly it starts to feel like this might be not quite as distant a series as we thought. Instead, could be a very close one between these two.
Well, the big problem there for FaZe is there's a number of problems, but they've moved over, they've switched sides. They've switched sides. The drawing's been poor. And now SSG are winning on the defense as well. Because you were kind of, if you were a FaZe fan, you were hoping that they come in there, yeah, maybe it's fine, we just need to get onto the attack, we can mix it up there. That's not happened. SSG have come out and won that. It was a close one, but SSG were in charge of it for the most part. You know, just silly mistakes from FaZe. This one, you can't let Ashen sit on that window. Like you say, just completely unaware of his position inside of CCTV. Whether they knew that he was there or not in general terms, they didn't know that he was on that window and that he was a threat to Souls, and that is a huge problem. That's one of those deaths where Souls is just going to be like, come on guys, I've just got shot in the back from window. Who's on the drones? Why do we not know he's there? And for FaZe, I think, you know, they're trying a couple of things, but just nothing's working at the minute.
It feels like they haven't really turned up to the game yet. Is the way I describe it. It sounds like a really small thing to like analyze as well, but Souls earlier when he was on the Bandit got into a 1 versus 1 gunfight where he didn't shoot back, but he was quite lethargic and turning away from the gunfight. He didn't snap back to actually try and take the engagement, almost died for it, took a few shots, and I was like, you don't look like you've woken up ready, like you haven't done your warm-up, for example. You had to run around this morning and got yourself ready for the game, and that sort of thing is really going to sting. So we've got to see them get with it. I think after this map, I think at this point you could even potentially just write this off and say, right, SSG, border is theirs, fair play, we're going to have to wait until we get onto Cafe. But like you said earlier, the way the Latam teams play Cafe, and the Des were talking about this, if they're going to play it fast, they're going to play it aggressive, you've got to be able to win your gunfights, and that means something has to change in the break. I mean, looking down the scoreboard on the left, KDS is still clear as a total. The rest of his team's kills all combined. As a group, they've got 9. He's sat on 12. That tells you who's awake and who's not really on this team right now.
Yeah, 100%. So a little bit more needed from a number of members of the FaZe team, but SSG just stifling them at the minute and making it so difficult. Souls is going to work his way in underneath. It is a bathroom teller's objective. SSG have a presence up in office as we would expect. That is something that FaZe are going to have to deal with. But much like SSG did, they've decided they're going to get themselves initially in underneath and try to pressure the players that are downstairs.
Get rid of some of these castle barricades. FaZe made quite extensive use of them on the defensive side, and SSG cleared out a few, but Hoffen left most of them standing, to be honest. They didn't bring things like the Flores, didn't bring along too much soft breach for us here. We've got tons of it coming in on the other side. Looking towards the Flores, of course, the Sledge, got the Ash available as well, lots to work with. And finally, a little bit of joy. Cyber finding Ashen.
You feel like the more that FaZe can sort of, you know, as much as SSG wanted to target Vita King, you feel if FaZe can target Ashen a little bit and keep wearing him down, he is one of those players, he's vocal, he's the voice of the team, and the more that they can get inside his head and stifle him, stop him playing, maybe the more impact it will have on them overall. KDS managing to find one as well, continuing to play fantastically well here today, but it hasn't been enough for his team so far. Looks like it could be in round 8 though. 5 versus 3 now. And SSG, they're really going to be backs to the wall on the defense here, and it just goes from bad to worse as Hot and Cold gets picked up. J9O last alive with about 10 HP to his name. Cyber shuts him down, and that's going to be a flawless round for FaZe.
something not so much, not a big deal to be absent from FaZe, as they haven't always been the loudest of the LATAM teams, but no real celebration. And I'm not saying that's like a bad thing or even particularly a good thing. I think it's more that, again, a sign that they are still warming into this. They know there's still a job to do. They're still 2 rounds behind. We're coming into that round now, Tim, that you always bang on about round 9 being that critical round. SSG win this one, 6-3. It's hard to imagine FaZe picking up 3 rounds in a row. If FaZe do it and win this round, they close the gap to just 1. And then suddenly there is what we would say as casters, a game on our hands.
We love a game on our hands as casters. We absolutely love it. Yeah, I think SSG just getting caught out a couple of times there. We saw Ashen's death in the middle of CCTV. We see Hot and Cold there just overextending at the bottom of the East stairs and just giving themselves away, putting themselves in difficult positions. FaZe more structured, able to push SSG around a little bit in that round, and you feel like maybe that could be the catalyst, that could be the spark that sort of gets them going. But SSG, they just need to dig in here. They're going to switch sites, go to ventilation, make life as difficult as they can for FaZe. Don't let them build momentum. You know, I'm thinking, I was going to say maybe a few traps. They've got Tuberau on site. Just anything to slow them down a little bit and prevent them sort of building.
The Electro combo coming in with the Kaid and the Tuberau here, rather than the Bandit and the Tuberau that we saw coming in for FaZe back in the first half. Either way, you're getting the memo by now. Electricity plus Tuberau equals good, even with the nerf that came through recently. The Pulse one that we don't see all that often as well, interestingly, but here, being brought along, I think we saw it a little bit, 1 round on Consulate, but outside of that, not been massively picked so far across the first day of SI24. Pulse here, no doubt, very valuable for feeding that information all across the map, especially one that's quite blocky and square like Border.
It's been interesting to watch the reduced influence of nades as well so far at SI. Obviously the nades underwent those changes.
What a blessing.
This is it, you know, if you think back to the last sort of former big tournaments that we've had, it's been nade kill after nade kill after nade kill. A lot of, you know, the up nades as we called them, you know, getting them in underneath, finding players, and that's just not possible anymore because obviously the nades have changed. They're now on a fuse that cannot be cooked, so once they hit a surface, they will then, you know, detonate 2 seconds later. So it's just about sending them into a position and using them to move players out of those positions. So seeing a lot less reliance on that utility, and these are the shifts that I love within Siege, and then seeing how the teams adapt to that, and you know what then becomes used more, what becomes more important.
Ever-changing metas always keep things nice and fresh. Some teams thrive, some crumble during these kind of metas as well. It's no doubt going to be a surprising tournament the further through we go. I'm sure there'll be a few upsets along the way as well. Either way, halfway into the round and no one's died. This is one of the more peaceful rounds that we've had on this map so far, Tim. On such a critical one as well. We've already spoken about the importance of round 9 here. FaZe doing a lot of the work to make sure this top 4 is still clear. Didn't really look until a few seconds ago like they were fully confident that they had it without any kind of disruption. Not the most ideal C4 throw in the world, but sometimes that's going to happen.
Unfortunate on your Pulse as well, bringing him along. Obviously, yes, to provide information first and foremost, but it's always just such a great opportunity to be able to pick up those vertical kills as well, and just isn't going to happen. But J90 manages to find Cyber on the metal stairs. That gets things kicked off for SSG, and what I suggested, Des, keeping things slow, not letting FaZe move quickly and find those kills is something they've been able to achieve. 2 minutes 30 in, 5 versus 4. SSG looking pretty good, but FaZe do have the vertical control.
Souls is so crucial to this push because he's got their back cover here. If he gets any kills here, unless they all flank round the other way, in which case it's absolute disaster for them. But they're going in for the plant. No one's able to stop it just yet, and they've got vertical cover. This is perfect. A great heist pulled off by FaZe, and they've got the vertical play to use. Do we see SSG flood upstairs? Yes, we do. 3 players up there for the retake. Forest already finding one. Asher coming in for the next, and they've got the vertical, Tim. That's all they really need to get this one closed out. Souls has got work to do at range. Finds a second one for himself after King finished off J90, but it's a 2 versus 1, and they might be dropping into their death here. That was a...
Needed the Oryx dash to get across.
That looked buggy as hell, but it was a brilliant play. He's got away for it, got his man up, charged back across, and they managed to find the Blackbeard as well. SSG up to map point.
Not quite sure what happened there at the end. The Oryx dashes back in, and I'm thinking, no, he's gonna get both here.
Yeah,
but
I'm
Ashen
not quite
manages
sure.
to just about peek around that corner.
I imagine what they wanted to do is have one disabled, one is covering, but
it just all got a little bit closer. They lined up, and you could just see how Souls was gonna get both. But SSG, reasonable finish to the end of the round. A little bit hairy at times, but a great retake. Absolutely great retake. getting. It just shows the importance of the verticality there. It's this bit, Forrest comes across, I'm like, it was so close. But they had the third option, but the third man inside a workshop is never going to make it back across, and those laughs tell me that SSG know that was a little bit closer than maybe it should have been.
Such a stinger for Souls, man, as well. Like, I feel bad because he's played the Blackbeard this whole half, but he's clearly not winning his gunfights. And even when he has got the Blackbeard, he's getting a single kill, shooting someone as they're running in front of him and not actually firing back. And then he gets into a spot where he's got a clear line of sight to the diffuser and still can't find himself a kill. It's one of those maps I'm sure that he'll be very quick to forget as the longer this tournament wears on. But still potentially a very long series ahead for us. You know, you could even turn around and see the unexpected, that SSG take this 2-0, and many are looking at this series and saying, you know what? You can see a FaZe 2-0 coming out of this.
Yeah, I think, you know, it's fair to say after SSG struggling to get past Wolves yesterday, you looked at it and thought, you know, FaZe are one of the favourite teams for the tournament. We have to say it. You know, that's the reality.
Team wasn't.
You know, that's the reality that they're up against. But SSG have come out with a fantastic opening performance on border here. They've really put FaZe to the sword. They've taken the opportunities when they've been there, and this could be a really solid 7-3 win. And you start looking at it and thinking, right, okay, game on.
I say it quite a lot as well, but coming into a game day, a team can be 50% better or 50% worse than what you're normally used to seeing for them. And I think in this game, you're seeing SSG, you know, playing considerably better than they did yesterday, and FaZe playing arguably considerably worse than we saw from them yesterday. You know, SSG were remarks on it on the attacks. Nothing really went right for them or Wolves on the attacking halves of the match yesterday. But this, I think that first half has been such a turnaround for SSG that put them so far in the lead already. You know, 4-2 half was absolutely brilliant, that they just look extremely commanding. And again, a very different team to what we saw yesterday. The team play is on point.
Something that I will say, that I always do say, and I think is important at this stage of the tournament, whoever ultimately goes on to win SI24 will have a bad day. Guaranteed. What it's about, every team will. What it's about is placement of that bad day. You can't choose it, but you need it to come at the right time. Look at W7M in Atlanta. They lost one of the group stage games, and we were sat looking, going, are W7M going to go on and win this thing? You know, like they've lost the game, maybe they should have won. And so it's not always the end of the world, you know, to come into a game. Don't get me wrong, you know, this wasn't a dead cert, and FaZe haven't lost anything yet, but coming in here and, you know, not picking up the win on the second day, if that's going to be your bad day, it's not the end of the world. Cyber manages to get a second, taking down Ashen, but look at that double from hot and cold to bring us back to 3 versus 2. They do have a Monty to deal with, but consider it dealt with.
Vidaking, hello? What's going on? Still come down to a 2v1 for FaZe. A strange round. Like, the fact that Asher could even crouch walk out into the main hallway was a bit like, eh? Like, you guys surely know he's there, and there's 3 of you on this side of the map. You've got a Monty to stare him down. They turn for Ashen, and then suddenly Hot and Cold pops out and gets 2 for himself as well. Again, beautiful team play from SSG, off the back of each other, playing for those trades, and they make it a 1 for 2. Either way, it's boiled down to a 2v1 for FaZe, and they will get the closeout. And they keep themselves in the game at least a little bit longer. 6-4 now to SSG.
FaZe certainly doing a job on that one, but it was close run. SSG making a great attempt. So we're going to move into round 11, and I think in some ways I would have to say this scoreline is pretty kind to FaZe at the minute. I think SSG could probably have this wrapped up by now, to be honest. But they are sort of giving FaZe that opportunity to get back into it, and that's something that SSG need to be aware of. Get it done now. Don't let them get back to 6-5. Don't let them take you to overtime, because with the way that SSG have performed overall throughout Border, if this were to go to overtime, for example, I think that's going to take a bit of a mental blow to SSG, because they're going to come away knowing that it shouldn't have been that close.
Home as we march. Again, Cafe awaits and really eager to see how that map is going to play out. Very fair to expect SSG to start on the defense there, facing the attacking side. Given how this map has gone, it's anyone's guess exactly how it's going to go, but it's going to be far more even than maybe we first assumed. No Castle coming in this time, but we are going to see the Capcan. think Fresh has already got that on his bingo card.
Yes, there has already been a Capcan kill, Capcan trap kill, an EDD kill. Always a good position if you've not used those before. Give them a whirl. If you're on border and you're playing Capcan, you can put traps on the archways that are in the 90 corridor. And because they are doorways, but they kind of don't feel like doorways. They just feel like they're part of a corridor. They can be barricaded and stuff. So
yeah, we've seen barricades constantly.
Yeah, this is it. So it's often the sort of forgotten doorways, really. So they're very often not cleared in terms of Capcan traps. So whack them on there, you'll get some success, I guarantee.
We spoke about border yesterday being one of those more gunfight heavy maps because you can essentially see from corner to corner, side to side, top to bottom of this map the whole way through because there are so many soft walls and long angles like that hallway. East Airs, you can see all the way through to the west main doorway and window, not the one that goes in towards Armory Archives, obviously, but the one that pushes in towards security, the doorway and the window there. So the fact that this map is so open, having those small changes made did help improve it somewhat, but now you just see teams making sure they've got the capability to destroy any castles that get brought along. Rip! There we go.
There we go. Vita King is going to be feeding information about Ashen, no doubt. I think that's why the Monte is positioned as such at the window. They're just waiting for that support to come in. They need to get Ashen pinched here, get him dealt with. They can't allow him to continue sitting in this position because he is at the minute holding up the entire top floor push. He's got FNAT in position to help him. They can't move in through break room door, but Ashen doesn't want to overpeak this. He's got the utility to help him stay in position. Handy will take down Forest. Fultz manages to take down Cyber with a Nitro, though, to level things up.
Waiting on. Oh, but he's been taken out first. Soul's awakened. Said he had a few rough rounds, but he must have heard because he's up to 5 kills now. The whole team starting to come online with KDS dragging them along by the scruffs of the neck. 2 left for SSG. Surely team after this round, there's a tap timeout coming in for them because they've still got it available and they want to get this done in regulation.
Yeah, absolutely that. It's really starting to look close now as FaZe managed to get themselves back. They're going all the way to 12 and it's not a good round for SSG there, really. FaZe able to just pick them apart. Ashen did prevent that push into CCTV very well, to be fair, but it just wasn't enough because the defense crumbled around him, really, and FaZe were able to find the kills elsewhere.
Sure enough, SSG TAC timeout is in case you couldn't tell from the reams of strat books being rolled out and discussed between the team here as well. In case you are new to watching SI, we do have each team with the ability to have a TAC timeout for 45 seconds, once per map each. We saw that get taken earlier on in the map by the other side from FaZe, and SSG here have taken theirs right at the crux of it, because if they lose this one, Tim, guess where we're going?
We all know it does.
You don't want to say the word until the moment's
It's
almost like a game now that you avoid saying it.
It just, I need it to, I don't want to overuse it. You know, I need it to keep its impact. It's interesting. We'll have to keep tracking it, actually. This is the time to remember. Quite often, I think almost all events, for some reason, we end up as the pair with the
highest average round count.
With the highest average round count. And certainly yesterday, SSG and Wolves delivered that. We had an overtime there.
We had all 12 rounds, we had overtime, then we had 7-2 to close in the third map,
So we had an awful lot of that one, and this is just starting to shape up as one of those that feels like it could be, you know, exactly the same, that we're going to see plenty of it. I said it at the beginning when it was 1-1, you know, this is what we wanted from these two teams. I had a feeling that it was going to be a really tight, close game. So far, not only has it been a close game, it's been really entertaining. Both teams are really, you know, having their moments, and we've seen some great play. So for me, keep on going. Let's see every round of this that we can.
I mean, if FaZe have turned it back on now and can drag this through to overtime, and God knows what happens when we get to those final 3 rounds, it could turn into one hell of a series. The only thing I'm slightly nervous about is if FaZe do get back to the standard that we know FaZe are more than capable of playing at. Yeah, the last few rounds have been difficult for SSG to remain too competitive, and I just fear that at that point FaZe will just run away with the game, similar to the game against Wolves yesterday. And the main note that I took down from that series yesterday is that it feels like SSG are very... It's almost like they're lost at sea, and the currents around the tide is the other team. They don't really have too much control over a game, really. It's down to the other team. If the other team isn't playing super well, SSG capitalise on that. If the other team is playing well, SSG just can't quite meet that bar, which sounds really weird to say about a former quarterfinalist team, but as a reminder, they only just about squeaked into that spot from Swift and then got knocked out pretty quickly by FaZe. So I just want to see a bit more sharpness from SSG overall, and it's the first time I've really had any criticism to levy against them in this game, but I said the same yesterday. We need to see some sharp, pointy sticks coming out of this team, some hero players that can work a bit of magic when the chips are on the table.
That's a big snag there for the Bravo drone, managing to get that FNAT captured that is going to allow them into break. If Ashen isn't aware of that, it could be dangerous because he will think he's not likely to be pushed. I think he will now know, shoots out the FNAT, so knows that it might be time to consider dropping away.
And one thing to note, we spoke about this a bit on B-Stream yesterday, in case you are coming back to Siege after a while, Ash can now destroy mirror windows at range. Drilling gadgets, so Kali and Ash can shatter them at distance. So it tends to be now when you see a mirror on side, you might see a Twitch, you might see an Ash, you might even see both. Either way, can destroy it at range quite securely, as you saw just a second ago, onto that 90 mirror.
FaZe have done a really good job there of clearing out CCTV. It's allowing them also now to play on the sort of waiting room balcony. They're getting themselves established on that east side of the map, and they can start to push their way across. Vitaking's just looking in through the breach, feeding information, whilst SSG, they drop away. They've got a couple underneath, and they're trying to hold on at the minute. 1 minute 10, though, is going to be a long time.
I wouldn't say they're so much scared, but SSG's comp in this round is so defensive as well. I was going to speak about it around start, but forgot. Outside of Forest, everyone wants to be on or around site, and you can see it. We can see it on our top down at least. Outside of Forest, everyone is sat on site, very tightly grouped together, able to play for trades, and this is letting FaZe sort of manipulate the defense and get ready to execute where they want to hit. And here, that looks to be West Main with Vidaking. He's the one with Diffuser in back pocket, but his cover in Souls has gone. J9 has just deleted him with the Vector.
Really important kill from J9 there. Might just have won the map, to be honest. Manages to get a second onto the Monty as well, and the slippery slope gets even slippier as Handy now finds himself last alive. 1v4 takes a little bit of damage off J9, but there is not likely to be a positive outcome for him here. 20 seconds, he's searching, he's seeking, he wants those kills, but he's unlikely to find them because SSG, they are not going to overcommit here. You can see them just sitting back. They know they've got all the crossfires that they need. They take the challenge. Handy finds Forest, but 7 seconds left and 3 kills needed. It's not going to happen. Hot and Cold is the one to step up and find his man. SSG close it out, maybe slightly closer than they would have liked, but 7-5, that's a win on border.
100% closer than they would have liked, I think, Tim. 7-5, given how that first half went, not forgetting it was a 4-2, and it really coming down to attack timeout just before that last round to say, right, boys, enough running around the map, we're going to hunker down. Only Forest offside because his gadgets have been dropped down the ADS, he can afford to get out. Everyone else was playing in twos on either side of that top floor, and I feel for FaZe, they didn't really have enough decisiveness about them. You know, Souls was kind of like, okay, he's on half wall, what's going on? And that left Vidaking entirely by himself. And Forest did get that little couple of kills coming up main stairs as well. Overall, I think FaZe will be gutted because they did a really good job in that second half to almost pull it back.
Yeah,
but
they did.
Can't ignore the numbers. SSG at 1-0.
No, ultimately, I think, like I said, maybe a little bit closer than SSG might have liked, but I think mentally they take a good victory away from that into map 2. You know, I think a lot of people will have expected FaZe to come in here and maybe even roll over SSG a little bit, but SSG have stood tall, they've turned up, and it's been a great performance so far. I'm looking forward to more of this.
Well, let's go to a break. When we come back, the desk will break it down for you ahead of Cafe. See you in a few.
All bark, but some bite, that's for damn sure. SSG, they take the map 7-5 on Border. A really entertaining match, all things considered, Fox.
Absolutely. The back and forth, the different styles of play, a random assortment of operators we saw from both sides. It was very interesting, and it was a beautiful Border matchup.
4-2 first half, Anne.
Yeah.
You know, it was looking really good for SSG. Obviously, they were feeling quite confident. It was 4-1 up until that last round of the half. Do you feel like that was the pass mark for them? Do you think that maybe they even deserved a 5-1?
Yeah, potentially. I feel like it was a really good first half, of course, of SSG. We talked about how this is one of their best attacking maps, and attacks can really make the difference with this current tournament being really defender favored. I think the way they set up their attacks was really really interesting, really good to see. We like to make fun of the split theory, or we talked about it in the green room as well, like, oh, there's a split theory thing going on. But essentially what they were doing is like they were taking multiple parts of the map and putting these pressure points on the fence. We saw, for example, the Knock as well, doing that solo clear, just trying to make sure they get that information. And FaZe at some points were just being really passive. They were letting SSG come towards them, and especially those entries as well, really important. The entry conversion was a big thing in this game too. It felt like every single time someone was able to disrupt someone else's process, they were able to then pull out the round towards them as well.
And one thing that you mentioned to me, Fox, was, and you've kind of mentioned it there, and the adaptation from SSG bringing different operators to help with that, you know, taking of different locations on the map, for lack of a better word.
Absolutely. I mean, we talked about it being all about the attacks, and off the first round, we saw SSG go for a very simple take, very default take, just to see how FaZe was working. Didn't work, and then after that, they started abusing the Brava knock.
Yep.
They started really getting into the map in any way, shape, or form that they could find, and just trying to isolate the roamers. FaZe tried to respond by then turtling, and SSG was still so good at finding those picks and playing in the position that was allowed to them. And we were like joking about the split theory thing, but that's really how SSG was playing.
What was the difference between SSG's attack and FaZe's attack? Did you notice anything in particular?
I think the biggest thing was SSG on attack was getting very, very gritty. They were just getting inside the map. They were playing very split up, alone, and thriving on the positions that FaZe were giving to them. They were playing very slow. Whereas on the flip side of things, it looks like FaZe thought that it would be very similar of a play from SSG, and they were waiting for SSG to make the mistakes.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? I think it took FaZe a little while to get set up, and they were waiting for these players in CC, for example, to start moving. And every single time we did see SSG move and they were getting caught off from these angles, that's when FaZe would succeed on their own attacks. So yeah, it's a bit of the pressure points that we're talking about. We see some opportunity spotting from SSG on their own defense then to make sure they deal with the way FaZe is setting up on their own attack side. For example, Ashen Peak in that window on CCTV, getting rid of that pressure on that side of the map. But yeah, there were some differences for sure.
We kind of expected this to be SSG. I mean, that's what we were saying leading into this, right? Is this is, you know, an NA kind of map pick, and for SSG, this is somewhere where they thrive and feel comfortable. Do you think they still were sweating a little bit, you know, seeing FaZe come back in that second half, knowing it's attack?
Yeah, I think there was a little stress. I mean, FaZe is better on the attacking side, so you had to get as much of a lead, as much of a comfortable lead as you could on defense. And it did look like FaZe was still in it all the way through. They really were on the coattails of SSG. But when you go down that many rounds losing on defense, it doesn't matter how good you adapt. You can't make that many mistakes before it's too late.
I hope everyone can hear that at home. I just pray to God that everyone can hear that as loud and as clear as I can. But there are some individual moments that really change a game, and I know you've got one to talk about.
Absolutely. I mean, Fultz's clutch, especially on defense, was by far the turning point for me. FaZe got very stale, very stuck. They didn't really have any openings, and KDS made those openings. He walked into the site, got a bunch of picks. You thought, oh no, this is the comeback, this is where it starts. But these shots that Fultz were hitting to then stay alive, pick up his teammate, that's just the fundamental of this team, the fundamental from all the players. There's not really much ego when it comes to these players, especially, you know, even though Ashen's screaming, if you talk to him, it wouldn't just be all ego. It's all preparation and effort that they've been putting behind the scenes.
And I think something similar like that happened in a few rounds later as well, where they managed to field a comeback like that, even though a player just walked in and kind of abused that open spot that SSG were having there. I think round 9 was a good example as well. We were like, okay, well, this is looking really good for FaZe. They're setting Sims up. They got that plant on the workshop door, and then we were like, okay, well, well, it's time to start coming back towards the side. SSG, they had a bit of a man disadvantage, I think, going on as well.
Yep.
And they finally managed to get it back. I mean, it looked a bit silly on the workshop door with the whole Oryx dash and everything, but they managed to get the round back. And if you get those rounds back, you get them on the board, and eventually you'll lead to having that 7-5 round.
Some pretty crucial rounds, right?
Yeah.
That really went their way on the back of those moments. But it is time for us to turn our attention to the next map. This is one that you've already prefaced, Fox, as, I mean, this should be the most comfortable map that FaZe can go to.
I mean, absolutely. We say it time and time again. Cafe is just a map that's very comfortable against FaZe. With FaZe, a lot of the Brazilian teams play a different dynamic style where they're very aggressive, especially on defense, on more of a turtle-heavy map.
Yep.
So when you are able to switch, you know, the levels, especially with the last nade change, it's very crucial that you have to get active on defense. So FaZe is very covert on the way that they play Cafe.
With the struggles that we've seen SSG have on their attack end, is this a bit of a warning sign going into Cafe? Do you think that this could potentially be their unraveling?
Well, I think for Cafe, once again, it's where attacks really will start to make the difference.
Yep.
And if we look at the stats on recent history for that, then FaZe actually have a pretty decent attack and win rate, despite this map being a Cafe, which could be defender favorite if you have a really turtle setup.
Yes.
You have difficulties dealing with that. So yeah, potentially, it's going to depend on who's starting, of course, on what side, considering it is FaZe's pick. You'd imagine that SSG start out on defense. Hopefully for them, they can continue that momentum and at least get a good few rounds on the board, that they have that bit of buffer once they go on attack.
Very quickly, are we going to map 3?
I think we're going to go map 3.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope so, because if we don't, I will be absolutely shocked. I will come back on this and I'll go hopping. I'll tell you that much. It is time for us to get into our matchup. It's Cafe. It's Ace and Des.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said there, mate. Ashton was screaming the whole time. What was that? Oh, we're going live now. Right, got it. Okay. He is so noisy.
He really is. We love it.
Jesus Christ. There's a reason why the other 4 are pretty quiet. It's because Ashton's got enough gob buying for everybody else on that team. But welcome back, as you can see. Ready for map 2. Cafe is coming up. Now, Border was a tale of two halves and not quite clear-cut down the middle at round 6 either. It was the half where FaZe were basically invisible, with the exception of KDS, and the half where they were present. And outside of a brilliant defensive round being pulled up by SSG in round 12, we could have been going through to overtime. So what we're going to see here on Cafe, heaven knows, the Des believes it's going to be a map 3 job, Tim. Are you feeling the same, or do you think it's done in 2?
I don't know. I think about SSG on Cafe yesterday. They did very well on defense. They went 5-1. They struggled to win attacks, but then they allowed that clutch situation at the end from Wolves that lost them the match in overtime, essentially. So they went to overtime with a team that is good on Cafe. So I think SSG are more than capable of winning this one. They start on the defense. You know, if they can play anything like they did against Wolves, they should have a strong 4-2, 5-1 half here to kick things off. So, you know, much as Anne said, that's going to give them the buffer then when they move on to the attack and try and get those rounds. The big downside for them, of course, FaZe in their prep yesterday, I'm sure will have watched that VOD and will have already seen what SSG are bringing on Cafe. So it could well be that FaZe read into the game really well. We'll see how it develops. Our bands are running in. We've got Montagna, we've got Grim, we've got Azami all banned out.
The Grim one's an interesting one. I think it was expectation coming into the competition that we would see a lot of Grim being employed, and we have seen him so far. Been put to task by pretty much every team at some point on the attacking side of things. I was curious how it stacks up in terms of overall bans, and as you'd expect, we haven't really seen it banned historically, given it's only recently he's become as prominent in the meta as he has. Defensive side, Falcon's army, as you say, does mean things like the Fenrir and the Solus are left open, and you're going to see exactly those two operators picked up in this first round.
SSG are going to be taking us down to the bottom floor to kick things off. I think it looked like it was going to be Kitchen that would be the site of choice. No surprise, SSG pretty much abandoned the top floor against Wolves yesterday. They were using Train, they were using Reading, and they were using Kitchen as their 3 sites of choice. We'll see whether they give that top floor a whirl again or not today, but the fact they've started down at the bottom suggests possibly not.
Well, you know, you'll love your bar and cocktail, Tim. You're delighted seeing teams go.
Like it.
Because we saw it yesterday, actually, on this exact map, well, obviously on this exact map, between SSG
that was the side that attackers won.
Yeah,
they only
that
won
was
2.
the only one they won, and everything else. On the second rotation, so the second quarter of each half, we saw the teams go from Reading, then across to Mining, and then to Kitchen, swerving bar and cocktail entirely.
Yep.
So, piece by piece, Tim, they are learning, don't worry.
It's just never. I've said it, and I've had like teams message me and say, "Why do you hate that site so much? Like, we like it." And I'm like, "You might like it, but the stats are terrible on it. Stop defending it. The numbers don't lie."
definitely not wrong. In we step then, with that ram on side. It's always the big giveaway of what a team's plans are strategy-wise. There's not the most useful when you're trying to go laterally, but vertically, well, there is no one better for the job. Cyber looking to probably get above site here, drop down those rams and open everything up from above, really restrict the defenders on site itself. Just in case he goes down, there is the sledge available for a little bit of an insurance choice, and it feels like the first time in a long time, Tim. I say that, we saw it back on the first map in one round as well. 4 frag grenades being brought along, nowhere near as lethal as they used to be. You can't cook them anymore, but very good for getting rid and burning through utility still.
A lot of droning going on from FaZe then. This is going to be a top floor clearance all the way down. A classic cafe take, if you will. Forest on the Solis does manage to clear out the drone, but will take a few tickles of damage from the hatch as the bullets rain down from Cyber. They know that he's there, but the question is, can FaZe deal with him? It's all well and good knowing the location, but you got to go in and win that fight. The spray comes through again, but no more damage onto Forest. He managed to wriggle away through Pixel, gets himself into washroom, and he's just going to keep himself in that position for now. The problem is FaZe don't want to keep throwing drones away. They need to find him, which they have, but they need to keep hold of those drones as well.
And the problem is there's no one to capitalise, right? There's no one ready on noob out. There's no one sat on white window. There's no one really anywhere to pick him up when he retreats back, and he's slipped through the net there because the net hasn't been closed in time.
So much time wasted by SSG as well, and Forest gets a kill. This is great from SSG so far.
Forest is playing it to perfection. Oh, finally gets pushed out. As I said, there was no one there.
Doesn't even matter though.
It doesn't, because he's wasted 2 minutes. He's gone 1 for 1. He's taken down the Hibana, so no hard breach available onto the freezer hatch, which spells absolute disaster for the side of FaZe.
Great play from Forest there. Love the setup, love the way he's played it, kept himself slippy and done a fantastic job. They're now getting the verticals open, but they're about 45 seconds late in doing so. FaZe are going to be massively rushed at the end of this round unless they can just happen to get a couple of lucky kills. But look at what SSG have done. Now the verticals are opening up. There's not one of them in sight, I don't think, or if there is, they're right at the back of sight. They're just keeping themselves out of there now. They don't need to put themselves in harm's way, and they're going to wait for the push to come through.
Playing in proximity to site rather than the site itself, absolutely. You saw this a lot back on Coastline in the day when teams were trying to get into Kitchen, for example. Here, though, a two-sided push comes in. It's Souls and Handy stacking up for a 2 versus 1 and coming out on top. If they manage to smash and grab this round, Tim, it is absolutely criminal. Fultz goes down 2. Inside the Sushi going for the plant. 1 more hits the deck. There is 1 less standing, but can he see his man? They've pulled off an absolute bank heist there, Tim.
They really have. FaZe have stolen that round, and all credit to them. You know, what a fantastic... 40 seconds left to go. They're just about opening up the verticals, and then they just go in and find every single kill, and that is an alarm signal for me for SSG there. They've played the round well. They've wasted 2 minutes on the roam. Forest's got a kill. They've kept themselves away from danger, but then they've lost every critical gunfight coming onto site and not been able to prevent FaZe walking in to a position to execute. And for me, if SSG are going to do that much right and still lose the round, they're in trouble. Because on the rounds where they maybe, you know, it's not quite as clear-cut a defense, it's going to be an even bigger struggle.
Completely agree. I don't think I've seen a first 2 minutes of a cafe round go as badly for the attackers as maybe that round. You know, being run around the ringer by a single player as well. It was just Forest up there, no support. And I mentioned in the round there was no one there to capitalise or close in. They had King rounding in by himself about 20 seconds after Forest had already backed out of the bathroom. So just a little bit slow on the uptake there, whereas again I go back to how SSG attacked on border. They were so quick at having 3 or 4 players to descend on an isolated roamer on the side of FaZe and punishing them for it. Yeah, we've got to see that same pace coming out from FaZe.
Very cautious approaching the building. I think FaZe recognising that SSG want to get a bit aggro here. We saw it out of SSG a little bit yesterday as well, wanting to get up to those windows, have those little peaks, have those lines of sight for FaZe to stray into. But FaZe, they're not playing that game. They're ready. They will punish SSG, I get the feeling, if they continue trying that, if they overcommit to it. So something that SSG definitely needs to be aware of.
They are being extremely aware at this point, FaZe, just conscious of any kind of early aggression. Nothing yet to be found, and again, the same sort of thing is going to come out here, where it's going to be about the vertical control. One less floor to worry about here. It's just that top floor. Get control of that. Ram does the business. They start focusing on the execute.
If you're wondering why the player just spun themselves for the upside-down rappel as soon as they started going up to the roof, then it's because you can't get the angle a lot of the time onto the run-out. If you're the right way around, you can't get the angle, whereas being upside-down does allow you, so that's quite often why they will do that, to go up to the top floor. So again, something you could probably take away for your own game, just to improve your chances of survival. Ashen then on the ward and underneath, not going to be flashed out, going to keep himself active on that top floor. I like this from SSG. There's a presence across all 3 floors. Again, it's playing into that idea of wasting time. You got Hot and Cold on the Solace, down on the bottom floor. You've got Ashen up on the top floor, trying to keep a hold of the verticals, but KDS, he's going to shut down Ashen. That's going to give top floor control over to FaZe, and they can start opening up those verticals. They've got plenty of time as well. This is looking good for the Brazilians.
Straight out 1v1 being one. C4 goes skyward. Going to find absolutely no one, and they will try their very best to get this one out, at least delayed for a few more seconds. Far from the end of the world, though, as you can see, it's already looking like a bit of a construction site up inside a piano. A lot of the floor being opened up. The same story now going on inside a bar. Renovation works are underway, and that will restrict the movement of the defenders. So similar to the last round, you're going to have to see SSG step away from at least the mining site here and allow some more room in for FaZe to start making ingress and going for an execute.
Yeah, the problem with the drop here, you're not going to really drop from the piano hatch, because if you haven't cleared out dining, SSG are just going to hold lines of sight and shut you down as you do. So they're going to need some more control. The idea is going to be to try and force those players out of dining and create that little bit of space. So we can see there's a presence on white stairs as well, and J9O is holding the exact angle that I was talking about, in from behind the bomb chassis and just trying to prevent the progress. I think FaZe are likely to look at getting inside of train, which is exactly what they're able to do, inside of mining, and that's where the diffuser is going to attempt to go down, but unsuccessfully.
Well, they sort of read into this as well. Managed to get rid of the player inside the kitchen is down, but Honko's back up, and it's a Soul is down there. So no matter what happens now, they're going to know when this is going through. Even if they manage to find themselves the kills, there is nowhere near enough time. That closing C4 from Forest secured the round for SSG.
Yeah, better round from SSG there. Kept tight control of things. Lost the man on the top floor. Ashen went down, but it wasn't the end of the world, because, as I said, they had the angles that they needed to stop those drops, to stop those plants, and FaZe never really did anything about those. They weren't able to move J9O, for example, from the back of dining. It was always a constant problem for them, and this is something that, you know, we've seen it in the first couple of rounds now. Those executes for FaZe are being left late in the round. It's not the end of the world, but the problem that the 2 problems with that, often it means that it's a bit of a Hail Mary. You've got to the last 10 seconds, you know you've just got to try and get in and put the diffuser down, so maybe the conditions won't be ideal. Maybe you've got players underneath that are going to cause you a problem. The other issue with planting so late in the round is you've got one roll of the dice. If that diffuser goes down like it did then, you don't have time to go in and have a second chance, have a third chance. You can't give yourselves those other opportunities. So FaZe maybe just need to try and pick up the pace a little bit here, but it's difficult on a map like Cafe because it's so big. There's so much of it to clear out.
It's like a repick in for Handy across the DKB. Not really surprising overall because DKB is so strong, but maybe more specifically here because they have droned out the fact that there is an echo on the other side. Hot and Cold with those yokai drones. Now, with the DKB, when she calls the number, everyone has to get off cams. Can't sit on the yokais, can't do anything. So saving one of those global calls to every single defender. No mute on sides. They won't be able to block it either. And he's also found it as well.
Nah, you can't let that happen.
And the DKB's gone, so now suddenly Hot and Cold is like, well, I'm free to do whatever I want here. Thank you very much.
You cannot let that happen, FaZe. We saw them so cautious of peaks at the beginning of the round. Ashen's played the game well there. He's taken the barricade out. He's left the glass. FaZe have come around. They've not noticed it, and they get slammed, and that is a big loss for them. Not 15 seconds into the round.
It's a funny one because, yeah, in ranked you kick yourself for it. At this level of play, it's like it's just...
But we saw how much attention
it's unforgivable in a way. Yeah, if you're aware of it and you go for a gunfight and you lose, fair play.
Fair enough.
But being completely caught unaware when you're on such a critical operator this round is, yeah, again, at this level of play, unforgivable.
And think about the beginning of round 2. They were going around every corner, ADS, looking at doors, looking at windows. This time, they've just run out. A little bit of a mistake from FaZe there. But we will see how the rest of the round continues. Like you say, it just gives SSG that bit more freedom, especially when they're trying to hold on to this top floor as well. moment is a reading room site, so they're going to try to keep hold of those verticals for as long as they can. You know that there's one on the white window, repel, and they're not going to be over-peaking that.
A real summary for FaZe so far is it has not been the FaZe that everyone would speak of from previous competitions. You know, the last 2 years they finished 3rd, 4th at bar 1 or 2, pretty much every competition they have been top 4, if not in the grand final, including the win that, of course, we saw them go through at Sweden. And grand finalists before that at Berlin as well back, you know, it feels like a long time ago now, but they are a quality team. But missed droning, for example, not being able to pinch onto a player, everything feels like it's a bit off for them today. And it's bizarre to see. I mean, SSG are capitalizing beautifully, but it doesn't feel like the FaZe we're used to seeing.
Not at the moment. We'll see if it improves as things go on. Let's not forget SSG are on the defensive cafe. We saw 2-5-1 halves for defenders yesterday, so we do expect SSG to come out the better here. It's just when you have those mistakes like getting hit by
it's the fundamentals that really
that's
really
the thing.
hurt.
It's okay losing the rounds, but you don't want to lose somebody in the first 15 seconds, for example.
Yeah.
KDS is trying to push it through Lumber. He's gonna get taken out by Fultz on the shotgun. Can't take that close range engagement. Walked into the trap. It's Vita King, the only one left alive, comes around the corner. Flawless round for SSG.
Well, very convincing from them. Again, just we went from the spawn peak to chewing through the drones coming in from the other side. Like absolutely everything was just taken back and back and back from FaZe. Every small error, unforced error admittedly, that was put into that round, SSG capitalized on. So playing it exactly how they need to. 2-1 to them after that first quarter, which means we'll now see that same 3-site rotation, starting with Kitchen down on the first floor. Now, obviously last time round, they started the round beautifully. FaZe lost 2 minutes chasing after one player and only went 1 for 1. They haven't even started opening any verticals, but they still managed to get away with it. Go on, Tim.
There's another person who'd already come round the corner. Look at the window. Anyway, we move in towards round 4. We're going to see the defensive rotation start over again for SSG. They're going to be heading down to Kitchen. I think if I'm SSG, I'm looking at this and I think just do the same thing again.
Yeah.
It actually, I know they lost the round, but it actually worked really well. They burnt 2 minutes on the roam. And to be honest, just lost a bunch of gunfights as FaZe tried to push their way into side. You know, if Hot and Cold, and I'm not criticising Hot and Cold here, at the end of the day, he lost gunfight, it's fine. But if he holds on to Bakery counter, when he gets double pushed through double door as the Warden, if he picks up a kill there and holds on to Bakery counter, that round's won. That's how close SSG were to
you
getting
can see them getting caught by this as well.
So
you can see it. You can just see it, can't you?
Yeah, you really can.
I don't think he'll stay because they haven't rushed to the building, for example. No doubt from last round being far more cautious. But if he hands this out, come on, boys, surely not.
Well, we've seen it before.
I want the
We've seen
freebie.
it before when you go for the double. They haven't this time. Hot and Cold's moved away. Ashen's going to hold on. But we have seen it before where you send one out and teams think, right, we're okay now. And the second one comes out and gets them. So, you know, it sometimes can be worth it.
I'm seeing no ram, which suggests you might just get a lateral push coming here. They'll say, forget about the verticals. We just want to go direct to site. And the fact there's now 3 of them at least remotely around this side of the map out towards Bakery. 2 of them here, of course, pushing in. Also, the other one rotating up towards North Bakery window has now moved away to front door. I thought you might just see them say, you know what, it worked last time, let's just go straight for that. And even baited beautifully by the Frostmat.
Yeah, I think FaZe largely saying, you know, let's forget about the top floor roam. If they want to leave 2 or 3 people up there, fine, we'll just rush and push site. But
really
as you say, it's just not really worked out for them because Hot and Cold's kept a great angle there. He's also challenging KDS here on this main door. He's not going to allow him in for free, but saying that, KDS does walk in for free, manages to get a kill from behind, and FaZe are doing exactly what I suggested they might, and they're saying forget about the roamers, let's push the site and deal with them as the roamers have to come back, and that's exactly now the position that J90 finds himself in. He needs to go back, he needs to be almost the attacker, the aggressor onto site. Castle is up above and is going to get a great kill. Forest has been fantastic on the roam so far on Cafe.
They could still probably hold this. I don't know if they know that
if
both
they've got
players...
the vertical, they can.
I don't know. They've abandoned vertical now to come back and play for trades, which I think is quite smart, knowing there are 2 players probably grouped up now pushing in for an execute, which is exactly what they've done. But the rotation coming in has been air jabbed off. They'll probably have to go through Coat instead, and that's exactly the angle that Souls is holding.
plant is going down. It will be successful. Souls gets one. Can't quite find J9 who doesn't get his man. Vitaking shuts him down. And that's going to be a successful round for FaZe, including a nice little plant along the way. And I like that from FaZe. Yeah, I think they recognise round one, we kind of got away with it. We went in and won some gunfights, but it was, you know, maybe a little bit closer than it should have been. But so this time, we're not playing into the roam. We're not going to waste 2 minutes trying to get control of the map. If they want to stay out there, that's fine. We're just going to do the same thing that we won with in round one. We're just going to do it at the beginning of the round, and that is we're going to walk into gunfights and win inside of sight.
Through hookup by Crook, they've managed to win that downstairs twice now as well. Again, the first time it felt unforgivable that SSG would let that round slip. That one there, a little more forgiven, admittedly. You know, FaZe, I think, were, although slow, very decisive in trying to make this push work, and it did, come to fruition. SSG not quite able to adapt to the speed they needed. That flick onto Forest was horrible to play. And it was like a mid-spray flick as well as like a straight flick one tap. It was a, I'm already firing, snap, and then back to firing straight into coat again. It's good stuff from Souls, who is going much better this map than the previous one.
We will be moving on to round 5, and it will once again be mining and dining that we will be going to.
5 seconds.
Top floor coming in from SSG. A lot of setup up there. Castle going to try and keep hold of Piano by the looks of things. And maybe doing that. Yes, going to do that at distance. So they've got the mirror window in Cocktail for Forest. They've got the wall opened up in front, and they can look all the way from Lumber across into Piano. So it's going to make it very difficult for FaZe to get themselves established in there. Looking at the side of FaZe, they don't have anything to really deal with that mirror window. I was wondering maybe get an Ash in there. As we've said, can deal with them very well at distance, but that's not going to be the case. But I look at the Amaru of Handy, and I'm wondering, are we going to have a little freezer hatch or even a dining window zip in with the Amaru? Vitaking has the diffuser in hand at the minute, so unlikely. But if that changes hands over to Handy, you keep your eye out for that one.
I think overall, just the comp they've got along just screams that everything is built around the Amaru, the chaos of the Ying, the DKB, everything just says it's going to be about that moment. Where he chooses to make the play is anyone's guess. We'll find out very shortly, I imagine, as they start gearing their way up. It can be in through the window. You need a lot of smokes to make that happen. They've got 2 smokes and obviously a bunch of candelas. It can be up through the hatch. In which case, like you say, needs to go through freezer. So they have got options, but at the minute, not really seeing it orchestrated too much to say that. Cold's coming out, Ying's coming out, everything's coming out, in we go, Tim.
The Amaru will dive in, and it will be unsuccessful. Hot and Cold is more than ready, takes down Handy. Ashen is downed along the way up on top floor though. Cyber will try and move across and get that clearance, but Vitaking gets taken down underneath. Likely going to be a second death up there as Ashen will be finished off by Cyber, so that leaves us effectively 3 versus 3. And SSG are a little bit back to the wall here. FaZe are managing to keep the pressure on them. It's KDS to finish off Ashen, and that does level things up within the round. This has been a speedy one, but Cyber is down and likely to be finished off. Full shot after shot, can't find him. It's going to be Forest to clean that up.
1-for-1s everywhere between these two teams. Ultimately, though, SSG are out on top at 3-2. It's going to be a bit of a tall order, I think, for KDS and for Souls. Now, again, everything kind of rode on that execute of the DKB, the Ying, and the Amaru working in tandem, but Handy just gunned down as soon as he started moving. I think they were probably expecting the Amaru to go elsewhere, and the fact that they heard it coming in through the double window was like, oh, okay, then I guess we just shoot him. He's not nowhere to hide. So they managed to deal with the initial push quite well, and so far have cleaned up nicely from this. But Souls with a horrible shot. Sick again.
Souls, that was absolutely beautiful. KDS, he's just trying to peek in through reading. He knows that there's one insider there, but just cannot find the angle. Souls once again going for the look. Fultz will pick up KDS, so it's all up to the clutch master himself. Souls 1v2, 20 seconds left to go. We know he's capable. He's going to stray into a line of sight if he's not careful, though, when he tries to get that diffuser. Does manage to get it. There's an opportunity for him here. It's going to take a long rotate for Fultz to get across, but I can tell you he's already moving.
He's trying to get across. They'll get the side angle from here as well. It'll be a nice, easy close out for SSG. Well played at the end there. A little bit scary for a second when Souls hit that scary shot through to Fireplace to bring it down to a 2v2. But SSG get that close. The one thing, again, I'm nervous about a bit is it's 3-2 on the defensive side for SSG. FaZe get this round here, and I know they've kind of, again, stolen a couple of rounds, it feels, down on the ground floor, but that sets us up for quite a scary second half and may well propel us to that map 3 the analysts thought we'd get to.
Yeah, from the NA point of view, you've got to look at it and say, you know, this is a map that SSG struggled to get an attack on yesterday. They only won 1 attack here on Cafe. You know, at the minute, they're going to have to win a minimum of 2 if they want to take it even towards overtime. So FaZe already maybe applying a little bit more pressure than it might actually appear. You know, you look at it and think, well,
Wolf couldn't believe his eyes. A freebie on Valentine's Day.
You know, SSG, you could look at it and say, well, they've been ahead all the time, they're winning. But are they winning by enough? That is going to be the big question come the end. I thought SSG dealt with the Amaru extremely well. Hot and Cold was more than ready for it and shut down Handy very, very quickly. And that really seemed to break the back of the round for FaZe. It was, you know, obviously that was the focal point of what they were going to do with the Ying, the Amaru, try and get in there, but it just didn't work for them.
And now coming into this next round, Mute Mozzie being brought along by SSG. Almost like a staple operator combo for them over the years. I spoke about it yesterday when we were seeing them play around in Clubhouse. They invented the SSG drone that relied very heavily on those two operators. Surely they don't get away with another one though. Tim Jane, I know for a second at least suggesting there could be a spawn peak on the cards. It's opted to back away, but again leaning in towards this. I think where we've seen FaZe be a little bit weak, as we remarked back in round one, is on the drone work. Restricting that even further with the Mutant and Mozzie. Great way to capitalize on that weakness.
Ashen's had to dip away from that because of the drone. I was going to say Cyber was up on Rappel. He was in the danger zone. But the fact that, again, that's the due diligence we expect from FaZe. They send the drone in first. I check before I get on the roof, and now you have not been hit by a Nitro. That's why I was so surprised that they'd fallen foul of that spawn peak a couple of rounds ago. But for the time being, SSG have got themselves locked and loaded, ready to rumble up on that top floor. They've got 3 trying to hold on to Cocktail, Barback, Storage and Bar to prevent the verticals above site. FaZe yet to choose a real point of ingress, but Cyber is actually moving into Cigar at the minute, so the challengers are going to come on the top floor. Forest is off to his left though, so just needs to be a little bit careful. I think Forest might actually be underneath him.
He is. That's the option to push up red, but I imagine there'll be a drone down there ready and waiting. C4 up onto New Balk, expecting someone to push around. Not the case. And Cyber gets pushed at the same time, almost trying to distract him with the C4, but Cyber a little bit too good for that at the best of times. Souls into another again, still going strong this map. Second highest fragger on the team. Fultz gets one back, a 4v2 for FaZe.
Looking like it's going to be 3-3 on the scoreboard here as we see ourselves now in a 4 versus 1. Ashen's got it all to do from the top floor. Does manage to down Cyber, so that's something at least. Effectively 1v3. Doesn't know that there's a second there with him. And that's going to be the kill for Souls to finish things off. 3-3 on the half. And you got to say, I feel like FaZe have come away with the best of the goods there from the first half of Cafe.
Yeah, it feels like a bit of a smash and grab operation for them because I think SSG have played it better. Outside of a couple of... I didn't want to call it scrappy round endings, but close round endings is probably a better way of looking at it, that FaZe have come out on top of. It probably could have looked in maybe round 1 being where they got caught off guard entirely. The other couple of rounds, maybe there's a world there where SSG walk away with those, and instead it's a 5-1. They'll be kicking themselves that they've come out of that 3-3. It's now FaZe on the defense. On their map pick, let's not forget. We'll see if SSG can persevere, because as we remarked yesterday, they played this map 6 times before coming to this tournament, only won it twice. They played it 7 times now to come into this tournament and only won it twice.
KDS providing a perfect example of what I was talking about there, of why sometimes you upside down rappel, especially if you're watching a run out, because it just gives you a greater range of motion.
Have you brought your gaming laptop, by the way?
Of course.
You got Siege on it? Should we play some ranking?
We should definitely.
I'm really in the mood for some ranking.
I'm a little bit scared of playing ranked in Brazil because they're all so good.
All the pros are here as well.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, right, we don't have to quite play at the level of pros, but...
I just know that as a region, Brazil is so good that I'm probably going to get slammed in rank, but it could be fun.
Could be helpful. Should do it. Let's get a talent stack on the go. Set up in the green room.
It wouldn't be the first time, and it's certainly won't be. Here we go then, we've switched halves. We are into the second portion of the game. FaZe move on to the defense, and immediately they are taking Bar and Cocktail. I spoke about it earlier, it's not my favorite site defensively. The stats aren't great for defenders winning this site, but FaZe, they come from a different region. They're from, you know, the Brazilian region. Maybe they bring something a little bit different. Maybe they can do what others cannot.
Alrighty. Immediately straight into getting rid of the castle barricades. Those 2 Escaros mentioned before, even though you haven't necessarily got soft destruction on it, even when you don't have it. Here we've got the Flores. The Escaros function pretty much for the same purpose, given you can just use 2 and get rid of those castle barricades scattered around the map. The mirror also one to watch out for here as well. FaZe leaning back into that operator selection. And I can't imagine we're going to see the Wamai of Cyber hanging around here too long once these walls and castle barricades start getting opened up.
Just going to see the pressure towards heaven to begin with. Forrest just opening that window. Very aware, Ashen just covering any jump outs potentially for him as well. I think Handy is on the white stairs at the minute, so there's the potential option there. Double nade goes in, Souls managed to avoid it and get the kill. They just didn't expect the aggression, but Fultz is there for the trade. 4 versus 4.
Ash is there to regain the diffuser. Could have been messy to be fair if Fultz wasn't inside a cigar to watch that window. Souls gets out of there, probably gets a second kill onto Ashen, and then it's all disaster for SSG. So well played on Fultz to have that covered.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
Still SSG working around the rooftop. 1 minute 10 left to go. Not got themselves established inside of the map realistically yet. Piano is still in the possession of... It's not, I'm going to say in the possession of FaZe. They've got one at Pixel, but that's about it. Fultz is just looking to try and get in there at the minute. Cyber taken down well by J90. 3 versus 3 as the kills rain in. 1 for 1 for 1 for 1. 2 versus 2 as SSG have managed to walk into the middle of site. There's 45 seconds to go. They could do this.
And they've got the diffuser as well, so they could probably... They've got run of the site here. The problem is, always on this site. Downstairs, C4s with a Solis down there. And they've got an impact to make use of as well. This could all go so wrong. They've got to be quick, though. This is getting away from them. Howard.
It has got away from them.
They've let it get away from them here, Tim. They've gone for that more default spot. It was outside of the rooms they were playing in, not in readings. So they've managed to smash and grab it a little bit here, SSG. It feels like FaZe have got a hard job to get a retake on.
Yeah, I think so. That's fantastic from SSG. And that all came from taking out the bulletproof camera, paying attention to small pieces of utility like that can win you rounds. Fultz, he's just waiting for this challenge to come. The red ping is there and he manages to find Andy. 2 versus 1 now. Vitaking has it all to do. Can do absolutely nothing as J90 closes it out. And that's going to be the first attacking round to SSG. And they have already done as well on the attack of Cafe as they did yesterday.
And a good attacking round at that as well. I was nervous coming into this half that we'd see a very different SSG to what we maybe saw on Border, but I've mentioned it. To be fair, the word I used to describe them yesterday was decisive. They looked that way yesterday. Maybe not as sharp as Wolves at points, but still very good. And that has translated across today tenfold. We're seeing them even more like it. And against a somewhat, I don't want to say lethargic phase, but they definitely feel off the game. SSG are thriving right now. Yes, it's only the first attacking round win, but the small things like Fultz being in the right place at the right time to cover for his teammates was beautiful. We didn't see a lot of that teammate-sided cover coming out of FaZe. It feels like a team playing against 5 individuals, and that's the key difference, I think, in this game.
Fultz is quietly having a great game here on Cafe.
Great series as well.
10 and 4, yeah, overall, he's having a great day. 10 and 4 here on Cafe, and to be honest, you know, we've been shouting other names, Ash and Forrest on that team particularly, you know, across the 2 maps. I know Ashen's been a little bit quiet on Cafe.
To be fair, J90 was the hero of the last map as well.
Yeah, you know, absolutely. Really well. But Fultz has had some big moments and is really working hard for the team. And at the minute, his stat line is showing it, 10 and 4. He's having an absolute field day here on Cafe. And if SSG can take some confidence from that and win a couple more attacks, you start looking at a potential 2-0 here. And I'm just going to double down on it, Des. Top floor site, not held on to by the defenders. That's the 3rd we've seen. It's the 3rd loss we've seen.
Very good, Tim. Very good.
I'll keep saying it until they stop playing it.
That 0% win rate, Tim, on that top floor. You'll be screenshotting it, no doubt, after the next couple of days and saying, no one's won on it yet. What's going on? Obviously, we don't know maybe what's happened on other streams or games we haven't been casting, but at least what we've seen, it hasn't been won yet. Here we go then for Mining. It's going to be the top floor defense, though, to start things off. If it's hard to defend laterally, you play vertically. That is the golden rule of strats in Siege when trying to create ways to defend things. You can get creative, of course, and even attack them or defend them from below. We remember seeing back on Bar and Stage on Clubhouse a wonderful C4 from Doki through the basement. That was a good while ago. Now, though, now I think about it, this round at least, J90 starts things off onto Cyber, who has been warming into the series, but he kept quiet in a few of these rounds.
A great start for SSG once again, and I think FaZe, you know, they've got questions to answer overall on the defense. The fact that a plant went down with the Solis on board, just because, you know, yes, they'd lost the bulletproof cap, they can't allow that to happen. So it wasn't KDS. Souls manages to pick up a kill with a Nitro, but is going to be traded out as hot
team
and
play again, right?
4 versus 3 again. Yes, SSG
3 players.
are much better at impacting on those deaths and getting those trades. Souls is a real thorn in their side at the minute, though.
And the thing is, although Souls has got a kill immediately, a second later there is someone there trying to go for the trade. The team play is sublime, but he gets away with it. Hot and Cold gets a second as well. FaZe are just falling again in this team versus 5 individual scenario. SSG once again with the numbers advantage, but 2 very healthy members still up for FaZe.
Both of them now back on site. So SSG have got a little bit of time here. They've got 1:05. They're now back on the drones. It's a little bit of a pause from them to say, right, let's find the utility, let's find the players, and let's decide where we're going to go for this execute. Forest has the fuser in hand, so they've got what they need, but the problem that SSG face is low hit points at the minute. J9 Forest both below half. Hot and Cold has taken some serious chip damage as well. That's a problem. SSG are going to be kind of keen to find a kill, maybe onto Souls. They're looking for him vertically. If they can find him and get the kill, then the round really opens up for them.
Does for now at least, still hanging down. No C4 to play behind, let's not forget as well. So can't exactly go fishing here whilst they bring down death from above. And I'm looking at all the utility in the back pocket of Hot and Cold here. Fires, smokes, they can lock off areas of the map, they can lock down sight lines. They've got a lot to work with, but they've got to go at some base. And this is Shorty, they've still got him, Drones with the hatch. That's it, down to just Souls. Big as he can see through smoke. Hot and Cold said it doesn't matter. He's got to ace Tim.
He really does.
Oh
and that's can he find his fifth? He takes a lot of damage. Forest has to stick this, and he's not going to give him his ace. He comes off the plant, and that is still going to be a round for FaZe. Grabbed almost single-handedly by Souls.
Heartbreaking for SSG, and it brings you back to some of those rounds yesterday against Wolves, and I've said it so much throughout this series, like it feels like SSG really lack the sharp, pointy stick to just go and poke the enemy team with. There's no one player that you look at and say, hero, gonna do it all for them. What we just seen in that round there, Souls, the hero, gets a 4K and manages to play that 1v1 really well at the very end. But it wasn't off the back of a team effort, really. Let's not forget, he was getting pressured on Cocktail. He got swung on, I think it was by Fultz, who couldn't quite catch him in time. He leaps out the window, gets back in Snowdoor. It's kind of like he found the one small gap in the armor of SSG, and they've just exploited that all round long. He's just played it so well. But SSG, on a team basis, really overall, there's only one or two things you correct in that round. It's an absolute stinker to lose to Souls there.
We've just seen a perfect example of why Souls is one of the greatest clutch players that we've got in Siege at the moment. He's absolutely unreal in those situations, and it'll give his team such belief. You know, yeah, it might be 1v2, 1v3, but it's Souls. He's going to win it. Of course he's going to win it. Fantastic round from FaZe there, and SSG, I'm sure, going to be kicking themselves a little bit. 3 versus 2 with 1:05 left on the clock, and it just feels like they maybe wasted a little bit too much time chasing Souls round on the vertical. There was so much of that floor opened up with the shotty, and it just took so long to try and look for him that it just didn't leave them with enough time come the end.
I think this is the first map, by the way, that we've seen across yesterday and today where SSG have not banned Yink. So understandably, it's being brought along here once again. Saw it used a couple of rounds ago. Ashen's back on it here, not having the best map himself, admittedly, but one thing I was going to remark on a couple of rounds ago, I think he was 1 and 6, and he was still, after every round, giving it full gas. Even though he's not playing great himself, his team is still celebrating everything they're doing well, and it's just a real nice little cute thing to notice about the kind of culture of that team. Your IGL's got you back even when he's not on his day.
Exactly that. It's going to be a kitchen defense this time around. There is a presence from FaZe out in the map a little bit, not so much vertically, but more laterally. They've got themselves out in KDS's setup inside of VIP. That's going to be an important point for SSG to clear out should they try to push from the freezer side once they get that vertical control. It may be that they just opt for Bakery and don't play into it, but if that's the case, they're going to have Souls to contend with, and we've just seen what Souls can do in round 8.
Haven't we just? I'm always quietly nervous these days when I see an Echo without any kind of counter on the other side. No KB, no IQ coming along, and I'm just like, yeah, Handy's playing around Coat, or at least was when I saw him about 10 seconds ago. If he hangs around there and they can pick him off, great. If not, he could be the Doomsday kind of ringing the death bell come the end of this round.
So much work has been done so quickly by SSG. I spoke about them being a confidence team previously in map 1, and this is what shows, you know, how confidently they've moved through that map once they've got the drones in, straight in behind them, taken the control. If you give them an opportunity, they will grab at it, and so FaZe have got a long time to try and hold on here with a lot of verticality opened up above site now. There really should be an opportunity for SSG to get a diffuser down here.
Single Candle are coming in more to try and bait a reaction from the other side. They've still got 3 more in back pocket to make use of, and a single smoke in the back pocket. Oh, we love a toe pick. We love a toe pick. He knows he's being shot, but can't quite figure out where from. Thinking now he's finally realised. Scatters like an ant scurrying back through the nest, but the vertical is still there. Now Hot and Cold chooses to strike, runs down, finds one, goes to the second, but Cyber finds his man. Plant's going down though, Tim, and Forrest is going to be able to stick this one the whole way through, it seems, even with 8 players still in the server.
That's it, there is a man advantage for FaZe here, but remember, they don't have any vertical presence. Diffuser is down, this is definitely possible for SSG to hold on to it. J9O, he predicts the flank, Ashen picks up Bitter King, SSG are looking so good in the post plant. J9 in and out of Freezer, finding kills. Handy's the left alive, he's trying to take back the vertical. He's now 1 versus 2, but he has so much work to do.
He knows one player's there, surely. No, he does not, and Fault steps out for the close as well. Great execute coming out from SSG. You spoke about the pace and what we saw from SSG versus FaZe when they were on the attack earlier on. Just looking excellent on the side of SSG. There's always that kind of fear that FaZe will just grab around out of nowhere like we saw in the previous round, back in round 8. But SSG once again find themselves in the lead. It's 5-4 going into round 10. This could be a 2-0 and not in the way that anyone would have predicted.
It's starting to look that way now because SSG only won 1 attack yesterday. Coming into this half, I said that's the improvement that SSG need to find is winning the attacks. They've now won 2 and they're looking good for them as well. I love how decisive they were here on Kitchen. It was just like, right, bang, we're going. They got the diffuser down in the absolute nick of time as well. And then the hold afterwards, the post plant from J9O. He gave them absolutely nothing. He knew the flank was coming. He knew the push was coming inside a Kitchen, and he just picked them off 1 at a time. Fantastic from SSG. Pleasure to watch, and we move to round 10.
10 seconds left.
It's always hard to call. Again, it's that kind of like clutch factor of FaZe or the way to nick around in the dying seconds, and SSG having the much superior team play so far today. It makes it really hard, even at this scoreline, seeing SSG in the lead to say which way it is going to go. Going to be reading a fireplace we step into, though, in round 10 as mentioned. Looking towards Capital, that Ying once again. Lots of smokes to drop around the site. Well, Candela's, I guess, more than anything else, and a couple of smokes to come in out of Hot and Cold. Just want to see them really tighten up here, because let's not forget, last time around, they gave Souls a lot of 1v1s, let him get to where he was at. And really, as long as they tighten that net around him, because he has been the X-Factor this game, he's at 11-5, complete reverse to what we saw back on Border. I feel if you control Souls, the round is far easier to win.
You got to remember as well, though, the 1 round they've had has been a hero play round. Souls is 11-5, but you take away that 1 round, he's 7-5. It's average, So FaZe, they've got to, yes, get the whole team moving, and they've got to allow Souls to keep doing what he's doing, but we need more from FaZe. If they want to get themselves through to map 3 here, I honestly think it's going to take more. If it just continues as it has been, I expect SSG to take this.
You're going to think of a bit of the bait coming in there. That's the bait in the jump pad, and that's exactly what they've got. But Souls has got the kill. There's 2 players out there, and the man's got away with it. Got back inside the site. Well, he's back inside the building. Now through into reading and back in sight. Just
big mistake from SSG.
He keeps getting away with it. He can't keep getting away with it.
No, it was a big mistake from SSG, and Souls has taken advantage of them once again. It's something that he's doing fantastically well. He's one of the serious strengths for FaZe right now. Cyber manages to pick up pulse, and honestly, this cafe at the minute is just on a knife edge. You've no idea which way it's going to end up going. Hot and Cold tries to get inside of the building, whilst KDS takes down Ashen, and SSG 2 versus 5 now. I don't think they know that Cyber is in Freezer. He's about to take... No, they do, as J9O manages to find him 4 versus 2, but a lot of work yet to be done.
It's not surprising because J9O had the highest KD across this team through all of 2023, but he's having a hell of a series. I know it's been a real war at points, but he's always putting up numbers. Hot and Cold in, gets rid of the clutch master himself. J9O a second. Surely you don't throw a 5 like this. No way. They just about hold on, but imagine if FaZe had thrown a 5v2 all the way down to nothing and being around lost. That would have been nuts.
I think there's a bit of pressure showing on the side of FaZe. I think, like you say, they know that they're in a game here, and they know that SSG are really bringing it, and they're having to really play at the top of the game to get rounds here. 5 versus 2 down to 2 versus 2. Oh! You really don't need to add that sort of pressure to yourself as well. But we're going to head through to round 11. We've got a guarantee of seeing all 12. Honestly, for me, give me some overtime. I want to see this one continue. What a matchup we've got here on Cafe.
That is just bonkers, isn't it?
I don't even know
Imagine if he got the first kill as well.
I don't even know how that's happened. Forrest obviously just unaware of... I don't know.
Everyone wants to go out of that window, I feel. Souls has been jumping out it 3 or 4 times. It's like, guys, it's the key to winning the game.
Still not Claymore
just keep throwing yourself out of it, yeah. And the thing is, in a couple of rounds, they have brought along Claymores for that exact reason. But on the round they don't bring it is when they're being stung.
Yep.
Bonkers.
Big problems.
Absolutely bonkers.
Moving into the round 11 then, we're going to be up to that site once again. Bar and Cocktail. It's going to be the 4th time that Des and I see it. Will it be the first time that we see it won? FaZe, they're going to try to hold on to it again. Looks like there's going to be a good presence inside of Piano, as we would expect. SSG didn't really play into it too much last time. If you remember, Fultz opened things up at the top of Red. Didn't really play in through there. They sort of got a little bit of control of Piano, but they didn't really need it too much. So SSG, I don't think will be too desperate to play in and around those castles.
Assume not, no. Once the other one plays out, then the Solars of Handy, as we've seen so many times throughout the whole tournament so far, will be out and about around the map looking to shut that information game down from SSG, because where they have been strong throughout the series, as we've said a couple of times now, is finding an isolated player and just crushing them as a 3 or a 4. You can't really do that without the information game being strong, so the Solars will always help them towards that. Otherwise, you're leaning in towards a much more defensively sided setup with the Wamai, stacking up around the Fenrir, around the shield of the Warden, around the castle barricades that have gone down. They really want to make this work, Tim, and they're going really defensive, but we've been so nervous at this site so many times.
Yeah, we really have. Cyber knows that there's a little bit of pressure coming from the rappel. His castle barricade has been opened up, but the player is long gone. They are up on the roof, so Cyber will just retire back to Pixel to hold ground behind his shield for the time being. His position is all about slowing down any push coming in that direction. SSG really trying to set themselves up from the rooftop at the minute. Looks like they are going to go for Piano control potentially. That hole being very much bottom left suggests that they're going to try and walk on into Piano. It just gives you the cover as you try to go in. You've got the wall on your left-hand side. KDS is looking to get aggressive out of shot there. I'm not sure if they're aware of his presence or not. There was a drone just there, but it looked like it got taken out maybe before it saw him, but I think that second one will have picked up on his presence.
Well, at least not going down too early in the round, but again, it's that 2-minute mark into the round where we're still kind of sniffing things out and figuring out what's going on. The blessing of this site is you don't need a lot of time in hand. He could have had a lot of success there if he checked it out. Claymore's no doubt down and protecting the windows. J9O getting rid of Cyber, who again is, when he's stayed alive for a majority of the round, has had good impact, but he does get completely shut out of it sometimes early on by SSG. They've got KDS down now as well. It's feeling like another round for the North American side if it keeps up at this pace, Tim.
Certainly could be. It's not just going to give them map point, it's going to give them series point opportunity. They could well take a surprise victory 2-0. Souls will get downed. J9O manages to pick up Handy as well. 2 versus 5. Vidaking effectively in a 1 versus 5 as KDS is down but not out, and SSG 30 seconds left to go. Honestly, I'd think about just getting that diffuser down and forcing a play out of Vidaking.
Bless. They did say they were coming for Vidaking, Tim, and he's had a quiet one today. I was going to say at 1-8 it's a bit miserable. At least he gets something from this round, going up to 2-8, but he is the other end of the map. Quite literally, he is outside the building. Also, they are worrying about planting on the other side. How's the Fenrir resistance coming in, but some flashes coming on through, and
you gotta feel for it.
Even Forrest is like, well, what the hell's going on here? Why are you there when we're trying to plant on the top floor, mate? And it's a very fair question to ask. Little chance of recovering this round. Manages to slip past the net around reading. Actually gets away with 1, but
defender exposed.
Goes out again. I'll see if there's anybody on the rappel this time. No Vidaking, there is not. Okay. This round is just a matter of time at this point. The diffuser is down. There's very little that he can do in the 1 versus 4. Going to take a ton of damage and ultimately be finished off by Ashen. So it is going to be SSG that get that map point opportunity. It will also be series point potentially. They could take a 2-0 win here against FaZe, which would be a real turn up for SSG.
We say it every time we come into an event, just nothing is guaranteed, and you don't know who's going to beat who when it comes, with a few exceptions. You don't know who's going to beat who when it comes to these kind of like, yeah, I think everyone said FaZe are going to be the top team coming out of this group. Easy win for them, no problem, should really be going undefeated. For them to potentially get 2-0 by SSG, who again, they kind of walked over a little bit at the last event. They were top of Swiss versus bottom of Swiss. It's just an absolute turnaround on expectation, and that is why these tournaments are just so fun to watch.
A little bit of revenge possibly for SSG after that Atlanta quarter-final. But yeah, I think I look at SSG and I honestly think they might have had one of the toughest starts of any team.
Yep.
Going up against Wolves and FaZe in your first 2 games.
Top 2 teams in their group outside of themselves.
It's not an easy start to come into, and you know, you've got to think about the mental element coming in. If you take a couple of losses there in those first 2 games, you've got a 3rd and 4th game that you probably should win, but it's then not a given because you've struggled in your first 2, but they've been against such good opposition. But SSG, I think, have come out, you know, especially today, and they've really shown, you know, some great siege. They've shown us the best of themselves, and I think getting 1 win out of the 2 against Wolves and FaZe is not a bad start to this tournament at all.
No, absolutely not. And you can see perfectly a world where it becomes that triangle of all the teams have beaten each other.
Yeah, just kind of.
And then it starts coming down to things like round difference against the other 2 teams in their group, which are Team Bliss and D+.
Yeah. Definitely would say so. And right, here we go. We've got potentially the final round as it will go. Hot and cold, just getting up onto the outside, likely to go East Repel, maybe up to the roof. We'll see where he's going to work from. J9O getting that Ram gadget going. The boogie drone goes in and will start taking those verticals. Again, we saw this last time when SSG attacked onto Kitchen. They were so quick in round 9. They got that verticality, they got that control, and ultimately were able to go in and get the round.
Been a few times that SSG have sort of sold a kipper to the team, really, as well, dropping out a couple of Candelas, dropping a call in from the DKB, and then no one actually moves because they expect it's going to trigger someone like Souls, which it did previously, to jump out of a window or try and get aggressive. This time around, they try and make a play into White, and Cyber was just ready. Hot and cold, taken out for free.
Fultz is going to take a little bit of chip damage there. He's going to take an awful lot more as King finds him with the shotgun. 4 versus 3 though, as Ashen manages to find one. 3 versus 3. That could be a big double from Ashen. They are looking at getting themselves over the line here, and those are the sorts of moments that they're going to need.
Massively, and if this is the time when Ashen starts to shine in the very closing round of the map and the series, you're not going to complain about how the rest of it has gone for him. J9O working his way in, 14 and 7 on this map. He was massive on border, as mentioned. Absolute hero series coming out of him. I mentioned they were lacking this player yesterday. Today, they have found it in him.
J9O then going to be working down the brown stairs, just trying to get that presence converted now from mid-floor to bottom floor. They need to think about exactly how they're going to get onto site. FaZe, they look like they are now just locked into position, and that's exactly where they're going to be playing for the rest of the round. They're just sort of inviting SSG to push, saying, come on, you've got to make the move. You're the attackers. You've got 30 seconds left.
Which really isn't a lot of time, but again, FaZe quite isolated here in terms of their players. It's been the real stinger for them throughout the whole series. They've just been collapsed on with no one really able to play trades, and Candela's coming on through. One inside VIP. The question is, do they know? A C4 over the top. That's a pretty critical kill. Onto, again, the man who's been fragging out this whole series. Unless they get rid of the VIP player, though, Forrest is under threat, and they've found him. FaZe have done enough here. Tim, say the line.
We're going to overtime, Des.
Thank you very much. Indeed, we are. 3 more rounds to settle Cafe. This could be one of those series that we were on about that turns into an absolute barn burn.
Honestly, I love it. I'm so excited by this. I wanted to see more of these 2 teams on Cafe. It's been, you know, it hasn't been perfect siege. There's been bits of mistakes on both sides, but they've both come out and won rounds as well, and it's just been so entertaining. Just that high-octane siege where you know there's going to be gunfights, you know there's going to be hero plays, you know there's going to be big moments. Looking at things, 3-3 in each half, so you would argue there is no advantage to being on defense or attack. Historically, I would say that Cafe generally leans to the defenders. Certainly what we saw yesterday it did, as is all of siege at the minute, leaning towards the defenders. FaZe will start on the defense.
Oh boy, oh boy. We were saying at the turn of the half, it's so difficult to call which way the game goes, given we've seen 2 very different stories. That kind of 5 individuals versus the team on the other side. And now at this point, it just feels like everyone's just thrown everything into a bowl and just mixed it up, and you're not quite sure what's going to come out the other end. Find out, though. Starting up on this top floor, Tim. That's a right nice risky pick on Bar Cocktail for your first defensive round.
It is when they've lost it twice already.
Well, they clearly believe they've got the answer, Tim. That's all I'll say.
I'm not too sure myself. We will see how it goes. We are yet to see this site won personally, Des and I, and it certainly hasn't been today. Attempted twice.
I just know how smug you're going to be if they lose this.
I'm not really smug. I just stop going to top floor. Please. Especially as the first choice. I'm not saying it's a site that should be avoided at all costs, but we're just seeing a better defensive success. In mining, in reading, in kitchen, we're just seeing more success in those areas.
Yeah, very fair, very fair. Mirror for FaZe coming out. We spoke about this a lot. Since whenever available, they will make use of it, at least on sites where it makes sense. But one of the teams that's more of a mirror enjoyer maybe than many others in the competition. Of course, on some maps, you'll see it brought out by the majority of teams. Some of them just don't really at all. FaZe are one of those that enjoy it. Paired up, of course, along with the Solus, as we've seen previously, it does mean you have that C4 and Solus combo that's very good for the denial. They did mess it up last time round, the 2 versus 2 on this site. Didn't quite manage to catch the player that was planting outside of reading and felt a little bit too at risk to go chasing after it particularly quickly. Had to play in the post-plant instead in much more conventional form.
I feel like this is such an important round for FaZe. They've taken a site they haven't won yet. If SSG come in here with an attacking win, you just feel like they might lock it down 8-6 on the defense. And, there's a minute 30 left for them to get it done. They haven't got themselves inside of Piano. There's actually a lot more pressure out towards the east side. They are established in Cigar as well. So SSG certainly trying to sort of squeeze FaZe from everywhere at the minute.
Ashen once again playing out on East. They're terrified of jump outs, run outs, everything, given we've already seen that happen a fair whack throughout this series. In come the Candelas, Forest straight into a full white flash, brilliant. But still manages to march his way forward and find the kill onto KDS. Instant trade coming in from Cocktail. Souls sat inside of Cocktail, watching behind the mirror window as the plant goes down. Nothing to stop this one. It is done, and FaZe have now got to get a retake on Tim.
I love that from SSG, just dumping the Candela into Cocktail. There they go, they finish it off. They dump that Candela into Cocktail to blind the mirror player, and then Forest pushed in at the perfect time. Yes, he ended up full white flashed himself, but it didn't matter. It was about getting in there quickly on the back of it whilst that player on the mirror window was out of action. They got the kill, they got the space. Hot and Cold puts the diffuser down. Great attack from SSG.
And Tim, what site did they lose?
It was the top floor, Des. I don't know if I've mentioned this, but we haven't seen a successful defense up there yet in 5 attempts.
It just goes from bad to worse, doesn't it? The thing is, looking at it from like yesterday, reading, dining and service, kitchen, 100% win rate on the defensive side. Yet teams do keep on trying to make that top floor. Technical issue in his pants, I guess.
We are on a tech pause.
We are.
Ashen is quite excited about the last round being won, I think.
Think of it more than just
he just wants to keep going. He knows they've got the momentum at the minute.
Obviously, off camera, we've probably had the admin step in just tapping him to say.
Stop that! Hey! Stop that!
Probably had the admin step in and say, calm it a little bit, because he was getting super excited. He was like, okay, yeah, calm down, calm down, calm down. And now it's gone into a tech pause. He's like, I can say what I want. Probably knowing that some of the players also would have their headsets off, as Cyber does here as well. They'll hear every single word coming out of his mouth.
Dear, oh dear.
So I imagine with the noise-cancelling headphones on, like if they've got white noise, for example, you got your in-ears in as well. You know someone's shouting at you, but don't strictly know the words they're shouting unless the mics pick it up. Ashton has probably got, it's like you, he's got a big enough mouth that it will get picked up through other mics in the room.
Is it SI if that doesn't happen?
Just funny. Just funny. Get back underway though. Game is resuming. Ashen has committed his mental warfare to the other side. And like he says, I think FaZe had to clean something up. Here we go for round 14 then. Still potentially 2 more to play out here. It's SSG on the defense. And Tim, you'll be delighted to know they are not defending Bar and Cocktail.
They're not. They're going to mining instead. Let's have a look at how SSG did on mining on their defense. They won it in round 2. They won it in round 5. They've picked a site that they had 100% success on.
Weird, that.
I don't want to labour over it. It's not even about it being the top floor. I'm just a little bit surprised by the site choice for FaZe of that top floor. you know, it's your overtime first defense, and you're picking a site that you haven't yet won on defense. You've tried it twice, you've lost it twice. If we look at FaZe's defenses overall, they won on mining, they won on reading, they won on kitchen. You know, surely you pick one of those that you've had some success on rather than the one that you haven't. But that is exactly what SSG have done. 2 attempts at mining, 2 wins so far. If they can make it 3 for 3, they take down FaZe inside 2 maps, and they get themselves a win here at SI24.
The stats don't lie, Tim. The stats don't lie. Forest being a bit cheeky on Snowdoor here, hoping to maybe at least slow the side of FaZe down, because although they'll surely get control of this east side of the map, it will require a bit of drone work. It will require being wary of the potential run out coming in from Snow, and that's why there's a Nomad on side, just in case any of that chaos does begin. That's an interesting one. Just in case someone tries to run out behind them, they get blasted out.
Yeah, we saw the attempt last time. You either go out of black door or bottom garage. You just kind of get out and see if you can see up to anybody who's on a high rappel. If they're down on the ground, you can't see them. But yeah, it's a smart one, because it's always frustrating when teams try things like that and then don't deal with it themselves. Yeah. You know, if SSG come out and are successful after FaZe have tried it, you've got to ask questions at that point. But
it denies both ways to kind of jump out onto East and then run back down to the garage, or the garage
it's
run
just
out
a bit
with
of
the C4
everything. That's it. So we're going to have the Twitch drone in. Does not take out the bulletproof cam that it was looking for. That could be a big one.
Yes. Previously, they've had to get right up close and personal with it and destroy it after clearing through the top floor. So the whole time it was feeding information against them. Probably going to have to find themselves doing exactly the same here. Cyber sat inside of Cigars, being so wary, doesn't want to give himself away entirely to that camera. Sees it now. Blessing a play in the Ash. Can destroy it at range. Although I imagine it got eaten up either by an ADS or by the Wamai. If not,
I did hear an explosion.
I did hear it, but it was a bit delayed though.
Yeah, we'll see as we go on whether that is still in position or not. But for the time being, FaZe are trying to continue on that top floor clearance. The fact that KDS is wandering through Lumber into Piano would suggest that they've got everybody moved on, which they have. J-Nano and Forest have dropped down underneath now, so Cocktail is in the possession of FaZe. They get things kicked off with a kill against Forest. Cyber using those verticals.
This would be just be a classic if in overtime in the first 2 rounds the attackers win both of the first 2 rounds.
Yeah.
And you just have no idea what to expect going into 15. You can see it coming as well.
Oh, absolutely. It's on the cards. 5 versus 4 then, as the pressure continues to mount for SSG here. Fultz is kind of out on red stairs at the minute. He knows that there's somebody above him. I think he's just trying to have any impact that he can, but it's going to be difficult because it's Souls on 13 and 8 who's coming down the stairs looking for him, and it's not going to be an easy challenge.
This is not. It's got the right sort of idea. There is a player off to the left, but Souls just not quite got the angle that he needs. Fultz gets one back and it's Souls down. I said you've got to kill God if you want to win these rounds, Tim, and they've done it.
Time is becoming such a factor here. 9 seconds left to go for SSG to hold on. 3 versus 3, 2 versus 2, 2 versus 1. Could SSG do this inside 2 maps? They've won it, Des! They've beaten FaZe on Cafe, and they take the win!
Unbelievable! Coming into today, everyone had FaZe down on those prediction cards. The teams take it. Maybe a 2-1 split, maybe you lose a map. But no, SSG taking both. Retain that decisive play that we saw yesterday as a team. And I said it in the game, Tim, for me, it did come down to that. It was 5 individuals versus a very well-drilled team. And maybe today we've seen J-Nano perform at the level we expect when you need a star player on your team. We didn't see that yesterday, but that has blown this group wide open. It is not going to be the clear run through that everyone thought it would be for FaZe.
No, absolutely not. And you've hit the nail on the head there, Des. SSG look like a great team today, working with each other, covering each other, trades, just, you know, the combination of the utility sending in a Candela, Forest pushing in at the right time, the comms are obviously there, you can see it in the play. When comms are really good, you can see it. It's not about hearing it, and that is exactly what we've had from SSG. I've been impressed by them, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as the group stages go on.
The thing is, like you said, they've had their 2 big games now, and it's not to assume that these 2 teams will be free wins for them. They've got D+ and they've got Bliss as their next 2 games.
They should be beating them, is the reality.
The very exciting one, in my opinion, will actually be now we see FaZe play up against Wolves. That'll be not so much the decider of the group, but if FaZe go and beat Wolves now, there's been that triangle of teams beating each other. It probably will come down to round if in terms of who sits where in seeding. Of course, only 1 team goes home in this group, but that seeding can mean a lot.
I love the chaos. I just get so excited.
So much more to come. What a group it's turning out to be. Let's go over to the desk where I'm sure they've got plenty to say about that matchup.
That we do, because this one was, I think, a bit of a barn burner. I don't know whether I expected it. I did say I'd go hopping. Maybe I might do that off camera. I don't think anyone wants to see that on camera. And what a performance from SSG.
Yeah, it was really entertaining siege to watch, in my opinion, as well. The way they were so structured on their attacks. I mean, we keep on talking about the attacks, but they're so important, especially considering both these teams' initial halves were 3-3s, right? So in overtime, that's when it's really going to start to matter when you're running your attacks or not. But it was really nice to see what kind of ideas and strategies that SSG are bringing out today.
Absolutely. I mean, we got to give credit to FaZe. They definitely played well.
Yep.
I just think SSG played so much better in the way that they matured from last event to this event. It's a different type of SSG that we've seen, and I'm very impressed to see how they've come full circle. They're able to be fast, they're able to be slow. They clearly had a game plan coming into this game.
Well, you said you're looking forward to, seeing and figuring out how far they've come. We actually get to hear how far they've come from probably the loudest person I have ever heard in a room, in a venue. That was ridiculous. What does it mean to beat FaZe?
Well, we lost to him in Atlanta. We've always, ever since then, we've had a bone to pick, especially me with VidaKing. Just a little rivalry. So, it's a great feeling, especially coming off the loss yesterday where we felt that game was in our control for, I'd say, 75% of the game. But, it just feels great right now. First dub, it was a 2-0, pretty good fashion. We're back on Cafe, so.
Absolutely. I mean, before we get into the dramatics, the game plan that I was talking about, it looked like you guys were very composed. I know in Atlanta, when things went awry, you guys kind of turned to your gun skill to bring you through that game back against FaZe. But this time around, it looked like you guys really stuck to the game plan, especially on defense, of really forcing FaZe to go for these executes. Yeah. Can you walk me through what the plan was a little bit without giving too much away?
They're a slow team, so we know, I'm a solo guy, you can watch any VOD and see me just like solo roam, so just kind of playing consolidating and not really giving them those picks. We learned a lot from Atlanta with, their speed and how slow they are, so I think we had a great game plan to just, bring the util and just bleed them out, so.
Absolutely. I mean, it showed, and there was a lot of trash talk before the game.
Yep.
You guys are really good at mental warfare. Do you think it came into an effect? Because you said you were going for VidaKing, and in that last match, I mean...
He was quiet. I don't know. He wasn't shooting. I'm not going to say it. Never mind. Yeah.
Okay. Keep it more composed.
Yeah,
I mean,
more composed.
on a bigger scale, right? You're in Brazil.
Yeah.
So all things going well, you make it to main stage. How do you think the crowd being against you this time is going to affect you and your team going forward?
I love it. Honestly, right now I'm the villain. I scream at all the Brazilian teams. all the people we play against. So it's just, if anything, it's them who have the weak mentals that it affects them more than me. So the crowd will affect me less than I will affect them more. So it's all ghost pressure, we call it. Get in the mind, just something to think about. Just typing in chat, we're just screaming, VidKing came up to me earlier and said, "You don't shoot today." He wasn't shooting both maps, so.
Well, look, to be honest, mate, that's a very solid performance for day two, especially after, yesterday. I think there were a lot of questions that people had. I think you've answered a lot of the questions for the fans at home and also for us here on the desk. It's really important to see that. As we usually do, I'd like to give you the final word. Anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
Yep. Shout out to Space Station getting us that boot camp right before the event. Also, shout out to my parents. I'm still 18 in high school. They let me fly out, miss a month of school. So appreciate all the support back home, and let's keep cranking through groups.
Ashton, thank you very much, and congratulations on what is a massive victory.
Thank you.
Well, I mean, that now sets the tone, right? That sets the pace for SSG. They now have to match that as they go through SI. This is the benchmark that we've seen from them. Whether it's the trash talk, whether it's the in-game performance, you can wipe that all aside, Anne, because collectively, as a team, they looked like a unit.
Definitely did.
Absolutely. I think we know SSG as being a good team. We know FaZe as being a very consistent team. Usually everybody on the side of FaZe is usually firing on all cylinders. I hate to put it all on one guy because it's not, but the biggest outlier was VidaKing. Especially in Atlanta, he was the one getting inside SSG's head. He was the one firing up the crowd, and he was actually winning a lot of the rounds on that supportive role. But today, I think SSG definitely had a good answer for him. They definitely forced him to go for those plans and be able to put his gun down, put the case down, and that's where the C4s were able to respond on SSG's side and get them those rounds on defense.
I really liked SSG's takes on this map. There's specifically their attacks coming out here. We saw that FaZe spend out Grim, and basically it felt to me like SSG was picking everything else of that utility they could bring in that game. We saw lots of Gridlock, we saw Ying lots of times, we saw a few Dokubis as well here and there, just to make sure they can use that utility to take one part of the map. We saw it so many times with the cocktail take, where they take that initial part, and even if that doesn't fully 100% succeed, they will still rotate around to the other side of the map and still pull off a successful take.
Absolutely. I love the amount of misdirection that they had too. Some rounds they were bringing Ram and Buck to be able to cause a lot of noise, a lot of problems, and then the Ying as well, taking, like you said, distraction away. And then most of the times it really led into or fed into one guy upside down on a rappel. We saw a lot of the bait pushing FaZe into these open exposed positions where they have to respond to the diffuser, and SSG was there waiting for them.
The big one for me, kind of looking at this as a whole, SSG, the number was 19% attacking win rate coming into today. And they've gone back-to-back against FaZe, you know, 3-4 attacking wins on Cafe, likewise on Border. Is this good sides? Is this what we need to see to potentially have SSG make main stage?
I think it is. I think the biggest question against Wolves wasn't necessarily their defense. I think it was the SSG attacks. They felt a little clunky, a little not on the same page, but today you could clearly see the difference in game plan, in who they needed to go for, where they needed to take, and the adaptation, especially on Border, going from round one, trying to be very direct, didn't work. All of a sudden, they turned into a bunch of little like ants, rats, going to the basement, finding their picks on the floor, and again, pushing FaZe into these exposed positions. And FaZe just wasn't ready for it. They didn't adapt on the same level as SSG.
No, and that's, I guess at the end of the day, that's something we've talked about a lot, is the mid-round adaptations and how they work. But something that also plays a huge effect can be a mid-round adaptation from a single player. The Intel highlight will show that the play of the game faults with that quick little 3K. Really, for me, I think we've seen a couple of moments throughout these games. We saw it on Border, and then we saw it again on Cafe. Just slight moments where a player will stand up and pretty much change the entire outcome of a round.
100%. I feel like Fultz did a really, really good job with that today. Definitely one of the standout players in that regards, being able to really pull around back towards his favor, whereas they're really not looking all too good, but then just really good positioning and that, you know, game sense of being in the right moment, right time, helping out well.
You have to commend Fultz because he wasn't always on the roles on the flex role that he is today. He used to be kind of Ashen's roles. He used to be that primary entry, that guy that went out and got the kills for his team. So now for him to take a back seat and really support and flex his team while doing it, while looking good, I mean, you have to commend him for that level of maturity increase.
That's a very good look. It's an observation that I think starts to concrete the conversation that we had for this matchup in particular. But speaking of this matchup in particular, it's all over. It's done and dusted. SSG 2-0 FaZe, surprisingly for most at home. But we now move on to a game that has, I would say, a fair bit at stake. Wolves are currently 1-0 in their win column. Bliss are yet to even play on a main stage, and let alone even play at SI. And they're coming up after this break.
I cast them in their loss towards G2. Technically, they got less rounds against G2 than...
When I was 14, 15, I used to watch the original D2 Dynasty play at the Invitational, and I could always envision myself playing here, but I never thought I would actually make it.
I feel so excited because this is my first SI and I want to improve myself, not just playing good this tournament. I want to win the SI.
It's my first time playing at the Invitational and there's not really any expectations on us. So we're just going to have fun, play free and see what happens.
You know, coming to our side personally, it doesn't really feel real. You know, you're playing this game at home, but then you're here competing against the best.
제가 이 인비테이션을 처음 오게 돼서 기분은 되게 좋은데 옛날부터 이제 어릴 때부터 이제 게임을 하면서 그 게임의 이제 최고 대회, 이제 최고의 대회를 한번 나가고 싶었는데 그 대회를 나가서 지금 너무 떨리고 기분이 좋고 솔직히 잘할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 되게 굳세게 지금 각오를 하고 대회에 임하려고 하고 있습니다.
The penta with EG in the grand final. Yeah, I think that's my first watching SI. I feel like just wow, you know.
Being in Sao Paulo is really amazing, especially for Rainbow Six. The community here is so supportive.
I want to see the crowd. I think will be so crazy.
Ça a toujours été iconique d'être au Six Invitational. Mais là, en plus que c'est au Brésil, ben, c'est nouveau, ça donne envie d'aller chercher le trophée, quoi.
Of course, I hope one day I would come and somehow I'm here.
I'm feeling ready to compete and you know, win this thing.
プレイヤーネームはピョンでやってます。スカーズ所属のピョンです。で自分はスカーズの中で IGL っていう役職、インゲームリーダーっていう、キャプテンシー、指示出しとかを、する役職を、やってます。うちのメンバー、一番自分と長く付き合ってる太陽はすごい引っ込み思案というか、冷静に相手をさばくのがすごい上手い選手。ワッショイが一緒のチームで4年間ぐらいやってて、強み的な部分で言うとすごい勢いがある選手、こうするって決めたらすごいアグレッシブに動いたり。自分のアイデンティティがある選手がワッショイだと思います。で次にお魚好き選手っていうすごい頭のいい選手で、その想像力が豊かだから相手が何をしてくるかっていうその予知とかもできてて、自分たちのチームの中で一番頭が冴えてる選手だと思います。最後にレック選手、かなりそのスカーズといえばみたいなところで次に作戦がすごいっていうのとレックの打ち合いが強いって言われるぐらい、世界からもすごい注目されてるエントリークラッカーみたいなので取り上げられてるぐらい、世界に通用する日本の一番強い打ち合いプレイヤーだと思います。6インビテーショナルはシージ年1回にしかないシージの一番大きな大会で、そこで勝つっていうのは本当にその年に一番輝いたチームっていう証明なので、そこで勝つってことは歴史にシージの歴史に残る名誉あることだと思います。自分たちは作戦がすごい意識してる、重要視しているチームなので、作戦対作戦になったら絶対に負けません。
Hey, I'm Troy. I go by Canadian in-game. I'm the in-game leader of Dark Zero. And I am the best and the most accomplished in-game leader in the history of Rainbow Six Siege.
Force the late rounds here, okay? Make them work for it.
NJR is the best side anchor in the game and one of the most clutch players to play the game. Pambazoo is our lurker in entry. He is, hands down, one of the smartest and highest game sense players that has ever played Siege. I'm also very much looking forward to playing in Brazil. The crowds there is something special, and the passion of the fans. Definitely excited for SI to be there as well.
No one's spotting him. Now it's all in Bolo. Bolo definitely going to make an effort of it, if nothing else. Oh my God! Bolo can clutch this if he just comes in right now. Sooner than Bolo!
Bolo gets the ace!
Bolo has to try and play this out from the freezer hallway, but he's been discovered. He's going to get it down, but they're actually going to be able to take out Shala behind him as well. Bolo for 2. Bolo for 3. Bolo clutching it out. He's got the pistol! Bolo! The hot-handed young blood will get it done.
We are Dark Zero, and we are the hungriest, most hardworking, talented Rainbow Six Siege team in the world.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab. Run like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it. I know that they hate it. We carry this right out of the bag. The timing is right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Right now. Right now. Right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I came in, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink. Got a vision, your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This just is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move. Let's go. Yeah. Timing is right now.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression, it's all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all in my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who lying for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bucket. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune. I'm flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Meu nome é Jaime Pereira Ramos Jr., mais conhecido como Cyber dentro do jogo Rainbow Six. Jogo pela FaZe Clan.
What is the idea for FaZe to try and mix things up? Oh, what a shot there from Cyber.
Major Suécia, eu quebrei o recorde, né, de kills que teve em campeonato de Major. No próximo campeonato que a gente jogou, que foi o Major Berlim, eu quebrei novamente meu recorde, mas não fui campeão. Meu estilo de jogo é muito agressivo, então eu sou um jogador que pensa em muitas possibilidades ao momento. Tem o Vita King, né, que é o nosso IGL. Ele é um jogador que direciona a gente onde ele precisa.
Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vita King! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen it, Ace Hopes and Dreams!
Essa parte, assim, ele faz muito bem. Então acho que ele meio que nasceu para essa parte de fazer essa parte de IGL, assim. Tem o Souls, né, que está há muito tempo comigo. É um jogador que é muito calmo. Ele consegue pensar muito sobre o jogo também. Ele consegue trazer muitos rounds importantes pra gente, que a gente tá perdendo. Ele é um jogador muito habilidoso nessa parte. O KDS é uma pessoa que fica parado, não faz muita coisa assim fora do comum.
KDS is looking for him and the opening kill is for FaZe.
Acho que essa parte sim é uma parte mais forte dele, assim, de ser um jogador também que pensa bastante dentro do jogo e sabe a hora de executar alguma coisa. O Range é um jogador que é muito bom também. Ele tem uma parte de skill muito boa também. Acho que todo jogador do nosso time é muito bom em questão de skill.
Handy from above is able to deny, and that means there is no chance Pamela can clutch this.
Ele consegue fazer bastante round que a gente está perdendo ali de uma forma drástica. Acho que o Invitational Todos os jogadores querem ganhar, né? Eu acho que cada um quer se provar ali dentro do campeonato. E eu acho que todos os jogadores pensam assim que é o maior campeonato assim para si, né? Que é o troféu mais antigo que tem no jogo, então acho que é o que todo mundo quer ganhar. Esse é o time, entendendo não, que eu tenho, que é mais unido dentro de jogo e fora. É um time muito agressivo quando precisa. Sabe que o nosso estilo de jogo é totalmente diferente do que eles jogam contra. Então acho que a galera assim tem um pouco de medo de jogar contra a gente nessa parte.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo. E eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único na sua forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar, não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer, tá naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí para os seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
My name is Faiz. My game tag is Jalad. I'm with Team Falcons and I play as a flex. We are really happy that we made it. It's our first time for the MENA region to qualify for the SI, and we're really excited and hopefully we do well. We had a little bit of change in our playstyle, of course. We learned our mistakes. We're getting better, and hopefully this SI we will prove it. The group we're in is Sonics, Cars, Lost, and Fury. They're all good, very good teams. I don't think there's a top team from them. They're all very good, and we practice for them all, and hopefully we do our best. Our first game is against Lost. We never played them. I think their playstyle is quite similar to ours in some way, and we're very excited to play against them. Lost, be ready.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows, and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนอย่างไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومع أن نشكل عائلة رينبو 6 سيزون متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 6 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 6 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you. Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
All right, we're now back for game 2. This one is sure to be interesting. Both of these teams have, in fact, seen each other in the last 3 international events, including this one, of course. The very first international event, they didn't have to play each other. Atlanta, they played twice. We're talking about Bliss and we're talking about Wolves. This game is going to be very interesting, just given the history, Anne.
Yeah, I mean, of course, these two teams having faced off in Atlanta 2 times, it technically being 2-2 in maps against each other as well, really shows that both these teams should have the opportunity to take this best of 3 today.
And obviously, we've already seen Wolves play yesterday, but Bliss are yet to play at all. This just gives you some context as to where it is currently sitting. Wolves joining as of 2022, 6 LAN appearances.
No, it's a lot. I mean, they've been a story team for a while.
Yeah.
Especially players like Bibu and Lidu and the coach have been around since the conception. I mean,
yeah, it was the very first.
Bibu was on the first. Yes, Bibu
Yeah.
was there with, I think it was Supremacy at the time.
Yeah.
So the fact that he's still going and he's still doing well being the leader of the team, I mean, it's impressive.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I think that it kind of sets this one up nicely. You've got, I would say, a lack of experience on one side and full of experience on the other. Let's talk about the Wolves and how they have, in fact, started. It hasn't been the greatest, but it also hasn't been bad, Anne.
No, I think this year for them, of course, has to be a bit of a change. I mean, of course, they played at SI last time around. They had Rise with them as well. And then no longer working with Rise going into Stage 1 of Europe League really got that bit of a change for this team. It felt like in the beginning of the year, they were lacking a bit of direction. They needed that little guiding force that maybe Rise was bringing to the team. And now that they've had a little bit more time, though, it seems that they're landing together better as a team, as a roster, that it feels, well, more common, more getting used to each other in that way. A few concerns that we have, though, is when they played the Malta qualifiers quite recently, they played the seeding games, and they didn't manage to win a single attacking round. So even though you're qualifying for these tournaments, you really should be making sure you're winning attacking rounds, especially if you're talking about Tier 2 European teams.
Absolutely. I mean, I think there is a level of respect and prestige to it, and I think if there's an event where they're going to really like focus on it, it'll be Invite.
Well, we're here, right? That's all that matters. It's time to have a look at Team Bliss, the team that is debuting here at SI. This is their first matchup, and it's on the A stream. Full of Australians. I could talk about them for days, but I'm not going to, Anne.
Nah, it's all right. I mean, yeah, of course, we've seen this roster last time play already against Wolves, and they said, well, this will be a positive for us, but it can be a negative too, right? Because we're in the group with teams that we know, whereas previously we were an unknown factor to these teams, and now, having already played against them, they'll probably know a few things of what we're willing to bring out. Something that I did like, though, is that they changed their coach and still managed to get a better result at the Atlanta Major than they did at the Copenhagen Major.
Absolutely. I think the story of Bliss is just slowly getting better event by event.
Yep.
Like you said, they're 2-2 in map count because in Atlanta they won their first best of 1, but lost the best of 3, losing 1-2 map count to Wolves.
Yep.
But that being said, I feel like the team has slowly been getting better, especially since picking up Wettables. He allows the rest of the team, like Oda and Brendo and the rest of the team, to really thrive in their roles, and they didn't have that in the first Copenhagen Major. They did last Major. Now it's a different story.
Yeah, and look, to be honest, their story is going to continue to, I guess, develop over the course of this week. But it's time for us to have a look at the map vetoes. Where are we headed for this best of 3? And do Bliss stand a chance against Wolves? There's the big question that we've got to ask. Border, Skyscraper Labs, and Cafe gone. We then head to Bank and Chalet.
I'm not surprised by this bank pick from Wolves. I mean, if we look at their recent results on this map, it's a 4-game win streak they currently have and an insane attacking and win rate on this map. So that definitely is a comfortable pick coming out for themselves there. But then Chalet for Bliss really isn't a bad map for them either. They've won 2 out of 3 games that they played on it. And if we do make it to a cider, that is Clubhouse. For Bliss, a positive factor there is they've had a lot of experience on this map. They've played this map a lot, whereas Wolves are looking slightly better in regards to their recent win rate on it.
The map bans made perfect sense to me just because Wolves is a lot more of a slower team, their main entry usually being Mowgli. And yesterday, when we saw them playing against SSG, there was also a player, Deadshot, who's just doing amazing. And I think that's the tale for Wolves, is if they want to be able to succeed, especially throughout the rest of the tournament, it needs to be more than just Mowgli. Obviously, you can't expect Deadshot to be dropping 40 kills in a best of 3 every best of 3, but he has to start somewhere.
You do have to start somewhere, and so do we. That's right, we are starting now. Bliss and Wolves. We thought that we would bring the very best in to cover this game. Unfortunately, they weren't available. We found 2 Australians walking the streets.
Yeah, I don't know how much walking we were doing, Robert, though. It was more running because I was a little bit late to get here, but we've made it. It's Jake and Guz to SI24. Can you believe it, Guz? We've made it somehow. I don't know how they've allowed us into the building, but we're here.
Yeah, and we get arguably my most excitable game for the day number 2, of course, Bliss Wolves, so some Australian representation, and there are 2.5 reasons why
2.5?
Yeah, 2.5 reasons why I'm very excited for this particular matchup. Number 1, we have not had Oceanic representation at 6 Invitational since 2020, so it's been quite some time. And secondly, Bliss v Wolves over at Atlanta, so many close results. We had, of course, the best of 1 on Chalet, 8-6 to Bliss, and then in the BO3 rematch, it went right down to the wire on Clubhouse, 8-7, both of which will be played in this particular series potentially as well.
What's the half, though?
Well, this is our first 6 Invitational cast.
No, it's not.
Well, technically.
Well, technically, we did SI21, if you don't recall. It was online.
It's online.
But it still counts. We had to bank first, of course, best of 3. And isn't that a blessing for a team such as Team Bliss, which, of course, you go back to Copenhagen, they were eliminated day 1. They got to play a best of 1, then a best of 3, then they were gone. They were out of the tournament. You obviously saw what they were able to do in Atlanta, where they were able to make a little bit more of a name for themselves. We saw them be ultra competitive. We saw them beat this very team that they're about to play, obviously the Wolves. And we obviously saw the heartbreak as well in their 2-1 loss, where it came down to that very final map. We know what they can do. The issue now for me, and speaking seriously here, is probably everyone else knows what they can do by this point, especially Wolves.
Yeah, I mean, for me, coming into this particular tournament, I was actually quite excited for Bliss and expecting them to continue to improve, and probably coming into the group as, you know, an expected top 4 team. However, the big asterisk over Bliss that's hanging over them at the moment is the fact that they did not have an extensive high-quality boot camp like a lot of other teams at this event. For context, Bliss, they went to their HQ over in Brisbane, and as far as I understand, they spent the majority of that time scrimming Tier 2 Oceanic teams, and the quality of that scrim environment is far apart from what they're going to be facing in this particular event. So hopefully for them, they've been able to gain something from that. Because obviously the Wolves are going to be a formidable opponent.
All right, we head into Bank for this first map of the best of 3 and the debut of Team Bliss at 6 Invitational. The first time for all of these players as well. They've had the experience at Copenhagen, they've had the experience at Atlanta, but 6 Invitational is a whole different level for these guys. Going up a team, though, that they have knowledge of in the Wolves. So the Wolves, well, it's been the dream start. They took down SSG back on day 1 yesterday. That was 2-1. Shaky start on Clubhouse. They couldn't quite deal with the Tubarão. 8-6 on Cafe was close. Absolutely stormed through on Console at 7-2 to take that. And we saw, of course, earlier on this morning, SSG 2-0 over FaZe in this very group here for Group B. So for Bliss, this is a big game. If they can get some points against the Wolves, certainly helps them in their quest to not get grouped. Ying, Nook, banned out. Nook by, of course, the Wolves, and they'll get the first defensive ban here on Bank.
Yeah, now Nook's not an operator that I remember vividly seeing Bliss play a lot recently, especially after the frag grenade nerf. Bliss, like a lot of other strong attacking teams in their particular regional leagues, were very good with vert nades, and unfortunately that's a tool that's now been taken away from their arsenal. Nook, though, on Bank specifically, of course, especially the potential to lurk through Garage is something that the Wolves will not want to compete against. Everything else standing out is making sense, especially that Solace ban. Again, for Bliss, pre-placed drones on attack by far and away one of their strongest elements on that half.
Azami on the board, Fenrir on the board, Tubarão, but Tubarão probably not expected to be as utilized on Bank as certainly some of the other maps, but straight away you can see Sage on straight into Fenrir. And speaking of Sage, you know, when we look at this Bliss roster, there's been a lot of talk about Weatables. He's the player that, of course, ended up replacing Jigsaw after Copenhagen. Oda, what a start to 2023 that he had statistically as one of the highest rated players in the world. He's dropped off. He's playing a little bit of a different role now, but Sage is statistically the highest rated on Bliss, 1.12 rating, and I think he is the catalyst. He's the glue guy. If Sage is on, as we've usually said back home, then Bliss find results, and I think that's what they're going to need now against the Wolves. Bliss on the defense first to begin. Wolves, this is their map pick. It is Bank as we begin here for the first of a couple of maps to come. I want your predictions very quickly. Non-biased predictions.
Wolves 2-1 is probably my expectation, and anticipating at least one of these maps to go to overtime, if not 2, given how competitive they were at Atlanta. And talking about key players, we'd be remiss to, of course, mention Deadshot. Last day number 1 of the event. 40 and 22, listed as the MVP. 4-1 on entry. He absolutely carried his team alongside Mowgli to victory. So we'll be keeping a close eye on him today. And I'm sure for Blizz, a big win condition, we'll be trying to shut him down.
Yeah, definitely agree with that. We saw Deadshot have a significant standout performance against SSG yesterday, and I thought he was sensational to watch. My prediction, I think, is Wolves 2-0. I'm going to be completely unbiased in that. I think that when you go and look at the maps that we've got here, Bank, a little bit not sure here for Blizz what they're going to be able to achieve. Defense first to begin. Bank at times can be a little bit attacker-sided. Mowgli going to open up immediately with a little fight over towards Elevator. Nice little nade, clear out that position. Try and force the drop down. It is Sage that does get the opening kill, followed by his twin brother. For those that are aware, in Brendo, he gets rid of Deadshot. 4 versus 3 start here for Team Blizz.
Oh, they're ramping up the pace here in round number 1, but Blizz able to scathe away with the advantage. So a good start from the Aussies, who are probably looking to bring some confident energy into this game and get off to a strong start. We'll see the Wolves can concoct something in the 3 versus 4. There's always potential to bring a round like this back, however, win conditions now dwindled.
Yeah, it was a fast start to the round, though, for Wolves. Very quick entry, and something that Blizz are probably not as used to. When you think about the Oceanic region, the teams that they have been playing against, it's a little bit more of that slow approach, slow burn, play style, hard to enter the map, a lot more time spent droning. Wolves just straight in. But the good news for Blizz is they were able to deal with that, get a couple of kills. I think they would have been anticipating that faster play style. P4 straight away drop into Vault. It's a goo mine immediately there, plus the barbed wire, so can't really get a lot of spacing. I think Blizz are very much aware, though, of his location. Brendo does get, indeed, that kill. Another drop into Elevator as well. Brendo's going to be the one that has to win. That doesn't. 3 now for Mowgli. But the trades continue to come through for Team Blizz. Now on a 2 versus 1. It's Oda, it's Wedables against Shinka.
Well, the flash comes out. It's perfectly placed by Shinka, but he walks straight into the cross. And Team Blizz will be able to claim the first round.
Not too surprising. I think Basement very much the defensive site when it comes to Bank. Clear, good start there for Blizz. Wolves, though, one concern for me when it comes to Blizz was how easy Wolves were able to even just get into the building. One good thing for Blizz, though, was they dealt with that, though, in a pretty hurried fashion. Got a couple of kills, dropped down, gave them space up above, then went straight back down to Basement, played the long game, and I thought they had really good lines of crossfire available, hence why you could just see those trades constantly coming out in the favor of Team Blizz.
Yeah, I'm not going to be shocked if this match ends up being quite heavily defender-sided, just given the nature of these 2 teams and the meta overall. To the credit of Wolves, they did a decent job of trying to chip away in the late round there, but walking into those crossfires obviously challenging, and Team Blizz not overpeaking all too much.
Saw Fisher guy there, pro since 2018, SI debut. It's been a long journey for him.
It sure has. He's been grinding away for a long, long time. Of course, he's first season was all the way back in Season 7, I believe. And funnily enough, that was also when Virtue debuted. And we know that he went on to do great things as well. So for Fisher, an opportunity at the highest of levels to prove that he has what it takes to win some games.
They had Staff at open area now for the second round. Wolves will get a second crack at this. The Zami comes immediately into play. No surprise there. Big operator when it comes to Bank in terms of key positional areas. That certainly can be held. Do wonder if Blizz will go above. It looks like the answer to that might be indeed a yes. Maybe a bit of a hold over towards Stock. We'll see if they want to play that Vert style that we typically see from them. Wolves coming into the second round. Might take them a little while to warm up. Obviously, they did play yesterday. Maybe not as fresh, if you will, as Team Blizz are. Of course, their first game here for 6 Invitational.
So the Twitch drones are in play here from Deadshot. So a good counter, of course, to the F-Not mines from Brendo on the Fenrir. And may also be able to chip away at some Valk utility as well. Of course, one of the big weaknesses of open area that teams have been looking to exploit recently, especially with shields on attack, is just hitting directly from E. But we're not going to see that from the Wolves on this occasion. Instead, going for more of a map clear, and Blizz love extending on the roam on this map, sometimes to their downfall against weaker teams who actually don't play into it. But as you can see here from the Wolves, they're ready to take it head on.
Yeah, I think we've seen teams in the past. They'll grab that blitz, they'll try and get electrical, then rush straight in. Oda's going to be the first one to fall. Fights continue up above. Wedables can't get the trade. Neither can Brendo. This is what Wolves are certainly capable of. Big shot from Sage wins the battle over towards main through Beepers. Back to site, makes it a 2 versus 3, but certainly now at a very significant disadvantage. For the 2 remaining for Blizz, both on site, gives full vert control to the Wolves. They can basically take the next minute and a half to get the job done from here. Yes, Mowgli low on health, does still have a logic bomb available, but they've got full stock control. Hatch will get opened up. They've got drones, they've got time. This is a Wolves round, provided they can just get the job done.
Yeah, it's going to be very tricky from here for Bliss to try and manufacture a play. The site itself on lockdown. And information has been placed down by Wolves, not allowing Bliss to retake up above, even if they wanted to do so at the moment. Just locked down, probably waiting for the hatch drop to try and find a mistimed trade here from Wolves, who are looking to drop right now.
Double job, battle one at Beepers from Sage, now down to Fisher on a 1 versus 2. He's been in this scenario before, many a time, long-careered veteran, flashes in towards his location. Shinka planting, this makes it a very temporary 1 versus 1. Another flash, Fisher now with a good little rotate. Can he get the win here from Printer? No, not just yet, but he did get Shinka off of the bot. Never mind, P4 up close though. With the Skeleton Key, gets the kill, and it's the Wolves on the board.
Good work there from the Wolves, just being able to chip away at those defenders up above through the mid-round, giving themselves the advantage heading into the latter portion of said round. It got a little bit messy there, and Fisher perhaps had an opportunity. The flashes didn't land, and he tried to reposition. Shots not quite landing. If he gets it down to a 1 versus 1 with the diffuser not stuck, could have been a very different story. But outside of that, a good entry from Mowgli to cut down Oda. It also meant that there was less Azami utility available later on in the round. A well-synced hatch drop, a sign of decent teamwork from the Wolves to kick things off, and a good response.
Yeah, and a clear distinction as well, but a split 3 up on that top floor, really overload those key positional. Obviously, a couple of players on site can't get involved, can't get the trade, so they're outnumbered, and that's something we saw there from the Wolves that paid dividends. They ended up in that 3 versus 2 by the end of it. Sage got a nice kill, made it a 1 versus 2 for Fisho. Certainly the kind of player that I think can clutch up there, but Wolves played it really well. Shinka got off the plant, made sure they had 2 guns up for when, of course, Fisher was going to make his presence known, and it's 1-1 on the board here. You said before you think this might end up being a defender-sided bank, but bank, I think statistically, is at least in the current meta one of the better maps when it does come to attacking, compared to what is a very heavily defender-sided meta.
I mean, I don't think my comment was more so in relation to the map itself, but perhaps the attacking capabilities of these two rosters, but happy to be proven wrong. A Bibu straight in sight with the Amaru, and he greets absolutely nobody. Bliss, I doubt, will have a read on this particular position as Fisho will find Mowgli, but can Bibu inside of airlock unlock the round? But 2 players have already fallen for Wolves.
Yeah, big from Oda, keeps Archives in control, so that bot vertical play from Bliss, and Bibu just cannot make a move here. He's got no information to really play off. Went in fast, but no one from Bliss there to greet him. Shinka's still on the rappel outside. Certainly the kind of round where I think the Wolves might just look a little bit miscommunicated in terms of their approach to what they wanted to do here, because Bibo's in, yes, he's got a good little angle, but he's not able to achieve that much because no one else wants anything anywhere else. He's stuck. Wettables knows he's there. This is not exactly a position where, you know, Bibo is unknown presence. His position is known.
I don't think it is. If it was, we would have seen probably...
I think Wettables just doesn't want to swing. He just doesn't need to take this fight right now.
I'm not convinced that Wettables does know. He could.
Either way, looking for a bit of top square control now. P4 to try and put some pressure in towards site, but so many positions still need to be cleared, such as Janitor. Stock really hasn't been cleared either. Main stairs control still with Bliss. Bibu now makes his presence known. Wettables hears him up close. Wettables got to win this fight, and he does. You can't get past the wet table. It's 5 versus 1 now, and Bliss are going to find a second round here early on bank.
Well, a funny little round. The Amaru there from Wolves not paying dividends. 2 clean picks elsewhere from Bliss. Enough to alleviate that pressure. I'm still not 100% sure Bliss actually knew exactly where that Amaru was, or if the Amaru even flew in, but didn't really have an impact on the round.
See Mingering there at the back, the former coach of Beyond Stratos Gaming from Korea. He's been a big pickup throughout 2023, coming into 2024 for Team Bliss, in the way that they sort of want to approach Siege coming into the future for this team. Good round, but again, it's Wolves going fast, but again, it's Bliss being able to counter and get a couple of these kills. Oda down in Archive, not sure if his position was known, but he was very quick to attack. Oda's another player. If we get like early 2023 Oda, then Bliss is certainly a team that has a lot of firepower. Brenda to finish it off, man, it was a flawless round. A 2-1 start, defense on bank, and guess what? They get to go back to the basement. You win basement, suddenly you're up 3-1 against the Wolves.
Yeah, just picking up on that point about Oda is definitely a player that you don't want to awaken from what has been, I don't want to call it a slumber because it has been the result of role changes, but you look back at Copenhagen, right? He was the top-rated player on the team. Sure, it was only 1 day of actual playtime, so take from that what you will. But heading into Atlanta, his rating actually dropped pretty significantly, and he was the last-rated player on the roster, which is insane because I think it was like, what, stage 1 of 2023 where he was like almost the top-rated player in the world. So that was really, really strange to see. So you're right.
As quoted by James Devmarter Stewart.
If he's put in a position to stack up numbers here, he's just another dangerous factor for Bliss to play into.
Wolves have been going very fast, but it is basement now, so wouldn't be too surprised if this ends up being a slower round for them. So far, Mowgli with 5 kills, he's got the vast majority. In fact, it's Donuts for Shinka, Bibu, and Deadshot. Deadshot, of course, a massive standout against SSG. And at the moment for Team Bliss, a lot of presence down towards the basement. Maybe not wanting to take those early contact fights to begin with. Nice little live drone here with the Twitch. Mowgli's going to find his 6th kill. Easy one there at the Fisher guy. They lose a lot of that blue stairs control. Server now available. Good start to the round here for the Wolves.
And just able to exploit that position. Fisher was placed on an island and Mowgli not missing shots. So now Bliss will probably want to try and make a play in response as a 4 versus 5 doesn't look particularly favorable for them. Trying to prevent him from getting inside of Server, but the flash will alleviate some of that positional pressure. So Mowgli can hold down the line. Elsewhere up above, Wolves now have control of open area. So Shinka on the Hibana will be able to open up these hatches for free. Again, keeping in mind that Kaid was banned out by Wolves.
Yeah, a little surprised with the way that Bliss have kind of played this round defensively. No presence up above, not looking to defend open area. Ooh, nice little shot again from Mowgli as they try to clear him out in Server. He'll get himself a double kill. Flash to go out, maybe almost a third. Oda wanting to pick the doorway. Another flash out from Mowgli, who's very low. Oda can't win that battle, though. It is a massive round from Mowgli. Flawless from the Wolves. What a response.
Now, I don't speak French, but they're probably a little bit perplexed as to what was going on in that round from Team Bliss. Well, again, like I sort of alluded to, right, you lose that opening pick. Bliss had to try and make a play, but the way in which he was able to get across to Serverac and make that such a difficult retake for Team Bliss just meant that it was always going to be a challenge. And Mowgli, like I mentioned as well, not missing shots. He's really farming at the moment. He's being difficult to take down, and Team Bliss, unfortunately, just looking pretty second-rate in round number 4.
I must say, though, through the first 4 rounds, Mowgli's been MVP. These early entry kills, I think just in some of the earlier rounds, he just couldn't quite get any help from the rest of his team. But he's the one making things happen and getting that cog to just turn. 9 kills now for Mowgli, going into the 5th round, close to double digits already. 2-2 scoreline. All tied up. We go to staff room and open area. It's not a basement repeat from Bliss. I'm a little surprised by that. Would have liked to maybe see them repeat it, a little bit more vert up above, try and keep control of the site they're now playing. But I think they'll do pretty much a similar thing where they'll hold above. A bit more of a stock standard kind of round. Big round coming up here, though. 2 more to go in the first half.
It's interesting, right? So we're entering round number 5. It's Wolves map pick. Is 2 defensive round wins on a map that can trend attacker sided actually going to be a solid result?
Yeah, very solid point. I think it could. I mean, realistically, you want as much as you can possibly get against a team like Wolves. They're not going to make many mistakes. And Bliss, probably not quite that caliber of team that can certainly punish them if they do come through all the time. 2 defensive rounds, nice early on. They would love the momentum. A third, I think, would be so crucial for them. Bieber on the Brava, close drone to go in. Can't really find anything immediately and does get shot out. I will say, as this half has progressed, it has started to just slow down a little bit. Not sure who that favors. Honestly, maybe Wolves, because the first couple of rounds, they went fast and Bliss were very responsive.
Yeah, that may have been the initial game plan for Wolves heading into this game, is to try and just overload Bliss and put them under the pressure that they don't face themselves locally. And I think that's probably a great decision, but clearly it wasn't as effective as they probably would have liked. So we'll just see that pacing now slow down. The Twitch pick will persist, so that utility being chipped away at by Deadshot, who's been quiet by the standard that he set yesterday. Only 1 kill so far in the game. But obviously his role now flexing into that Twitch is not as necessary. Instead focusing on other elements of the game. Brendo up above. The first to play contact, it's a freebie onto Mowgli, and that's the Danger Man taken down.
That's a massive kill, but traded by Deathshot and needed to. Gets them that stock control as well. Established, it's the Razor Bloom though, and along with that was actually the Nitrocell from Sage, redeeming his brother who lost his life up above, so Bliss will keep the advantage and double down on it. Courtesy of Fisher, and Bebo can't swing beepers successfully at all. Oda's done that twice now over in Archives earlier in the round, in the half, and that is going to surely beat the round. Indeed it is. There's the 3. There's that 3rd round for Bliss. And they would be ecstatic with the start here on Bank.
I feel like we have to tread a little bit carefully because we're Australian casters, but...
No, we do not.
But I'm casting my mind back to Copenhagen, right, where we casted Bliss to open up, and they played so scared. They looked like they did not look like themselves at all. But they're rising to the pressure for the most part in this particular match. Like, obviously, the server round the basement round previously, where they kind of threw over towards server, that was a blemish. But when they're under real pressure and having to take pretty serious fights around the map and contesting control and finding trades and matching pace like around like this, they're actually looking really, really good, which is impressive.
As for the Wolves, I mean, again, this is very tricky for us in terms of treading that water. We have extensive knowledge of Bliss, rightfully so. But right now for the Wolves, it feels like it's Mowgli or bust. I think, is that fair to say with the way that we've seen this first half play out? He's got the 9 kills, a lot of those being very influential, high impact early round kills to open up, get position. If he's not doing that, they're just crumbling.
It may well be, and I know talking to some of the EU guys as well, of course, they've kind of echoed that sentiment that the Wolves can sometimes be overly reliant on individual play, and in the current meta that we have at the moment, sometimes you can get punished by having just one player having an off day. So if you're only having one player having a really, really good day, sometimes you can kind of get away with that, and obviously it was Deadshot alongside Mowgli yesterday to facilitate that. Today, though, who's going to be that other player to step up? You still got Bibu, 0 kills. Shinka, 0 kills, so not finding the trades through the mid-round that the Wolves are probably looking for. And on their map pick, even if they 3-3 the half, I think even themselves, if they're true to themselves, will probably say, that's probably not the result we expected.
Well, final round of the half. Bliss with a massive opportunity. Wolves, though, have shown they've got the capabilities of taking this basement site. They've already done so very previously, but a big reason for that was very much Mowgli's entry in towards server. People a little lurk. Bot square, Shinka inside of electrical. I think people wanting to make a bit of a push and try and clear out this staff open area side of the map. Bibu over top square as well. Mowgli, once again, makes this push from dirt in towards server. Good control early on. Yeah, the opening pick, though, it's Oda, and he'll double down. Big positional advantage over towards open. This time they defend it. Last time left it open, making it very difficult now for the Wolves. Bibo's going to have to make a play here. Absolutely needs to get the next kill or two for the Wolves. Otherwise, it's going to be a solo Mowgli down in towards server. That's a big one from Bibo. Absolutely needed to. First one on the board for him in this half. Makes it a 4 versus 3. And Mowgli can now get to work over towards site, keeping the pressure on those who are defensively locked in on the site itself.
Yeah, preventing the rotation back towards the objective there is key from Wolves. So good work from Bibu. But it's still a 3 versus 4, and it's a very challenging objective, especially if you're going to end up going for a default plan to facilitate that. So we're more than likely going to see a hatch drop here from Wolves, perhaps maybe try and manipulate just one more pick, but I don't think Bliss, if they play it in a disciplined fashion, are going to present that. Echo as well available from Wettables, so Yokai drone information available unless the Twitch can directly counter that. It looks like Shinka's going to back in for a default plant, and we'll see if Bliss can deny.
3 gas babes. First one goes out for Fisher Guy. Hits the mark. Bullseye. Shinka's forced back. Not much that Mowgli can do to stop that either, and 2 more available with only 45 seconds.
I feel like we've entered a time machine. I don't think I've seen this set up for a long, long time.
Where's the Tachanka as well? I mean, it would be absolutely...
Ready to know.
That should land as well. It does. Shinka has to once again go back. Second one, though, comes out for Fisher. This might just open things up. Now, there's no Nitrocell available for Bliss, but Brando does indeed have a grenade. And obviously there are those Yokais available for Wettables. Those are going to be very influential. But Sage on a flank, top square. Is he going to be able to get involved? Shinka, again, trying to go for this plant. Here comes Sage dropping down like he's Batman, but he gets shot in the back by Bibo. 3 versus 3 now with 10 seconds remaining. Again from top hatch. Bibo is just too strong. 3 in the round. Fisho falls, and Brendo's already on the ground. Wettables in a 1 versus 3. No time though left. He could be the one to win the round. No plant, no round win, and it's the man that's name is a wet table to give them a 4-2 lead at the half.
He denies the plan in the dying seconds. A 3 versus 1, and you could see the dismay on the face of Wolves.
Wow.
They will be very disappointed with how that round played out.
They looked like they had it locked up. Bibu was doing enough up above, had hatch control. Once they got that kill onto Sage, who was dropping in towards square, I thought that's it, that's the round. That was such a big pivotal moment for Bliss. He dies, I thought that's it. What a big clutch from Wettables on site. And what a blunder from the Wolves. Felt like they should have been able to do enough there to solidify the round.
Will that be a pivotal moment in this match? We know how difficult it can be sometimes to gain momentum on a map like Bank, especially with a half like that.
All right, let's go and have a listen, a call-in, if you will, with the assistant coach of the Wolves. Hello. Hello. Well, obviously, it's a rough first half, 4-2 down, but it is Bank. You go into the defense. What's the thoughts here?
Well, obviously, a 4-2 is not like perfect. A lot of round could have gone our way. I feel like some timings were also off, but you know, especially on entries. But a 4-2 half in the current meta that is so defender-sided is, you know, to be expected almost. It's almost on par for the course. So I fear at the very least we can do a 4-2 and even better. Like our defenses on Bank are strong.
Of course, map number 2 being Chalet. Did you guys expect to go to that map, especially considering that you guys are considered quite strong there?
Well, Chalet is a comfortable map for us, and I guess Bliss just want to go with the, you know, the momentum from Atlanta, because Chalet was the map where they first beat us, and I think we kind of scared ourselves last time on Chalet, and maybe they want to, you know, do that again.
Thank you so much. We're going to continue on with the game now, but best of luck for the Wolves.
Thank you.
So 4-2, Bliss taking that first half. The Wolves, though, now onto the defense here for Bank, and they might just feel like this is where they can turn things around.
Yeah, it just spices up this matchup a little bit. Genuine excitement for Bliss. I'm sure all the Australians back at home watching 3 a.m. super excited to see these boys try and pull off something special in this best of 3, but it's not the best of starts here in round number 7. Ogre, the first to fall. Now the 0 in play here on the attacking side, and we'll see if Wettables can gain critical information for this push. P4 will fall. Mowgli as well. Dead shot taken down, so it's back kills, but can Bibu continue to fight on the top floor? He's good for 1.
Yeah, Bibu is starting to activate a little bit. Started like 0 and 3, now 4 and 4. Getting involved, getting some very critical kills, making these rounds a little bit more even for Wolves. 3 versus 3, but there goes Mowgli, who was down on main stairs. Brendo to finish that one off. There's the logic bomb. Final one from Brendo. In the 3 versus 2 now, Bliss with a significant advantage to gain said significant advantage on the overall scoreboard and got 5-2 here on Wolves map pick. That's right, this is the map picked by Wolves. And so far, Bliss are meeting their makeup, but they've got themselves into a situation where they're still going to clear out Bibu and Shinka, both now on site. Both need to get cleared. 1 minute remaining in the round. This is where you don't want to almost overthink the scenario.
So minute on the clock then, and we'll see if Bliss are disciplined enough to be able to close out this round. Some decent drone work, so a bit of information now has been gained. And it's all about just converting this information in towards a round win. Sage with the diffuser in hand, so he's going to be a key proponent of the round. Just opening up the lone office window, so perhaps an opportunity to pivot through garage if needed, but time beginning to dwindle down. And we'll have to see Bliss commit to one particular push.
Just under 30 seconds remaining. This is where you don't want to overthink this. Certainly capable for Wolves to close this one out in a 2 versus 3 on basement. Couple of ankles that need to be cleared. Flashes go out. And Brendo losing his life early on immediately makes this an even numbers game with only 10 seconds. Diffuser in the hands of Sage on Shinka. Big win. Wettables falls. And yes, indeed, that 3v2. It is infallible. And Sage is not going to be able to clutch this one up. No time remaining in the round in a 1 versus 1. And no peek from Bibu. Wolves clutch up in a 2 versus 3. Massive moment for them there on basement. To begin this second half, they overcome a deficit. That might be the catalyst for them here to just get things going on Bank on their map pick against an opponent that is clearly here to play.
Yeah, both teams having struggles in the late round on attack for Bank basement, and that can sometimes just be the case. Can be a little bit tricky to unlock, but I think with the information Bliss had available there, that did peter out a little bit. Top floor, again, much like we saw from the Wolves on their attack, was very, very aggressive, fast-paced. Bliss tried to, you know, bring that same flavor into the round, and it worked okay. They had the advantage, but yeah, towards the late, it did peter out. Top floor we go, round number 8, and the scoreline 4-3. Wolves hunting down a 4-4 scoreline.
Yeah, and I think this is where, obviously, for Wolves, this is a moment where their experience should shine through, right? Like, they've been in these kind of situations before, not just even at SI, where, of course, they lost that opening map to SSG back on Clubhouse. Thought they struggled, especially with the Tuber round. They didn't look all that clean. Their attack was quite worrisome. In fact, they only got 1 attacking round in that Clubhouse. In fact, they only got then 2 attacking rounds in the Cafe, even though they won it. So attacking has kind of been an issue for Wolves at this event so far. But now they're on the defense, they got 2 attacking rounds on Bank. That might actually just about be enough for them, even though it is indeed Bank, a map where attacking isn't really all that difficult, at least on certain sides. But clearly defense has been their strong suit so far, at least here at SI already. Small sample size, but it is there.
So the Monty brought out here from Bliss round 8. So indicative of a lobby push here up through Banana, and Fisho relatively competent on the Monty. We see it from time to time locally in the Oast League. Kanto Wall a point of focus, and Brendo will look to open that up with the X-Kairos on the Habana. X-Kairos. Don't know what my pronunciation's doing there. But also an opportunity here for Bliss to maybe flex their muscles on the attack and try and split it a little bit with pressure over towards top square, or maybe even a repel on the site itself. If you have lobby control, you can play that because it's very difficult for the defense to retake, and we may well see Sage do that now. Eager to see what the response from Wolves will be from this position. Do they look to bunker down, play into the utility they have available, right? They've got the castle to score out, lines of sight, the Aruni as well, and the mirror, but instead they just jump out. Bibu to dislodge Sage on the repel, but traded by the Claymore.
Yeah, a bit of a suicide jump out typically on Bank. Would go for that. Very rarely you're going to come back in alive. I think Bibu would have been aware of it. Minute and a half remaining. Gets rid of Sage, but loses his life for it. Trying to push up Spiral. It's going to be Fisher Guy on the Montang. He's got the diffuser. So keep an eye on this position here for Bliss. Big win condition for them to get control over towards this area, towards front desk. And Fisher also just getting a lot of information, not only through visual, but also the logic bomb that Wettables has just put out. I think Fisher maybe thought he could go for a little moment, then pull the pistol out. It's Wettables and Brendo, they're finding kills. Oda as well, and suddenly this round has just flipped on its head as we spectated Fisher. 3 kills for Bliss. It's a 4 versus 1. Shinka in Janitor. And no Broom surely going to be able to help him clean up this mess in a 3 versus 1 now. Bliss very much close to making this a 5 versus 3 in terms of the scoreboard. Indeed, they will. What a critical and clinical round from Team Bliss.
And I mean, it wasn't a particularly complex attack. Again, quite reliant on opening Kanto Wall, playing into the Monty for information and perceived pressure. And Wolves then find themselves on islands. Like, 2 stacking front desk, how are you going to get out of that position when you have a Monty on Banana locking that down and you can't exit through the hallway because the wall's opened up? Sage as well had the cross on Repel, then Dislodge. That could have weakened things a little bit, but Oda from down below playing his part. So a 5-3 scoreline. And Team Bliss will just chill with their tactical timeout.
Yeah, what's interesting is it's Bliss that have taken the timeout here. They've just won the round. In fact, they've won 3 out of the last 4 rounds, and they're clearly on a bit of a heater. To opt to take the timeout now here is a little bit strange for me.
I don't particularly hate it, though, especially if you're...
I'm not saying I hate it. But it's
sorry for words in your mouth. I think that sometimes teams can find it challenging to lock out games, and when you're a team like Bliss who have been in this position before, ironically against Wolves, where you've had really close results, where you've probably walked away from it thinking, oh, maybe we should have taken a timeout a little bit earlier and just settled ourselves. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. They've got the lead, 2 rounds. If they can extend it to 3 match points, they're going to be in such a strong position.
What are your thoughts on this jump out? I mean, typically, again, as I said, you go for that kind of jump out, you're never really, at least statistically, making it back in.
I don't think it matters. I think dislodging that repel is really important because, you know, obviously, like I mentioned, right, if you're on the defense, if you're Wolves, you can't contest that repel. There's no way of you getting into lobby with the 4 other attackers there. So the jump out there to dislodge it, not too bad. It's the other defenders, especially the 2 that got locked at front desk, for me, that made or ultimately broke the round there for Wolves.
Yeah, 1 goes outside repel, 2 locked out front desk, then you lose the battle top square. Suddenly you've just lost a lot of map control, if you will. Bliss doing a really good job so far, 5-3, but don't count out the Wolves. Their map hit on the defense, a side that they've been very strong at so far, but one thing we didn't quite touch on is, you go back to the SSG game yesterday, Wolves actually banned out Bank, and then they go and pick it against Team Bliss. And I was actually speaking to Fresh over in the green room before this game and trying to figure out, well, where is Bank really in their map pool? And it's around like that kind of 3rd to 5th kind of preference map. And clearly right now, I think kind of highlighting it's not really perfected for them. Still time, though, to figure things out, especially on the defense, and a team like Team Bliss that don't quite have that SI experience to be able to maybe close this one out cleanly. There will be mistakes from them. It's up to the Wolves to capitalize when they do come through.
And Bliss, again, showing that they have different abilities to try and unlock rounds here on the attack. Instead of going super fast paced this time, instead slowing things down in the face of the castle, they're going to try and contest that. They have a bit of utility as well to deal with it. Sage with the Capitao bolts as well, so I'm intrigued to see where those have been utilized. Maybe trying to flush out a position like Janitor, for instance. I'm not too sure. Fisho on the Grim as well, which has seen a decent amount of play thus far at SI24. Again, good at dislodging positions, but Bliss need to be ready and active to unlock those positions by getting other players in a place where they can find kills. And at the moment, that hasn't really been the case. Brendo has been able to just lurk in towards top square, but there hasn't been a stack of pressure on this defense. Wolves doing a good job.
3 nitrocells available for the Wolves. Haven't lost anyone yet. I think mirror window is going to be a big factor as well, and obviously trying to keep this kind of top floor control. But at some point, probably going to look to give this up. And in fact, they have. Originally, Janitor was being played, and then they make the rotate back downstairs. Minute and a half, they felt as if enough time had already been wasted. Obviously, don't get any kills for it. And a rather extensive setup, obviously, from the Wolves in terms of what they've committed utility-wise. That's a nice nitrocell throw from Mowgli. He gets his 12th kill of the game. And finally, the Wolves getting these early contact fights to go their way. Something we haven't seen a whole lot of on Bank. They get up a 2-player advantage with 60 seconds left in the round. And honestly, for Bliss, they haven't even looked close to getting any kind of semblance of site control. Wedevil's trying to clear out archives, but they haven't really got any kind of bot square control, not looking to open up main wall. 50 seconds left. It's probably like a drop territory. Oda, though, is able to find one onto Mowgli. Bit of beepers control, one in elevator. Can't win that battle. Nicely done from P4. The SMG-11 staged the drop, but he gets shot out immediately. Can't stand up and win that battle. Wedivals can't get the trade. Bibu and Shinka to finish off, and the Wolves get a 4th and much-needed round.
Great work there from the defense. There haven't been a lot of rounds from either side defensively where they've gone for an extension up above the objective and they've then made it out scot-free whilst also wasting a lot of time. So that was good work from them defensively. And I think highlighting that sometimes Bliss can have issues where time becomes a factor, and if they don't find any picks on the roam, that can come back to bite them in the late round. So Wolves fighting hard, looking to push this game to its limits. First pick there with the Nitro was clean, and from there able to just steam.
Yeah, loved the setup as well. You know, the kind of pressure window, mirror inside Janitor looking into a CEO executive, and then the drop back down in towards staff and open area, just wasting time. It was like 90 seconds left in the round before Bliss were able to really even turn their attention over towards site itself and staff and open area. By that point, Wolves already well set up, able to contest a lot of those key positions. Obviously a bit of frustration there from Fisher Guy being shown. 5-4 lead though still for Bliss. And while they've been good, it's all about getting the job done. We've had enough of APAC being close, but not close enough. Need to try and get a lot of these APAC teams this tournament to get over the line, get some actual proper results. No more of this honorable loss nonsense. Time to get some wins. And while Bliss have obviously been able to do that against the Wolves back in Atlanta, if they can start with a win here and a best of 3 at SI, boy, the confidence boost that could be for them. Wolves, I mean, they've already won a game. They've already won a series. 2-1 over SSG yesterday. So probably not as dependent on this. But this group could be thrown into disarray already. If Bliss find a way, they're hypothetical very early on here. SSG will have already won. They beat FaZe. Wolves have already won. Then Bliss would have already won. Suddenly FaZe would be like 4th in the group.
And we were sort of pitching FaZe.
Never mind, they beat D+, yeah. Not looking good for D+.
No. Good for Bliss, though, if they win this series.
Long way to go, though. Into the 10th round, Wolves, I think, are going to be proving to be quite difficult to dislodge on the defense.
I think, again, it's going to come down to late round basement here, and we've seen both from Wolves and Bliss some real struggles in being able to find win conditions and actually exploit correct positions, even with a man advantage. So we'll see how they go this time. Some util on the roam here in terms of reinforcements from the defense, but the Wolves not playing it directly at the moment, I don't believe. All 5 players in basement. P4 close by on the stairs, so he can look to chip away at drone economy. But outside of that, Bliss will have about 1.5 minutes to just confirm where these defenders are. And look to formulate an attack.
P4 gets drone down over towards bot main. 90 seconds left in the round. 5-man stack down below now for the Wolves. This is proving to be a little difficult for Team Bliss. Able to deal with at least one of those Vulcan canisters in terms of time delay. Very important. Obviously, the smoke is up as well from Shinka. You've got the Yokais, so again, that stall out will be prevalent and will be something that Bliss have to be mindful of. That time is not going to be on their side here and need to get moving and shaking sooner rather than later. And it's looking like an elevator bot main stairs focus. Maybe also lobby hatch as well. I don't think they're going to opt to maybe go for a full server side stack. Oda trying to just see if he can find an angle here to get an opening pick. Under 60 seconds. Guys, time is dwindling.
Shinka still with 3 smoke canisters, so a default plant here through server. is going to be very challenging as the first of those are dispersed.
There's no time here.
It's going to come into a hatch drop for Bliss, perhaps a back push through gold as well at the same time. We'll see if they're able to pull this off with 30 seconds now on the clock.
Flash out, smoke out from stage. Fisher got to go once in again. I think he might have gone a bit deeper here, or otherwise that smoke missed. Never mind, in the end, Shinka does die. Fisher gets off the plant. 20-second trades out, 3 versus 4 in favor of the Wolves, though. Oda, bot main, you need to push. 15 seconds left. You're going to be the one now to make a bit of contact here. Try and find the next kill or two. Otherwise, the rest are going to go down. Indeed, yeah, Fisher's gone. That's your planter. Down on the floor. Brendo in a 1 versus 4. Wolves are going to make this 5-5. A very, very strict defense on basement. They look strong. And they're making that comeback here look very possible. They didn't go down too significantly, but now 5-5, starting to really take the ascendancy here on Bank.
Goyo, Smoke, Echo going for a default plant. Bliss, I think we're a little bit optimistic in that round. Wolves made very few mistakes. Mowgli as well, big 2K in that chaos. You flip that, maybe Bliss can then overload the objective and make things a little bit more challenging, but not meant to be, and basement continues to be a defensive haven.
Yeah, that was big there from Mowgli. Massive moment again. He's been the MVP so far in this match.
10 seconds left.
If you said what you said in terms of that flip, Mowgli doesn't get that double kill. Maybe you get hatch control for Bliss. They can overload side a little bit easier. Doesn't happen. Mowgli stands his ground. And Wolves make it 5-5. A very tense affair for a team matchup that has a lot of history when it comes to Bliss versus Wolves at these international tournaments. It feels like it always goes the distance between these two teams. Chalet to come after this, a map that Bliss have beaten the Wolves on previously.
5 seconds to insert.
Bank was the unknown. Clubhouse, a map where maybe I think Bliss won't be feeling too confident.
Is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Big round here. Who can get map point to begin?
Is this going to be an early jump out from Vivu? That would be insane.
And the Sen's being brought here from Sajon.
Yeah. Tell you what, we might well end up seeing every operator played at this event. We're probably actually getting quite close to that at the moment. I'm not too sure.
Attackers have located
These
a bomb.
could be very intriguing. I think the big storyline, though, is we are not going to see basement again here for Wolves in regulation. That's the big storyline. So they're going to have to step up on these tertiary sites, which have proved to be difficult. Mowgli roaming around on the Vigil. 15 and 8 for him. Again, another standout performance after a good first day here at SI. A little bit more quiet, though, from Deadshot. You think back to yesterday, he was absolutely farming. Only 2 kills here in 11 rounds, or 10.5 rounds.
Well, historically, this is where APAC crumbles. They always get a sniff. They always feel like they're in with a chance. It gives the fans hope, and then that hope gets crushed time and time again. Can the script be flipped this time by Bliss at 5-5, looking to steal a map against Wolves? Top square control. Now, mine. That's an easy shot from Deadshot. Head gone from Fisher Guy. That's a long angle as well from front desk. 90 seconds left in the round. Wolves take the advantage, not just in this round, but now for this map. P4 lurking archives. Still needs to be cleared. Brendo, maybe just hoping for something to go his way. He saw that little shoulder peek. Brendo in position, but expecting maybe push out a janitor as well through that stock hallway. Eventually just lit up, though. A flurry of gunfire towards his location. The Sens ROUs are out, though. With a minute 10 left, and all the advantage for the Wolves. Again, there's that jump out. It came. Mowgli goes down to the Claymore. 2 versus 3. Sage, is he on though in the moment? The Nitro Assault is massive there from Shinka. Werderpools can't clutch up, and the Wolves, they'll take map point from a deficit here on Bank. They've clawed their way back, and they've got themselves into a position where they can take their map pick in this best of 3.
Yeah, a critical round there on a critical objective. Bliss were trying to cook in that round, I think, playing around that sense, but it just did not work. Stock hallway proving to be quite a challenge. Brendo as well, stuck in a triple crossfire top square. This first pick, though, insane. Fisho taken down. And with the Salmos off the board, that only made things like clearing the mirror windows, for instance, even more challenging. Jump out, dislodge, repel. We've seen that already from Wolves in the past. And I think I'll be quite pleased with how that round played out now on match point.
You see the reactions there from Wolves and how much they're taking this seriously and the respect that they're clearly giving to Team Bliss. 5-6, match point. But again, no basement available. So we go to staff room and open area to conclude regulation here of Bank. Still an opportunity for Bliss to send this one to overtime. But right now, Wolves with all of the momentum, and that's the worrying sign. If you're a Bliss fan, if you're an APAC fan, Wolves look like they've probably got this one sewn up with the way that their last couple of rounds have started to really flow.
5 seconds to insertion.
16 and 9 for Mowgli. Double digits now for P4. Bibu's been very strong. And a very critical kill from Deathshot. It's been that team performance from Wolves in this back half, in this defensive half. What was the score? Wasn't it a 5-2 at one point? You don't know? I swear it was. If not, close to it. Either way, it's been a massive comeback for Wolves.
Yeah.
And deservedly so. They've really picked up the pacing.
They've really been leaning into the mirror a decent amount here on the defense. So we'll see if Bliss have the capabilities to try and counteract that. Brava being brought out here for round number 12, the final of regulation. So we'll see if that can be used to maybe hack a cam or two or dislodge a mute jammer even as well. Brendo snuck all the way into Archives. He has a yellow ping, had a free kill, but unable to convert. P4 just able to slip away.
Very low though now. P4 does have a Nitro Cell. May opt to use that earlier rather than later since he is very critical in terms of health. Mowgli throws out his own Nitro Cell to get that kill into Brendo. That is sharp. Mowgli's almost on for a 20 bomb here on Bank. Looking to cash in this map. Their map pick. And now with the player advantage. Zero cams being utilized here by Oda to try and find some kind of information. 90 seconds left in the round and they look a little lost, a little shaken, and a little beaten up here by Wolves. Fisher guy just goes a little bit quicker through that stock hallway into stock. No, main stairs might be the approach. There's that Nitro Cell for P4. Terra's in the background going off from Wettables.
I really just don't feel like Bliss have been able to achieve enough in this round to open up conditions for victory. Wettables might be able to sneak through Evox and try and find something.
Oh, the timing.
Nitro goes out.
Wow.
Oda to fall. It's a 3 versus 5 as the Aussies falter at the final hurdle here on map 1.
The underdogs now under the pump, under pressure. Looking outgunned and outmatched here now to close out Bank. Deathshot looking to push Electrical, and this will be the final nail in the coffin for this map. Indeed it will. From a 5-3 disadvantage for Wolves, they have clawed back the next 4 rounds to close out this map. Sage in a 1 versus 5. Not going to happen. It's flawless and clean from Wolves. Yeah, started a little shaky, little slow, looked a little vulnerable, but boy, did they bounce back. And Mowgli, a key performer for them in that map.
I tell you what, when the first half concluded, I was a little bit concerned for the Wolves. I was like, damn, the way in which they lost, that has got to be a little bit demoralizing. But they picked themselves back up. They gained momentum off the back of Basement, then swept the floor towards the end. As you mentioned, as is always the case with teams from APAC, from O's, Bliss got a sniff. Not quite good enough though on map number 1.
How many times have we read the same storybook? How many times do we have to go through the same script? It's close, but not close enough when it comes to APAC, let alone OCE. And clearly now we head to Chalet after this. This is the map pick then of Bliss. They're going to have to be expected to go one better. Yeah, started really well. They got out to that 5-3 lead, looked good, looked strong. Wolves, though, clearly showed their experience, something that, of course, Bliss lack here. Never been to an SI before, and I think it showed a little bit there in that map.
Yeah, well, map number 2 is ready and waiting, Jake. So let's throw to a break and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Well, it was out of the gates firing from the beginning. It was a 2-4 start for Bliss. They ran out of steam, unfortunately, when they got to that second half. But Wolves really showed their determination in that second half. I'll tell you what, that was a map that I'm sure Bliss will look back on and wish they could have done things differently. And unfortunately, that's the way the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, they had a really good start, and especially I remember the halftime call that Helby did, and it's like, oh, you know what, 2-4 for us right now, not really ideal, and then they go and win the series 7-5. So it's still possible, of course, for them to come back. And I feel like a big part of that was the attacking half of Blitz. In the later half, of course, just skipping that first half for a second now, but it really seemed like they were playing a little bit slow there.
Yep.
Wolves were sometimes giving them a bit of false security, whereas they had this open area defense and they had mirror windows upstairs, leaving those mirror windows quite early, giving Bliss that area to take, and then there were C4s from below. And Bliss sometimes weren't understanding fast enough that, hey, this is free, we can take this. And that maybe comes down to the fact that they haven't had this international experience yet, because if you look at interviews, they're saying, oh, you know what, we need to make sure we prepare ourselves for these international opponents and all these different things that they can throw at us in the server.
What's the difference between first half and second half? Is there something that you can point to attest to?
I think Bliss showed a lot of promise in the attack. I mean, they were getting a lot of those first picks during the attack. That was obviously the biggest thing. They had 4 first picks on attack, and then the 2 rounds that Wolves got on their defense, on their attack, I believe, it was traded immediately from Blitz. But once the sides were swapped and Bliss actually had to attack while Wolves were defending, Wolves got all of the opening kills. They had 8 opening kills total. None of them were traded. A lot of them were coming out usually in the last 60% of the round where there's not much time left. And they were just trying to bleed out Bliss. Like you said, it was really Bliss's game to, I guess, lose because they didn't realize that they could have taken a lot of those opportunities.
And then also to add to that, right, if you have that basement defense, especially on a map like Bank, you have, of course, your Echo, you have your Goyo, you have your Smoke, and it makes it so much difficult for these attackers if you've wasted so much time on that upstairs clear to then also deal with all that utility that's still left on the side when you're trying to go for an execute.
What would you be looking for, Fox, if you were a Team Bliss right now and you were looking back at this map, figuring out that second half that really did not go ideally at all? What are you looking for to be the key changes moving into the next map?
Crikey. I mean, I think the biggest thing from Bliss is they really were very productive, and it looked like they felt very comfortable on defense. A lot of the players, I mean, Oda holding his own in one of the rounds, fighting off everybody in open, and they were really expecting Wolves' aggressive fast plays with the Amaru.
Yep.
I think they know what's coming to them. I think once it gets to attack, they can't let themselves get scared by the level of this stage, by the level of the team that they're playing against.
Well, speaking of getting scared of someone, maybe something, Mowgli.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely nuclear on this map.
Yeah, the funny thing is we raised that as a kind of a concern, I guess, going into this map, right? Whereas yesterday, he really showed up, Deadshot did as well, and then you're thinking, okay, well, it's a very risky or win factor if you're trying to rely on one player to consistently step up.
Yeah.
And we were still seeing it from Mowgli at the beginning of that game. He was popping and stepping up, he was showing off, but his team really wasn't keeping up to pace with him, and that made it really difficult for them in those first few rounds as well. But luckily, they catched up, and it looked a lot better for all these Wolves players after.
Well, look, we're moving over to Chalet now, so a bit of a clean slate from Bliss. This is now Bliss's map pick, okay?
Yeah.
So we get to go to more familiar territory for them. Not that Bank isn't comfortable. You could obviously see that there are some things there that they feel confident on, mainly defense.
Yeah.
But we move into Chalet now, and I think maybe, is there any concerns that you have that might translate from Bank to Chalet?
The attacks. I mean, Chalet is a very attack-sided map. Defense, you can really sit back and really relax. But on Chalet, you can't. You have to be proactive. It kind of scared me a little bit for Wolves as well, just because they are more of a defender-sided team. But the way that they've been playing on their attacks with, like I said, with the Amaru going very fast, I mean, they're switching up their pace. It's time for Bliss to be able to also switch up theirs.
Something that I really like about this pick, though, is that they know this is what my main concern was in the last map pick. You know, you have your attacks, you're maybe not able to adapt to it. With this map pick of Chalet, it's a map that Wolves actually play quite often. So you at least know what your opponent's going to throw at you in the server, because it is one of their most played maps. So you can do that prep work in advance. You can prepare for, like, hey, this is what they're going to bring out on their defense. This is things that we should be keeping account of. This is things that we might encounter when we get into that actual server. So maybe it makes it easier for them to think of these attacking plans.
Now, you've got your stats right there. Was it Bliss that won this last time they played?
Bliss that won this last time. They played against a team and lost. They lost Chalet last time.
Oh, I thought they played Wolves in Atlanta and.
Oh yeah, no, sorry for the Atlanta.
Sorry,
yes.
I gave you no context. Then I was like, oh yeah, did they win?
Just threw out there. I was like, that's quite recent, but that was a loss for them. But yeah, the last time they played it at the best of one in Atlanta, and it was a 8-6 overtime, but it was a victory for Bliss.
Okay, so it's going to be a close match no matter what happens here. Where's the deciding factor? Where do Bliss find that outside of the attack? You know, just boldly the attack.
Yeah.
Where do they find this? How do they get this across the line to push us to map 3?
I mean, they can't let themselves get scared. Obviously, they were trading very well when they were on their defensive side.
Yep.
They just have to transition that into attack. Especially we were talking about specifically Mowgli doing a lot of the heavy lifting for Wolves. I hate to say it, but he was doing a lot of the heavy lifting in that first map. There was 2 players with donuts up until like the 5th round.
Yeah, as well.
So going on to Chalet, if you have the same set, it'll be still a close game, and I could see it definitely going into OT, maybe a potential another 8-7, you know, like Atlanta. So
I guess backing on to, you know, the fact that we have been talking about Mowgli, it was something that we, you know, kind of contextualized at the start, comes to fruition that he's the player popping off. Is that enough to get him across the line? Because Wolves, I mean, they showed in map 1 that it is enough, but when we go to Chalet, can you expect that back-to-back?
That's the thing, right? It's really going to have to depend on how Mowgli shows up on the day itself, or on the map itself, rather, if you're going to specify it to that much. He was really stepping up at the beginning half, but his team wasn't. That wasn't really helping them win these rounds. Though one positive thing, because I'm looking for positive things for Bliss to be able to climb this back, right?
We love positivity for host teams.
Yeah, no, but also because they have seen what Wolves do on this map, considering that Wolves play this map often. You're probably going to be able to pinpoint exactly where Mowgli is going to be playing. What is he going to do? How can we counter him out? How can we make sure that we get rid of this guy when he's being our main threat at the moment?
How do you stop stalling? How do you stop that? I mean, you know, you're very
it's
frequent.
Really hard. It's really hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes you have all the information, and on Bliss's end, they really did have all the information on Bank. They're doing a really good job at, I guess, putting the information in the key pockets, but when it's time to capitalize on it, again, you can't let that fear stop. We put a lot of pressure, too, on Mowgli, but some players like Bibu, some players like Deadshot, especially, he dropped a 40 bomb in the best of 3 against SSG. We didn't really see him show up too much. Bibu was actually stepping up. We need to see things like that from Deadshot to come back and, I guess, make it easier for Wolves to win. Bliss, again, they just can't let like the momentum, the monumental peak, like mountain that they're climbing, scare them.
There is a very much a peak to this, because the problem is this is the first SI appearance, and just to kind of contextualize it for the viewers at home, what are we expecting from Bliss for SI? Because right now, we went into this optimistic. We went into it optimistic, but, you know, optimism and reality, often they don't match up. So where do you sit with Bliss at the moment, especially after seeing their first appearance?
I want to put it in the context of the group, because of course we saw Space Station win earlier today, which puts him at the top of the group, and we've got FaZe underneath that, then Wolves, Bliss, and D+. I think if you look at the context of the group, they could definitely beat an opponent like D+. I mean, we saw how it went down against FaZe. Wasn't really the brightest showing of D+. So if they don't win it today, they still have a chance to make sure they don't get eliminated from groups.
Well, that's a very important thing, especially for me, because I love those teams. It is time for us to throw to the match. We're heading to Chalet, Guz, and Xenox to run you through the action.
Certainly a big opportunity once again presents itself for Team Bliss, but now down 1-0 in this series. Wolves getting the better of them on Bank after a 5-3 deficit. Clawed their way back 4 very important rounds, led by Mowgli, of all people as well. Insane performance. I think it was like 18 kills overall. We head to Chalet now, of course, a map where these two teams already have some history back at the Atlanta Major. Bliss won at 8-6 in OT. So they've got good history on this map. Back then, it was all about attack from Wolves. They struggled to defend, but the way the SI has started so far this tournament has been all about defense. So if they can combine the attack we saw from Wolves last time here on Chalet against Bliss, along with their newfound strength in terms of defense, they will be very formidable. First half beckons. Bliss on the attack, Wolves will be defending.
Well, there were smiles all around in the Bliss camp. You're probably looking at the cams during now, and obviously in the background on the desk as well. Probably wouldn't have suspected that they lost the first map. So they're still in good spirits, and I think there were some key takeaways from them, both positive and negative, that they can transition into map 2. I definitely agree with a lot of the points that Fox was making, in particular on the desk, in relation to Bliss having to tie up attack. They often had information and the tools available to deal with different setups, but they were perhaps a little bit intimidated by the prospect of taking those down. So we'll see see how they go here, starting off on attack for Chalet. It's Nomad and it's Ying taken off the board first. Defensively, I'm quite intrigued to see what we'll see take it off. No real surprises there from Bliss with the Solos, and that frees up Wolves to go for something a little bit different. They play quite a bit of his army on Bank, so I wouldn't suspect that. Maybe the Fenrir, but no, it will be the Valkyrie to minimize some of that information gain.
Of course, that Chalet performance in Atlanta, that was a best of one. When it came time for that best of three, Bliss smacked Wolves on console at 7-2. After that, then was 7-4 and 8-7 to Wolves. We obviously just had Bank, that being a 7-5. So, I mean, historically, these two teams have actually played some really tight, close affair matches. Will we get that again here on Chalet? Wolves, of course, 1-0 up. This is a position where, again, we haven't really seen historically, because back last time in Atlanta, Bliss got the head start. They got that little sucker punch in on Consulate. They had that 1-0 lead. This time, Wolves already out in front. They begin on the defense of Chalet. Now, mind you, for all of these significance surrounding defense at SI, if there's going to be any kind of map where attack should be prevalent, it's got to be Chalet.
You say that.
I do say that. It's got to be
wait and see. I mean, Fenrir's still up, Azami's still up, so a lot of tools still available to this defensive half, and Wolves, I'm sure, of the momentum that they've been able to gain over on Bank, they may well be able to transition that over towards Chalet. But I definitely agree with the overall sentiment that this should be another close match. Yep. Probably a little bit unfortunate for Bliss. They couldn't push Bank to OT, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see it here on Chalet. And I would definitely be bracing for a 3-map series. And again, really shouting out the host viewers who are probably still grinding it out. I think it's like 3, 4 a.m.
Almost 4 a.m.
So sorry, guys, if it goes to 3 maps.
Yeah, I mean, Wolves have beaten W7M on this particular map. Very strong. And a real strength for Bliss here is that it's probably their best map, right? I mean, it's so well renowned for Bliss. And you go back into the, about a year ago, earlier days back when Jigsaw was on the roster. I mean, he's got a call out basically on this map outside Piano Window. That's how prevalent this map is for Team Bliss. So expectations should very well be there. I would be shocked if Wolves absolutely smash Bliss here. I wouldn't be shocked if they win it, and I'm probably expecting it to be very similar to Bank. If I had to predict like 7-5 to Wolves here, I think would be my guesstimation as to the way Chalet might and maybe should play out. We'll see how it goes. There's Oda on the Kali to begin here in the opening round. They are indeed attacking, and as I said, yeah, some very strong operators still very much on the board. His army there blocking up the keeper barrier. The Fenrir is also very difficult, makes those entries difficult when especially combined with the likes that you've got so many kind of trap-based utility operators as well already. The Legion, the Frost being brought to the table as Deadshot loses a big chunk of his life, but P4 makes up for it with the opening kill in the round. He almost too lost his life. Deadshot was eventually finished off, and some pressure here. Oda outside, above Jigsaw's position of old, outside that piano window. There's the repel in from Sajon though to get a little bit of control towards Solar side of things. Just under 90 seconds remaining. One thing that they struggled with on Bank was pacing. Shinka just gets into a nice position where Sage couldn't quite see him on the angle he was holding here of Trophy Stairs, and it makes it a 3 versus 3.
Will Bliss be able to clear out this position? I thought maybe they'd combo a Brendo nade followed by the swing from Fish. Instead, they'll actually trade positions. Frag grenade still used. 2 in fact to rebound. Shinka forced back, taken low. The second nade does not finish him off, able to survive. 50 seconds on the clock and he can look to bunker down. Bliss now looking stalled out once again.
Makes that repel now into Solar very difficult. Mowgli gets rid of Oda, who I thought was going to be a big factor in this round. Fisho, big trade. Needed that in towards Trophy. Gumine stepped on, needs to be taken out here as well as he continues to just bleed down. Eventually gets rid of it. 35 seconds left. Shinka's low, so is Fisho. He's the one with the diffuser in hand. Bit of control towards Trophy. And Brendo now drops towards Logs. 24 seconds. Needs to get control over towards West Main here. Gets rid of the default. Hasn't been taken out. No real pressure. Gumine stepped on. Fisho there. Oh, and up close. Maybe not expecting Mowgli to take that little contact moment there. 13 seconds. Not a lot of time. Just have to rush here. Brendo's going to go fast. One above, one below. And the below in Mowgli continues a strong performance here in this best of 3. After dominating on Bank, he brings it to Chalet. Clean start for Wolves.
Yeah, pretty close round though, coming down to the wire. Wolves and Mowgli in particular able to lock down the objective. Fisho cut down, makes it difficult for Brendo. The timing there from Bliss in the 2 versus 2, not great. But it probably rewinds further towards Solar. Sage caught in that blind spot. He just doesn't see the Fenrir push the stairs simply because of the gun model blocking that particular vision. Made it really difficult Solar then challenging to contest. We saw the pivot from Bliss through West Main. That was a clean shot from Oda that we didn't catch live.
Look at that.
And then Shinku just runs straight into his arms. I don't think either player knew the other one was there.
Obviously was looking above, was Sage, maybe expecting a vault over coming out of bathroom. And Mowgli strong on defense, 3 to begin. 21 kills now from the 2 maps. He had 18 with just the 9 deaths back on Bank. Bliss looked calm. They were all smiles going into Chalet, whereas it was more the stoic look on the faces of Wolves. They were very much prepared. And again, with their reactions here, they have just looked really locked in and focused. Took down SSG yesterday. They get through Bliss already. And it really does sort of quell any kind of nerves that may have been there coming into S-Site. Opening kill Brendo. Not sure how that's happened. Bibu, not ideal to lose the Legion early on, especially with that utility that can generate throughout the round with the Goo Mines. But a good start there, at least for Bliss. Attacking has been difficult for them so far to begin. Here's a quick little replay. It was indeed a jump out here from Bibu. Got aggressive.
And you can see it. Look at the outlines, and I can see we have an overhead off to the side. Every single player from Wolves had a spawn peak prep there. Every single one. So looking to be ultra aggressive, trying to find an early advantage. Doesn't work out for them though here in round number 2. And we'll see if Bliss now with an advantage can find some confidence on attack.
It's the Sens and Glaz combo. Fisher Guy and Oda. ROUs can go out, maybe in towards Bar Games, maybe get the half-wall control. Not too sure if they might also want to be able to do that up towards Library. We'll see what the decision-making is going to be. And a second kill found over towards front entrance. Sage onto P4. I mean, these are good signs. Bliss need to get these kind of kills. This is where their weaknesses have certainly been. Back on Bank, and Oda gets involved. There is that ROU, and surely to be able to get rid of the player over towards Barstock, Goomine, doesn't really matter at this point. The round is basically done. Mowgli over towards Mud, maybe wants to go for a jump out, but hey, they're in sight, and they've got all strength in numbers as well. Really well played from Bliss.
Activating the bomb diffuser.
I mean, the round is done, essentially, unless Mowgli just gets probably the biggest clutch of the tournament thus far. Oda loses his life. A little smirk from Hingering there as we go early. Oh, no. Don't go too early, though, because I tell you what, Mowgli's on a bit of a heater, but 2 players outside and another ROU. Frag grenade thrown in. Deals with that ROU. 24 seconds. Can Mowgli off the keeper barriers? No, he cannot. Okay, breathe, sigh of relief, because that got a little bit crazy. For a split second, I was watching Brendo there, and he couldn't see the diffuser momentarily when that second keeper barrier blocked his vision. Oh. But it got broken, and Bliss make it 1-1. But Mowgli, my goodness, what a series so far.
Very difficult to take down. I mean, you can see the cogs turning there from Bliss with the Sense Smoke combo. Those Sense ROUs are very easy to see through as a Glaz, even if you're not completely still and stationary. I thought for a moment there with the keeper barriers, Mowgli could do something special, but obviously overwhelmed. I don't know how successful that push would have been if there were a couple of members of Wolves still standing. I think it's obviously good in clearing out backstore, but without pressure up above, it would have been challenging. But they did their early due diligence, Bliss. They shut down 1 spawn peak. They were able to find P4 as well, isolated. And from there, a relatively clinical way in closing out the objective.
I'm going to say this as well, but right now it's been the Mowgli show. For good reasons, they won Bank mainly because of him, 18-9. But there comes with that the detriment of being so overly reliant on basically one player. We spoke at length about Deadshot, obviously back over on Bank, struggled, only got 3 kills throughout a 7-5 kind of map line. A 0-2 start, you're playing the water, you need to be getting involved, you need to be getting these kind of kills early on. Bibu, I thought actually came good by the end of Bank, started a little slow, and alas, similar here on Chalet. Right now it's again Mowgli or bust when it comes to Wolves, so far at least in this series. I'm looking to see if others can look to really stand up and partner with him to get the job done against Bliss.
This is a pretty intriguing composition on the attack. The Sense will stand, but no Glaz this time around. Nook will get an appearance. Wettables to play that particular operator, which wasn't banned out previously on Bank.
So much for frags being not as strong right now. They've got more than plenty. 8 in total.
Wow. That has probably got to be the most frag grenades we've seen in a single attacking lineup at the tournament thus far. It'd be pretty hard pressed, I think, to find another round similar, if not more. But a good counter to keep barriers, I suppose.
It's this position here, over towards Mezzanine, holding top chimney. Deadshot on the ward, needs to be strong, needs to get a couple of kills. Obviously very difficult when you've got so many frag grenades being thrown your way. You're precarious of those looking to entry in towards library. You've got to be careful of big window as well on the mezzanine itself.
Well, they've used they've used 6 of 8 grenades. What have they actually achieved from that? I could not tell you and pinpoint exactly what Bliss have been able to do and how that's going to aid them in winning the objective, because there's so many keepers still standing, so many power positions still being held. I don't think the plan here from Bliss has been particularly effective at the midway point of the round.
Maybe a couple of BPCs. Hard to really gauge. We didn't quite get to see all of them thrown out. People were just lurking over at the half wall. Mowgli going for a bit of a push over towards Piano. Not a lot of map control here, and it may be an opening kill. Just outside Jigsaw. Player able to survive. I think that was Oda. Sage gets lit up towards K9, and P4 deals with him. He's second in quick succession with 60 seconds left. It's been a very stagnant attack from Bliss. Wolves are going to be able to punish them, as you would expect. Brenda with a red pick needs to get that kill. Does so from Piano. Doubled up with Oda. Gives them a lifeline now in this third round, but certainly Wolves with the advantage. And Mowgli still an absolute pest to deal with. Smoked out.
Off, but the Warden now. Deadshot, can he find himself in a playmaking position? The shield's still standing. 8 grenades, not enough to deal with that one. It's a clean headshot. Fisher responds with the DMR. Bieber has a favorable line of sight behind this keeper. Daria doesn't want to take it down. I thought maybe there'd be 2 there for Brendo. Fisher now in the 1 versus 2. 20 seconds on the clock. Deadshot from up above. Might be able to find a kill, but won't be able to, at least initially. Diffuser stuck. And it is the Vert to find the kill for Wolves.
Yeah, just that little moment there. Brendo, can he get that second kill towards top library stairs? If he does, suddenly it's a 2v1 for Bliss with Fisher guy planting, and Brendo would have had Vert. That becomes a very powerful position. That's how close that round ended up being. Credit to Wolves again, though, standing strong defensively has been a strength for them so far here at SI. Attacking, yes, questionable. They haven't won too many attacking rounds, but defensively they've looked really locked in. And one thing I like there as well, especially for Bar Games defense, they didn't just play that kind of stack. We saw how much position they were kind of taking towards Office, towards Piano. They had the extension towards Top Chimney over at the mezzanine as well. They made it very difficult for Bliss to just get inside of the map, try and get map control. They shut all of that down. Again, Mowgli with a peek down the hallway. I thought this was really good from Fisher. Obviously, Mowgli has got superior position with the Vert. He goes to 7 kills, and Wolves again look strong here on Chalet.
Yeah, a little bit frustrating there from Bliss. I'm still not particularly a big fan of that 8-nade lineup, and even just the composition of the...
It's hard to say. We don't know what they got from that. We didn't quite get to see, but I think I would agree with you.
We can say it wasn't enough. Yeah. Keeper barrier is still standing, especially the one top library stairs and the deployable shield. I mean, those are 2 very basic pieces of utility that you would expect to be dealt with by an attacking side. So honestly, that round probably shouldn't have been as close as it was. Credit, though, for Wolves in closing it out. 2-1 lead. Round 4 we go. And it does very much feel like we're probably building up to another close map.
I mean, absolutely no question in terms of player rating when it comes to the series. Mowgli now 7-1 off the back of that 18-9 performance, the start of the show. People are very strong as well in that round. Double repel outside Solar might be the approach here for Team Bliss once again, as they did earlier on in this first half. Albeit though with minimal success. I think Oda, the man playing that sort of jigsaw position, just outside Piano and Bathroom. Double Claymore setup. Position that Jigsaw used to play on this very roster many moons ago.
Taking the bad guys.
Fisher guy, that's out there, E1T. Mowgli playing that top hallway position towards Piano. Of course, has to be a little bit wary. Oda could make an entry if he feels like there's a bit of weakness. The ball's down the stage now in towards Solar. And this time successfully. Didn't have to fight too much for it. The Vert hold from Wolves. Maybe a little questionable right now. Bieber's got information though, courtesy of P4. Obviously, stolen drone of the Mozzie.
That's going to have a huge impact in this round. Still a Nitro cell in P4's pocket as well. And that, by every measure, should be a pretty free kill up above if he's in a position to make that play.
There's the Nitro.
Sage continues to work this Vert under the guise of anonymity, but his position is known, and there is that Nitro cell onto Brendo.
Yeah, there it is, called it. 4 versus 4. Little push down from Westmate to basement to find the lurking Mozzie. P4, though, wins against Oda. Maybe wasn't expecting the double push, though, and Fisher guys played well so far with that trade. At least makes amends for Oda's loss. Good West main control just close by, outside of sight as well. Fisho guy, yeah, should get that kill. No, Shinka survives, they're not close. Here comes the Warden of Bibu. Double push, Fisho with the pistol goes through, gets the kill. Traded, yes, but I thought Fisho did enough in that situation, considering the pressure that was mounting, and it's a knockdown. Shinka gets wet, but Shinka's down. It makes it a 1 versus 1. Deadshot versus Sage. In a 40-second moment, can Deadshot get the revive onto Shinka? No, indeed is the answer right now. Diffuser towards top west main stairs. Now one player, of course, remaining in Deadshot has gone for the Burt position hold up above. 30 seconds left. Deadshot, what can he find here from above?
He has the sound, he has the position, the MVP of day one in Deadshot against the MVP of Atlanta day one in Sage.
And can't drop. Hatch closed. We saw it just then. Has to make his way down trophy stairs. Love to keep a barrier usage. Sage, though, good trigger, discipline, and gets the headshot kill onto Deadshot. Big round there from Sage. Big round from Bliss. And starting to fight back a little bit here, certainly in these rounds.
And I didn't want to curse it because I knew the Aussies would be very upset back home if I did, but that's the kind of position where Sage locally in OS League, he does not lose 1v1s. It's almost unprecedented that he loses it. Obviously, a whole different Sage here at SI, but again, showing that he can be so composed in those moments. Despite being put on the island for the plant, he had the confidence to stick it and then make that really nice play, nice peek over towards the trophy stairs. Another close round, though, between these two.
Yeah, P4 standing up, though. He's been very influential on Chalet. Loved that play. Of course, was able to play off of his own Mozzie drone that he was able to steal. Immediately there, though, Sage, not shooting off that initial keeper barrier, it, in the moment, seems obvious. It's a keeper barrier. Don't shoot it. But when you're holding such an acute angle and you know that player's pushing down trophy stairs, it's very easy off the side of any kind of movement to just let out a few shots. He doesn't. Good trigger discipline, then gets the kill because of it. Doesn't give his position away. Really clinical from Sage on 2-2. The scoreline now here on Chalet. 2 rounds to go in the half. Again, a reminder, this is Bliss's map pick. And a best of 3 in which Wolves already won. Back on Bank. 7-5 after Bliss had a 5-3 scoreline lead. These two teams historically love some close matches. But historically, Bliss usually come off second best. Yeah, they picked up a couple of map wins against Wolves, but Wolves have certainly got their numbers. Brendo's been good. 6 kills so far. And the tuber out.
Oh, they're just
way in here as well. This is something to keep an eye on.
Surely a quick hit here. They're just going to open the breach, send out the Sense ROUs, and go for the plant.
Zoto?
2 players.
Zoto! It is there, just in time from P4.
Perhaps Bliss not having a read that tuber out is on the board. They might still commit to this, though, keeping in mind that Thermite is a pretty decent counter to Tubero post-nerf. Breach opened up. No follow-up, though, from Bliss. Sage with a fake. But that diffuser now being rotated off.
Now, mind you, though, Zoto canister still can have an impact in this round. 2 more remaining for P4 if he does win to kind of throw them out towards main breach. But honestly, 2 minutes on the clock, main breach opened up. Now they can kind of just traverse around the map, put pressure elsewhere. You know, especially at basement when it comes to Chalet, teams defensively are going to be roaming, such as the makeup of Wolves right now. And now that they've got the time, main breach already opened up. That's kind of that last resort later in the round if required. Deadshot of the mezzanine, 1 and 3 on the Mozzie. A lot of numbers here for Wolves, though. They've got, at least what I can see in terms of the outlines, 3 up above, and they've still got that kind of library stairs control.
They will begin, though, to rotate off and give away that control to Bliss, knowing that time will become a big factor for the attack. And questions will be posed as to whether or not Bliss can convert control in towards the objective. Mowgli, though, caught off guard.
Does he get brought back up, though? I think over towards Fireplace Stairs, he could easily get revived from that position. And will. Very low, though, for the remainder of course, this round. 60 seconds of which is all that remains. Main breach still being watched. Sage is certainly going to be a big factor with those ROUs, and he's actually got one in hand and just thrown it out. Where's that? Okay, front entrance. 1 more available. Timer factor, though. Pibu going for a bit of a flank as well. I'm not going to be honest here. A 5 versus 5 here. Chalet defense. I'm liking what I'm seeing from the Wolves. Yeah, like good peek up as well. No one watching Fireplace Stairs. Mowgli just gets aggressive. He was low on health. They got the knock on him, but he eventually fights back. Brendo just stuck down in towards blue from bot library. Double kill, shakes up the round. 30 seconds left. Suddenly, the onus is back on the Wolves now to salvage this, and Bibu with the flank. towards main entrance. He gets through. That kill onto Oda. 3 versus 2. Vert no more. He drops, but so does Brendo. Wediples in 1 versus 3. He can't clutch up. Wolves too strong defensively once again.
Yeah, really good presence of mind there from Wolves towards the late round. Brendo, a bit of an X-Factor performance through blue to find a quick 2K. But then the re-aggression through lobby and the ability to lock down those remaining attackers. A good sign for Wolves. And again, for Bliss, and it's again sort of what Fox was alluding to on the desk, because it's just multiple times across both maps now where they've probably got the tools and the positions required to convert rounds, but they just haven't been able to piece it together when required.
You can see what it means for them as well. After getting that win against SSG yesterday, wanting to shake off a team that's clearly given them some issues in the past at these international events.
10 seconds left.
3-2 scoreline now for the Wolves on the defense of Chalet.
5 seconds.
And certainly I think, again, a map where 2 attacking rounds is not going to be good enough for Blizz. I think they need this third. Not too worried about the defensive sided number of things so far here at this 6 Invitational on this map on Chalet. And from what we've seen of Bliss, they're going to need this third attacking round. But I will say, Wolves again have lacked when it comes to attacking at this event so far.
They did get 4 attacks against Bliss in Atlanta, so something to just keep in the back of everyone's mind as we edge towards the conclusion of the first half.
And I don't want to sort of focus out Oda. I do it too much, at least back home. But 2-5, he was very influential back on Bank, and I think a big reason why they were so strong. You're playing that Cat Patel, you're playing a key position, a very key position for what Bliss like to do. Get a bit of that bedroom piano hallway control from outside that jigsaw position. Again, Mowgli. Of course, he's winning that fight, and he gets the double as well. This man can just not be stopped. Make that another kill. 3 with 11 overall so far in Chalet through the first half alone for a man who just dropped 18 back on Bank. Mowgli is not here to mess around at this SI. Neither are the Wolves, but it's a 2 versus 2. But Mowgli's still up, and that's the key factor here. He's their win condition right now, not just in this map, but in this series. 11-3. And I mentioned Odo, now a chance for him to stand up, make that name for himself. Wediples 2 against Bibu and Mowgli, 2 players that have certainly already made their names.
The one thing that Bliss have here is time. Secondly, information. Yellow ping, drop down, and he gets the freebie onto Bibu.
Oh,
but Mowgli has been almost impervious in this series. Oh, Mowgli! Is it the ace?
Oh,
he's going to go on 5! Mowgli! He's absolutely insane!
Are you serious? Mowgli! The ace in the clutch in 1v2! For the 4-2 lead at the half for a Wolves team that is starting to just make some waves here at this event. We've said it back on Bank, said it again on Chalet. He's their win condition. And boy, is he winning a lot. 13-3. He had 18-9 on Bank.
And the thing is, those last 2 in particular, he's not in a favorable position to contest the vert. Oda landed shots for the trade and didn't kill him, and he still wins both fights.
Well, if that's not a backbreaker for Bliss, I don't know what is, because they should be now at 3-3 going into the second half. Defense Chalet maybe feeling they can get the job done here, but honestly, right now, they are under the pump and under the gun against the Wolves team that are looking quite strong to begin this 6 Invitational. There were a few coming into this event that maybe wouldn't have rated them all that highly. You looked at this group, FaZe Clan, they were the team many would have looked at here in Group B. Well, guess what? They lost to SSG. 2-0, mind you. A team that Wolves already beat yesterday and stomped them 7-2 on Consulate. Long way to go. It's a long week and there's a lot of games. But so far, good signs. The only onus is, though, so far it's all Mowgli. But maybe that's all that's required.
I'm glad my voice didn't break there. I feel like I haven't limited tested it for some time. That was insane. I was not expecting that play to come in.
They're so clinical right now. I mean, I think they've got the confidence flowing here. Coming into the second half, attack on Chalet, good map as well. If you're a team that's been struggling in terms of the attacking style of Siege, I think Chalet is very strong for it. And I think the Wolves could actually blow this game out of the water. I wouldn't be surprised to see them go and get a 7-2 win from here. Bliss are up against it. Backs up against the wall kind of moment here. For a region that likes to pride itself as being the underdog, they are the underdog at the moment for Bliss.
Bliss are going to have to probably be the most resilient they have ever been if there's any chance in fighting back here on Chalet and keeping the series alive.
Attackers have recovered.
And with how the group's panning out, perhaps their position at the tournament as a whole. Wedables, though, gets the first, and he's good for, oh my word, 3? Look at the kill feed light up. Wedables makes his mark, and he's a player who can step up when required. He's finally found his moment here against Wolves.
Brendo spoils any kind of ace potential. He'll get the double. They'll split the damage, 3 and 2 between them, and a big bounce back moment for Team Bliss.
Wow. I mean, if there's any time you want a flawless response, it's to an
immediately
ace like
after.
Like, seriously.
Yeah. Mowgli, big ace, big clutch. What did Bliss do to begin the second half? They clutch up themselves. Wedables with a triple. And if anything, a really good sign of a team I think that has clearly got that experience at these international events. Yes, SI debut. All aside, Copenhagen, Atlanta over the last 12 months. And I think shown that they've got now that mental fortitude to deal with these kind of high pressure stakes situations. Clean from Wedables, expecting push after push after push. I think got a freebie there onto P4, clearly. That's a sharp angle as well, held by Brendo, who, by the way, I think is having a very solid game. 9 and 5. His twin brother, Sage, of course, gets a lot of the plaudits and the highlights. But Brendo standing strong here on the big stage. And I think for Team Bliss, certainly the kind of team that would not have probably dropped their heads after that Mowgli clutch. I think they would have just bounced back, as they did in the end, and said, let's get on with it.
Yeah, I mean, that was the big question for me, was have they dropped their heads? Because I don't think we actually saw their player cams after the clutch and then leading into that round. And that's why I was sort of posing that question of whether or not Bliss will be resilient enough to formulate a response, whether it be the immediate round after or just the map as a whole. And they have shown that they're not going to go down without a fight whatsoever. Wedables there, really, really well played.
Does still kind of feel like critical rounds, critical moments here. With Wolves already having 4 on the board, Bliss don't have many more rounds that they can kind of give away. They've got to be so clinical and clean from here. Bar games we go for the 8th round of this second map. 2 teams that, again, just pulled on an absolute show. P4 expecting maybe a potential jump out here from Brendo. Droned out Brendo towards West Main. Thinks better of it. And makes the correct decision to not get over aggressive. Don't need to go for those kind of plays.
I feel a bit bad for P4. We've seen a couple of times that here on Chalet. He's fallen to some unfortunate moments. And such is the nature of Siege. It can be a little bit frustrating at times, and it's about picking yourself back up. But all eyes now back on Mowgli.
So, I mean, right now, bar games, but Bliss have got themselves piano control. Oda's still got top library, but they're not playing that kind of conventional setup where you bring that kind of deployable shield towards the chimney and kind of hold the mezzanine. Mowgli over towards box, he's getting lit up. A lot of players should get swung, shouldn't really be living from this scenario. I think scared to peek was Oda, just so hesitant, and he gets punished at this level. You cannot second guess yourself. Mowgli up to 15 kills. Should never have lived in that scenario, but the difference when you're playing a team from a region that just cannot be so clinical. But the response comes through. The young man, the young star making a name for himself on the big stage, Brendo, Fisho. Well, the older head now pushes over towards the half wall of Big Window, gets the kill, and Brendo again. What is happening? It's all down to Mowgli. But for some reason, the 1v3, you maybe think he can do it, but he can't. Brendo salvages it. We effing suck. But they got the round win.
Glad he said
4-4, what a game.
I'm glad they said it. Oh my word. It's one of those moments as a caster where you just want to say words that are not allowed to describe what happened in that round. I mean, the chaos and the fight up above was insane. Mowgli had 2 players on islands before the cross was established and perhaps could have killed both, but his shots didn't quite land. Then Bliss kind of second-guessed themselves, fell into his crutches, didn't hit the trade. There was probably a reload that had to take place over towards the piano hallway, and that's why we saw, I believe it was the Buck, try to retreat. He got caught. But then, of course, everywhere else around the map went the way of Bliss, and they convert the rounds. That didn't really kind of matter in the end anyway.
What a roller coaster of a round. It's a Wolves timeout, by the way, in response to that. Bliss now having won the last 2 rounds. 4-4 the scoreline, and right now it kind of feels like a bit of a boxing bout between Brendo and Mowgli. Brendo, in terms of his scoreline right now, 12-5. Mowgli, I think, is 15-5. Absolutely no surprises with the way that this is playing out, but this moment here, there is no world in which Mowgli should be winning this. The prone play, and then he's the one swinging hallway on basically 1 HP. And Wedables is running away from the man. I would be too. The way he's playing right now, don't blame it. But Brendo steps up. Yeah! Young Gunner.
Let's go. Wait, fucking stop, bro.
Oh, well. Well said, Oda. Well said.
He might have a future on the analyst desk. Wow.
9th round, 4-4. Couldn't get any better than this for those maybe just tuning in. 7-5 was the scoreline on Bank, opening map of this best of 3. Close one. Bliss indeed actually had a 5-3 lead, right? They were in control on Bank. Look, for all in purposes, they were going to take the pick away from Wolves. So, of course, this is picked by Bliss. Started a little shaky, started a little slow, and clearly right now I think the key critical information here in the series is both teams have struggled to attack.
Good work from Bibu early on here with the shock drone, gets a default, able to find a Goyo. Can keep that in sight and might be able to find a mirror window or 2 if he is able to strike at the right time. In the meantime, main breach opened up, no Tuberal play from Bliss. It's an operator that hasn't really seen generally much play at all in OS from all accounts.
Now, for what's worth, back on Bane, Bibu started very slow, but he then picked it up. Something he's probably going to need to do now here on Chalet at 1 and 7. Clearly getting involved in terms of the supporting plays with those shock drones. Again, Mowgli, opening kill. No one is surprised. And might go for a second. Is this man human? I'm not too sure anymore. Questions need to be asked and PCs need to be checked. He's up to 17-5. I don't even know why we would even switch off him. It's a 1 and 4. The round is done. Mowgli opens it up. Just drives the dagger through the heart of Team Bliss. Bot library, bit of blue control, double kill. And 5-4 lead for Wolves as they get a little closer to closing out this series against an opponent that they've got so much history against recently.
Questions being posed of Team Bliss. Questions being posed as to what the kill record may be in a best of 3 as well, because if this ends up going to a 3rd...
I mean, probably would need the 3rd map.
I would hope so. I'd be concerned. If he's able to get it in 2, that would be a little bit scary.
Yeah, insane performance so far from Mowgli. As we head into the 10th round now, Wolves with the advantage. 5-4 the lead now. They're just struggling to contain him, to match him.
Bomb located by
Head up above, bedroom and office here in a very critical 10th round. Bliss were able to get 5 rounds back on Bank. Right now, they're at that precipice. 4 here on Chalet.
5 seconds left.
And these are the moments where you kind of think about, do you go for the bold plays, the big plays, the jump outs, the spawn peaks, try and get ourselves an early advantage? Not only are Wolves going to be prepared for that, though, they may actually look to take advantage and go for a counter pick themselves to get an opening kill. Never happens, though, to begin this round. 5-5, we remain.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Might be a solar approach here from Wolves. Big or double repel. Some initial pressure over towards solar. Double repel. We saw this employed from Bliss on a couple of their attacks as well. Wolves will be doing everything they can to get Mowgli in play-making positions once again. BB will be droning out the side, trying to find a weakness for him to exploit. Chinka down below, holding the west main flank, and that will keep Oda out of reach and out of sight. Flashes go out, the repel to come through. Wedable's under a lot of pressure, but he does find Mowgli, that's big. Ultimately though, Wolves with a positive trade, 4-3, now 4-2. That was Oda locked down. Brendo's going to find it tough to retake as well and join his brother on site.
Sage him towards office, close by to half wall. Brendo should be good for one hit. Oh, little pre-fire shot. I think made noise, or at least had some kind of information that he was pushing up towards Trophy Stairs. May look to push off of this position, and Brendo is now the last one alive, losing his brother in a 1 versus 4. Wolves looking to get themselves match point now. P4 to get the plant down. Brendo still opting to try and push his way through Trophy Stairs in a 1 versus 4. A lot of players low on health. Could certainly still clutch this one up, but no, can't make the most of a bad situation, and the Wolves get themselves a couple of match points here. It's been a close affair in this particular best of 3, but Wolves are just scraping through very nicely. Even without Mowgli popping off in that round, it was the rest of the team, and they get themselves a couple of match points.
Yeah, just a little bit more clinical, and they didn't have to add many layers of complexity to that push. It was the double solar repel with Shinka down below to ensure no one could creep their way up the stairs and, you know, aid in that trade. Wedable was probably fortunate enough to find the pick that he did, and that was the only thing that really kept the round alive for even a little bit. And then unfortunately the rest just fell in place against Bliss. And fortunately for Bliss, they now, well, for Wolves rather, find themselves with 2 match points.
Deserved as well.
And it's going to be tough for Bliss to fight back from here, you would think.
Looking to find their second best of 3 win so far to begin this particular invitational for Wolves after beating SSG yesterday. And now wanting to get past Bliss. By doing so, essentially can't get grouped, clearly. And certainly the way they're playing and the way that Mowgli's playing are looking very good to begin this SI.
Do you think this does now mean that Bliss D plus day 5, that head-to-head,
Yes,
is that going
100%.
to be what determines who gets knocked out?
I don't see Bliss beating SSG or FaZe. And for that, I also don't see D plus beating any of the above, including Wolves. So I think it's going to come down. Day 5, Bliss beat D plus. Mind you, the way Bliss have played, I would definitely back them in as the favoritism of that particular matchup. One we'll talk about later, of course, but right now, still 2 rounds to go if they can make it happen. Bar games we go. This one not over by any means. And so far, Bliss have already kind of shown that they're able to bounce back. Can they do it again? Make this go 6-5. Fisher with the opening kill. He continues to get into these opening engagements. I mean, rightfully so. He's playing inside the library. He's got to be expecting that. 8-7 as well for a player more known for his supportive role in nature. And he does make the successful drop down. He does get out alive, which not a lot of players can always do when they're playing that library position. And not giving up either.
So Wedable's then tasked with holding the mezzanine position, and with Bliss now with an advantageous man count. Can they find this round? Mowgli, though, is still alive and no doubt probing around the map, looking to find an opportunity. He's crept himself in towards library, and I'm not sure if Wedables will know. Still, though, has those keyword barriers to replenish, refortify his position. Mowgli's just trying to find someone misstepping here.
Yeah, not a lot of utility. One smoke here from B, but they don't really have... Oh, he does get the misstep onto Fisher guy, then the immediate drop down, but there's the trade. Quick succession. Oda through bar. Nicely done. One player in, though, up close. I think he needs to play this bar stock position over at the half wall. Oh, got the kill. The body shot of Tashinka. Absolutely beautiful from Oda. Makes it a 4 versus 2. Bebo to just try and lurk in towards bar. Has been able to do so successfully. Knows Oda's position. Might not know those up close, though. Oda on a bit of a heater in this round. 2 versus 1, and only Deadshot who finds Sage, and where Oda and Brendo still remain. Key positions as well in bar stock, and knows where Deadshot will be coming from. With 60 seconds left in the round, makes his way in through mud, but there's a goo mine that meets him at the entrance. Half health for Deadshot. We've already seen some big clutches here on Chalet. Can he now make his own one, I should say? But still very tricky, you would think. Surely Oda can't mess this up with Barstock in control. Oh, he does! Deadshot won it! At half health, and now down to Brendo. And he's been yellow pinged.
Through the Fenrir, he finds the kill. Now down into the 1 versus 1. Oh, but Brendo He finds the kill and he keeps Bliss alive.
Yeah, Oda probably got overzealous. Could have easily just held bar stock. I don't think he needs to move out of that position.
Well, he swings because the F-Naught goes off, and I still think despite that he gets the kill through the mist, I don't think he would have had perfect vision there, Deadshot. He just pre-fires the right position, gets the kill, gets the 1v1.
Yeah.
But Brendo, much like his brother, too good.
Well, that could have really just sent Bliss out of this series. Instead, we continue on. 5-6 we go. Still match point for Wolves. It was 7-5 on Bank, of course, in favor of Wolves. Will it be 7-5 once again?
And that's probably the first time we've seen Mowgli kind of give away his life for free. He was looking to try and play off and roll off the momentum of the backstall pick, so you can't fault him for going for that. But unfortunately, for him, Oda greeted him and was a little bit messy.
Yeah, that's always so tricky too, because the shoulder peek was actually nicely done by Deadshot. He had the yellow ping, confirmed the position of the 1v1 against Brendo, and Brendo doesn't even move, doesn't try to go for a reposition, holds the angle, just hits head. 5-6. Bar game's now locked out. We go to kitchen and dining. It'll be that extensive upstairs roam. Vert hold. Bit of a roam, I guess, but either way, Wolves have looked very good in these kind of moments. We saw it back on Bank. They were able to clutch up, close out, won the last 4 rounds in a row. Can they close this one out as well? Looking for 2 back-to-back 7-5 performances against Bliss, which would be a little bit heartbreaking to come so close, to kind of lose 2-0, and for it to be 7-5, 7-5. Got to remember, you do get kind of points for being able to get some maps for Bliss. If they go out here with nothing, they'll be stuck on 0 points after their first map, or after their first series, I should say.
Ooh. I wonder if that got hacked. We didn't quite see the conclusion. I think it was Brendo that tried to chase the Clutch drone. Yeah, it was hacked, so the impact grenade to deal with that. Eager to see how much Maestro play we see throughout the tournament, and then the Bravo in response. Obviously, now 3 Evil Eyes in total. And you can cook up some interesting strategies to play around that information.
So back-to-back 18 kills for Mowgli. 18-9 on Bank, 18-7 now on Chalet. I believe the kill record is like 49.
Yeah, some of the...
So would definitely need that third map. If we get it, he might actually get it. Clutch run again for P4 was good before when it got that Evil Eye, this time shot out. Hold from Brendo towards Dining as the logic bombs ring out from Shinka. One more available and will let it go as Mowgli just runs straight through Westbane. Like the earlier round though, before he lost his life, and it's another triple kill from Wedables. It's almost a repeat of what we saw from him before. Stands up in the big moment and Team Bliss send this one to overtime. Not done yet, not giving up. The true Aussie spirit is to never die.
Wedables just loves locking down that position, man. Holy. We saw it earlier with a very, very similar 3K with the Maestro, despite the best efforts from Wolves to time the trade. He just finds pick after pick after pick, and Bliss survived to see OT.
And Bliss, like they did back on Bank after a successful round, have now opted to take a timeout. Maybe Mingering just wants to kind of just settle things down. They got a little overexcited. And why shouldn't they? 4 of the last 6 rounds. And in the end, they have now got themselves to overtime after a bit of a shaky first half. Only got the 2 attacking rounds. Ends up being a defender-sided Chalet. I mean, come on, at this point, SI is just all about defense. I've given up. I've tried. I've been on the copium. But 15-7 from Brendo. He's been a clear standout. 11 as well from Wedables. Clearly 2 big clutch moments as well. When you kind of think about it, he's got 11 kills, but 6 of those have come in 2 moments where he got those kind of triple kill moments, as we just saw in that last round. Of course, Mowgli up to 18. No one else on his team has got double-digit kills for Wolves. Concerning a little bit, because honestly, against the better teams, 1 player popping off is not going to be good enough.
Couldn't tell you how this one's going to play out. Very, very intrigued. I mean,
I've seen this story before, and it ends in heartbreak because, as I said at the end of Bank, I am sick and tired of reading the same script when it comes to APAC. Close, but not close enough every single time.
Well, you're
sick of it.
You say that, but last time they played on this map, Atlanta, 8-6 Bliss. They were actually perfect in overtime. So, deja vu, perhaps?
Potentially. Certainly one that would be needed. For Wolves, though, certainly no causes, I think, in terms of alarm. The only thing being, they actually now play as double attack here in this OT, and attacking has not been strong for either side. But it does mean they kind of get a free punch here. Can they steal an opening round and then go into the defense after this? Otherwise, if Bliss win this opening defensive round, they get 2 opportunities to close this one out. Massive round coming up as we begin overtime in the second map of this series here. In this Group B matchup.
It's been a good game so far, though, and I think a lot of takeaways for both rosters and probably for the 3 other teams in the group that are watching this intently as well. Wolves with information. They've been abusing drone holes quite a bit throughout this match to gather information without the defense being alerted.
Mowgli, it has to be the one we keep our eyes on, whether you want to or not. He's the one that's making things happen. Gets a little bit of tag on Wedables. Brendo lost his life elsewhere to Bibu. Just the 3rd kill for him. Double-digit deaths. Mowgli with a bit of control towards that sort of trophy position now. And P4 as well in terms of what they've got on the map 2 minutes in. I like what I see here for Wolves. I think Bliss are a little bit scared with how much map control they've given up down below in terms of that vert below sight. They won't like the situation they're in, especially losing Brendo, who's been so strong in this match. The position they find themselves in is a difficult one. And Wedables is low. Wolves have got themselves an advantage here in overtime.
If Wolves look to flash out Solar here, again, it's up to Sage to step up and really protect Wedables. Down below, though, vert pressure. Oh my God, out this position. It does, and that should be the trigger for the Solar push from Wolves.
Got red pinged out. Drone, Sage, can't make the play happen. The upside down rappel, he gets flushed out too. Mowgli, of course, who else at this point? Oda and Fisher Guy. The 2 versus 5, but we haven't really seen these kind of clutches. And again, there's 20 now for Mowgli. And make that almost 21, but shut down by Oda. Now to 1 versus 4. He's full white, he's dead. And that's, again, a couple of match points now for Wolves. Couldn't close it out in regulation, but a strong start to begin in OT on the attack as well. Made light work of that defense from Team Bliss. And Wolves now onto the defense and in the driver's seat to close out Chalet.
Yeah, perfect start. Free hit. Free control down below. The vert pressure was immense. A lot of perceived pressure as well horizontally for Bliss. And that meant that they weren't really too sure as to where to position themselves. And immediately, once we saw Wedables cleared from vert down below by the Buck, as I suggested, it was going to be the trigger for that Solar push. Sage then on the Warden had to play perfectly. And unfortunately, that was not meant to be.
Biggest pressure cooker moment now for Team Bliss, because they have struggled on the attack, albeit similar to Wolves. I think we're pretty fair in that assessment. But as Fox said back on the analyst desk, they've looked scared when it comes to attack, and there's nothing more scary when you're down overtime match point and you need to attack now. You got to make things happen. You got to push in. You got to be aggressive. You got to find these early contacts, and you want to seek them out, find them, get position along the map. Bar games as well, strong from Wolves earlier on. Liked what I saw from them. Good piano control, good office control. They couldn't really clear out. I believe it was dead shot towards Chimney. Kept it pretty conventional. They bring the deployable shield again through him on the Warden. This is going to be a very difficult round for Bliss. The onus here is on them to crack open this defense of Wolves.
So it's double globals here from Bliss. We're going to see both the Line and the Dakabi in play, the Dockerby in play.
The Dakabi?
I don't know why I said that.
Activating drone.
That was quite strange. But the other thing as well, especially on this particular setup, was we saw Bliss struggle to deal with utility. They went for the 8 nade lineup. This time, though, they're bringing the Flores instead. I love this. Already far more effective compared to what we saw last time.
Didn't get the barrier, but did get that deployable shield, and that was a big factor last time out, as you said. Yeah, struggled to get rid of it. How many nades did they bring? 8. This time they bring 6. A couple of flashes as well, probably to help out a little bit more on the entry. Keep a barrier out again from Mowgli. Big pressure, though, in terms of defense from Wolves to keep control of libraries. The Logic Bomb does ring out. One more available for Wedables. 2 minutes still. A lot of time. Don't have to rush this. Certainly could go for a bit more of a map-wide control. EE1D plus Logic Bomb. A lot of utility being expended here. Wedables towards Solar now. Can push across. They've got the time to do so. And I like this because they're clearly struggling to really get inside a library. They're not getting these picks. Mowgli got tagged up. Live drone as well for wet in towards Piano. No one inside the office now. A little bit better here from Bliss. They've got a bit of that map control, but you still got to hit your shots. And that's something they've struggled with here attacking into Wolves.
It's this position right here that will make or break the round. If Mowgli can lock down the staircase without utility, despite utility, Bliss will struggle.
Impact unsuccessful. Position known, of course, top library. Flash has to go out. He is full white. Deadshot watching. Warden in play. Very strong as well under pressure. Werdables lost his life. Good trade in towards library, though, from the sledge of Brendo. But it's the trades that favor Wolves. Right now, up 4 versus 3. Fisher guy lost his life. That's Diffuser at big window. And Shinka still in a very critical position towards Barstock. And a 2 versus 4 now for Bliss. Basically, one last roll of the dice here to try and salvage this one. Wolves are in the driver's seat, pole position, however you want to say it. They've got this one locked up. It would have to be a massive clutch from Oda and or Brendo to try and extend this game. Otherwise, Wolves are going to look to take this. Big kill from Brendo. Needing more, though, with only 40 seconds remaining. Again, Diffuser at that half-wall default position. Nade out from Brendo. Is it good? Not too sure. Don't get a lot from it.
Loading back.
It's going to be tough here for Bliss as Wolves consolidate their positions. Diffuser not even in the hands of the attack. 20 seconds on the clock for Bliss.
Don't have Diffuser. 20 seconds. Got to make the push. Got to make the move. Got to be brave in this moment and try and clear out these key positions. Again, time is not your friend. Oda, sorry, mate, but you're going to have to push through. And as soon as he does, he's spotted by Mowgli, the man with 21, the man who closes it out. With 40 kills between 2 maps against Team Bliss, Mowgli's your MVP. And Wolves make it 2 wins in a row to begin 6 Invitational 24.
When the pressure got too much, Bliss unable to rise to the occasion. Mowgli absolutely stoked with that performance. Why wouldn't you be? He's almost speechless, and you can't blame him. Had that have gone to the 3rd map, I tell you what, that record would have been under threat.
Under threat would have been smashed. He had 40 and who? He had 18 and 9 on Bank, 22 and 9 on Chalet. Mowgli was the superstar that just went sicko mode, and Bliss could deal with him. Obviously, people will give their plaudits. It will be another honorable loss for those from APAC. But again, as the script usually goes, close, but not close enough when it comes to this region. Yeah, signs are there. Improving signs. Well, we all know it. We've been talking about it throughout the last couple of majors, now coming into SI. There are teams from APAC that are improving, that are starting to get results, but the improving alone, it's not getting you the wins.
Yeah, tough game. But you know who I'd love to hear?
Who's that?
Rob, back on the desk. See you guys.
Wow, impeccable from you, Michael. I don't think I've ever seen a throw that good. Actually, I have just seen a throw that good. Mowgli, my God, what on earth have we just witnessed? That is probably one of the more sickening performances across the 2-map series I've ever seen.
Yeah, I'm gonna once reiterate it, but I find it funny how he raised it as a potential concern going into this matchup for Wolves, and like he's the only player stepping up, but he did, and in such a way that it was really able to carry the game and momentum towards his team, and that ace as well. I'm sure we'll talk about it later and have a replay of it, because that was, you could just clip that and put it straight into your frag montage. It was absolutely
beautiful. Oh yeah, there's definitely a frag montage coming out of Mowgli.
No, that was so funny. We're talking about it, saying like, oh, we need other people from Wolves to step up, and you know the team definitely stepped up. It's a team effort, but dropping over 20 kills is insane from anybody. But not to just hurt on Bliss, I feel like they showed a lot of talent and a lot of potential, and I feel like they deserve the credit. And I think they're going to have a lot of good games, I guess, going into the rest of their group games.
Well, that's just it. Like, it kind of sets them up in a way, right? You've just come up against Wolves who you've already versed. You already know. We spoke about this before, right? There's an element of kind of knowing your opponent, not knowing what to expect. But at the end of the day, that's kind of what, for Bliss, that's probably the start they needed, was a little bit of a wake-up call as well.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's their first game, right? Because they haven't played yesterday, so this is their first time on this international stage of it being an SI. And luckily, you can learn from this, you can adapt from that, because that's what they said they need. They need that international experience of being able to adapt to whatever the international opponent's throwing at you in the server.
Well, we've got Mowgli with us. What a performance that was. What happened?
I don't know. I just play my game as usual, and maybe I can't tell you. I was just pushing, headshot. They see me, headshot. They don't see me, headshot. Only headshot. And I guess I'm lucky, I don't know.
Absolutely crazy. That play with the pistol on top of Blue Stairs, we were like in the green room absolutely screaming.
In my head, I was dead. I don't know how I'm alive.
John Wick?
I need help. And I don't know.
So what does this now mean for you? Because, you know, you've got the rest of Group 1. Yeah. Oh, sorry, not Group 1. My apologies.
C or B, I don't know.
B?
B?
B. Yeah. We'll just agree.
Yeah.
What does it look like for the rest of this phase?
I think we will be more comfortable now. because Bliss was potentially a big opponent because of Atlanta. They almost sent us home last major, so it was a really important game. And now it will be a Damwon and FaZe, so we will be really confident, I guess.
Yeah, that's something I wanted to ask, because you of course played Bliss during Atlanta. Does that change the perspective going into this game, having already played against them?
Yeah, we changed our play style against them. Like in Atlanta, we were really slow in attack, and they were just destroying drone, fall back, and we're just losing time. So we said we just go site every time. We push, we follow the drones, and that's it. It worked.
How did you find playing against them? Obviously, this is their first game, and they've got a lot of games ahead of them. How did they compete?
I think they will be really strong against every team. They can be in the top 3, obviously.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah. Mowgli, we always love to do this. Would you like to say anything to the audience at home?
Which is the camera? This one? Thank you very much, Wolves, for your support every time on Twitter, Instagram. Thank you very much, and that's it.
Yeah, keep it short and sweet, Mowgli. That performance was unbelievable, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No worries. That's very well deserved. I mean, we cannot. There's no doubt. There's no questioning. That is one of the more insane performances we've seen. I think you could hear Xenox screaming over that ace from like 4 floors away. That was absolutely ridiculous. But, you know, it kind of contextualizes. It was 22 kills in the end. It was 22 kills.
That's great.
And it was 19 on the first map, Fox.
Light work. I mean, we're saying it like it's anything crazy. I mean, Mowgli's been doing that throughout his career. He's been doing that right now in the tournament. I mean, from yesterday to today, he doesn't really seem to be slowing down. It's usually always a question of the other team, and obviously his team came around him today, and I think they matched up very well against Bliss and the adaptations that they pulled out.
Sorry, 41 kills across the series. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't like doing maths under pressure either, but yeah, it definitely is. I was trying to get 3 times in my head, like, is it that? Yeah, indeed 41. But I mean, of course, his team around him stepped up as well, and we talk about the opening part of the round on their own defensive half of Wolves. It was P4. I think he got the opening kill 4 times. He went 4 and 1 in total on the entries, and 2 of those are with the C4 as well. So those teammates around him really stepping up as well. But in the interview with Mowgli as well, what I really liked is that he does show that respect. Yes, they 2-0 Bliss if you look at the score line of this matchup, but they showed that respect. Like, hey, they're a very good opponent. Yep. They can definitely be top 3. We had to change our play style coming into this as well because, you know, we played them before.
I love how you brought up the C4, especially from P4, because I felt like the big difference from map 1 to map 2 is they really wanted Bliss to take, again, those open areas that they were stalling on Bank. But when it came to Chalet, they were prepared for it. And also when it got into the last 20, 30 seconds, they were also adding the addition of a flank every single time. Every single defense, they had somebody flanking above, going for the back hit, and it was working flawlessly on their defenses.
It really caught Bliss out way too many times, unfortunately. And, you know, I'm looking back through my notes and just looking at how many 2v2 rounds, you know, went the way of Wolves. There's so many different scenarios, both on, even on Bank, but specifically on Chalet, where this really could have been going to map 3, but unfortunately it doesn't. What does this now mean for both of these teams? I mean, if Bliss had won this series, let's just throw out a hypothetical, or it would have been a really crazy group, because I think only D+ would be the team. Sorry, D+ would be the only team without a win. But now Wolves are kind of sitting there quite happily.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, the top of the group. I mean, I'd be happy with that too. And of course, for Bliss, you know, they've lost, but their round differential at this moment is better than D+. So that puts them on that fourth spot. They still have an opportunity, of course. They have to play all these other teams still. Don't have any more off days. That might be something like, hey, okay, we played our first day, we took that loss. There will be less time in between these games to make sure we fully adapt to what's coming up next for us.
Absolutely. If you're Wolves, you're sitting comfortably, but I really like how the points are shaping up. There's no real outlier, I guess, besides Wolves, but there's still a lot of games, and especially since Bliss against Wolves was such a close game, anybody in this group can definitely take a win off of each other. If you're Bliss, I think you have to be happy. I mean, realistically, the last time there was a Australian team that actually made it to a playoff was Fnatic. So it's been like 3 years since an OCE team has even made playoffs. Not just Phase 3 main stage, Phase 2. They haven't made it to Phase 2. So to just get there, I'd be happy if I was.
Why'd you have to do that to me?
I'm sorry, I had to bring it up.
The thing is, though, we might have to wait a very long time until we find out whether they make it to playoffs again, because their match against D+, is on the very last day of group.
Oh my
So considering that they're
God.
both at 0 points still, it might mean that this group will go all the way to the final match, because there's a final match of Group B as well. The very final match of this group to see which of these two teams.
Oh, that's heartbreaking for me.
Yeah.
That is so heartbreaking. But something that's absolutely nowhere near heartbreaking. We've talked about it multiple times. It's the entire play of the game, and I don't need to say what it is. You're gonna witness greatness. That's what you're gonna witness. The ace from Mowgli. It was 3 kills rapidly in the mid portion of the round on a bit of a bliss kind of, I guess you could almost call it a rush in the middle of the round, and then backs it up with a 2-piece in a 1 versus 2. I mean, like.
Yeah, I look at that and I go, disgusting. That's just.
I hear you.
Yeah, disgusting.
I hear you. I mean, I think the way that he was using the Azami, especially in the library box, is to close off those angles to secure his 1v1s. And obviously, every single fight that he was taking was a 1v1 because of the close off. And then when he was put in that 2v1, again, Bliss wasn't really tightening up, but he was doing such an amazing job at isolating those ones, and he just hits the head.
Sometimes it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
Look, you can crunch the game down as much as you want. Sometimes you just need to click heads. But it is time for us to go to a break. Thank you very much for joining me, Anne and Fox. You'll be sticking around soon, and so will you. You won't want to go anywhere, because we'll be back after this with the halftime show.
back to 6 Invitational live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. I'm your new host for the rest of the day, Ginny, joined on the desk with Ollie. And Bibu, thank you so much as well. We're ready to jump into the halftime show. You might be seeing that on Ollie's desk and you're thinking, what is that? Ollie, can you explain this game?
We've got Jenga today.
All right.
We're going to be playing a game of Jenga between Bibu and Oda from Bliss.
Correct.
So we're going to have some fun with this, and it's going to be points-based. Obviously, you've just played in the server. Now you get to play Jenga against each other.
I will beat him again.
Again?
Okay, respect. Well, in the meantime as well, just remember you can ask people questions in the chat. We'll translate those questions straight to him and see if he can give an answer. We'll hope so. But you do know the game, you understand the rules. You just gotta take as many blocks out of it as you possibly can.
Easier than Siege, to understand.
Easier than Siege.
I think
okay.
it's easier.
So for every question that you answer, you're allowed to take away 1 block.
Okay.
And then we keep count of how many blocks you took.
Okay.
And we'll see who gets the most.
Let's go.
All right, ready to get started?
Let's go.
Okay, I'm gonna start off with the first question, and that is, how have you enjoyed Sao Paulo so far?
Very good. Weather is good. I mean, temperature is good. In Paris, it's like it was around 0. We came there, it's like 20 or 30, so even better. And yeah, the city is cool. We met again our friends of Brazilian teams and stuff like that. They advised us on some food, some restaurants, stuff like that. So it was cool. And now it's the game. So just excited to play, and with the 2 wins, even more now.
Yeah, it's going well. Do give us some recommendations for food, because we're trying to look for places to go for food, and we would love to. So you answer the question, feel free to take the first block out. It'd be really embarrassing if it falls off. Why would you do that?
No, that's a good one.
Okay.
I think that's a good one.
I mean, respect.
I have a coach.
Yeah, you have.
And my coach is Oli.
I'm
trusting.
All right.
I'm an official Jenga coach for the day.
I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Actually, a question that is food related. That is, what's your favorite dessert?
I'm not someone from desserts, really, but I would say like chocolate cake, but you know, with the melted chocolate.
Oh, the lava chocolate cake.
Lava,
yeah,
that's
they're really good.
That's my thing that I need to take.
Okay, let's go. You can take another one out. That was a great answer.
It's like you've got to earn the ability to take a Jenga block out at this.
Yeah. Well, this is.
I can
yeah, you can just take the top one.
Yeah. No. You can't take the top.
Why not?
You're not allowed to take the top. You could take the second row.
Guys, come on.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, you're playing a dangerous game.
He's like, nah, let's make it as difficult as possible.
I don't want to be like that guy, but are we playing official Jenga where you've then got to restack it on top? Or are we playing like you just count them up?
Nah, we're just counting them up.
Okay.
We're going to be here for a couple hours.
That would be better.
Wow, another question. This is not food related though, but it's, are you more a cat or a dogs person?
Ooh.
Dogs.
Okay, no, he's allowed to take. He can take.
He's allowed to take with that answer.
If that was a cat, I'd be kicking this desk.
I mean, cat is very good, but dogs are just better.
Yeah, if you did answer that you liked cats more, I would be rocking the table right now.
It's hard.
Why?
Because dogs are
you don't
definitely the better
like
ones.
cats?
I'm not keen on cats.
Why not? Are you allergic?
No.
Then why?
I just don't like them. My auntie's cat always scratches me.
Yeah, well, that's a you problem. Not a cat problem.
That's the better choice.
I mean, listen, you have 3 so far. You got a couple more questions.
We've got a bit of a lean going on here already. I'm thinking I might need to get in some coaching. We might need our tactical timeout in a minute.
We need, I think.
You have done absolutely nothing, Ollie. Do not take the credit.
I'm saying this is looking a bit ropey.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's looking scary.
I'm lost.
But a question in terms of the game and when it's something that more Wolves being on the back foot, when you've just lost a map, who is it in the team particularly that steps up and inspires everyone, is very vocal in terms of getting that momentum going?
I mean, our coaching staff, obviously, because they have like the riggers from outside, especially even more Helby, who's like watching the game from outside with all the POVs and stuff like that. So sometimes he's giving us some advice and stuff. Laurie, our coach Leland, is doing it a lot. I'm trying to do it. I have this, and I know P4 is doing. We kind of these fours. Sometimes everyone, when someone needs to say something, they want to just cheer up. We are all the team. There is no specific role that you need to cheer up and you need to just focus on the game.
Okay.
Everyone is involved. Most of the time it's more this person, but after all, sometimes it would be Mowgli. Like on this game, he was so energetic, cheering up everyone. Like, guys, I'm just better. Just following me. We will green the game, and that's what we do.
Do you want to give us a motivational speech?
No.
It can be in French.
For who?
just for people watching at home, like what should they do if they're losing all their ranked games? Like how should they?
I don't know. It's very specific to games, but I would say more generally, just reset. The most important thing is to reset. Every game is another. It's different. Every round is different. There is no impact like on other games, you know, by rounds. That your round is totally new. Even if you are down 6-0, doesn't matter. You can just come back. So just reset. Try to be positive. Give some energy, because being positive is the most cheering up and thing that can make you move on and be better. If you just stay, okay, I'm bad, I played bad, I didn't get the kill, you will never move on, and the game is already lost in your head.
Wise words. Take it round by round. You know what? That's 2 questions that you've answered, so feel free to take out 2.
Okay, I think
you got to get the points in.
I think it would be.
Oh no, I think this one.
Ali, no.
This one. Okay, thanks.
You can't coach both teams, man.
Wow.
Are you gonna help Bliss out as well?
No,
well, I'm not gonna be here. It's gonna be.
True.
Yeah, we're all personal.
You can get another one.
Oh yeah.
Because you have 2.
Which one, coach, please?
Coach, please.
This
Ali,
one?
no, don't do it.
Okay. This one.
No. We got a test.
We got a
that one.
test.
Okay, this one.
Is this considered cheating?
No, because all I'm doing is I've got a really delicate touch, so I'm just giving it like a little tap, and BB's got the careful hand to bring it out.
That's a perfect combination.
Okay.
This is teamwork, right?
It's not the ladies with gentle hands, but the men
No,
with
because I want to
gentle
win as
hands.
well. Before we came on here, I said, BB, I'm gonna kick it. I'm gonna destroy you at Jenga.
Why would you do that?
And then we found out they're on the same team, so I thought, well, we got to win together at least.
Yeah.
Okay. Someone asked you if you can do your best wolf impression.
The wolf. Oh, I'm doing the
If
wolf.
you want to, you don't have to. You can skip it.
No, I can.
You can do it. Okay.
That's
we got a little dog at the end as well.
He's got the dog in him. All right.
It's when the wolf wants to beat, you know, and to bite.
Okay. Toughest loss and sweetest victory in your career.
Toughest loss. I would say probably, I don't know. I think maybe the one would be the classic. The easier response would be G2 last year at the 6 Invitationals. But I think on this Invitational, the toughest loss was against Oxygen, because we had the game in the hand and we lost. So it's like a top 3 games to go to play on winner bracket against WSNM in final winner finals. So probably this one. And my better victory, the sweetest, like you said. I don't know. There is so much, but I think every game when you are a competitor, especially in major events, are so giving you so emotions. It's what we play the game, you know. That's the reason we play. I would say that, but probably one in the. Oh no. Okay, I know.
Go for it.
It's for the 6 major Paris. The qualification in DreamHack Valencia.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's our last chance. You know, tournament back in the days it was like if you won the tournament, you have the spot to the 6 major. It was the first one in Paris, our home country.
Yeah.
And we lost online. We lost everything before, and for last chance, and we won. A crazy game, so we just cheer up so much, and we're so happy to win.
Awesome.
Crying Bibu. Well, you did the wolf impression and you answered this question, so technically you can take away 2, but this is your last chance, okay? Like, this is the last thing that you're going to be doing.
Okay.
Ali, no. Coaches don't play.
I'm not playing. I'm just advising. I'm coaching.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, easy.
Oh.
Easy
game.
How many?
You know, he teach me, and now I'm just better.
Wow, the student became a master. Well, thank you so much. We really appreciate it. We're going to be having another player join us, but once again, congratulations on the win. And great job. How many do you have,
2,
actually?
3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7. Okay, not bad. That's pretty good. Respect.
I mean, 7 on 7.
Yeah.
If you have more questions, I will lose. Anyway. Be fair, guys. Be fair.
Let's do 7 questions. Let's see. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We're going to have Odo joining us, so you are free to leave. And Ali as well. I'm going to have to kick you off the desk because Fox is joining us for this one. My real important question that I have is who's actually going to be building back the Jenga, because that needs to be going back. Ali, I'm pretty sure that was your responsibility. So while you do take off your mic, you're still going to be part of the game. Hi, Foxa. Hi, Oda. Thank you guys so much for joining.
Hi.
You were on the analyst desk, so you're not special anymore.
Okay.
You're an analyst, not a player.
Fair enough,
but
fair
Oda,
enough.
thank you. Unfortunate situation here today, but thank you for joining us for this halftime. I'm not sure if you heard what we were saying earlier, but for every question that you answer, you can take a block out.
Yeah.
And then he had a total of 7 blocks. So the aim is to beat him.
Okay.
All right. How are you feeling today in general? Like, how's Sao Paulo been? Have you had a chance to go outside, explore a little?
We've walked around a bit, not too much. We enjoyed the pool earlier today in the morning.
It's a nice pool, actually.
Yeah, it's really nice and warm. But yeah, we've just been practicing, really.
So does that mean you got to take a block now?
Yeah, that's...
Is that a block?
Yeah, that's
there
a block.
you go.
That's like an opening question, so the opening block. Ooh, that was shaky.
So shaky.
Oh, you can just keep it on your desk. That's what you would. It's probably easier for you as well. That was a little shaky. All right. So first question that we have is, what is it like at your first SI? And how does the competition here relate to the competition at the major?
It feels really good to be at SI. The vibe is definitely different to the majors. It feels more intense. And you kind of know that like every team here deserves to be here.
Yeah.
From the majors, I don't know, there's not much of a difference, just everyone, it's just more intense really.
Okay.
Yeah.
Am I supposed to answer that too?
No. Are you playing?
No, but...
Well, there you go.
You've been to more than one.
I mean, I've been to a lot of them. Yeah. My first SI I casted and analysted, so now I'm back to it.
Wow, thank you so much for that story. You have a chance to take out a block. I mean, it is like a two-sided question, so I don't know if we should like get you a chance to remove 2, but we'll see about that one.
Oh, I felt better. That felt a lot better.
So far, 100%. I mean, it does look a little shaky. It looks like it's like coming out a little bit to the side. But either way, in terms of your experience here at SI and the games that you've had so far, what has been the biggest learning lesson for yourself as a player?
I feel like, I've been playing Siege for a long time, but just like kind of adapting to like all the players out here. They all have different play styles. There's some are aggressive, some just like play sight. So you kind of just got to be ready for like every gunfight, I guess. So I'm just kind of adapt to like all the players.
Mm-hmm. Okay, well, that's another block removed.
Going from the front.
Okay. Wow. Everyone's like...
Ooh. You're doing a pretty
really
good job.
Courageous. I mean, he's literally got 3 out of 3. That's a perfect job. You're doing great.
What did BB get? 7?
But he did have 7 questions, so
okay.
we gotta get 30s. I also want to talk about more as like the team, as a collective, as Bliss coming here, being at the major. Yeah. We've kind of heard about the boot camps potentially not really being there. Do you think that as a whole has potentially impacted the team? Are you guys well rested when you've landed? What has it been as a 5-man to like sit here and play?
Doing an Oz boot camp definitely, like, it helps with the team bond, like going into an event, everyone being like just together. But you don't get to scrim, these international teams that are really good. We scrimmed like tier 2 Oz teams, and they're not really the best. So yeah, our prac wasn't that great leading up, but like when we come here a few days early, we do get to scrim a few international teams, which is good. But yeah, the flights, like 30-hour flights, oh my god. Like,
yeah,
that'd be brutal.
Like, I slept 10 hours in the first flight, and that was 15 hours. Then we had another 15 hours with no break, just straight on. I slept for 2 hours, and it was painful.
You guys don't upgrade to like first class or anything like that?
No, we're from AFAC, buddy. Come on.
All right. I mean, feel free to take another part of the puzzle.
I'm getting sweaty watching you. It's actually getting intense.
You're not really doing a good job. Like, Ollie was sitting here coaching the player. We also have excited to be here. But we're gonna have to continue with the questions because I don't actually know what this means. I'm assuming it's an animal from Australia. Please do let me know. How many cassowaries could you take in a fight?
I don't even know what that is.
Cassowaries?
Is that an Australian animal?
I have no idea. If anyone could let me know what that is it like a typo or something? We'll skip that question for now.
Like a capybara,
well,
maybe?
Why would you fight a capybara?
Well, that's a
you could have said kangaroo or something.
Yeah, you could have said a kangaroo. I think that would. But if you could swim in any sea, what sea would it be? That's an interesting question.
Sea.
Yeah.
What seas are the Pacific Ocean? Is that a sea or something? Does that count as a sea?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah, it does.
I don't know. You're asking the wrong guy. I mean,
yeah, you're asking the American, not Joe.
I played video games my whole life, man. I'm not a...
You can take 2. Go ahead. You can have that one.
I'm gonna go fast.
Ooh.
You're really going the distance.
Okay, last question is, did you surprise yourself with your performance today against Wolves?
As a team or personally?
Personally.
I think I played good on Bank. I feel like I was able to take some gunfights and help win rounds. On Chalet, I was a bit shaky. I did have one good round, but what can you do, I guess?
But yeah, it was all right performance.
All right.
We'll improve.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that's part of the competition, right? You get more practice, you get more games against teams, and you improve as you go. Thank you for answering the question. You can take your final block. Ooh.
You'd be tying Bibu with this, right?
Yeah, it would be a tie.
Oh my gosh.
All right, it is a tie. Well, at least, you know, IRL, it was a tie, but thank you so much for joining us for the interview. We really do appreciate it. We're going to be heading over to a short break. We'll be back shortly, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back to the second half of the day. I hope you guys enjoyed the halftime show. It's me, Laxing, and Ali that are going to bring you guys the next couple of games and the action. How are you feeling today?
I'm feeling great. I got boatloads of sleep since I don't start till later in the day. So overall, I feel hydrated, I feel well rested, and I feel ready to jump into more SI action.
All right. Los against Sonics. That is the SI action that we're going to have today. Ali, in terms of expectations, how this game will go, what are we thinking?
I believe that this could be the biggest game we see out of Group D. And I don't say that lightly. And also, it isn't to take away from the other great teams that we've got inside of this group. But if you were to ask a lot of people, who would you expect the teams to be going out of this group are, both of these teams will be in that conversation, right? 3 teams are going to leave each group, and these are 2 of the teams that a lot of people will be backing to make it out of the group. What makes this so much more important is the fact that they're now playing up against one another here today. And that, of course, has a serious ramification, as one team is going to have to lose.
Yes, unfortunately, that's the case. And Los, however, has been a team that has an incredible run on that international stage, Laxing. We're looking at this roster, we're looking at players to keep our eyes out for. Anyone jumping to mind?
Loban specifically for me, I mean, during the Atlanta Major, he just completely popped off. He was the 2nd highest rated player there. He was the 2nd highest rated in KD, entry, KD. I mean, even in the entry, he had 58 opening engagements, netting 38 of those. That is an insane stat in and itself.
I don't think you can get too hung up on any single one player here on this Lost roster.
Absolutely not.
Loban's had his day in the sun. He played fantastically in Atlanta, lights out. Now, we can take this with a pinch of salt because of who Lost played yesterday. Of course, they played Falcons with 3 substitutes. However, that didn't stop them from dominating the stat line and getting things done very quickly indeed. 7-4-7-0 is a fantastic way to kick off your SI, opening yourself up into the group and saying, look, we're here to play. Doesn't matter who we're going up against. We ain't making mistakes. For me, the player that stood out yesterday was Dots, cracking on the entry and ended +10 as well.
Los is also one of the teams that has tasted that international success, not necessarily so in the form of lifting a trophy, but rather in terms of they've had a very, very good run when it came to Atlanta. So coming here to SI, I'm pretty sure they're looking to replicate that, which brings the question if that's even possible.
I mean, also when you just look at the roster in and itself, I mean, Cameraman, tremendous history throughout Siege, has attended I think every single invite outside of one. So having that background and being your IGL, being able to teach you guys everything you need to be prepared for, that's massive.
All right, but they're going up against Sonics. And Sonics, we've already seen them play as well. It was on the B stream yesterday, but it didn't feel like what we were expecting from them here. Ollie actually came to life.
I think Sonics had a great day yesterday. Like, let's be honest, they played with a rookie. They've got Ambi, the youngest player inside of SI. He played fantastically well. He went +3 on entry, +5 overall. You can't really ask much more than that from someone who is debuting in SI. But maybe the rest of the team wasn't quite there. Maybe there were some cracks. It wasn't the easiest game they had up against Scars. It was a 7-5, 8-7. So you look at that and you think, we would expect Sonics to be beating Scars a little bit better than that, surely.
Yeah, but it could also be the fact that it was the first day that we've seen them. You know, you're just getting used to it, getting back into the swing of things. And again, they do have that win on the board against Scars, so that does put them into a similar run to Lowe's, both 1-1 at the moment. But when we're looking at the roster, particularly in the terms of Sonics and the change that has been made, how are you expecting that to play out today on the A stream?
Well, for me, it's interesting because Gunnar originally, during the regular stage, they were struggling in their mid to late run adaptations, and that's where Gunnar stepped in and said, you know, he was taking an IGL role, he was helping the team, and then you started to see the success that we saw back in Copenhagen from the SQ that we saw there, and then that followed into Atlanta, but then they fell short drastically. Well, if they fell hard, they didn't fall short, they fell hard. So then they swapped out Gunnar to bring Ambi, this up-and-comer, and again, like you were saying, Ambi popped off yesterday. He was the MVP of that match. So for the roster alone to bring in someone brand new that has no LAN experience, playing at SI for the first time, and to do that well, regardless against Scars, that's a huge boost of morale for the team to just let everyone know that everyone's firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, and with the map feeders as well being ready, we can actually have a look in terms of what servers we're going to be heading on to. So in terms of the bans here, Ollie, nothing particularly standing out to you and saying, okay, that's crazy.
No, I think that we're seeing, you know, a pretty straightforward counterban process there for the first four. The one that does surprise me a little bit is the Lost pick onto Skyscraper. You've got to look at that and question recent form for Lost on that map and wonder, is it the best choice to be going on to? We're going to pick Cafe for the second one as well. So, you know, you've got to sort of look at that and you've got to go, I think Sonics have maybe sort of chosen this map and gone, we're going to go to Sky because we know that Lost aren't very good at it. They might be a medium preference map, but they haven't got a great recent performance on it.
And to be fair, I mean, Sonics haven't performed that well in Skyscraper either. They won it during the first stage one time, and then in the second stage, they lost it to M80 one time, and then lost it to Bleed recently. So it makes you question, both teams obviously are comfortable going with it. I asked Cameraman about this, you know, the maps that came out to be. He said he was kind of surprised, but at the same time, I think both teams are trying to get in each other's heads and try to pick each other's weakest maps and try to see what they can bring into those maps to really try to get into one another's head.
Yeah, and both teams are also ready to head straight into the competition. So let's head over to our casters to be covering the first map, Skyscraper.
Thanks, Jenny. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the A-Stream casting desk. What a series you've got coming up here, Tim.
I'm looking forward to this one.
I am too. It's funny that, isn't it? Really looking forward to casting a game. Both of these teams 2-0 yesterday, as the desk have mentioned. Kind of the summary I have from that is still a point to prove. Sure, you've stomped through a considerably weaker team in both of these cases. This is really where the teams will be defined and made as to what their run at the tournament could look like.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, for me, I've got more questions about Lost than I do Sonics.
Yeah.
I feel like the Sonics maybe put up a slightly sort of more rounded performance yesterday. Lost were a little bit up and down first map, but was kind of difficult for them against the team with a couple of stand-ins where we thought that they'd be all over it. But then they really warmed into it, and Border, they absolutely demolished them. So kind of which Lost are we going to get? You know, how much are we going to get out of Maya and Lobin again? They had good games yesterday, particularly Border. So we'll see whether that continues for them. Cameraman was particularly alive on Border as well. So I'm looking forward. I think there's a lot of questions to be answered here. In terms of this group, I think we're probably seeing two of the top teams here, and it might just give us an idea who will pinch that top seed.
And I'm also happy that we get to see a little bit of Skyscraper. Tim, it's one of my favorite maps alongside Nighthaven. Loved it ever since the rework. Think it's a really interesting map to watch. Teams that are really on it, they're able to cut off rotates from defenders pulling back towards site after they've played their extended holds, normally across that top floor. I just think there's so much opportunity for teams that have got good plans in mind to show really strong team play when it comes to, again, cutting off defenders or collapsing onto certain areas of the map. Bans have flown on through though. Bravo the first one, followed by the Maverick, which means Tubrau, unsurprisingly, is going to follow as the fourth and final ban, with Fenrir taking that third slot.
Well, all that's left to do is to get on into things then. Loss versus Sonics coming up. Map 1 is going to be Skyscraper, and it looks like we're going to be heading to Exhibition and Office to kick things off. Bit of a coin toss sometimes between that and T and Karaoke, but this time we're going to be heading over to that opposite side. Loss starting on the defense, and just having a quick look through their lineup. Nothing wildly standing out. We've got the Mirror. The Mirror's seen a lot of playtime where available so far. And SI, understandably, very powerful operator, can really help shape a site. Very difficult to play against.
And it's not like teams have just all of a sudden discovered that Mirror is good. It was the classic thing before when there were only really 2, maybe 3 operators who ban on the defensive side. Well, how far gone those days are. With how it used to be before, you'd basically assume that Mirror would get banned, not the majority of the time, but that a team could bring it out if you showed any kind of prowess in using her. Whereas these days, it's not so easy to ban Mirror because there are so many other stronger defensive operators in the game that suddenly Mirror becomes something you might actually put in your wheelhouse, and teams will have to target ban against you specifically rather than seeing her as a general ban. So I do think you'll see her pick rate both increase, not as a result of not being banned as much, but also from teams being more willing to say, actually, it's okay to incorporate Mirror in our strategy wheelhouse because she isn't going to get banned as often. So 2 things really leading towards that.
Yeah, we've just dropped out of the game there. Slight technical hitch as we got on into things. So we're just going to get that lobby rebuilt, get everybody back in, and we will be underway in a matter of moments, just as quick as we can do. But yes, definitely, like you say, a little bit of repetition we tend to see on Skyscraper. Like you say, a lot of it coming down to that top floor. They're going to be the 2 primary sites. We'll only ever really see the downstairs sites if one of those sites sorry, if both of those sites are won by the defenders, then they'll have to take a third choice down below. Often the map that can scupper Fresh's bingo card for that every site being played square that he likes to have on there, because we very rarely see Master Bedroom picked up as a site. The third choice site tends to be Kitchen Barbecue downstairs, which is basically the same as Tea and Karaoke, just with the extra step of needing that vertical clearance and then working on down. The interesting thing that you're going to see here on Skyscraper from the attackers, where the variation comes, as you've said, Des, quite rightly, you tend to have these extended holds, and the extended holds for the defenders always focus around the middle. They focus around Shrine, Drum, Terrace, and Dragon. That's your main area that you're going to extend into, and you will be defending either side of that. So you'll either be defending on Tea and Karaoke, or you'll be defending Exhibition Office on the other side. So you'll have those extensions, but then the attackers have got choices on both of those sides. So they can always work in from the other side. So, for example, Tea and Karaoke hold, they can always, as attackers, try to get themselves into Office, work across, clear out from there, and then push. They can also do it a little bit more directly. They can try to push into Geisha, get the hard breach off, push into there, push from top black stairs, from the balcony, for example, and just converge directly onto site, and then try and catch those defenders as they're coming back into site. The same is very true of Exhibition and Office. You can work your way across. That tends to be a little bit rarer for that site. It tends to be, you'll try and get the external breach off, you'll deal with the run-out potential from Terrace, and you'll also then just try to push sort of directly into site, maybe get a little bit of pressure from VIP reception, moving in that way. But generally, that's a lot of what you're going to see from the attackers up on the top floor. It's going to be sort of variations of those things.
Never thought I'd see a character for the Incredible surfing on top of a Pokemon as a player's go-to thing to have on their desk, but here we stand. But obviously, all those things you spoke about there, Tim, we'll see when we get into the game as well, and we'll see it play out, no doubt, and we can talk through more of it there as well. One thing I do want to highlight from yesterday really is some of the stats coming out of those games. You know, lost despite their 2-0 win over Falcons, who, as we commented, had 3 subs, still went completely neutral when it came to entries. They were +3 across 3 of their players, but Maya, who had a really stinky day yesterday, a good 0.3 in terms of rating below the rest of his team, was -3. On the other side of things, Sonics was 7-0 on entry overall, +7 on the entry. So as far as that goes in terms of early engagements, Ambi obviously leading the charge alongside Grixer big time on that front. I think that'll be the big thing that we need to see Lost overcome today, is to make sure they are in there, they are fighting for those entries. And ideally, you know, going positive today, you can't really be in a spot where you're going to find yourself going neutral against a team that is, again, playing with 3 subs, and then find yourself going negative against teams better than you, because we all know the stats. If you find yourself with the entry, more often than not, you will go on to win the round.
That's it. It's a big boost. It's a big boost, both in mentality and obviously physically within the round. But I'm also fascinated to keep an eye on what happens with Solis here. Solis is available. There's a lot of verticality possible on Skyscraper, particularly beneath both sites. So I'm interested to see whether we get that Solis play underneath. It's just adding another dimension to that defensive extension as well. But obviously, there is also that vertical deniability possible. As soon as you try to put the diffuser down, it can be seen on Solis's gadget. She's got the impacts. She can shoot through the floor. She can guide nitros if somebody else is down there with her. So there's some possibilities there as well. And we know the strength of Solis. It's not just about that denial. It's dealing with drones. It's, you know, the speed of the operator, able to get around quickly, able to really make a nuisance. So that's something else I'm going to be keeping my eye on, is how much Solis play do we see from the defenders, and is it on a lateral sense, or are they playing in underneath and trying to do that, and then how quickly are they dealt with? If that Solis is present, how do the attackers deal with it? Do they just ignore it, try and work around it, or they go in and look for that clearance? Just trying to get a little bit of meditation going on there, maybe. Just
Norris
get in the zone already.
You can be really passionate at the best of times, so I think actually having that little bit of calm before the storm is never going to be a bad thing. Should get ourselves underway in a minute, by the way. Obviously, we'll keep you guys updated as we hear more news. For now, I think we're waiting for one more player to get in the lobby, just sorting out the ordering so player cams have the right names associated with them, and then we should be good to go.
I'm looking forward as well. I did watch the Sonics game yesterday. I'm looking forward to first. I always feel like it's different when I watch somebody casting. It's like I feel like it's first hand then, rather than watching it as a viewer. I am looking forward to watching Ambi. Obviously, there's been a lot of talk around Ambi. You've mentioned as well the stats yesterday, the entry game. You know, very much looking forward to seeing how Ambi's fitting into the team, what the performance is like. Obviously, you know, as a new player coming in, it's a lot of pressure to have those sort of discussions around you, have that sort of interest on you, and so I'm looking forward to seeing just, you know, how well he continues to handle that.
It's almost like you've just set me up perfectly well, Tim. I actually messaged him earlier this week and said to him, you know, do you feel pressure coming in? Because there's a lot of eyes on you. You're kind of being put forward as the, you know, the next Messiah coming out of NA, you'll be the next God Gunner. And he was like, honestly, not really, no. Like, I'm actually just quite excited to get out there and play. Like, you know, I just want to show what I can do. And to be fair, he did that yesterday. He came out top rated for his team overall too. I actually asked him as well, you know, where does your name come from? Because getting like a, you know, bless him, he's quite young. Getting like a 4-character name is quite hard to do in gaming these days. I was like, where did it come from? And he's like, well, when I was 10 years old. And I was like, God, when he was 10 years old. I feel so old. He's like, one of my mates said to me that a great way of getting a gamer tag, talking about Xbox back there, was to go and look at Latin root words, and Ambi was the one that he liked, and so he picked it and stuck with it. And I was like, so you're telling me your name came from a mate who was probably the same age as you at 10, telling you, with his lifetime experience of picking out gamer tags, that looking at Latin root words was the one?
That's how you go.
10-year-olds are wise beyond measure, Tim. I mean, it's worked. He's kept Ambi this whole time. See, I thought it was meant like ambivalent or something. It was a halfway word, but no, it's a root word in Latin, apparently.
No, there you go. There you have it. Bringing you all the behind-the-scenes information here.
I love those little things that you don't ever really find out about people. Like, why do you have that name? And, you know, well, whatever it might be, just finding out more about people is always quite fun beyond just the name on the screen that you see absolutely slaughtering people in the server. Definitely won't have as easy a game easy a game today as he did yesterday. God, that was a real mouthful.
You got there.
I did in the end. But the one thing I'm looking at really, Ambi and Maya are the two players that everyone looks at here. I know Loban has kind of been the dark horse of Atlanta that have really come through and put up big numbers for his team, but Maya consistently across the years has been top dog. Yesterday, he had a really tough game. As I mentioned, he's the lowest rated player on his team at the minute. Negative on the entry. Everyone else did better than him yesterday. Dots and Dash, to give them a shout out, they both got 18 kills each yesterday, the same as Loban. So currently, there are 3 players on their team, all tied for top fragging. Although you don't always see Dots and Dash as being in the highlight reels, for example, they are consistently there getting kills. And where the real sharp edge comes in for loss is in Maya and Loban. Maya, we've got to see him have a strong game today, because I don't think that you can have a 4 game against Falcons and get away with it, you cannot pull off the same thing against a team like Sonic. We're coming into this ready to absolutely slaughter you if you misstep.
I think that's the reality. Lost had their opportunity yesterday to maybe not play, quite at 100% and still come away with a result, against a team with a number of stand-ins. That was always going to be a possibility. Today, they've got to say, right, okay, we're on it now. This is, they need to show us their best, essentially, because if they don't, I would fully expect Sonics to punish them. To be honest, I'd be disappointed in the Sonics if they don't. If the team come out against the Sonics and doesn't give their best, and the Sonics don't punish them for that, then we'd have to ask questions of them. So I think they are the type of team that will get on top of you if you let them.
For me, for Sonic, they've come into this as the number 4 global seed as well. Like, they are the top NA team here, at least on paper, right? We've seen a really good performance from SSG today, for example. DZ have had a bit of a roller coaster earlier on against NIP, but have also prevailed there. So really, it's on Sonics now to say, you know what, you guys are playing well, but we are still that best North American team. Anyway, into it we get. Tim, you were talking earlier on about where teams like to attack. There's a trick here at the race. The cameraman getting blown out from below, but will he get away with it? Didn't know if he did actually, didn't really hear it go through. Okay, it has gone up nose. He didn't quite get away with it. The concussion came through from below, from Grixter, doing exactly what Zofia needs to do on this map.
Really well played there from Sonics, dealing with the threat of the bandit trick, and the explosion below did still offer cameraman a little bit of cover, but you just send in that concussive afterwards, and it gets the job done. So really well played there, really smooth. A minute in, then we've got that VIP wall open, so that is going to apply some pressure. If you remember, I spoke earlier about how the attackers maybe looking sort of direct to side. They may look to sweep across from the top. It's a bit of a combination of things here, because we've got the little push coming in towards Geisha. We've got that pressure applied early towards VIP. So there's a lot of things on both sides going on from Sonic.
I just love our cameraman has sprinted from one side of the map to the other after his tricking failed over towards VIP side. Has now gone over towards Geisha to go and achieve exactly the same thing. Obviously, the concern here being if the external wall opens up onto it, it will blow out that wall as well, as long as the exothermic is placed in the right spot. But for now, at least, that single wall does stay close. He's been really focusing on that denial and slowing down the Sonics attack.
Lobin's in a really important position at the minute. So Lobin is inside a terrace, and what he's doing is watching those drum steps to prevent the pressure coming onto cameraman, so that cameraman can stay in position and prevent the push coming through from Geisha. Dots is going to open things up with the kill onto Geo, but Citizen and Grixter, they have something to say about it. And this is going to start pushing directly into sight. Rexton, he's in. There's Candela's going off. There's chaos raining. Rexton is going to get one. Is he going to get himself a second? No. Cameraman managed to answer back, but it's that man Ambi who's going to finish the round off. And Sonics, they take a convincing victory in round 1.
Dude, as soon as I saw Ambi and Citizen getting into the kill feed at the same time, I was just like, oh man, all this excitement around Ambi, you still can't forget that they imported Citizen, who was one of the best, if not arguably the best fragger that we had in Europe. It was always the conversation, is it Citizen, is it Shaiko? It's really forming up to be a truly terrifying team when you see players like Grixter getting on the board, as we've seen historically as well. It's going to be hard to control this team at the best of times. Just one point I wanted to raise here for those that maybe are a little bit unfamiliar with professional Siege. Maybe you played a little bit of ranked, whether it's on console or PC, and you're thinking, okay, then well, why is Ambi an entry running around playing on Ace? And we spoke about this on the B stream yesterday. Once you've used the gadgets, once the Selmas are out, the gun's great. Everyone loves running around with the AK. You can do a lot of damage with it. So normally you'll see even players like Doki on G2 going for a very similar approach. You see it as a support operator, but it turns very quickly into a very aggressive entry-focused one once the initial work has been done.
Ace is one of the most self-sufficient operators in that sense.
I feel like they modelled him after you, because you're extremely self-sufficient.
I'm quite self-sufficient, I'd like to think so.
Very responsible. A fun little background story. Whenever me, you and Ollie travel anywhere, Ollie's always caught between, okay, who do I side with here? Tim, who's incredibly safe and prepared, or Des, who's like, you know what? Last person on the plane, last minute out the door, packing 5 minutes before everyone turns up.
See, Des and I do a lot of things together as a duo. We talk outside of the game. We spend time. There's a lot of things that we have in common. We do a lot of things together. But when it comes to traveling, Des and I are best kept separate.
And that's fine by me. I'll sit and wait for you to get on the plane, mate. No worries.
So I think, to finish that point, Ace is a very self-sufficient operator. So sometimes, yes, you will see him brought as the hard breach support, but you will also see, players like Ambi, Doki, sometimes taking Ace with the complete intention of playing him as an entry, because he can hard breach for himself. He can bring along claymores to stop his run out. There's plenty of stuff that Ace can do for himself. So it can be a good option like that. So you might just see him played in those different ways. Interestingly, second defensive site from Lost is not going to be tea and karaoke. It's actually down in kitchen and barbecue. There's still going to be a very similar push from Sonics. They're going to need to get into the top floor. They'll want to get control of Geisha because the site can be defended very well from up there. So they're still going to need that top floor clearance, and then they will look at moving down for the execute.
I'm not sure if our audio is on the green room, but if it is, Fresh, listen up. Get them stats out. I would love to know actually what the win rates are for each of the sites on this map. Thank you and please. If not, I know that he's deliberately ignoring me, in which case that makes me very sad.
Wrexham once again getting a little bit aggressive, getting inside of the map, but Ambi even more so, moving straight on into sight. There is going to be a couple of kills coming in, both from Dots and not favouring Sonics, as Lost managed to find themselves 4 versus 3. Wrexham does manage to get the trade, but the damage is already done.
It has. I mean, the fact that Ambi got away with it for at least the start was a bit crazy, but the Dosh Stats combo, those two are like brothers. They cannot be separated. They started doing a bit of work, and for a second it looked like Lost might be in control of the round, but 2 quick kills going the way of Sonics, making it third. Has seen everything come crashing down. The house of cards falls flat, and Lobin is all that stands against Grixer and Citizen.
Got so much work to do here. You really wouldn't want to be in a 1v1 against either of these two, let alone a 1v2 against both. It is a huge ask for Lobin. The thing is got in his favour at the minute. Citizen Grixer don't have the diffuser. 45 seconds left to go. Lobin's been picked up on a drone, so he's just trying to keep himself a little bit loose up there on the top floor, moving around. The diffuser was down in sight, so not a problem to retrieve it at all. Smart decision here from Citizen. Get that one thrown down on the ground. Going to be covered by smoke as well, so Lobin struggles. That is just, that is absolutely beautiful play there. The smoke going down from Grixer to cover the plant of Citizen, just preempting that vertical challenge coming in from Lobin. I absolutely love that.
Still got 3 flashes they can chuck down, got a smoke to play with. You know, still lots to disrupt Lobin here. He's going to try and do what he can, but really stuck between a rock and a hard play. He's going to try his best to try and stick this defuse, but he's definitely going to get swung, and it's Grixer coming in for the second round in a row for the Sonics. Lost yet to get on the board.
Yeah, the Lost need to be careful here. They're on the defensive Skyscraper. We'd expect them to be picking up a couple of rounds at least, and Sonics are really starting to run away with things already. Very convincing rounds. Ambi certainly making his presence known both in and out of the server, getting a little bit loud there, giving it a little bit over to the Lost side of things. But yeah, for me, Dots did really well there to sort of stop that pressure coming in immediately to site, but the damage just wasn't enough, and Sonics were able to cut off a couple of those roamers and give themselves the man advantage back. But for me, the play of that round was that smoke that goes on to Citizen, because Lobin opens that up. If that smoke isn't there, Lobin's got an absolute freebie. He's just going to take 2 shots at Citizen, kill him. The diffuser goes down, and all of a sudden you've got a very different dynamic. You've got a 1v1 Lobin versus Grixer. Grixer's got to try and recover a diffuser that Lobin can effectively just sit on top of, and he can just continue to do the same thing if Grixer tries to plant somewhere else, for example. So really important and just smart heads-up use of utility there to get that round done. Really impressed with the way that Citizen and Grixer played that 2v1.
It's fun one because I was thinking about the map for a second, and I was like, all right, Sonic's picked this map, we're on the attack, you'd expect him to do well for sure. And the thing is, it's not a bad map for either team. I'd say not a bad map, it's a midfield map in terms of preference, and both have a sub 50% round win rate on it. So maybe it's not incredible for either team, but if nothing else, that suggests that Sonics have come in here with a game plan. They know how Lost play this. They've gone back and analysed the games they've played previously. They played against Dark Zero back in Atlanta, 7-0 them there, and then I think in Stage 2 they played against Black Dragons and NIP, lost both of those games. Interestingly, one to NIP 7-0. But it just shows again that there's a bit of counter prep going into this, I expect, and they've come in with ideas on how to counter the setups that they see Lost using.
Cameraman is once again going to try the trick on the wall. Given how well it was dealt with last time, you've got to, sort of wonder, it's unlikely to be successful this time. Lobin does manage to take down Rexon, and it was Rexon that was a driving force over getting inside a site last time that they attacked onto Office. So that could be a little bit of a loss there for Sonics, realistically, in terms of the rest of the round. We just see Grixer moving away as well. He's going to need to support Geo in a second, who's there ready to open that VIP wall.
I think that's really followed up yet off the back of Rexon going down, so just happy Lobin, I imagine, to collect that one and then took away back in behind the mirror window. Sonic's probably taking things a little more tentative there, back on the drones, figuring out what's going on before deciding on where the next play should come in. And it's that kind of very classic sort of west side start, pushing across with a couple playing up towards the north side balconies. So going to be this split hit again, I imagine, where you'll have a couple flooding in from Terrace or Dragon side, or you would if Maya hadn't just domed Ambi up that way. That probably means now you're going to have to see someone on Sonic's rotate over and take Ambi's previous position, so Sonic's a little bit light on the ground for what they need here to pull in a multi-point execute.
Yeah, the problem that Sonics have got as well, given that it's now a 5 versus 3, is that also have effectively got sort of 2.5 players on site. You've got Maya currently inside a Dragon, but otherwise you've got 2 more on site. Dash is going to do some damage there. So what that means is the other 2 from Lost can stay on the opposite side of the map. They can stay out towards T and Karaoke and play on the flank later in the round. So Gio is, I think, recognising that and is going to go hunting over this side of the map. 45 seconds left to go. They need to really get a couple of kills as Gio moves across towards site to give themselves that opportunity, if any, to know that at least they're not going to get hit from that rear side.
I really thought Fresh came into the room to take some pictures of us. I thought he was coming there with my stats request.
There's no stats.
No. Don't worry about it. You couldn't hear me in the green room. It's okay. Citizen down as well. 1 versus 4 coming in. Gio, I can't see, taking 3 players out by himself. Not been 2 of them, but Dots and Dash, who has said have been 2 of the standout players for this team so far. And it's Dots to get the close. Finally, Lost do get on the board. So 2-1, Tim. I think this is where you'll probably see Sonic start talking about tightening things up a little bit here, because those first 2 fights they lost was 2 players being very much by themselves. No real support either from drones or any kind of trade play coming in behind them. They were trying to do arguably a bit too much across the entirety of the map. So here, tighten things down a little bit as we go into what looks to be Karaoke and Ticketing.
Yeah, I think it's going to be the first time that we see it, and now that they've got that top floor win, it's pretty much a mirror image is likely what you're going to see. It depends what Sonics choose to do on the attack, whether they establish in Exhibition Office and move across, or whether they go direct to site via Geisha and top black stairs. We will see as the sort of first minute of the round progresses, but Lost looked much better in round 3. They were just much more settled. As I say, as soon as they got those couple of kills, they knew they could leave a couple sort of out near Drome, out near the other side of the map, and it just really stretches those remaining Sonics players thin, because you know, they've kind of got a choice then. They either play absolutely route 1 into site, which was going to be difficult because the breach wasn't open, or they're going to have to clear them out because otherwise they get hit on the flank. So it sort of left them in a no-win situation. Lost will be defending, as was suggested, T and Karaoke. We'll see how much of a presence there is over the far side. I'm just looking through the list of the defenders. We've got no Solis. We haven't had any Solis play from Lost so far on this map. And again, you know, I'd be interested to see potentially. There is some work that can be done downstairs on Skyscraper.
I wonder if it's the mirror effect, where you just assume you're never going to be playing it, therefore it's not in your wheelhouse for this map. And if you've already got pre-existing strats and ideas of how you want to play things, it's a little bit dangerous to dynamically change what a strat would be that you guys have arranged and agreed, okay, you're setting up that part, reinforcing there, putting this gadgetry there, we play this way in the round. It is quite dangerous to just flex an operator in and say, yeah, why not? They're strong and they're available, let's play them. That, again, is the mirror thing that I was speaking about earlier on.
Yeah, exactly that. We're going to see pressure coming towards Geisha by the looks of it from Sonics. They will have to deal with that far side of the map, realistically. They could find themselves in trouble if not. Cameraman is in Geisha, but could be supported by Dash, who is in and around Drum. I think the Drum wall through to Geisha is open, so Dash will be in position to be able to assist should he need to. So Sonics need to think about that and maybe just put a little bit of pressure on to clear him out. But this is where then Exhibition Office becomes a problem, because there are a number of Lost players over there as well to stop them pushing onto Dash. So this is a multi-layered defense from Lost. There's a number of problems that Sonics are going to have to solve before they can push towards site.
Always the way, it's a problem-solving mini-game, a bunch of puzzles really standing before you, hurdles to the final objective. I think most teams say it is basically a problem-solving haven for those that enjoy that kind of mental exercise, I guess you could call it. Maya holding off on towards Shrine side here, expecting someone to come bolting in through that north side window. The answer right now is very clearly no. The Sonics are very focused up on top black. They've got one playing on South Balk, and they've got one playing out on the Karaoke windows. Maya a little bit redundant, at least for now, so they don't know that. But I imagine you're going to see Sonics all come crashing in here as they've all got these kind of 5-point assault points ready to go in.
Yeah, exactly that. They've sort of given up on Drum, not looking over that way. Happy enough to leave Roamers out in the cold if that is what is necessary. Citizen just paying attention to Shrine window to prevent any jump out. Gio looking to deliver that utility, is going to do fantastically as Ambi manages to pick up the opener onto Dot. 4 versus 4 though, as Lobin manages to cut down Rexter. Maya doubles down with 1 onto Ambi. 3 versus 3 as this one heads into the action proper now, as we've got Grixer inside a site. He's repelled into Karaoke. Diffuser is in the hands of Gio at the moment and not really in a position to put it down just yet.
Kind of like brief pause after the action's already all kicked off, hasn't it? Everything's settled for a few seconds. The dust has come down and now everyone can see clearly. And with the time running down to the last 15, everything has to move perfectly. Look, it's C4, finds one as well. Lobin gets swung on by the next, but no one hitting their shots here. Gets swung on, one foul, but Grix is going to find nothing. Dash with the close, we're all square at 2 apiece, Tim.
I think that was the problem with not dealing with Geisha. They chose to just go completely from that other side, get themselves into Karaoke and look for a plant. But if you've never dealt with Geisha and Karaoke walls open, it's going to be very difficult, because Lobin in that position at the end was able to really cut Sonics down when it came to it. So a little bit tough. Sometimes you've just got to clear out a little bit more of the map than you actually want to use, and Sonics I think just falling foul of that a little bit there.
Still at 2 apiece. I think you'd still be happy sat in this spot of Sonics.
I think so.
Mentioned it earlier on, but Meta is great. It's depending right now. The bans certainly have helped as well, with Fenrir and with Tubrad being taken off the board, great, but it does open up things, as we said, like the Solis. The Mirror becomes very widely available. The Valkyrie's also a thing, can't be forgetting about that. Zami also as an option. Still plenty of things that defenders can employ that many will consider extremely strong right now. And interestingly, Tim, coming into this round, guess what we are going to see? Going to see the Solis coming in for Lobin that was missing in that previous round. We hazarded a guess as to why. Really coming down to what the team has sort of agreed as a strategy. It's hard to change that in the moment when you see a ban that would otherwise normally be taken away from you is suddenly available. But I imagine here playing on the downstairs, given you want to try and deny upstairs, this is where the Solis really can come into her own.
Well, I suggested that bedroom would be the difficult site for us to see potentially.
It's funny, I want to say it was Sonics or TSM, I forget, a long time ago. I don't know why my memory just remembers this one random thing. One of those two teams did play this site when they were playing Skyscraper previously, and I always think to myself, would a North American team go to that site rather than trying to play something else? And clearly the answer here is yes.
Yeah, it's a little bit rare that we see it, but we've had it on day 2, so we can get that one ticked off the list to see if we see every single site.
You should know about this though. This cameraman's done it before.
Yes, you're going to have the Thatcher dealing with the Thatcher this time rather than maybe the Zephyr. But Gio just dropping away there. They're not going to lose the exothermic.
I don't know what Grixer was doing, because Grixer pulled away. He had the gadget at the ready and then stepped away from the wall. So they've lost an exothermic and EMP for no real reason there.
Cameraman's going to take the challenge down onto Grixer instead. They'll allow him to get the wall, but really the damage is kind of done there, because it's going to limit now their breaching capability. They've still got Ambi on the ace, so it's not the end of the world. There is certainly other options. However, Dots is going to take Ambi down, so I apologise for the caster curse on that one.
Where is Ambi just... I'd love to... Observers, if we can you show me where Ambi died? Was he outside the bedroom cubby window or something? I'm not quite sure. Because I'm curious as to whether or not he was trying to push in looking for a fight as a backstep there on the ace, or if he's just been completely swung on through the open wall. Yeah. Thank you very much, observers. Appreciate it.
You go maybe the long angle from inside of sight, potentially.
I realise we haven't actually addressed the observers at all with this competition so far. It's not like us.
It's not.
I actually don't know who's observing the game. We'll have to find out.
Got a lot of Valkyrie cams on the upstairs as well, just providing information for Dash. Couple of nitros in hand, him and cameraman. So again, something that Sonics need to be aware of. They don't want to be getting hit by nitros. They're already one man down at this point. Grixer taking a lot of damage as well. Gio just trying to clear upstairs, is going to get caught out. No, it's Rexon actually who gets taken down by Lobin. Grixer is down along the way, so this is not looking pretty at the minute for Sonics. 2 versus 5. Gio trying to get something going, just put that pressure on into Terrace. Does manage to find Lobin, takes a lot of damage along the way, and just needs to be cautious over any potential Valkyrie cams that might be up there. There's still nitros available. There are still impact nades available as Dots manages to take that last sliver of health from Gio.
Well, Citizen's got it all to do against 4. Really throws you back to the old days when he was playing over in EU. Would often be the last player left in a 1v3 or a 1v4. Here, I guess it's more of a 2v4 since Grixer is back on his feet, but with 20 seconds to play with, Sonics have got a hell of a lot to do, and they're betting everything on this march in through house. They do find one, but gets closed out by Cameraman, who picks up the double. Loss in the lead.
Lost have really woken up over the last couple of rounds. The first 2 rounds particularly, Sonics were well on top of them and made life very difficult for them. Got themselves a couple on the board, but now lost 3 in a row, and it's starting to look a little bit troublesome for Sonics on the attack. Like I said, I think, you know, I'd expect the Sonics to come on to defense on Skyscraper and be reasonably confident that they can win those 2 top floor sites. So that's going to potentially buy them 4 rounds there if they can hold on to them too. So it's really not the end of the world if it's 4-2 at the half switch, but if they can maybe get this last attack, take it to 3-3, they give themselves a good opportunity to win it in regulation then.
My cameraman's first shot in that 2K at the end as well. Just no chance you see that one coming. It was filthy. And I love how Ambi's kind of now seeing that reaction of just like, don't even know how I died there. Just swung me, didn't even know I was there. It was crazy. Yeah, it will happen. Players will swing sometimes, but they will catch you completely off guard. Maybe a change of pace, though, coming into Sonics' last attack, with Gio currently hovering over that Monty. Something we've seen a few teams default to over the last couple of days when things feel a little bit out of control, like you're not quite getting the synergy the way that you used to have in. Sonics here just want to try and squeak this one over the line. 3 rounds on the attack, a Skyscraper. They'll be ecstatic with that if they can get away with it. Though I'm sure back home somewhere, Super is sitting there thinking we easily could have had more.
I think at the minute, one of the big problems for Sonics is the entry. They're losing a lot of the entry fights. I've missed 1 round along the way. I don't know who got it in round 4, but otherwise, round 1, 2, 3, and 5 have all gone in favour of Los. Round 4 may well have done as well. But an absolute best case scenario for Sonics, they've got 1 out of 5 entries. And it's just putting them on that back foot every time. It's like I said, we saw that round where Lost then were able to just leave 2 roamers out on the tea and karaoke side, out on drum stairs, and just make life difficult because the Sonics know they have to deal with that. So I'd like to see them come in here, get that entry kill, give themselves the opportunity, give themselves the advantage, and see what they can build from there.
Well, to circle back to what we said at the start of the map, that was one of the defining factors of the games yesterday for both of these teams. Sonics, +7 on entry, Lost dead even despite going 2-0. So if nothing else, it shows that that thing we were saying to watch out for has shown itself to be true. Lost are the ones walking away with that entry win, and that's a massive loss for Sonics.
Gio's just nearly given his life away there, just exposing himself to Geishador and taking an awful lot of damage, and they now know that they've got somebody inside of Geisha that they need to deal with. The question is, how long will it take them to do it? The answer, not very long at all. Citizen manages to take down Dash with a nice headshot, and that's really good for Sonics. That's the entry they were looking for. They keep the shield alive, although needs to be careful because that Nitro that's in the hands of Dots anywhere near the Monty will finish him off. Does get a little bit of health back from the boost from Finker. Ambi helping his buddy out there, but 5 versus 4 now. Sonics have got the foundation that they need to push forward. They can use the Monty to bully and to force Maya back.
Should know that the Monster's pushing him up here as well. Knows the wind is big. I mean, realistically, when you've got 2 of them being opened up at the same time, you've got to back out there. You're getting pushed in, the pressure's building, it's time to get out of dodge, and that's exactly what Maya has done. But Ambi scored down to cameraman. Lobin gets 1 back onto Citizen. But is it too little, too late here? Sonics are still bearing down on them with the numbers advantage and a Monty spearheading the charge.
Plenty of time as well, 52 seconds, diffuser in hand. They've kind of got everything they need. They're going to start pushing into VIP now.
Is he trapped?
Maya needs to be, I think he might have. That's actually pretty smart from Maya. It's not, he can't get back out.
He needs the help.
Crouch in, but he can't get back out, and he needs some assistance here, otherwise they're going to lose the Monty. This could be a big problem. He's taking so much chip damage. There you go, that's the kill. And there was nothing that Sonics could do to keep the shield alive.
And very little they could do to get rid of the Keeper barrier easily as well. Brilliant play from Maya, very heads up, and Gio pushing a bit too far ahead and being punished for it as well. You could just see 2 or 3 members of Lost as well sprinting over to VIP to come and provide support, but Sonics couldn't easily break the Keeper barrier because as soon as they expose themselves to start hitting it, their legs are exposed, they die, and they can't shoot back. Again, beautiful play from Maya. Full credit to him for that.
Yep, so little that they could do there, and like you say, maybe Gio just overextending a little bit. The problem is, I don't want to be too critical because it's a Monty. You kind of got to bully players. That's the point. You're going in to create space. You're going in to provide intel, so go in and try and force Maya out of that position. To be honest, it's just unfortunate that it's the Azami. If it's anybody else, he's pretty much fine there, and he can go in and try and push them round a little bit, but as soon as that Keeper barricade goes up, as you say, there's so little that they can do because there's a number of angles that would see the feet there if you tried to come across it.
Kill through flash as well
and
with the
it
pistol.
was so difficult. So really well played there from Maya to get that done. Gio maybe just needing that little bit of extra support before pushing into VIP. And there was the point as well earlier where he just turned too far and took a lot of damage from Geisha. And you know, if you're going to bring along the Monte, you've got to make sure that you're protecting yourself a little bit better.
Maybe we'll see that when Loss give it a go at some point. It was Dots hovering over it, but look at the comp we got inside here, Tim. We always see Namara, we always get excited because normally it points to some kind of spicy strategy coming out. And assuming we're attacking into Karaoke and T, or are we on the downstairs? I believe it's Karaoke and T. Yes, it is. I think we all know exactly what to expect from ranked here, Tim.
Yeah, I think...
But is it too readable for pro play is going to be the big question.
Yeah, I mean, the pros will often use Amaru in a number of different ways. Sometimes they'll bring Amaru just for the loadout, but also you'll see Amaru often used more at the end of rounds as well. You know, I think every time you see Amaru in ranked, it's about getting in within the first 20 seconds. But that's not always the case at pro play. You can bring Amaru. It's not about speed in terms of the beginning of the round, get it all going. Amaru can often just be, rather than speed, I'd use the phrase explosiveness is what it's about. So sometimes it could be in the last 30 seconds of a round, and you could have the defenders so occupied by firefights elsewhere and positioning elsewhere that when you zip into sight with 30 seconds left to go, you get kill, 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 and Amaru can be explosive in that way. So sometimes we will see, you know, considerably different play for the Amaru.
So far, so good, though. No early gunfights taking place between either side. More just squaring themselves up for what looks to be a pretty basic execute stepping through. Dots is the one to obviously keep a very close eye on, as he's the one who's got the diffuser and is playing on the Amaru. Sure enough, he's coming in on the downstairs here, straight up black stairs, which may not be expected, but it does give them this top side control pretty much immediately. Now it's the question of can they get themselves in. There's no rotation into Karaoke from black stairs. Both walls have been closed off. So they've either got to breach them with hard breach gadgets or work their way down the corridor, and that just feels like a death sentence.
Lost might be making the same mistake that Sonics did here. They haven't dealt with Geisha. Grixer is still positioned inside of Geisha. When they try to push in, they're going to have to tuck deep behind that bomb chassis on that half wall, because if they don't, he's going to have a field day. He's got the lines of sight through to everywhere else in Karaoke. They need to manage that situation. Dots will pick up Citizen. Good advantage for Lost to build on here.
He's got all the gadgets. He's in now. The Capital's going to stay with the difference maker, but across towards gold. That's where they left things open here. Lost still got the numbers advantage, but now really they've got to force their way in and get kills, and that's exactly what Lobin has gone for. They've broken open the Geisha hold as well. 2 players left standing, and Rexton really was going to be the last potentially backstabbing opportunity that Sonics were going to have. We're simply not going to see it come to light here, though. Gio doing what he can to try and pet this one down, but it's simply not going to happen. Put on his backside, diffuser going to be complete.
Yeah, it was almost certain at that point the diffuser would go down. Cameraman picks up the final kill a couple of seconds later. I kind of feel for Sonics there because I like what they did. They had Grixer, they had Rexton working together. They had a really nice crossfire. One from Gold was the one who actually stopped the plant. So the only place that Grixer can't stop a plant from Geisha inside of Karaoke is next to the bomb chassis behind that half wall. Okay, that's your major problem. That's where your Amaru gets into and is looking to put the diffuser down. But it doesn't matter because Sonics have got the man inside of Gold with the line of sight, gets a nice easy kill, puts the diffuser on the ground. Lost then just adapted and reacted to that and went in. They recognised, right, we need to take Geisha here quickly, and they did so. Cleared Grixer out of there, and that gave them all the freedom that they needed then. They could plant on the reinforcement near the wall rather than, you know, having to use that half wall because there was no longer the threat from Geisha. It meant that Rexon couldn't impact on the plant anymore, and it was difficult for them. But I like what Sonics were doing there on the defence. It just wasn't enough.
As you can see, immediately they call an attack timeout as well, which somewhat surprises me. You're only a round into this half, and immediately enough issues identified that they need to have a conversation. Whether or not it was some emotion spilling over from the first half, Sonics obviously being behind here, 5-2. Issues that Coach Lauren seems to need to step in and address now before it gets too bad. The 45 seconds are up. Coach headset microphones go back up. They can no longer talk to their teams, and it's back down to the 5 players in the server to figure their way through what is proving to become a bit of a mountain being built by Lost.
Seeing our highlights there, and the majority of them will go in favour of Lost. They did manage to pick up some nice kills. Loban hitting Geo whilst down on the deck through the soft wall to finish him off. But we will head into another defensive round for Sonics here. They need to get something going. 2 rounds they have on the scoreboard compared to Lost's 5. And it's not looking great for them at the minute. They're going to head down onto the same side of the map, but the lower floor, it's going to be kitchen and barbecue. So I often say this is kind of a similar attack to the one that we've just seen in Tea and Karaoke. You've just got to do that extra step of then going downstairs. But they're going to want to secure some of the same areas. They're going to want to secure Karaoke. They're going to want to secure Geisha. Ambi just trying to get aggressive there. I don't think that's the worst idea. You're 2-5 down. You kind of need something going. Maybe that little boost of a peak can just fire you back into things.
Well, I was thinking maybe that's what we're going to see in this round, because the Legion, the Valkyrie, the Solus, all very capable of getting out and being roamers, or at least aggressive in the early round. And I think maybe that's why preemptively you've seen Lost going towards bringing along a DKB and a Jackal in this round, just in case there are any hijinks and they've got to go chasing people down.
Lost are moving quickly here, 35 seconds. They're already inside of Exhibition Office, blasting walls open to give access through to Dragon as well. And they're really going to start forcing. Sonics are going to have decisions to make in the next 30 seconds or so, and that is how much do we want to hold on to this top floor? Are we willing to give our lives over it, or do we need to drop back to side? Because those challenges are going to be coming very, very soon from Lost.
Mindful here, Ambi as well. He really wants to C4 tossing towards Terrace. You see him on the camera. I imagine that's now been shot out. Yep, taken out cleanly and simply by Lobin, who can now probably walk forwards a little more comfortably. Still, of course, conscious that there is a C4 in the back pocket of the Valkyrie that he'll have to contend with at some point. 2 players now stacking up. They really want this drum control, and by the looks of it, with drum being clear, they can now work their way forwards.
Sonics are doing a good job of absorbing the pressure here. I'm just watching Rexon, who's trying to look for a little bit of a flank through Shrine and Dragon, I think, to support his team. There you go. Manages to pull it off. Great play from Rexon there. Grixer gets in on the action as well, and this is a nice hold from Sonics. They've absorbed so much pressure up on that top floor, and they've come away with a man advantage. 4 versus 3 becomes 3 versus 2 as a couple of kills rain in, but it's still the Sonics on top.
Really there again, that backstab, as you called out upon Shrine, was the one they needed. That just completely cut Maya and Lobin out of the round, had them taken down, and it was sort of then a renewed frontline requirement for the side of Lost. And now it comes down to the dynamic duo. It's Dots and Dash to do some work here. Dash into a 2K to really balance things out. Dash almost offline here though, popped out by Rex, and it's all down to Dots. It's got to find both Geo and Rexon inside 50 seconds.
That's it, they can just play this sort of casually now, wait for the pings, wait for the information. There was the potential, we know one Vault cam was shot out, there was the potential for Vault cams, maybe a default cam here or there. You're just in a 2v1 like that as defenders, you're relying on those players that are dead to get on the cams, get on the observation tools, give you that little bit of info. They got it very quickly, and they stepped out and got that kill onto the Capitao. Really well played from Sonics, nice defense after that tack timeout as well, so it just helps to really switch up that momentum for them. Well played from the NA side.
I don't know if it was a guessing game almost as well, that they assumed Shrine would be clear, or if someone had called it clear maybe 10 seconds prior, and then it turned out, well, actually a player has rotated back in towards it, and again shot Logan without him being even aware of what was going on to the north of him. But that really was what broke that round apart, I feel, for the side of Lost. A small gap in the information net, and Sonics, they capitalise on it.
Going to be heading then into round 9, 5-3. Honestly, at the minute, I feel like this is coming down to teams winning rounds rather than losing them, which is what we want to see.
I agree.
I feel like both teams are playing well. We've got a great matchup in the server here. Sonics probably a little bit, they've been a little bit unfortunate in 1 or 2 rounds, maybe could have gone a different way, but you know, Lost certainly deserved their lead. They've been playing very well. They've taken advantage of any mistakes that Sonics have made. But yeah, looking good at the minute, and I'm looking forward to these next couple of rounds. This one's particularly important, coming into round 9, 5-3. If Sonics get this, they're back within touch. It's 1 round between them. If not, they're facing 3 map points. It's a huge difference mentally. So Sonics, they need to continue with that momentum they've just got out of the last round.
I feel at this point the round 9 conversation is a staple of our games. We love talking about it, because as you say, it is that. It
usually comes somewhere between 8 and 10. You'll get that pivotal round. It's
depending
very
on
often
score.
9.
Yeah. But this case, it is the 9. Alrighty, onwards we march. Keep an eye on Logan once again, but not really once again. It was Dots playing it last time round, but keep an eye on the Amaru once again. See what the use case is here. Knowing Loban, he likes to be on the entry, maybe more for the gun than it is strictly for the gadget itself, but may well make use of it later into the round. On the Sonic side, digging in deep behind those two architectural operators in the Azami and the Mirror. We spoke about them quite a lot in the B stream yesterday, alongside the Castle, really forming up this brand of architecture, or architects operators, whose real goal is to transform the way that sites get played, and needless to say, they both do achieve that outcome. Imagine.
Ambi just holding the angle underneath the Kiba barricade there. Again, reasonably, it kind of depends. If you're trying to approach it and deal with the Kiba barricade, you've got enough cover there to be able to knock it out. But Ambi obviously is going to be very ready for any push that is coming from there.
I like the extension, but I mentioned when we saw we were coming to Skyscraper, the one thing I'm always mindful of is good teams can slice this map in half by getting Terrace and Dragon control. Ambi's a little bit isolated here and would struggle to drop away to his team without maybe running down towards where Loban is now, and Loban is waiting for that drop to come through. If you chuck someone on Terra's window, Ambi has no way back to site comfortably. No one's playing there yet, which makes you think actually maybe it's a small oversight by Lost, but they could punish Ambi here and really pinch him if they wanted to.
They could. The thing is, Lost have just been far too slow, Des. We're 2 minutes into the round. Ambi's still in position, as you say. Could have been pinched, maybe could have been dealt with, hasn't been. So from his perspective, he's kind of doing a great job because he's wasted, you know, almost 2.5 minutes there. He will be downed eventually, but Lost, they're going to have to start moving quickly now. Yes, they get the opener. Yes, they 5 versus 4, but they've only got 40 seconds left. They don't have enough map control, really, to think about and execute. There's a lot of work for Lost to do here.
I was going to say, if you get the second kill off the back of this zone of 5 versus 3, you can pull off the execute with 30 seconds to go and be confident you can come out on top. They've done just that. They've got rid of the Mirror. The C4 is offline. Not that it matters, because there are still 3 in back pocket, and Citizen put that to good use.
Citizen's now going to be able to potentially work through Shrine. Geo finds Loban. All of a sudden, it's level with 15 seconds left to go. Dash finds Grixer. This is going to come down to a chase after kills, I would imagine. Dots does have the diffuser in hand, is able to start putting it down. Can Geo find it from underneath? He's getting the ping. Dots has to come off the plant. 3 seconds left to go. 2 versus 2. Cameraman recovers and starts to go for it. Geo finds him though, and Sonics, they managed to win it from underneath. And all of a sudden, there's only 1 round in this. Ambi looks as confused as you, Des.
What? I don't know why he pulled off with about 1.5 seconds to go, and then I'd assume from the team kill that it was a bug of some kind, that cameraman couldn't then had to team kill and take the diffuser and plant it himself, but in which case he'd have had that called out. So I'm very perplexed as to what has just happened there. Maybe we'll see on replays, I don't know, but I'm very confused.
Answers will be forthcoming at some point, I'm sure. But as it stands, 5-4 on the scoreboard. Sonics have got themselves right back into this over the last couple of rounds. That's 2 in a row now, and starting to build a little bit of momentum, all on the back of that tactical timeout, showing its value for the coach's input there that Goddess was able to bring.
Oh my, okay. That is
the ace had moved. I think maybe the call was there that Geo was underneath, and from where the movement was, I'm wondering if the ace was trying to get up on top of the desk.
That's what I thought he was
there wasn't the threat from below.
Yeah.
Because obviously Geo's down there with the shotgun. There's information being pinged out. Lost will have had an idea of that. So I think the movement was, I've got time to get up on the desk and we can secure the plant. I'm not sure what cameraman was sort of pre-firing at or taking a shot. It's one of those things. It happens. You just got to forget it and move on. But that's going to potentially hit Lost hard. That was a round that they had a real opportunity to win in the 3 versus 2 there, but Sonics, they did really well. Geo underneath, able to deal with that, and I like how they managed the situation. Moving on to T and Karaoke then for their next defense. Round 10, it's 5-4.
You mentioned this thing around, forget about it now, it's in the past, put it behind you. I remember Bibu saying this during the halftime show when he was playing Jenga with Ginny and Ollie earlier on. I said, what's your biggest tip for those maybe that are at home? What's the motivational speech you can give them? And he was like, honestly guys, just reset. Just reset. After every round, it's a new game. There's no carryover from the previous, except the score at the top of the screen. Just restart all over again. And that's hopefully what we'll see Lost do here, as that otherwise again could have been a 6-3 fall if they got that plant off and denied Sonics the opportunity to pull it back. Let's not forget, Lost were 5 versus 3. So a bit of a thrown round, many would consider that to be.
It was certainly an opportunity. That much is true. Maya on the IQ, just pinging out those Valkyrie cameras. No surprise to see the IQ getting brought along. We've had quite a lot of Valkyrie play from this game, and no surprise, very powerful black eye cameras providing all that intel. Intel still being one of the absolute most important things that you can gain inside a siege. Gives you such a huge advantage. Look at that though, Grixter, Ambi, Grixter, 3 kills in a row. They're able to get one back, but lost. They've been stung. They've been hit hard here. 4 versus 2 now, and Sonic's really starting to build some pace.
Don't think they expected such aggression as soon as the breach opened up, and Sonic's just absolutely slaughter lost. A very comfortable round off a bit of a snap moment in time where they just reacted rather than saying, okay, yeah, the map's yours, you can open what you want. No, now we're fighting back as soon as we see you. They pulled it off wonderfully there. Lost just completely caught off guard. All things square at 5-5, and Lost call in a tack time out.
Yep, no surprise to see that. That's 3 rounds in a row now, ever since the tack time out from Sonic. So it shows the value of those pauses sometimes and those opportunities to just reset and, you know, have a discussion about exactly what is going on at the minute. Lobin is leading the way for Lost, 10-8. You know, and this is what we said. We need to see Lobin. We need to see Maya stepping up. That is always when Lost perform better, is when those two are firing. Maya a little bit quiet on 5-5 at the minute, but Sonic's, for me, seems to just be sort of more stable across the board. You've got, you know, the minimum kills is Ambi and Rexton on 5, most is Grixer on 9. You've got this quite even spread between them all. They're all chipping in.
All right, tap timeout done. Back into the game we go. Sonic's on the defensive side, for those maybe you're tuning in a little bit late. Barbecue and Kitchen going to be the site that we head into. And we are, at least, as a hover, I'll say it's a hover, Dots has gone back over towards that monster that we saw him hovering a couple of times earlier in the half. But I mentioned here about the aggression. You've just seen it on your screen from Grixer, just immediately there. And that small, probably half a second to a second, bearing in mind it was in slow mode, missed timing between the big window push and the breach push, just goes to show teams have to be so in sync, down to almost a millisecond, to make those kind of plays work, because it gave Grixer the opportunity to get 1 kill, swing across to the right, and complete onto a second. So small, fine margins at this level of play, Tim.
Certainly are, 5-5, and who would have thought it when we were back at 5-2. This has been a great show of mental resilience from Sonics to get themselves back into it. Certainly not beaten when it was 5-2 on the scoreboard. We now head into round 11. We've got a guarantee of all 12, and it's going to be Kitchen and Barbecue for Sonics. Quite an important round, you feel, here. It was the site that was sort of the start of the snowball for them back in round 8. That was the first of the 3 in a row that they won, so now they start circling back and going for it again. They did a very good job of holding on to the top floor. Lost were unable to get any sort of real map control in order to threaten Sonics, and if they're able to do the same again, it's going to be a little bit rinse and repeat, I think. You know, just get yourself wedged into that top floor and just waste as much time as you can.
I could be wrong in saying this, but it feels to me like North America's the only region that really likes leaning in towards the Maestro. We saw SSG doing it yesterday, you know, obviously CNGO doing it here. We had it in an earlier round defending Karaoke and T. Most of the teams default towards the Warden, because it's more mobile, because you don't have to then rely on gadgets that could be destroyed to do the job of being able to see through smoke or through whatever it might be that's coming your way. Obviously, extra information comes in from the Maestro, and that's another thing to consider, but just still, there's only a few teams, mainly from North America, that make use of that operator still.
Citizen manages to pick up Dots, and Lost early on are trying to deal with Geisha, but maybe not going to have too much joy, given that they've lost 1 member who was pushing for it. Citizen able to just play in and around that area and keep himself active for the time being. He's been forced back a little bit by that Selma charge. He can't now push up and play behind the boxes because of the threat of Dash on the rappel, but we've got to remember the clock is ticking. Dash cannot sit on that rappel forever.
Probably kicking themselves a little bit here, Lost, because you can just feel the game slowly slipping away from them. The mistakes are becoming more frequent. The pace is slowing down a lot on their attacking half. Sonic's the ones very firmly in control, unless we can see some magic come out of someone like Lovin or Maya here. Really, anyone could be the hero, and it's Maya right now. 2 kills for himself. As said, it's got to arrive. And arrived it has in the form of a man up on Shrine.
Here's the magic you ordered, Des.
Thank you. That's not going to guarantee the round winner. They lost the 5v3 earlier.
Yeah, Maya getting a big double there just to swing things around, and I'm sure Sonics will be kicking themselves for that loss. Two of them stacked up behind that Kiba barricade, and certainly offering the opportunity up to Loss to pick up a couple of kills quickly. Citizen is on the top floor, still looking to challenge, going to be taken down, dealt with well. Managed to get Dash, he's had a double in the round, so his job, you'd argue, largely done, but 3 versus 2 now. Lost with 30 seconds left on the board. Diffuser in hand, they have what they need. Is Ambi able to be that talisman for the round? Is he able to cut them down on the flank? Absolutely not. Lobin there, cameraman, able to put this diffuser down on the ground. It will be activated, and Gio, he has the weapon, he has the Alder. We know the clutch capability of the gun, but he's not even going to find one as Maya closes him out, and Loss have found something from somewhere.
Getting shot from all sides there as well. Top of stairs, Maya swinging off towards his right. Just no way you get out of that one. And I know, I don't want to harp on the new kid, it's not fair. Like, Ambi yesterday obviously had a wonderful game, but here a couple of times, you've seen him step up to a gunfight. We saw him pushing from Shrine to Dragon back in the first half. Here just then you see him try and push his way through and just get completely slaughtered on the step through as well by Lobin. It does feel like now obviously he's being kind of taken up a level and being told, look, these guys were grand finalists at the last major. Very, very good players. It's not going to be quite the walk in the park that it was previously. All that said, you know, being 5 and 10, it is maybe a bit of a wake-up call, but there is some tightening to do of Sonics. And I keep saying it about every team, is that realistically, you've got 4 games to play this week. It's 5 days of action, 4 best-of-3s that every team plays. There's going to be so much growth throughout the week, I imagine, as teams look at things they can tighten up and improve.
Oh, 100%. You know, what we see now is not really going to be completely, you know, it gives us an idea of what's to come, but ultimately these teams are, as you say, going to grow and change over the next week and a half, and whoever ultimately wins this tournament, you know, you can look back to these performances and they're probably going to be quite different when they get towards the final, and that's what a tournament is all about. It's, you know, you turn up and you give your best on every single day in every single match, but you hope that that best gets better as you go.
Alrighty. Down we go once more. Clearly Sonic's committed to making this site work. Very similar lineup coming in once again. And now Dots onto the Monty. Said this here maybe a couple of times this half. We've seen it hovered at points as well, not strictly committed. Well, now here it is. Double hard breach on side as well. The IQ making quite a repeated appearance in this half as well. Aware of the Valkyrie being online, but also maybe to do a little bit of hunting on towards the Solus and give her a taste of her own medicine tin.
Yeah, exactly that. So we're going to be back on the drones then for a loss. They really don't want to throw this one away. They know they've got the opportunity here. They're on map point, so they've just slowed things down a little bit. 45 seconds, only just getting themselves established inside of sight, not inside of sight, but inside of the map. They're over on the exhibition office side, and they're going to try to start working that sweep across, but you just know they wanted that information first. They've spent that extra little bit of time droning. They have got the Shield of Monty, and I think they're just hoping to bully their way across the finish line here, Des.
Yeah, although we saw how how Loss abused the Monty earlier on with the Azami. Not quite going to be the same look this time around, as there is no Azami on side for Sonics, but there's always ways to upset the apple cart when it comes to a Monty. As much as it's frustrating to play against, there are many ways to torture that poor soul. For now, at least they have got this top side control coming in. Rex and forced to drop away here as well. Being chased by the Monty at least for a couple of seconds. Ambi coming down here as well. Dash catching him out, and Dots and Dash, I'll give it to them yet again, are having a brilliant series so far today.
Yeah, the utility now being applied to that T-wall, just looking to continue the push across top floor. Grixter caught out, taken down by Lobin. And this is now 5 versus 3. Lobin really is turning into the Atlanta version of himself here on Skyscraper, as you say, just absolutely everywhere when his team needs him. Lobin, I think he's got the skeleton key ready. He's looking for the close range engagement, but no. Gio, Rexton, they turn it around. Can the Sonics hold on, Des?
Well, they've got to try and get control of sight here. They've got the verticals, which is what Lost were looking for. They've got 50 seconds to make a play work. You've got the Monty. You don't want him dropping through a hatch. So quite smartly, he sent him instead down black stairs. But he's got to find kills. Citizens found 2. Tim, I hope you ready and got that line locked and loaded, because cameraman, unless he can pull off a 1 versus 2, there's only one way that this game is going. He's had a great couple of rounds throughout this game, not necessarily been consistent when it comes to the kills, but this is where they need him to shine the brightest, Tim.
He needs to pick that diffuser up, really, to give himself the option at least. There you go, gets it in hand. If it comes down to a 1v1, it's always nice to have the opportunity. He really does need to find one of these kills first, though. Heads himself in. Is he going to try to stick this, or is it just bait to try and pull them out? He's going to get zapped by the Maestro Cam. Can't turn on it, can't manage the flick. Rexon moves around, smart play. They've got just a bit of separation now, able to find the kill. It's Gio, and we're going to overtime, Des.
For the second time today, Tim, it has a habit of following us around. 7-5, overtime. Some long games our way, Tim. And this one, I feel, deserves it. We've seen...
My throat thanks you all.
We've seen variation. Sonic started out with a great 2-0 at the start of the map. Lost really swung their way back into it. And whether by hook or by crook, we've now got ourselves up to the 6-6 scoreline. It's hard to see which way it goes. It is Sonic starting on the defensive side, so you'd lean towards them. But again, given how this game has played out so far, even that feels like you can be throwing it out the window.
It's going to be T and Karaoke. It's going to be Sonics on the defense. So far, we have had 4-2 halves in favor of the defenders. So you would argue that the North American side maybe have somewhat of an advantage here. Looking at their stats on T, they lost the defensive T in round 7. They won the defensive T in round 10. So, are they able to hold on to it? It's been 50-50 so far. It's going to be very much the same as the defense that they just showed us, really. Trying to keep hold of that top floor, particularly over to the T and Karaoke side. Maybe try and maintain a little bit of control in and around Dragon and Drum. But a lot of these defenses have hinged on Geisha. The pushes have come from Black Stairs. It's been about getting inside of meeting. I mentioned it last time. I liked what Sonics did. They had the angle from Gold that they were able to shoot through to the bomb chassis. They had the player in Geisha that was able to monitor everywhere else in Karaoke, and it was a really good way of holding on to that site. It was just unfortunate they lost a couple of kills, and particularly the Geisha man, Grixer, was taken out, and Lost were then able to get the diffuser down. So if they can hold on to those areas again, maybe a little bit more force behind it, then they can possibly hold on to T.
This round they got the Warden and the Maestro coming out. I spoke about this a little bit earlier on. So here really, not forcing the Maestro, but pushing him more into that information role. Not that he wasn't there before, but obviously help if there were any smokes coming rolling on through. Here though, you've got the Warden for that. Here there are no smokes on the attacking side. So it's kind of a huge points altogether. Rexon, make yourself very known when you're making use of the Alder, mind you. It's not exactly the quietest gun in the game, Tim.
No, you pretty much know who, where, when.
He's a very slow boy.
It gives off a lot of intel, that is fair to say. Citizen going to take a pot shot, but it's at a Monty, so it's only going to bounce off the shield. Not the end of the world. And at the minute, you just feel like it's the last thing you want to be hearing is that Monty shield in and around Shrine, knowing that they could potentially just walk on into site and start bullying you. Ambi in an important position here, looking to hold off that push into Drum, which is going to help support the player inside of Geisha, which is Gio, who's playing over in that area at the minute. And Sonics are holding on well. Lost need that first kill to start unpicking things.
Sonics got to be careful because he's very isolated right now, and the only person with the diffuser, sorry, not the only person, like more than one can have it, but he is very much by himself. If Ambi is going to keep deleting people out down here around Drum 2, Terrace no doubt one of the focal points here. This could get real messy. He can get shot in the back if he gets too close. You really want to go for a fight here? Surely no.
This is getting a little bit risky for Ambi. He does have the support from Grixer, but it's not going to matter. Dash takes him down. Citizen finds Dots, though, as Sonics keep themselves with a man advantage and just preventing Lost from being able to get themselves over and into sight. It's all active around T door at the minute. Lobin trying to work with the book from underneath. Can't find his man. The movement is just a bit too slippery, Des.
Citizen is dancing with death right now. Rexon finding Dash as well. It's looking good for the North America side. Only two left standing. Lobin working his way up on main stairs. Nowhere near enough. Sonics up to map point.
Really good hold from Sonics there. Ambi did a great job out in Drum, was, you know, playing with his life, absolutely. But there was some really good teamwork that we saw from Lost. They got rid of the shield in front of Ambi, and Maya swung in immediately on the back of it to take the challenge. But Ambi was not rattled by it. He was ready. He got the headshot, and it really helped Sonics because it just slowed down that push from Lost, and they were able to sort of reset, challenge the Monty, and then it forced forced everything out towards T-Door. So well played from Sonics, holding on there, and that gives them the lead and a match point advantage.
It does. It's just, again, I can never predict round to round how this is going to play out. We can obviously look back at the stats and see how things have gone historically. That's one way to kind of get the assessment on it. Really round to round, you just don't know what's going to come.
Let's go.
Yes, Tim, those are the exact words they said.
All I heard was let's go.
No expletives because they're very good boys.
Heading over to Exhibition and Office this time then. It's going to be lost on the defense. And this is do or die for them. A win here is a must. If not, Sonics will take the first map. Reminder, this is Sonics' map pick, so they will be desperate to hold on to it. They really don't want to go into the second map of Cafe against a lost side who picked themselves into it, a map down. So can they do it on the attack?
Can they do it on a rainy Wednesday night in Stoke, Tim?
It's always the question.
Whenever you say that, just like, can they do it? I'm just like, they do it in Stoke? Probably not. UK joke. And once we go with the shield of Geo, charging on the way forwards, hopefully not going to be reliving the trauma of Maya previously, and hopefully Grixer here doesn't step away as his team start getting ready to open this up as he has done previously, costing him the exothermic the last time now. Has a mirror on it this time, mirror window on it this time around. Of course, that gets taken out as well by the hard breach as it comes on through. But with the Selma being shot out, this wall isn't fully open. It's now only really useful as a sight line. They do have the ace available with Ambi to get more of it open if they so choose.
It's an interesting one, really. Do you take the chance? Do you try to push and get another Selma on there and catch the mirror out when they come to shoot it off? Or do you just accept that it's just simply going to be a line of sight and it restricts the movement inside a VIP? Cameraman just looking for the trick out on the Geisha wall at the minute. Doesn't want... It's not the actual external Geisha wall. That one is already open. What he's trying to prevent is the line of sight through into Drum. They want to be able to keep that area closed so that Lobin can maintain his position in terrace and it keeps that whole extension alive.
I didn't realize it earlier on, but I think what they've done is actually really smart. They open up that single Geisha wall themselves on the right-hand side, so you can't put an exothermic on that wall, which would then open up the wall that is currently being electrified by a cameraman. Now, there's no thermite, so it's kind of a moot point, but it does prep you for that kind of eventuality. So just a smart little thing that we've seen Lost do here that I haven't seen too many of the teams do.
Yep, and we've still got... we've actually had a change in personnel there. Dots has been the person to move up into terrace. Lobin has moved away. He's the one that's supporting cameraman at the minute and trying to keep him safe in that position. Citizen does manage to pick up Dash, and that's a great start for the North American side. Geo looking to push across here, wants to get himself inside a shrine. Cameraman's dipped away. That's going to give Dots the freedom to move if he wants to. But Maya is currently in the one of the most critical positions here, just trying to prevent that shield moving across the map and pressuring onto site.
He's backed away from here previously when he's seen someone get on the window at Shrine as well. So when the Monty rounds the corner and he starts getting shot from Shrine, he is out of there. Doesn't want to risk his life or give it up too soon, and that's exactly what he's gone for here. Rejoins his team on site with 30 seconds to play. So Lost have done a good job. They've lost one player, they've wasted a lot of time, but Sonics have got a Monty to move in behind. Yes, he's slow, but it also gives you a lot of information on the march forward.
Yeah, they're going to have to start pushing now, though. 20 seconds left to go, and they're going to have to think about how they get a plant down to extend this clock. Grixer manages to get cameraman, but Maya is there, as is Dots. It's 3 versus 2 as Geo finds one with the pistol. 2 versus 1 in a quick swing. 1 versus 1. 8 seconds left to go. It's Lobin who finds the kill, though, and once again, that man keeps losing this. It is going all the way to 15, Des.
Haven't heard that one yet, and now I'm very happy to hear it. Dash just getting in the chat with lol after Grix's comment earlier of lol. Wow, all the way down to 1 round to decide it all. Sonics on the defense. Heaven knows which way this game falls, but it could well be shaping us up for an amazing series between these two. It's been back and forth, it's been scrappy at points, but if nothing else, it is entertaining, Tim, is what I'd summarise it as.
Oh, this is exactly what I wanted out of this game. I'm on the edge of my seat here. This is brilliant. Getting all 15 to kick us off. It's just been back and forward. Both teams have had really good passages of play. You know, both teams have had opportunities to punish the others and have taken it as well. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch so far, and we've got at least one more map to come. It's going to be Cafe. We might have a third as well. For now, we've got to see who wins Skyscraper, and we're heading on into round 15. It's Sonics on the defense, and they are going to take Office and Exhibition. Just looking through their previous defenses, round 9, they won it, and that was the only time they tried this. So they've played it once, won it once.
5 seconds remaining.
Could well see us ending in a similar spot to last time. In fact, it's almost a bit of deja vu because we've now got a Monty coming in again, this time for Lost though, rather than Sonic. So attacking into the same position with the same operator, not entirely the same across both lineups, but I imagine you're going to see Dots being again the spearhead of this attack and trying to find whether he pushes in through VIP or instead if he's going through Terrace to exactly where Gio went last time round.
We've seen a lot of persistence with the Monty from both sides, to be fair. In all honesty, we haven't really seen any success from it yet.
Not really, no.
No.
No. Obviously valuable in a plant-based scenario because the shield goes on your back and protects you, especially from above from being shot, but as you said,
I wouldn't like to say it categorically, but I'm not sure that we've actually seen the attackers win a round where they've had Monty.
I'd need to check, but I also feel the same as well, yeah.
Citizen, a big nitro to kick things off. Takes down Maya.
You know what that
5
is?
versus 4.
That's that domino meme. C4 onto Maya. Sonics win the map. Honestly, that could be the big difference maker they need.
And a successful trick. That's going to be an exothermic charge lost for Dash as well. Great play from Ambi there, just playing around that utility game.
They have very little soft breach now. Now that Zoffia's offline, you've only really got the Ashe to turn to, and you want her to help get rid of the mirror windows. Azami is going to be an absolute terror in this round. So keep an eye on Grix. So where you see this Azami's going down and where they play around that could be huge towards the outcome of this game. And with the Monty on side, it's not exactly going to speed things up. If nothing else, it'll slow it down. And my God, it was like a jack in the box. Ambi with a C4 on the other side, just as they were breaking it out. That's the third lol of the game. Thank you very much, Rexton. But it feels like Sonic's on course to win this one, Tim.
Yep, 2 nitros,
This
2
is so
kills.
cheeky.
That's exactly what you want. Cameraman just waiting with the gun sticks out. He's just waiting for that call. He's waiting for his teammates to get into position. There he goes. How much impact can he have? None at all. Citizen shuts him down. 5 versus 2. Citizens going wild from underneath. It's Grixer. It's Gio. It's Flawless. It's the Sonics taking Skyscraper for Dez.
Fourth lol of the game. Citizen in post-game. Lol. Very good. That was, of course, their map pick as well. It's good that they've got that over the line. 8-7. It is hard fought. That was not made easy for them by Lost, and I'm very excited to see how that second map for Cafe goes.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a pleasure to watch, I'm sure.
All right then, out to break when we come back. Desk, then map 2.
an absolute nail-biter for Sonics to close out their own map pick. We went to OT not once, but the full ride, and they do close it out. They look absolutely happy. They're great to have been able to close it out, but it brings the question of what's more to come.
I mean, I asked Cameraman in the beginning of this, was he surprised by this map pick? And he said a little bit, but he felt confident going into it nonetheless. And they did start out strong. They started out very strong. And then it just immediately, I think both teams were just figuring each other out through that entire process.
They started out 5-2 lead strong.
It was great. I mean, they lost the first 2 rounds, so technically the start wasn't great, but they really got things together. It took both these two teams a lot of time to really work into this game, and I think that's one of the reasons we ended up going all the way into an overtime. But I think that Lost can hold the head strong. Don't forget, this is Sonic's map pick here, and their recent form on this map hasn't been great. It just makes me even more excited for what's going to be for what the rest of this series can bring, because if that's what happens on a map that we don't think Lost are going to be good at, what happens when we get onto a map they think they're going to be great at?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's the beauty of a best of threes as well. It's where you're not confined to that one map that you need to figure it out. It's do or die. You have the opportunity to adapt and to learn as you go. And that also felt to be the story of this map particularly, where it was very much push and shove.
No, I mean, definitely. At the start, you saw Los initially figure out what Sonics was trying to do, and then they were shutting it out. Then you saw Sonics then rebound that, figure out what Los was doing, and then implementing that in their playstyle, shutting down Los wherever they could. And it was, like I said, it was just this back and forth game that you were trying to figure out how you were going to push the next round, how you're going to push the next round, whether you're putting someone in a different position or you're bringing a different operator, whatever that was, it was working on both these teams. Then it went into the OT side of things.
Sonics did a fantastic job here of tempering that aggression. There were times and moments where they needed to speed things up a little bit on that defense. When we saw Lost defending, they were defending so aggressively. Everything was up in the face. We had Cameraman Bandit tricking on VIP wall, just not giving an inch over to the map, even though the site is entirely the other side. And as soon as Sonic started to get onto that wavelength on their defenses, they really started to turn things around, and they were able to take a little bit more map control and make it very difficult for these attackers to get in.
Well, I can just say a quick thing. I can't even say that one team necessarily looked better than the other here. I think all players on each team were firing from all cylinders and making sure that they were making an impact in every single round as possible, as much as they possibly could in terms of every single gunfight. I think so obviously Sonics just came out with the win, but I can't say that one team was clearly better than the other.
Yeah, it felt more like a team affair, but we highlighted a couple of players coming into this Ollie that we really thought or expected at least to pop up, but that wasn't necessarily the case. But again, that's not necessarily a negative thing either.
Doesn't matter who pops off, someone's gonna. It was Logan this time for Lost. We saw Citizen and Grixor have fantastic performances here. I mean, what a game for Andy to get his teeth, Ambi to get his teeth stuck into here. Like, you got to remember, this is this guy's second game here at SI, and he's just gone max OT with a Brazilian side, and he came off it, and he looked absolutely buzzed. And he was like, we went 7-7, we went 8-7, like he was going crazy.
And I said it as well. For this being Ambi's, second game now, I think this was going to be a game that was going to end up testing him, and he didn't put up the biggest numbers that he put up yesterday.
Do anything wrong, though.
But at the same time, he still was performing, and just because you aren't like at the top of the leaderboard, that doesn't take away from what you provide to the team in terms of communication, in terms of even setting up a trade for your teammate. So, I mean, by all means, Ambi is performing very well, and I just want to keep seeing that performance, keep excelling with every single game.
Well, the fact that it's the best of 3 again is going to give it an opportunity to keep seeing that, especially with the next map coming up, going to be Cafe. However, this is Los's map pick, so if anything, Ollie, this should be for them comfortable territory.
This is a map that Sonics don't really like. It's very low in terms of their preferences. Now, we can read into that what we will, but don't forget we're looking at data from Atlanta forward, so we've not got a huge sample size here really to be going off. But you look at this and you think, yep, Lost should be fairly confident on this. One of the bigger things is potentially going to be that mental aspect. Obviously, coming in off the back of this game might not be that easy.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this map specifically as well, maybe it's the G2 thing of they're saving strats for SI because, again, Sonics, they don't like this
Are
map.
we not at SI, though?
But this is what I'm saying, though. They were saving it for SI because Sonics hate Cathay. So the fact that Sonics are okay with letting this go through clearly is playing into a mental game of that they are going to be prepared and ready for Los of whatever they're trying to do. But again, for Los, sure, they might have came off that loss off Skyscraper, but they still got their heads held high. I think they're more than ready, and that they're going to adapt just like how they were in Skyscraper, and that we're probably going to see another barn burner going into this.
Touching upon that mental side of things, especially going into this, being on the back foot from your players, experienced side as well. What exactly is it that you're expecting these players to do? Because we saw them take a walk outside. They're now back in their seats, ready to go.
I mean, I think the biggest thing overall is, trust me, it is grueling when you get into those late rounds, those overtimes. Like, it is grueling because you lose to small, minute things, whether it's just a gunfight, whether it's just a misplay of a position. It is grueling, but the most important thing is that you are a player. You do understand that it's all part of the process, and these guys are no strangers to experiencing a loss or experiencing overtime at that matter. It's just a matter of rebounding and taking from that recent game and figuring out what you can do overall differently to make it better going into the next.
Yeah, and then you're looking at Sonics, which is a team that's come off this high here, Ollie, and they're just absolutely buzzing, ready to go. You said it yourself. I mean, every single one of these players is like, let's get into the server and get this started. A pitfall here could be a little bit overexcited, a little bit overconfident, a little overzealous heading into the game.
We saw teams yesterday celebrate a full best of 3 less than the way that Sonic celebrated that Max OT win on Skyscraper. Like, it genuinely looked like they won the whole thing. Now, that's fine. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you how you're going to celebrate, but you've got to be careful of that energy balance, especially when you've just gone to every single available round. You know you're going into another map, and who's to say we've not got a third on the way? Yeah,
in terms of like Cafe being that next map and the playstyles that we've seen so far in the adaptation here, anything particular that we're looking at LoSa's side of things that they could replicate from that Sky onto Cafe?
I think it's just keeping the consistency of figuring out what your opponent is and maybe just being a little quicker with the adaptations in that. But I think that also speaks into Sonics as well, that they were both quickly identifying what they needed to change going into those next rounds or the same site that they lost prior. So again, I think it's just going to be this big back and forth, and whoever is going to run away with this is going to figure out that opponent a lot faster than what we saw in the last game.
Some of the ways that Sonics could look to try and do this, I know that it took them a couple of rounds to really sort of get into things. You know, they had a good couple of rounds on the attack to start things off, and then when they came up against that opposition and they came up against that really aggressive playstyle that Lost were bringing on the defense, they kind of crumbled a little bit. I'd like to see them try and deal with that a little bit quicker, maybe bring in some different tools or setting themselves up in a slightly different way. There were some kind of funky bans in the previous map, I'm not going to lie. We saw a Brava ban, which was a little bit strange to me. We also saw a Maverick ban, even though Tubro was out, so maybe there were a couple of mind games at work there based off some sort of prep or some sort of scrim sort of experience, whatever that might be. But for me, I'd like Sonics to give themselves that opportunity a little bit earlier on to correct some of those wrongs. Both of the tactical timeouts were very effective inside of that map, but they were also used quite late.
All right, well, the expectations has been set in terms of this second map that we're going to be heading into. So let's head over to our casters. We're going to be covering Cafe, second map of the series.
Thank you, Ginny. And the guys on the desk. Indeed, Cafe in this best of 3 is coming up. Me and Tim were talking during the break and saying this would be the kind of series I would love to see go to all 3. Truthfully, I'd happily see any series go all the way, but this is one that I feel like, given how that first map has gone, it deserves all 3.
Well, they've just been so evenly matched, haven't they? We've had players on each side really stepping up. We've had great teamwork. We've had problem solving. We've had taking advantage of mistakes. You know, they've both been delivering in so many areas. That, yeah, for me, just keep putting this in my eyeballs. I want more of it.
Inject it straight in there. That's quite gross, actually. Never mind, let's not inject it in there. I was looking back at the history of Cafe for these two teams as well. Sonics, it's one of the maps that actually they have a ban away. You never really get to see it. They've actually played it once in about the last 6 months, and that was during Stage 2 against M80. They kind of brought it out of their locker in the way that BDS might in Europe, RIP by the way, and just brought it out against M80 and won it 7-4. And for Lost, they haven't played it tons either. Both times were at the Atlanta Major. They won once against FaZe and lost it against W7M a day later. So, not tons to go on, but again, I feel like this is the sort of thing that you pick if you feel that you've got some good responses or some good ideas on how to deal with what the other side showed last time around.
We're going to have the Ying ban coming in, which has been almost consistently present in 90% of the games that I've seen, at least.
Very high.
Very high ban rate for Ying.
I imagine part of that is because of the meta we're in now, like we've spoken about a few times, very defender favored. Therefore, teams either go very, very slow with things like the Monty, or they go very, very fast. What does Ying enable? Enables you to go very, very fast. It enables you to overwhelm defenses. And so having her off the board just removes that factor that previously maybe would have been used a little bit cheesily for hitting things like the Oregon base, but just overwhelming it with Candelas. Now you can see it really being used on seemingly any site in the game, so it just makes a lot of sense to see that Ying off the board and taken away. SSG have been that team that have banned it basically every single map they've played so far.
Dokkaebi and Valkyrie then are our next bans. Mira will be the last.
I like that.
chat is anything to go by. We might have a slight pause. We'll see what happens. I'm sure you've seen that conversation along the way. I think just maybe a little bit of a sound issue for Sonics, but we'll see if it's sorted or not before we get into things. So Cafe will be the next map coming up between these two. Sonics were able to get a late overtime win against Los on Skyscraper, but boy, was it close. All of us, I think, are hoping for another close one here on Cafe that is just as entertaining as that first map.
So we shall. Quick sound issue being addressed on the Sonic side, and then we'll get things underway on Cafe. The thing about these two teams, just to kind of take a step back and think about their positions in the tournament and the expectations for them. I think when you've looked at most people's predictions for how SI is going to go, it's here in Brazil. It's on home soil for the Brazilian teams. Everyone's really been saying, look, top 4 is going to be all Brazilian teams. But what's kind of sad is I feel like Lost have been sort of put out to one side. No one's really mentioned them as a top 4 team. They said, yeah, they'll probably be like 5th or 6th, but it's the other 4 Brazilian teams that we're really focused on here, because in case you didn't know, there are 5 of them here. And I think it's almost like a little... I didn't want to say disrespectful in a way, but it's almost like everyone sees the last run at the major in Atlanta where they made it to the grand final as a bit of a miracle run, like it's not really going to happen again. And after yesterday, I was a bit like, I kind of understand it. They haven't really been super watertight. They're not looking as amazing as other teams are. But then equally, you and I earlier on saw FaZe at a very low standard compared to what we used to from them. And you have to ask that question of, okay, maybe Lost weren't the strongest yesterday, but is that just warming into the competition as so many do? Because like you said as well, teams tend to have these sort of downtimes where they're not playing as well as they normally would. You'd rather have that when it's not so important to win every single day, like in the group stage, versus in the playoffs when you have to win every single game you come into.
Yep, absolutely. You know, the group stages are all about settling in for me. Yes, you've got to get enough wins to get yourself through. Yes, you want to get, you know, as best a seed as you can to go forward and give yourself the best chance in the tournament. But ultimately, do you want to play your 5 best games or your 4 best games, sorry, in the group stage? No, you don't. You want those 4 best games to be leading up to the grand final and include the grand final. That's what a championship team wants. You know, the groups should really be about, you know, working those sort of kinks out, working those problems out, and just improving throughout that and getting settled in. So, yeah, you know, performances being up and down at this stage, it's not the end of the world.
Agreed. Spoke about Cafe earlier on, actually, and you were remarking how we see a lot of teams get hyper aggressive. When we had a chat with all the talent yesterday, well, a couple of days ago before coming into the tournament, that Brazilian Cafe is extremely aggressive. They want to be out the map basically any opportunity they can. The windows are getting jumped out of, there's runouts coming in, anything you can imagine. And we've seen that being employed by teams like SSG, so I wouldn't be wholly surprised to see Sonics at some point saying, you know what, we've got to play it the same way, we've got to get aggressive here, get up in the face of Los and really slow them down, especially given it's their map pick.
Yeah, this is it. We've seen so many jump outs of the East windows in particular. Certainly one to keep an eye on in this. We've got, I think, at least 3 Sonics players up on the top floor at the minute. They're going to be defending reading, so that's not too much of a surprise. They're going to want to keep hold of particularly cocktail and barback storage. They've actually opened up a lot of vertical themselves now. That's quite risky because obviously, you know, the attackers have brought utility to do that. They've got the sledge there, but say you get the kill onto the sledge, you can sort of, you know, almost take the option to leave some of that closed and not give that over to the attackers. But if the attackers can get in there and get top floor control, they're going to have everything they need in terms of verticality with very little work to do themselves.
They've largely ignored it and obviously having to skirt around anything that's below storage upstairs, given I think we've got Geo sat inside of there in the castle. Whole floor opened up, walls electrified off, reinforced, castle barricades down. They have turned it into a frozen fortress in there. So you've got to avoid either 1, pushing into it, or 2, playing around underneath it. And really, that only opens up parts of Fireplace to plant inside of, or maybe the back corner of Reading. But then again, you've also got players playing above that from the side of Sonic. So everything currently is being held from above. You're really going to have to see a bit of finesse coming out from Lost here if they're going to make a plan happen without getting top floor control.
Yeah, this is it, really. Trying to avoid it. Maya manages to pick up Citizen 5 versus 3, but Rexton starts the fight back with the trade. And I think whilst they've got, you know, only 1 man difference in terms of the man count, they're going to be fairly happy. But Lost, they managed to get that 2, that margin, that little bit of space. So now it's going to be very difficult to cover all potential plant spots from the vertical. Geo going down, trying to find where this is happening, comes across, cut down by Dots. That's going to be a fairly easy round for Lost to kick things off with.
It was. The thing is, I really like the setup from Sonics as well. I thought it was really smart, playing aggressively on the top floor, but just one by one, every 10, 15 seconds, a player's being picked off in a 1v1 gun engagement, sometimes without even being aware of it, as I'm sure you might see in the replays in a second. And I'm just thinking, it's all good having a great setup, but not so much if Lost are just so easily picking you off piece by piece and dismantling it, rather than having to flood in and risk playing against those vertical angles. So, good idea, not the best execution coming out of Sonics there.
Moving into round 2 then, we're going to have Sonics move inside. They're going to head up to the top floor, it's going to be. You and I personally have seen this site 5 times, Des. I keep commenting on it that we haven't yet seen a defender win on the top floor. Personally, I don't think it's the best site on Cafe by a long chalk for the defenders. We'll see whether Sonics can maybe bring anything different to it or not. But at the minute, after that first round, you know, for me, it's not even necessarily about winning a round here for Sonics. It's just about being more competitive in a round after that first one. It was pretty easy that they were swept aside by Lost, so they need to get themselves involved in the action a bit more here and get themselves running on Cafe.
They do, and maybe this wasn't the site to choose for it. We really are haters of Baron Cocktail at this point, aren't we?
Look at you, you're getting on board with it.
Mate, I'm a lover of data. I'll believe you. I'll go with you. If the data says one thing, I'll be with you on that. Don't you worry.
Have a potential run out from Citizen here. He's on the Solus. I think he's just left it a little bit too late. They're going to be up on the roof, well and safe. Lobin manages to make it. Citizen just a couple of seconds behind the beat there.
I spoke about this back in round 1. Got to see him matching the aggression that they must be expecting they'll have to endure in the second half. I think Citizen at least making a go of it is respectable, even if nothing really came of the end result. For now, though, Lost means they've got the freedom to get themselves set up and start worrying about what comes next. No Claymores on side, but they do have the Nomads. They can at least brace for some of these jump outs. Obviously, we'll need a response if someone does try and go too aggressive off the back of it. But I think, again, given the times that we've seen Cafe already and the aggression shown on jump outs, they may, as the half goes on, have to bring along more tools to deal with that aggression.
Dot's going to send the drone on into sight. I don't think really gaining too much information there. You know, yeah, somebody's playing Cocktail. Somebody's always going to be playing that spot in Cocktail pretty much. So that's going to be the utility loss. Maya walks up though and manages to get the kill onto Ambi. Ambi completely unaware. Sonic's completely unaware of why it's theirs. How has Maya been able to just walk up there and get an absolute freebie through onto Ambi? Grixer and Citizen though managed to get Dots and Lobin, and that is at least a point to the credit for Sonics.
Citizen's dying to make this work, and we saw the Nomad airdrop go down on the side of this garage in our game earlier on today for that exact run out. Now, Citizen not finding anyone as they're not up on the rappel. Not really a place to be to be fair. You want to try and keep things as low profile as you can, but Dash has now just walked down past Pixel, gunned Geo down, and it feels half the time like, I was going to say really it's Sonics, but also somewhat Lost. Just being shot, seemingly completely unaware that they're being pushed by another player.
I was going to make the exact same point, like how are both teams giving away such easy kills, you know, from areas that you would normally expect to see them coming in. You know, cameraman just rappelling into a death, just completely unaware that somebody's there. The final gunfight is likely to come. Maya spotting the man out, knows that they've rotated round to Cigar. Will they guess they've gone all the way to New Hatch or not? It is Maya versus Citizen. At this point, we know what Citizen's gun skill is like, what his ability is like. Maya is potentially going to take the opportunity to get the diffuser down here. Going to stick this and will be able to come off, get the gun up, get ready for the gunfight.
It's a battle between demons here as well. Arguably, or at least once upon a time, Citizen the star player of this team. Maya, undoubtedly the best player for his team last year. A 1v1 to settle round 2. Citizen crouched down, round the corner as well, but they're literally leaning away from each other time and time again. Round the corner they go, and it's a trade! But obviously the attackers win because the diffuser is down. I tell you what though, Tim, that is one hell of a way to end a 1v1.
It really is. You can see there, Citizen just gutted with that. He made his shots, he did what he needed to do, but it just wasn't enough as the bullets must have passed each other mid-air, Des, and both found their targets.
Absolutely crazy. What you love to see. Imagine if that was round 15 of this. Could get through to be. Find out to keep on getting further and through it, but a good 1v1 to end out the whole round. And obviously there's a whole bunch of smack talk going on between the teams. little bit of rivalry being established, I think, here.
Yeah, I think so. Back to the point that we made, there was a few kills in there that you just have to question. Maya walks up White Stairs and is able to just take Ambi out. No challenge on him whatsoever. Another one, I can't remember who it was for Lost, but just walked in through Pixel and shot somebody in bar back storage. Again, no awareness of the fact that somebody had just walked through Piano, into Pixel, into White Corridor, into Washroom, and was able to get that free kill. But then Cameraman just rappelling in through the window. When somebody is still stood inside a cocktail. Both teams just seeming to have a little bit of a lack of awareness there on that top floor defense, which was once again lost.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
We will keep that one.
6 for 6.
6 for 6 on losses so far on top floor.
6 times we've seen it, 6 times it's been off.
Fantastic. All right, well, the Monty being brought out once again. We saw this a lot back on Skyscraper in the first map. A few others tuning in, then welcome first and foremost. A nice battle took place on Skyscraper 8 and 7 with a lot of Monty being used by both sides. Definitely manipulated the most, I'd say, by Lost with a brilliant play from Maya, locking the Monty in a room with an Azabi Aikido barrier. And as a result, losing the Monty. That was Gio going down in that case here. But I think really we haven't seen too much success with it, as you said so far. Haven't really seen the Monty be pivotal towards a round win. I wouldn't put any money on it, for example, to say that I think a Monty hasn't won a round yet, but we haven't seen it have the effect that maybe historically it has.
Specifically on Skyscraper, I think it was a fair point to make. I'm sure that there's the opportunity there for impact across the tournament. This is always a good site to be able to potentially push into through prep. Particularly, you can get in there as long as nobody playing above that's going to take you down. You can move in, you can bully your way into site, you can clear off utility, you can do all sorts of things with the Monty. Between these two teams, I think specifically, it's definitely fair to say there hasn't been too much impact yet.
Oh, he's got it as well. Snagged away a yokai drone. That's a real stinger, because on this site especially, this is arguably the site that's most synonymous with big yokai outplays. And stealing even one away is a big deal. You've now only got one to find, and assuming they managed to keep it, I imagine the call came in from Grits that it needs to be shot out, but if they keep that, that's a real stinger.
Cameraman just supporting the Monty on getting into sight. No vertical threat now, potential to put the diffuser down. That's exactly what Dots is going to do. Shield is on the back. I'm not sure whether they're aware of this or not. Yes, they are. The yokai drone is going to take the first one out. Dots is just looking. Pistol is out, trying to find it, but no, he's going to be dropped. And that was good from Sonics, but it leaves us now effectively 2 versus 2. It's going to be Citizen and Grixer against Cameraman and Dash.
Something pretty special starting to brew here for Dash in this round. I mentioned that him and Dots sat on 18 kills each coming into this series, the same as Lobin yesterday. The 3 of them joint top fragger for the team. And in this series, they have not disappointed. It's only carried on ramping up as time has gone by. But it's 2 versus 2, Cameraman and Dash to do it all.
2 versus 1. Citizen and Grixer managed to find one apiece, but Citizen has been downed along the way. Grixer taking damage. Cameraman knows where he is now. This is going to be difficult for Grixer to win this out with the Echo drones. Potential there if he can play for time at least and force Cameraman to be moved, but no, he takes the peak. Cameraman finds the kill, and that's going to be Lost taking 3 rounds in a row. They are steamroller in Sonics on Cafe.
Fresh, if you're listening, we've got the KKKK in the chat, so you're all good. That can go off your bingo card.
We've already had that one.
We have.
We had it yesterday.
It's really funny because literally at the end of the last round, Grixer was in the all chat like, "You're ass, bro," and Dash was like, "Not in my books." He just walked to 3K against him. They've just won a 1v1 against Grixer. Everything really comes back to bite you when it comes down to karma, doesn't it? Sonics into a timeout because they have lost 3 defensive rounds in a row, and that should not be the way Cafe plays out.
I mean, you can feel Sonics maybe feel a little bit hard done to here. They've had 2 rounds out of 3 come down to 1v1s, and one of those was a direct trade. It was just because the diffuser was down. The Citizen lost out on that one. So yeah, it's been a tough 3 rounds for Sonics really, and there's arguments there, I'm sure, to say in a different life they'd maybe have a round or 2 here on Cafe and it'd be looking a little bit differently, but as it is, that's all ifs and buts. Lost have got 3 on the board, and that's all that matters.
1v1s in a row, being won out by Lost. Stinger. Obviously, Lauren stepping in, having a conversation. Goddess having her words with the team, probably more to settle them down than anything else as well, because it is hard to turn around and say, well, guys, things are going drastically wrong, because they aren't, as you said. It's come down to 1v1. Incredibly close round ends. They haven't really been playing it badly. It's just that Lost have been getting the edge, getting the advantage, and that needs to be addressed.
I think, you know, if you were to look back at exactly what Loss has done, and I commented on it, you know, in that top floor round where cameraman rappelled in through the window, for example, you know, there's moments there, I'm sure, if you look, where Loss have been sort of leaving themselves open, and Sonics just haven't been able to punish them, and I think that's, you know, possibly down to the fact that Cafe isn't one of their favourite maps, and, you know, Loss are sort of offering up these little morsels, these little opportunities, but Sonics just haven't been able to gobble them up, and have let them get away with it a couple of times now.
It's a fun one, really. I was just looking back at the exact date when Cameraman joined this roster, because I know it was in the middle of last year. It was bang on in the middle of May. And I think we always speak about Cameraman as being this incredibly storied player who's been playing since 2016. Incredibly experienced, really lovely guy as well, bless him. And to come into this team that needed probably a little bit of kind of stability and direction and experience, he's brought that in absolute spades, and when he can still step up and win a 1 versus 1, admittedly also team kill his teammates, as we saw on the last map, it's still nice to know that he can still duke with the best out there.
Ambit is just going to drop away as the pressure starts to mount onto Piano. This is a reading room hold, so they're going to be trying to hold onto Cocktail, but they're being surrounded slowly by Loss here. There is 3 members of Sonics up on the top floor. Loss have managed to force them back out of Piano. They're going to be able to get themselves inside there very soon. They've got one on Heaven Window as well, so Ambit is going to be playing his life here potentially. If the East there, I think the East window has got somebody on as well, the Cocktail window. Yeah, there's plenty of them out on the rappel, so if that's the case, it's going to be very difficult for him to move back to that hatch and drop away to safety.
He's sitting away playing on the Fenrir here as well, so although he's been the guy going for the spawn peaks, going for the runouts, for example, I don't expect we'll see him doing this while playing on this operator. Might be that's now moved over to being a Grixis responsibility instead, or they're just trying to play things a little more defensively. Ambi and Geo burning up something special like a fever here. Dots charges forward, capitalizes on the chaos, and Ambi is gone. Cameraman, though, he's cooked as well. 4v4.
Yeah, as I said, Ambi was in a very difficult position there. There wasn't really much movement that he could do, and Loss have got in there and created that situation, really. It was a lose-lose for him, and they've been able to take the live. 4 versus 4. Grixis is going to move over into Train, but it looks like Loss have pretty much got top floor control now.
They have, yeah, and with a minute or so still to play with, it's good to have that top floor control at this point. 60 seconds is enough time to execute onto this second floor. Where the execute comes from, I really don't know at this point, though. By the looks of it, we've got Lobin working his way down red with the diffuser. So that points to that top side, but that means working your way through mining in through Train. Either that or pushing through pillars, which can be quite risky in itself. 40 seconds to go.
Reloading. Yep, Lobin's going to rotate over. I'd expect more of the drop maybe onto to sort of Snow Door and get inside of Reading and get the diffuser down there. Maya's there for the cover. He's picking up in the opposite direction to prevent any push coming through. Dash is there to support with Capitao utility as well, potentially. But for the time being, the diffuser has actually been passed across to Dots, who is now making his way into Reading. He's going in through the utility room, through the rotation. Rexon going to take damage. 2v2 as a couple of kills come in quickly. Diffuser is down. 10 seconds left to go. Dash does not find his man. Grixis is just the bit quicker. 2 versus 1 now. Rexon sees the last, takes him down, and that is the first round for Sonics on the board, and it comes again off the back of one of those tactical timeouts. You got to say they've made great use of those so far in this matchup.
We're in this kind of age as well where, as you've seen across a number of teams over the last few days, or last couple of days, there's not always the requirement to bring a hard breach. Teams are sort of forgoing that and saying, look, if they want to lock themselves in, they can. We'll figure things out more creatively. The problem there being the Reading wall just stayed closed the entire time, so there was no pressure onto the Smoke, who was sat in behind the bookcase, and as you saw with the closing kill, was just in a pretty commanding yet comfortable position. Didn't have to worry about being forced out of that position, which I think really helped create an anchor spot for Sonics there, which made things a little bit easier for them. Loss letting that round slip despite the small advantages they had, even down into a 2v2 at the close. Lobin a little bit in no man's land as well, stuck up towards red stairs while all the action was going off. Probably just not quite on the same page as the rest of his team.
Rexon having a great round there, just picking them up. That was the push, that was trying to get in and get the diffuser down. If Rexon loses his life there, then the diffuser probably does go down, and it's a very different round for Sonics. So really well played from Rexon, stood up when his team needed him to, and we move into round 5. It's going to be back up to that dreaded top floor. It's going to be Bar and Cocktail that they try to hold on to. Rexon's brought the Maestro out, so going to have some utility there in the shape of those Evil Eye cameras. Can be very useful up on the top floor. A position of a couple of them, you can pretty much get about 80-90% visibility over this top floor.
Yes. Again, Timmy saying that magic word, top floor. We harp on about it a lot here. I'm curious to see if anything changes. Given history, it doesn't feel like it's going to. But again, doubling down on things like the Warden and the Maestro being together does mean if you do see any kind of crazy hijinks coming in behind a whole load of smoke, then you have the availability to deal with it. There are only 2 smokes on the field in the back pocket of the Bravo. No Capitao, for example, online, as we saw employed a couple of times across Skyscraper earlier on. And Lack spoke about this a little bit during the analyst desk. We'll mention it again here. Like, Ambi's not strictly playing things like terribly, but we've got to see him come online. Like, Citizen is carrying a lot of the burden so far across these 2 maps. And when you're against big teams, again, Grand Finalists, the last major, this is where Ambi will get put to the test. And to say that, he does find himself a kill, instantly traded out, though, by Loss.
Again, something that Loss have done quite well is work as a team in that way. You know, be able to get in there, get those trades, and make sure that at least deaths count for something. Maya is going to continue droning out Cocktail now. Then they've been able to grab one of the Maestro cams. That is a big one for the Bravo drone. That was a bad jump, though. I don't think that's where they intended to end up. But look at this, going to be able to start hassling the defenders with their own cams. This is an absolute nightmare for them.
Horrific, isn't it?
Playing on the back of it as well, with Cameraman going in whilst the distraction is there. But no, they've moved Cameraman, and you're not going to get the kill. Grixagio and Rexton managed to get one apiece. 4 versus 1 for Sonics now.
Starting to do that recovery across the last round, and this one here, much better. Admittedly, a lot riding on Cameraman and the Amaru, but straight into the Fenrir. You can see the value in taking Citizen off those more aggressive operators and saying, actually, having some defense on site will probably be real great right now, especially when things like the Fenrir are open. He puts it to good use, and it gives him the kills they sorely need. Lobin no doubt going to see the clock run down here until Sonics do finally catch him out. But that'll mean 3 and 2 to Loss, and Sonics recovering this half.
Lobin just looking for those angles. He knows he needs kills. 1v4, very unlikely to happen. And Sonics are playing this really well. They've just got themselves solidified in their positions now. Nobody's going to overpeak this. They're not chasing the kill. They're just going to wait for Lobin to put himself in a bad position, I think. And using those Maestro cams, using any utility that they can to give themselves an advantage. Gio takes a ton of damage there. Not enough to put him down as Lobin continues to try to push in. 15 seconds, and this is surely a matter of time here as to him being able to do anything.
Tried his best, but Rexton gets the close out. And after a couple of rounds of nothing in all chat, well, now Sonic's starting to pipe back up once again. No doubt as well for those 2 rounds, building a little bit of confidence in the team. Really starting to take it back to Loss. If they get this to a 3-3 half, we say it often, but it would be a great recovery for Sonics after Loss really did start off at some pace. Those rounds were close, as we remarked, and it feels like whatever happened during that timeout, the main thing for me being moving Citizen across to being on that Fenrir doesn't feel like a hugely significant change. Okay, 1 player's changed operators, so what? But rather than trying to look for those spawn peaks and burnouts and things like that, it is really helping when it comes round to site defense now.
Great shot from Rexton there into Cigar, and a second one. Rexton's really feeling himself on Cafe now. And this is becoming a bit of a threat for Loss. Of course, Sonics now fighting their way back into it after another one of those. We're going to have to start calling them magical tactical timeouts that have come in from Sonic every time they've used one. Last time on Skyscraper, I think it was 3 rounds on the bounce they got after the tactical timeout. This time they've got 2, could be more. You know, going fantastically well after that. If they can level things up at 3-3 before they go on to the attack, then, you know, Sonics have done a fantastic job.
I know at one point, I forget who was tracking the stat of how many rounds get won after. Maybe it was Fabuni at a previous event, I can't remember. But he was tracking how many rounds get won after the result of a tactical timeout coming in from a losing position. And it's always interesting to see, in terms of stats, how the impact that coaches then have as a result. I'd love to see it at some point again.
Absolutely. Round 6 then, final defensive round for Sonics. It's going to be Kitchen. Lobin goes rocketing in through the cocktail window, straight into the top floor clearance, and I love this confidence from Loss. They want the top 2 floors. They want to work the verticals. They've got the Book, they've got the Flores, they've got a Gridlock, no doubt, with the shotgun in hand. They can absolutely shred that floor, and that is what they're going to be looking to do. Lobin, he's not content though. He wants to go further. He's going to push all the way down. Could challenge. I'm not sure if there's anybody located in VIP. There is, and it's that man Rexton. Could be a real thorn in the side here. Lobin, for the time being, just dips his way back to the mid floor and continues that clearance.
It's very defensive from Sonics, really from the word go. Every single player has been on, or at least in very close proximity to the site itself. As you can see, Rexon really the furthest removed, but we've seen that position played all the time. He's sat in there behind a shield. He's on the Wamai. He's aware of any threats coming from restaurant side as well. Again, that change that came after the attack timeout was less about trying to engage Loss early and more saying, actually, we're quite confident we can win when it comes round to the execute itself. And as the last 2 rounds have shown, that is very correct.
Those are the angles now being opened up by Dash. He's going to move his way on into Fireplace and continue to do so. Gio's going to have to think about relocating, which he does, just moves a little bit further over there as the ceiling starts to disappear. And yeah, as expected, he goes even further as it continues to do so. Rexton's still in position. He's going to make things very difficult here. They're going to be looking for the freezer drop and the white stairs pushed by the looks of things. But if they don't clear VIP, we've seen how deadly that position can be for this kind of push. 1 minute left to go. They need to think about how they're going to do so. They've got Rotero drones left. That's about all. They've got 1 nade with Cameraman as well that could potentially clear this shield and allow them to push onto Rexon.
At the ready to force their way in, but Tim, it's also much being invested just for one player. Can they actually get him out? Yet being pushed in from both sides at the same time. Almost gets rid of Dots. Cameraman steps in for one. Maya the second. That's the 2-man lead that they sorely need to make this work out, but 30 seconds to go. They're still got to get through the rest. Ambi has found one and at least settled the pressure, at least for a moment, off of Sonics.
Yeah, with Rexon taking down somebody else to step up, and Ambi does exactly that. Gio doing the job from inside of sight. 2 versus 2 now. Cameraman on red stairs, and Dots is inside Freezer. This is not great for Los. They are separated. There is no cover possible. Gio takes down Dots. That's Diffuser inside of sight. It's all up to Cameraman 1v2. Grixer is on the Echo as well. Let's not forget he uses his gun, not the drones though, to take down Cameraman, and that is 3-3 now on the scoreboard.
Oh, well, well, what a turnaround we've had, and now we get the side swap with Sonics going onto the attack and Loss on the defense. For me, that was just a real turnaround of the half. That, again, tap time, what we spoke about, completely transformed how it got played because they pulled everything back in towards sight, started playing far more objective focused. And as you can see, it worked absolute wonders for them. Even with Loss committing so many players in towards the VIP take and getting rid of 2, the 5v3 looked great. And then it still all fell apart from there because they didn't have enough time left because of how much time it was taking to work around the setup from Sonic. So really good stuff. Very exciting half. Once again, we've got a real battle of equals taking place here. Even if all chat in the server would have you convinced that it's not a battle of equals.
No, it's an absolute war at the minute. I love it. We've just got a brawl going on.
Look at him there. Look at Citizen here. Straight to typing. Lol. He's like, yes, quick cheer, and now straight back to taunting. That's what he does best.
We switch sides then. Loss will go onto the defense. They're going to go up to the top floor. They're going to go to Bar. We did miss the fact, actually, in round 5 that Bar was finally won on defense.
I feel that's
seen it 7 times. It's been won once. I think my point still stands. Loss are going to take us up to Bar and Cocktail. We'll see if we can get a second successful time for holding on to it here. But the Sonics have got some great momentum coming into their attacking half. They've won the last 3 rounds, and you can see they're starting to feel themselves. The confidence is up. They're in the old chat. They're giving it plenty. And that could be a warning sign for Loss.
Kurt Loeb is looking to get cheeky, really putting on his best Citizen cosplay here and looking to pick up a player or 2 early on. We saw Citizen with some mild success with it in the first few rounds, but as he mentioned, a little bit lighter on the site meant that when Lowe's came around to executing, even being a man down or 2, they could still pull things off the majority of the time, and that change to being more defensive is what was sorely needed. Maybe we'll see Lost make the same adaptation as the half goes on.
Going to be on the drones then. Sonics wanting to get themselves inside of the map, but Cameraman saying, no, I don't think that's going to be the case. Managed to get an opening kill onto Rexon. Playing inside a reading, so that kill likely coming around. Citizen knows exactly where he is, though. Goes in, manages to get the shots from behind, levels things up. And again, great team play from Sonics there. Slightly delayed on the trade, but just making sure that they got the job done. 4 versus 4, and Sonics going well so far.
And Ming get to work here as well on the book underneath. They've got this full second floor control. I'm always confused between ground floor, first floor, second floor. It's always different. With that control of the second floor, though, able to start moving players around that are sat above is the crucial thing here for Sonics. They've got 1.5 minutes to play with as well. That's plenty of time to just massage Lost into slightly more uncomfortable positions, have them playing off of soft ground, and there is a lot of it on that top floor. So a little bit unconventional compared to what we're used to seeing, which is normally a very heavy east side focus at the moment with some pressure coming in from Cigar. almost kind of conceding those parts of the map for now so they can focus on the vertical play.
Yeah, you don't, like you say, you don't see it too often, but it is a way that I like of dealing with Cocktail particularly, which is exactly what Ambi's doing right now. Just blast open all of those spots that defenders would normally sit. They've used it. I like the way they've combined the Grim there, put the bees in so that the defenders can't necessarily move away from those spots, and then Skeleton key them from underneath and see if you can get them caught out. Again, really nice team play, and what a kill from Ambi. Manages to start working his way up white stairs, finds Lobin, and Dash knows that his days could be numbered.
That's massive because it secures Cocktail for them to make a plant go down here, and Gio is almost in spot to plant, but Myers just found him. Citizen might be onto a second in the round, but yet again, Tim, we're down to a 2v2.
That's it. These teams, they're just battling back and forth, never able to get the advantage. Citizen knows that the flank was on, takes down Maya, 2 versus 1, and Dash, he finds himself in washroom, but Sonics, they're the ones looking to clean up, Des.
Citizen on for a 4K as well. Oh, he's going to be so insufferable in the chat. Just one of those where, as I mentioned earlier on, sure, Ambi might be quiet, but you still got Citizen, a demon in his own right, and he is doing work at the moment.
Yeah, Lost just looking a little bit quiet, a little bit subdued there. Not much going in the team comms, and you just feel like Sonics are really getting under their skin at the minute. And this could be dangerous for them. They need to start stepping up. They need to get that energy up a little bit. They can't be playing like they're beaten because Sonics are playing with confidence. And that was great from Citizen. I don't know where. I'm sure there was some information. Must have been picked up on a drone or something. But he just knew that that flank was coming and just sat waiting for it. And it was, you know, one of the easiest kills he's going to have today, and Sonic's really on it at the minute. 4 rounds in a row.
I think that was Ambi going, Lobin, Lobin. I love how he's only really, this is his second game at a Tier 1 tournament, and already he's giving it large. He's getting himself baked in, locked in. I love it.
Here we go then, it's round 8. Sonics have got themselves the lead for the first time, it's worth mentioning. Lost got the first 3 rounds in a row. This is their map pick, and it looked like it might run away from the Sonics, but I mentioned mental resolve from the Sonics on Skyscraper. They showed us that they have got plenty of it, and they've shown it again here. 3-0 down. It hasn't impacted them. They've managed to fight their way back into it, and now the confidence is high, having taken 4 in a row. They will be attacking again. This time it's going to be onto that mid floor, and they will see whether they can get that top floor control and start working down into mining and fireplace.
Absolutely. So start up, top down, as you mentioned, unless you're Sonics, in which case you invert it and you work bottom up. We'll find out as the round gets underway here. Looking towards the defensive setup, though, there is a lot of power operators in this lineup for Lost, right? The Azami, you got the Solis on side, you got the Fenrir on side, the Castle to help lock down some of those more awkward angles, but also the Yokais here on Maya for that information game. So, unsurprisingly, you are going to see the Azami positioned here inside of Piano. It's able to very dynamically create defenses, reduce the exposure to the windows. Sledge, for example, can't do much about getting rid of those, but things like the Hibana and the Ash most certainly can. So it's going to be a bit of a dance of death here for Dash.
Ambi is just opening up the top of Red Wall there to give access on into Piano. And the drones will continue raining on through.
I like how really from the moment go, Dash has taken quite a defensive position. He's playing in behind the sofa, so rather than playing in the middle of Piano, it's always been quite a reserved position, so when he does need to fall back, he's able to do so. He has done so through storage. He's blocked the hole up here, making use of the Kiva barrier as well. And a couple of kills being traded back and forth here. Usual early round skirmish between these two teams. Now, trying to work their way through some of these keepers, I imagine, as well as looking in towards things like the castle barricade. Still the one sat on Cigar Door, being blown out there by the ex-Kairos. Down to 60 seconds left, though, Tim. That's been a bit of a duel going in around Piano, but now it's been cleared out. They should be able to start moving forward. Rexon, though, still up on the latch. On the hatch. Finds Lobin.
He's going to get himself a good one there. 4 versus 3 for the Sonics as it continues rolling, all in their favour at the minute. The Yokai is just going around being used as that sort of intel utility. This isn't about plants, this is about finding what is coming from where, just trying to get any information that they can at the minute. Dot's just holding Long angle sprays through the wall, not going to find his man though, as the pressure continues to mount with 30 seconds left.
And the Yokai quite crucially taken out there as well. Really could have been a disruptor. We always say that the, air quotes, power spike of the Echo grows as the round progresses because you have that ability to interrupt the plant, which really forces the attackers to panic. They've got to get rid of it. They've got to deal with any aggressors pushing in. There's still one available. It is tucked in behind the mining wheel here, so it still can play a little bit of disruptor, but now they've got to force their way forward. They've got rid of the second Yokai. This could be massive for them unless we can get a little bit of a backstep, but the window's being watched. Sonics make it 5 in a row. What a turnaround.
Absolutely fantastic stuff as they just will not be beaten. I think they're just winning rounds so they can get in the old chat, to be honest with you.
Saying, Loss, are you in the building? It doesn't really feel like it at the minute. Sonics are having the run of things, just strolling over them. And quite understandably, after 5 rounds in a row being lost, call in the tack timeout. And Norris got to share a few words of wisdom. We would shut up and listen, but I'm afraid we don't really understand Portuguese.
We'd love to hear him. We'd love to. But as you say, our translation is going to be minimal at best. I could maybe transfer, you know, I could hear if they'd said the word thank you.
Yeah.
You know,
well, that's not really the kind of word you want to squash it to 45 seconds.
Probably not.
Unless you're saying thank you for your efforts now. Let's sort
no
out
problem.
what's going wrong.
I could tell you if they said no problem.
Nada. Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be saying no problem. I think they're going to be saying some problems, to be honest with you.
Many problems, to be fair, because again, 5 rounds on the bounce. That's not just by chance. The Sonics really are taking it to them at the moment. Loss really need to course correct, otherwise this series runs away from them. Sonics already have that first map win, not forgetting this is Loss's map pick. They should really be the ones coming out and commanding some kind of control, but simply haven't seen it since that 3rd round ended. And even then, they were close because it was 2 1v1s in round 2 and round 3. It could easily be 6 and 1 that we're looking at right now if you consider those rounds could have gone either way.
Honestly, I don't know that they've got a way back into this at the minute, Lost. They just seem completely beaten down at the minute, and it's no surprise. You know, the Sonics have just been absolutely wild. They've been rampant over the last couple of rounds, particularly. The thing is, I feel like the Sonics had the tactical timeout, and they won a couple of rounds, but they had to sort of fight for them. But then it's just got easier and easier and easier as these 5 rounds have gone on, and they're now just winning them like with
minimal effort.
With minimal effort, with you know, with ability to spare, and you just feel like it's really sort of becoming a snowball of a problem for Loss here.
Defense meta, what's that? Sonics have asked across those last couple of rounds, even with 3 big power operators on side. Couldn't quite stop the onslaught of the North American side. Let's see how things go though. They're starting things out on the southwest side of the building here, probably rappelling all the way up to the roof, I'd expect. No doubt to start a focus on this east side once again as Tim. We've gone back there again. We're up into bar
and cocktail. We've seen it 8 times. It's been won once. Certainly not a fantastic defender win rate for this site. And Loss have not put in, you know, all their eggs in this basket, but certainly a good portion of them, given that if Sonics win this attacking round, they are going to be on to series point and could be looking at a 2-0 win over Loss here. We've got cameraman all the way down in the bottom floor on the Solis. That's something that Sonics need to be aware of. I want to see them find him. I want to see them challenge him and get him dealt with. It is possible to ignore and leave him out on the cold, but he's stood on that double door at the minute, there and thereabouts, and you just feel like he's looking for that run out onto Ambi on this rappel rather than from the white door. You can do it from the bakery double door.
It's an interesting tweak of positions where they've now got 2 players at least playing around Piano. It's Lobin on the Mozzie as well as the Warden stacking up in there. And instead what they've done is put the Azami on the other side of the castle barricade inside of Cigar. So that now becomes a much more dynamic area to play in, but Ambi's got cameraman's number. That's Solus. Just not going to have the desired impact they were looking for. The NA team were ready.
That was exactly the awareness that I wanted from Sonics. Cameraman was poised, he was there, he was ready to go. It was going to happen. All they needed to do was spot him, and they would realise that. Dots, however, gets a little bit of an easy kill onto Ambi there, and then Lobin onto Geo, and you feel like Sonics have just lost their concentration a little bit here, especially when they lose another on the ring around the roses. Lobin picking up Trickster. He will not be stopped right now. They want this round. They need to stop the onslaught that has been coming from Sonic. Nitro goes out, unsuccessful, but still 4 versus 2.
Oh my God.
4 versus 1. It's all Lobin.
And Citizen's like, yeah, get me out, fam. Up on the roof he goes, wants no part of this. 3 kills in the round for Lobin. I love after that first kill that he got really opened everything up, and I love the kind of awareness on his side that it opened him up to go and push quite aggressively in towards top red to secure the second kill, and that then opened up a whole host of problems for Sonics. So really off the back of one player, that has done everything they need, and of course the counter is in there.
Unofficial timeout. We see two things happen at the end of rounds like this sometimes. Sometimes you see players sort of stand still, hands off keyboard, and like this, it's just an opportunity to have a discussion. They take in the fact that they've lost the round. They just, you know, it's that unofficial tactical timeout. Sometimes, if they were in a different position, Citizen is absolutely not doing this because he's up on the roof. Sometimes you will see that. Don't mistake it necessarily for an unofficial timeout, if you will. Don't necessarily mistake it for that. If there's a minute left on the clock and a player is just standing holding an angle, sometimes they know that the defenders love to get out there and try and find those kills, and sometimes you're just trying to bait that out and get a couple of kills, but in this occasion it was definitely Sonic's taking the opportunity.
I've seen a round of pro play lost through that kind of stuff, where someone's trying to get a bit cheeky and a bit aggressive. Maybe it's a 3v1 for the defense and they're trying to go after the player.
We have seen it once or twice where you get that situation, you've got one attacker versus say 3 defenders, and they start pushing angles that they shouldn't, and all of a sudden a 1v4 becomes a 1v2 and it's now winnable.
I've never seen it where the attacker's basically given up on the round though, and then the defense still try and get them outside.
No, we've never seen
be in their throw. I don't think that's ever happened. But it would be hilarious and it would go down in history.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That's why we'd know about it if it had happened. Down to Cafe we go for round 10. Things sit at 5 and 4. We've just passed that critical turning point we often talk about, where things were sat at 5 and 3. Lost sorely needed that round, and the round has been given. Again, tactical timeout prowess coming in here. So far, we've seen that thing where when a team takes a tactical timeout, they've continued to win rounds until it's been flipped. We'll see if Sonics can break that curse.
5 seconds to go.
Okay then, all the way down to Kitchen. Also note, that was our second successful defensive hold of Bar and Cocktail. The stats are going through the roof for it.
I kind of give massive air quotes around the word hold there, because what it was Lobin just popping off.
2 in 9, the stats are going through the roof for it. All the way down to top to the bottom now, we're going to Kitchen for Los, and this is the one that's going to level things up for them if any can. We'll see whether they manage to do it or not. They're holding all the way from the top, so Sonic straight up to the rooftop. They're going to get the drones out, they're going to locate these roamers up on the top floor. The battle with the roamers here is going to be key to this round, and it could well determine who wins it. If Los are able to get a couple of kills or burn a lot of time up here and get back to site safely, it could be round defining. Equally, if Sonics get in there and get a couple of kills and then a 5 versus 3 say pushing on towards site, again could be round defining.
It feels like anything can happen. I spoke about in the last map the single C4 kill from C4 with the kind of domino that starts the whole longer term run down to the round being won by the other side. Small things in the early round can add up to a big ending, and here, you know, Dash not being picked off by Ambi, that could be that moment. This is a roamer you've still got to deal with on the alibi. Then this is the first time I've seen an alibi picked up in the tournament so far.
Yeah,
to be fair.
For us, I think.
I can't imagine there are too many operators left that we haven't seen picked yet.
No, we've seen it. I know Chichanka's been played.
That Blackbeard. I haven't seen Cab yet.
No, I haven't, but I think we might have in general. Yeah, Ambi, you know, fantastic gunner, we know that, but you've got to be hitting those shots at this point of a game. 5 versus 4, that's your opportunity. As I was saying, it was a real, you know, big chance for Sonics up on the top floor to get an advantage. Ambi does ultimately take down Lobin, so that's good. 5 versus 4, but there's still, and guess who it is? Dash, the one that Ambi missed, manages to pick up Rexon, levels things up 4v4, and continues to be a thorn in their side.
Still snaking his way around here as well, working his way in towards Cigar, just largely ignoring Ambi, pushing in behind him around white. Don't know if Ambi will go hunting here or just kind of more sit and hold the angle and hope that he pushes back into him. But even Geo seems a bit uncertain as to what's going on up there. Look, Ambi's still looking back to where Dash was a long time ago, and he's managed to make it happen. Remember the domino effect, Tim? It's coming into full effect here. He'll be ruining not getting rid of Dash early on. Finally collects him and pays up for the previous mistakes. But the problem is, Tim, that's on the top floor, and there's only 30 seconds left to play.
30 seconds left to play, and it's a 3v3 rather than the potential of that 5v3 that I said. And it's horrible. You know, it feels terrible to put so much on a few missed shots. Grix is going to go into the frost mat, and Sonic's just losing a little bit of that that attention that they need to be paying here, that focus that it's going to take. What a shot from Grixter, though, as he absolutely slams that behind the bakery counter. Citizen is able to get the diffuser down, potentially.
Others have got to move here. Tell you, this will be one for the bingo card as well. Grixter helps them win this.
What have we just seen?
At the back of the frost mat. A few patches ago, impossible to do. Now, he's pulled out of 3K after being down, put on seemingly no HP, has provided the cover for the plant to go down. Enormous round by Grixter, and that could be what ties it up.
That is your round of the game there. Not just the fact that he's got out of the frost mat, you know, yeah, that's a possibility. You can do that now. But it was the shot onto the guy behind bakery counter to start with, and then the second kill. Both unreal from Grixter. I'm sure we're going to see them on the highlights. Absolutely fantastic stuff. And he's really dug Ambi out of a problem there, really, because, you know, we had those missed shots. We had the double up on the top floor, and we might have been asking different questions. Here we go. That's the first. Absolutely beautiful. And then watch this one as he just comes around, swings and hits his man, and then gets the third. Absolutely wonderful stuff from Grixter. And that's the sort of moment that could win a matchup like this for Sonics.
The beautiful thing is, it just shows the round. Not that Grixter's ever been a bad player, of course not. He's always been great. But the rounded nature of this team is honestly terrifying. Like, Rexon's had a good game. Grixter's having a good game.
Such a high ceiling for this team.
Citizens have an incredible series. And yes, Ambi's been quiet, but he played brilliantly yesterday. And Gio's kind of there, almost like guiding them towards the finish line as well. It does start to feel like this is one of those most well-rounded forms of Sonics that we have seen since this roster's formation. It's incredible to see.
I'm sure that other teams will be looking at Sonics here and thinking, you know what, it won't be the end of the world if we don't have to play them. Because if they can continue like this, and as I said, grow into the tournament even more, they're looking at potentially two back-to-back 2-0 wins here. You know, what a start for them. And that was just a fantastic finish to the round there. Yeah, it was a big individual player that did it, but let's not forget, Citizen was still alive. Diffuser was going down. They were playing it smart. It was great stuff from them, and I really enjoyed that round. Sonics were a pleasure to watch there at the end.
To make sure Fresh knew that his bingo card had been achieved. Gone through a lot of his bingo tick-offs inside 2 days. The only thing we're missing, at least for me and you, is a third map max OT.
Certainly true. I'm sure that will come.
Plenty of time to come.
Don't you worry about it. I am certain that will come. Citizen then just going to be taking the opportunity to open up that angle. It's attack onto Reading. Oh, Citizen knows the man is there. He's on 13, makes it 14. You can't challenge him up to the hatch like that. Citizen will take you down every day of the week.
They really are unstoppable, Sonics. Since that round 3 timeout, admittedly, the lost timeout power-up only lasted a single round. Sonics now, it feels like a train that can't be stopped. 2 rounds needed by Lost. One of them to be won is a 4 versus 5 as well. Oh, good luck.
Oh boy, you just feel like you're on the edge of it here. You know that it's sort of you get that feeling where a team's time is limited, and it feels like that is the case for Lost. They're going to need a real big moment. Maya thinks about going out of that window, but doesn't do it just yet. We've seen plenty of east side jump outs. We've seen plenty of success from east side of jump outs, but they're aware, they're ready. Citizens watching it. They're sending flashbangs in. They're just saying, look, you need to back off because we know you're there. Citizens watching for the peak. They've got it well covered. 5 versus 3 as Rexon manages to find Lobin, and it is all going in the direction of Sonics at the minute, Des.
And they start to get the sledge looking now, so Train's no longer take the play inside us. They choose to go a bit more aggressive here, pushing out in towards Hallen, looking out towards Snowdoor. Cameraman is there, I believe, ready and waiting to pick some up if they push forward, but Sonics simply aren't biting right now. The longer angle's there, Gio's inside the building, but hasn't got to peek anything. Let his team do clean-up duty, and beyond to Maya. Only 2 left standing, Tim.
Sonics are just waiting now for the utility to run out so they can get on into sight. Gio does exactly that. Diffuser going down. Won't have time though. As Grixter and Rexton find the final 2. And look at the celebration from the Sonics players. They know what they've just done. What a turnaround on Cafe. What a performance. They were a pleasure to watch. And the Sonics, they win 2-0 against Los.
They have absolutely rocked Los's world there. I know the first 3 rounds were rough, and I was thinking, man, this is sending us towards a map 3, but that timeout turned everything around for them. stellar series from Citizen. Ambi was the hero of the day yesterday. Today, you've got to give a big shout out for Citizen. He's been an absolute demon in that series, playing different roles across attack and defense as well. Again, on attack, we saw him playing it quite aggressive on the Roman to begin with, then playing more on site on the Fenrir. Just really good adaptation and flexibility being shown by him to get his team through another 2-0. And this was the game that everyone was excited to see in this group. These are the top two teams to fight between. I think with that, Sonics have just secured that top spot and the top seed coming out of this group.
Yeah, it was a game I was excited to see because obviously with Sinlos against Falcons with a few stand-ins, it was a real opportunity to see what they were about, what they were made of against a team that was at full strength. I think they performed well overall, but they definitely fell short of the level that the Sonics were bringing. It was close, but the Sonics just had that extra 10% to get that job done, especially at the end of Cafe. They looked pretty hot.
It was a really good series. We wanted to see it go to 3. After the first map, we said we'd love to see it go all the way to 3.
Can we play map 3 anyway?
Just do it for the fun. I just want to see more. To be honest with you, we don't got to play Siege. I'll happily just watch them type to each other for the next 15 rounds, because there was a lot of all chat banter going back and forth. But that's what it's all about. It's all about the personality, and both teams have shown it there. Fair play to Lost, gave it a good swing, but now I'm sure there'll be questions kind of coming over their heads around, you know, are you going to be that team? Can we see another big run and a deep run here at Invite?
Absolutely. They'll go through, I think, in the group. But yes, definitely questions. And questions that I'm sure our desk will have to ask as well. So we'll send you on over. That's us today. And bye. Goodbye.
Thank you to one of my favorite casting duos, Des and Ace. We do appreciate it. Congratulations, Ambi.
Thank you.
On
Thank
the
you.
win. How does it feel? Because we highlighted the importance of this match, particularly due to the fact that you guys are the 2 top dogs in your group. So getting that win out of the way must be incredible.
I mean, it feels great. Los was the team in our group that we kind of looked at that this is the team we need to beat, and we beat them. So I mean, it feels great.
Well, big question for me, and I think for everyone, what's it like being here at SI and this being your first LAN, your first pro player experience? Like, talk me through that.
I mean, it's more kind of like surreal. Like, it doesn't even like feel like I'm here.
Yeah.
You know, like I can't even like believe it. Like, if you told myself when I was 13 years old that I'd be playing at Sao Paulo, Brazil SI, I'd probably believe you, honestly, because I love this game. But I mean, it's just crazy, you know. And I love it here. Playing on LAN, it's a whole new game, and I love it.
How has it been as well being on LAN with your team? How's the bonding experience been? We have a lot of players talk about the fact that they were in boot camp, they had an opportunity to go out and like explore the area. Has it been similar for you?
We didn't have a boot camp, so we came here, like 4 days before our first game. And I mean, the team bonding is great, you know. I think if we had a boot camp, we'd be even like crazier, you know. I mean, we're all good teammates, we all love each other, and, you know, fist bumping after every round. My first time doing that, it feels great.
Let me ask you this. Who's your favorite teammate? Because by the
Whoa,
looks of it... Hold
you're
on.
not allowed to play favorites.
Well, you can with the player to player. I mean, there just looks like there's one little teammate over there that you seem to have, you know, a strong connection with.
Me and Ben do the bow. So for the handshake-wise, I'll say Citizen Ben, because me and him do the little bow thing, and that's all.
All right.
All right. Thank you so much for the interview. It has been incredible, and you've had such an incredible debut. I hope you're very proud of yourself, because you should be.
I did average, but it's all right.
Oh, you did average?
That's
You think
what
you're
you
gonna do
call
better?
average?
I win like double negative each game.
Oh, he's got an ego on him already. Okay. Hey, I love it.
I'm excited to see you play more then. I'm really looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
I'm undefeated against Brazil. So,
yeah.
hey.
Oh, that's something to hold up to on home soil as well for them.
Yeah.
Let's have a look in terms of how this game exactly played out. Because when we were looking at Sonics, this was Los's pick, and we were thinking, okay, that's gonna be a crazy one. 7-4 for them to actually close it out. And we have a new guest join us just to give us a little bit more insight or an important message.
Yes. Hello.
Hi.
Howdy. With you guys. From my behalf, I just wanted to say Happy Valentine's Day to my girlfriend. And Gio sends Happy Valentine's Day to his wife. And of course, all the fans, guys, thank you guys so much for the support. Wouldn't be possible without any of you guys. You know, it's amazing to see build more fans. Brazilians, please do not hate me. I love all of you guys. All right, it's just shit talking the game. I love all of you guys. Please do not bash my DMs. It's all love. But yes, thank you guys. You know, I love my teammates. It's been a lot of fun playing with Ambi. He's literally a battery that never dies. That's just how he is. And you know, I feel like it brings up, it lifts everyone up. It's just fun, you know. He makes the game a lot more fun to play, and just blessed.
I do have a question.
Okay.
So with you being the vet that you are, bringing someone brand new, because I've gone through this experience as well, like bringing someone like Ambi, like what does that do for you personally?
Oh, I mean, I feel like for me, it almost like makes the game feel new, like to play. You know, I feel like it makes it makes it exciting to find new things out again, to do everything. Because I mean, it's also kind of just doing it for him, you know. Like he's so young, he's surrounded by such vets, and you want to give him the best experience. You want to make sure he's surrounded by the best team. So I mean, I think we do a great job of that. You know, he's more than willing to take any criticism, and he loves it. We love it. It's a lot of fun.
All right, thank you so much. It's been a lot of fun having you both as well on Facebook.
Yeah,
thank you.
guys.
Thank you for the kind messages, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Good luck with the remaining games. But in terms of the atmosphere that we've been seeing from the Sonics, like the winning moments, just take the energy, a battery that never dies. I love that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be excited. These were the two teams that were going to be probably the biggest difficult or challenge for one another, and to come out with a 2-0, secure those points on top of it, and putting yourself in a really good spot. I mean, yeah, you saw it in Grixer's face right there. You saw the veins popping out of his neck, out of his forehead. He was hyped for that, as he should be.
Hello,
Hi,
I'm back.
Ollie.
Hey, there he is.
Welcome
Can we
back.
get down to some analysis now? We got some NA bias on the desk here, I think. Like dragging all of his buddies
They
in.
finally won something,
They did,
okay?
they
You
did.
gotta give it to them.
You got to give it to Sonics. I think Sonics played fantastically well in that series. We were throwing a few question marks around, obviously with the way that Skyscraper went down, 8-7, very difficult game, could have gone either way. And I was a little bit worried, I'll be honest, at the start of Cafe, because it was a fairly slow start. The one thing that really stood out to me was the fact that the rounds that Lost won at the start were off the back of huge clutches. They have got so much clutch potential, but ultimately today it was Sonics that had the legs.
Well, it just goes into show that mental warfare. Sonics absolutely hated Cafe. You look at their stat line and everything in the maps they picked, they hate Cafe, so that the fact they're willing to show it this early on shows the confidence that they put into the map, given the 3 months off, maybe transitioning Ambi that maybe allowed more play than maybe the play that they had originally of Gunner. So it just goes to show that they came prepared, ready to play Cafe, and they displayed it beautifully.
Yeah, and they displayed it also in the intel play of the game, which is with Grixer, if I remember that correctly. Yep,
round.
Absolutely. It was a beautiful round, and if anything, potentially one of the game-defining moments.
This was one of the rounds that you would have looked at it and said, it's not beyond the realms of possibility for Lost to clutch here. I think they didn't play active enough. Maybe it was a lack of confidence, maybe a lack of information, but in that situation, if you're 2 versus 2 and someone's getting the plant down, Grixer is literally one shot to anyone, but he plays his life because that's all he can do. And I think the Lost just got caught sleeping there, and there was a couple of times really when that happened.
The hardest part in those situations too is like, because obviously the bomb's going down. That's already now a 2v1 situation.
Exactly,
You should go for the guy that's going to be trying to stop you. But you see in both those instances, I don't think there was a lot of coordination between Lois there and the swinging potential, because had they swung together, then Grixer gets the trade. The guy either has to get off the bomb or stick it. So it's tough in those situations that you lose those rounds, because again, it's those small, minute details that are game defining. But still, shout out to Grixer. Huge heads up play with the coverage.
Yeah, and with that as well, it concludes our first BO3 of the second half of this day. We have one more game coming your way, so don't worry about that. It's going to be Falcons that are going to be going up against Fury. Another one from this group, so make sure you don't go anywhere, because we'll be back shortly.
My in-game name is Felipox. I'm from W7M, and I'm the IGL for the team. I feel amazing playing São Paulo. I think it's going to be like the biggest tournament in my life. It's a 6 invitation, it's already a big tournament. And playing São Paulo, I've never played in my country before, so I think it's going to be insane. I'm not afraid of anyone, but I think we're going to have great matches. Our first game is going to be against M80. It's always a great game against them. The last time we played, we lost. So I think we are going to get our revenge right now. We are here to win, but we are trying not to think that as much because we already got a lot of pressure because everyone's saying that we are the favorites for the tournament. So we are just doing our work as we always do and not thinking as much in the finals. We are just going game by game. E aí, M80, vocês estão ligados que da última vez vocês deram sorte, né? Vocês ganharam lá na Arábia, dessa vez não vai ser dessa maneira. E o Bodega, pelo amor de Deus, né? Vocês sabem que você vai perder pra mim.
When I was 14, 15, I used to watch the original D2 Dynasty play at the Invitational, and I could always envision myself playing here, but I never thought I would actually make it.
I feel so excited because this is my first SI and I want to improve myself, not just playing good this tournament, I want to win the SI.
It's my first time playing at the Invitational and there's not really any expectations on us. So we're just going to have fun, play free and see what happens.
You know, coming to our side personally, it doesn't really feel real. You know, you're playing this game at home, but then you're here competing against the best.
제가 이 인비테이션을 처음 오게 돼서 기분은 되게 좋은데 옛날부터 이제 어릴 때부터 이제 게임을 하면서 그 게임의 이제 최고 대회, 이제 최고의 대회를 한번 나가고 싶었는데 그 대회를 나가서 지금 너무 떨리고 기분이 좋고 솔직히 잘할 수 있을지 모르겠지만 되게 굳세게 지금 각오를 하고 대회에 임하려고 하고 있습니다.
The Penta with EG in the grand final. Yeah, I think that's my first watching SI. I feel like just wow, you know.
Being in Sao Paulo is really amazing, especially for Rainbow Six. The community here is so supportive.
I want to see the crowd. I think will be so crazy.
Ça a toujours été iconique d'être au Six Invitational. Mais là, en plus que c'est au Brésil, ben, c'est nouveau, ça donne envie d'aller chercher le trophée, quoi.
Of course, I hope one day I would come and somehow I'm here.
I'm feeling ready to compete and you know, win this thing.
My name is Noodle. I play for GK Esports and I'm an entry fragger. Well, after a failed stage 1 from GK, not qualifying for the Copenhagen Major, I was brought in for stage 2. We managed to qualify for Atlanta and made a very good run at it, which helped us qualify for SI, which was obviously a dream come true for everyone playing at such a prestigious event in Siege. I think we've got a different sort of approach towards the preparation now. We had a lot more time than we did for the major, so I think with the prep we've had, we should be able to rock some teams again like we did at the major. In our first game, we're going to be playing against Dark Zero, which is one of the teams I'm looking forward to playing. I'm excited to see what Nath brings to Dark Zero as their new pickup, and obviously Bolo is just an upgrade to the players that they had. In Dark Zero, Nath, you'll be going back to Europe after this match.
저는 POX에서 엔트리 프레거를 담당하고 있는 린 장병욱입니다. 일단은 다크 코치가 합류하면서 해외팀을 상대로 대응할 수 있는 대응법이나 여러 전략들이 있기 때문에 컨디션도 좋고 좋은 상태를 유지하고 있습니다. 저희는 일단 A그룹에 속해 있고요. 개인적으로 가장 경계되는 팀은 GK e스포츠가 제일 경계되는 것 같습니다. 저희 첫 번째 상대는 G2 e스포츠고요. G2 e스포츠 같은 경우에는 과거에 이겨본 전적이 있기 때문에 이번에도 충분히 이겨볼 수 있을 거라 생각합니다. 오랜만이야 G2. 이번에도 과거의 기억이 나도록 한 번 더 이겨줄게.
I'm Lycris, playing for Fury. My role is to play a hard vision on attack, and on defense, I try to play any ops that can make it rotate inside. Coming to SI, of course, it's like nervous and excited at the same time. I don't think much about like how we face our opponent in our group. I believe we all coach have like high chance to going to the next phase because we are not in the group of death. We're playing against Falcon on the first day. We never played with them before, but just from looking at them, they're like dangerous team, I think. We didn't think much about it. We just practice and play our games, focus on each match. So I would say we didn't prepare anything special for all the team. We just prepare the same for every team on each match. Hey Falcon, see you there. Let's have some fun.
Let's go. Can't wait, I need right now.
Just watch how I move. Just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. I spend all my time in the lab, right like I'm getting paid time and a half. We finally made it, I know that they hate it when cat is right out of the bag. The timing is right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move, right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move, can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move, just watch how I move. Hate it or love it, I kill it, I pack up the room. Keep your eyes on the clock. You might miss on your chances to rise if you blink out of vision your way to the top. The chamber alert, attracting the things you deserve. Just know I do this on a regular. The hustle keep calling me up on my cellular. 5 a.m. stuck, hot and the rest of them sleeping. That's why I'm still all the way up. I cannot be top, block, hand on the clock. Marathon running, ain't making no stops. I came from nothing, my days on the block. This is what I just gotta do. Right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Right now, right now, right now. Just watch how I move. Can't wait, I need right now. Just watch how I move.
Acho que vai ser realmente uma experiência surreal, assim, uma experiência única na minha vida.
I feel really excited to play SI in Brazil because all my family is coming for the final, so it's gonna be really, really crazy.
É algo que sempre faltou na minha carreira, poder ganhar um campeonato aqui no Brasil.
Todo brasileiro quer ganhar o campeonato aqui, até agora não aconteceu isso em nenhum jogo. E eu acho que isso vai ser muito especial se acontecer.
Eu vou ser bem honesto, eu acho que eu sempre sonhei em jogar com uma plateia grande aqui no Brasil.
O brasileiro realmente é único nessa forma de torcer, então acho que vai ser algo insano.
A torcida brasileira tem muita energia, eles gritam a cada kill, você quebra um drone, eles vão gritar, eles estão ali por tudo, vão comemorar, não importa. E é tudo que a gente quer estar naquele palco ali para escutar essa torcida.
Todo mundo tá falando muito da gente, falando que a gente é o favorito pro campeonato. Eu acho que a gente sabe disso, a gente sabe o quão a gente é bom. Realmente, o pensamento de ganhar o Six Invitational e ganhar 3 campeonatos seguidos vem um pouco à mente. E se a gente conseguir fazer isso, realmente a gente vai conseguir entrar para a história do Rainbow Six.
Então vamos para cima, o Brasil vai ganhar com certeza. E é isso, conto com vocês.
Então vamos curtir bastante, torçam aí pros seus players favoritos, que vocês acompanham há anos aí, e vai ser muito divertido.
My name is Yanis, I'm Mugli as well, I'm from Rainbow Six Worlds roster and I'm an entry fragger. I'm very excited because it's SI in Sao Paulo in Brazil. I never went to Brazil, so it's a big country and they love to play Siege, so I'm so happy to be here. So we're in Group B. The first match will be against SLG. They are good friends of us, but this match will be a good fight. And after that we will play Bliss. Bliss were in our group all over the year, but we really want to win against them because it was always a tough match against them. FSG, you love to go to the gym together? Biceps. But there is no gym in the server. You need to think with your brain. See you.
저는 D+ 기아에서 플레이하고 있는 야스라고 하고 플렉스로를 맡고 있습니다. 한 해의 큰 대회인 브라질 상파울로 인비테이션을 와가지고 기쁠 만큼 대회에 열심히 임하도록 하겠습니다. 일단 첫 경기 상대가 페이지고 그다음 뭐 SSG나 울브즈, 블리스 이렇게 있는데 저희가 뭐 미니게임만 잘 이긴다면은 충분히 할 수 있는 상대라고 생각을 합니다. 일단 첫 경기는 페이지인데 일단 페이지가 브라질 팀이라서 뭐 총싸움 같은 걸 좀 잘하는 편이라서 그거를 이기기 위한 조금 같이 팀적으로 움직이는 그런 움직임을 좀 많이 하려고 연습을 하고 있습니다. 페이지 긴장해라. 저번에는 졌었는데 저번에는 아쉽게 졌는데 이번에는 이겨본다.
My name's Oda. I play for Team Bliss and I play Fragger/Lurk. I feel like me and my team feel very confident coming here. You know, we made both majors during last year, so we have a lot of confidence coming into an event like this. But it is an SI, so there's high stakes, and yeah, we're just keen to perform, really. Preparations for SI were kind of adapting to the new meta. The game's changed a lot since Atlanta. So in our group, we have FaZe, who looks like they're the strongest opponent for us. Definitely feel like we can beat them. I'm not really scared of anyone in our group. We've also got SSG and Wolves, which we're kind of looking for revenge from Atlanta. Only losing by 1 round to both of those teams. And D+, they're a team that we've practiced a lot against, but it'll be good to verse them on an international stage with no ping. So our first game is against the Wolves. I feel like they're going to play very aggressive, so we're here to match their energy and shut them down. Hey Wolves, this is Oda. Make sure you don't choke to an APAC team again.
My name is Joystick, and I'm playing for Virtus.pro on Open Frag role. Our goal is to go here for the stage and show everyone what we can do as a team. Our group is Group C. We were playing versus Liquid, W7M, M80 and Bleed. Our first match will be versus Liquid. We have a lot of matches before. We didn't win them any time, so it will be a crazy matchup because they are Brazilian teams. We are a Europe team. We are playing so slow, they're playing so aggressive, so it will be some crazy stuff, different play styles, different countries. It will be amazing in my opinion. Hey Liquid, you know that we are never trash talking to the other teams, so just have fun and I think we have a good match.
I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Cause I got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems I solve them. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression is all that I wanted. The phone and affection, I summon and dub it. Why you be all on my line about nothing? Why won't you go get you $1 or something? Don't hang with it who line for nothing. I see that we different, you riding, I double. I don't do discussions on bragging about hundreds. Don't go to your places, I know that they sunken. Don't call me your brother, I barely could trust it. I talked to a shorty, she bagging the bugging. And I'ma need all of my dollars on corporate, so hand me the money, I divvy the pie. I'ma give all of my people a portion to build them a fortune on flipping the ride. I can't be mixy when iffy the vibe. And 40 on 50 is really the time. Why is you all on my phone like you want me? Like you wasn't pushing the kid to the side. I run through the money, the pressure be calling. Left on my blessings, I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back, tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something, that's why I ain't calling.
Thanks to each and every one of you who supports, follows and cheers us on.
みんなの応援がとても力になっていて、レインボーシックスシージコミュニティにとても感謝しています。
La connexion que nous partageons va au-delà du jeu. Peu importe d'où vous venez, que vous nous souteniez depuis des jours ou des années.
การสนับสนุนยังไม่หยุดหย่อนของคุณกระตุ้นให้เราทำดีที่สุดในทุกนัด
ومعا نشكل عائلة رينبو سيكس سيجا متناغمة لتصبح ذكرى في قلوبنا.
Приглашаем всех на Six Invitational 2024 и не забудьте посмотреть это прекрасное и невероятное событие вместе с нами.
항상 레인보우 식스 시즈를 응원해 주셔서 감사합니다. 여러분들의 응원이 레인보우 식스 시즈를 세계 최고의 게임으로 만들 수 있습니다.
Juntos, somos a melhor comunidade do mundo.
Muito obrigado, galera.
Thank you for the support.
شكرا على دعمكم.
아리가또 고자이마스.
Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Muito obrigado, comunidade.
Merci beaucoup.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to 6th Invitational 2024 live from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Day 2, the final game of today of the best of 3 series between Fury and Falcons is ready to be playing out. And you know what's really interesting here? It's a debut for Fury on the international stage.
I mean, that's got to be super exciting in and itself. I remember my first time, I was thrilled, I was ecstatic, but also it's a lot of nerves too, because this event is everything. This is where the World Championship tournament is. This is where you are crowned the best team in the world.
Exactly. I think everyone's going to be looking very closely at I9, or Napier as you maybe previously known him as apart from him, the rest of the team, this is their time to shine. This is their time to show us what they've got.
Yeah, and Falcons are the team that they're going to be going up against, and a lot of adversities for Falcons on these international tournaments that they have made in the past. We saw them having issues with their roster in Copenhagen. Same thing this time around in SI. A couple of changes that we're going to be heading into in just a little bit. But when it comes to Falcons, same with GK. They are that MENA representative, that the first time around that this region is allowed to compete on the international stage. And although they've made some waves in Copenhagen, SI yesterday didn't look the hottest.
I think Falcons are still waiting for that clear run, right? They're still waiting for that time where everything goes their way, whether it be getting people here, general logistics and things of that nature. And slowly but surely it feels like they're getting there. They've got the full roster here today now, so you've got to give them that benefit and think, at least there's that. But then there are other things that you're going to sort of tack on and pin onto that and say, well, they've not had a chance for a boot camp. Yeah. They've not got themselves acclimatized. They arrived a few hours ago. Like, it starts to mount up again, doesn't it?
And I think it also plays into what we've talked about, even with APEC teams back in the day, is that they need more time. They need more tournaments to be able to participate in internationally, to get those reps and to experience what it's like playing against the NA region, the EU region, the Brazilian region. So with time, I think we will see MENA and even GK. Like, they did have a phenomenal performance back in Atlanta, but just more reps, I think we'll definitely see a lot more positive note coming from MENA in general.
Yeah, and both of these teams have both made it to LAN 3 times already. So in terms of that LAN experience, pretty much on that same level, if we do say so ourselves. And I think, as you highlighted as well, it's a matter of translating that regional success onto that international stage. And that is really the big question today, because when we're looking at a team like Fury, we haven't really seen much of them to the international stage. And in general, when we're looking at APAC teams, Ollie, that's been a little bit of a difficult one.
It's been a question mark, hasn't it? It's been something that we've often had a question mark over. I think today we've been kind of blessed with the games that we've got. You know, you look at Sonics versus Lost and you look at Fury versus Falcons and you think probably the best matched games inside of this group, right?
Yeah.
This is the two that we're looking at and we're going like, well, which one of you is it? Because it's got to be one of you.
Well, I mean, if you're feeling Fury, I mean, and we're talking about them right now, they had a day off. They were able to relax, watch the games, watch their opponent Falcon. Sure, it wasn't their main roster like it is now, but it still gives you that day to just relax, get a little bit of practice more, maybe fix another strat, and just to watch your opponent and come into this match even more prepared than you would have been the day prior.
And even get into the mood. Like, they're looking like they're having a good time, and as we said, that's really important when it comes to coming onto these lands and actually performing as well. I think, again, something to highlight on is the fact that the pressure potentially for a team like Fury might not actually be there. And a lot of teams, when there isn't that much pressure, they are ready to go loose, and that can be a wild card on the server.
Exactly, and when you've had, like you say, like the day off previously, they've been able to see everything, they've probably got themselves down, had a look at the setups, they're going to be very comfortable inside of this environment now and probably just raring to go and get into the server. You couple that with the fact that I don't think there's a huge expectation on this roster at the moment, it could be a recipe for success.
Yeah, and then we're looking at Falcons, and I don't want to call it a recipe for disaster, but they're not necessarily in the best position. A couple of their players, as you already highlighted, Ollie, flew in earlier today. And then, I mean, I'm going to have to throw this one to you here, because Laxington, we're looking at players that have arrived on the same day and are now expected to log in and perform.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely wouldn't want to be in their shoes. I would want to be in the shoes of participating at SI, but coming in after a 20-hour flight and expected to show up and perform, I mean, I would be exhausted after. I'm already exhausted after playing a match, so coming in and having to play a match after flying for 20 hours, that's going to be pretty intense, but it's still nice to be playing with your official roster.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why you're on the desk now.
Oh,
all right.
Sheesh.
Well,
okay, wow. Ollie, I thought you were the nice one.
I mean, that's what I thought.
I just saw an opportunity. I thought I'd take it.
Like Jesse
it was
comes at me. Now
low-hanging
you're
fruit.
coming at
It was
me.
very low-hanging fruit. Very low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, but going back onto the topic of Falcons, though, and you were saying in the position to play, you'll be tired, you'll be exhausted. I also wonder in terms of like being acclimated to the setup here, because we've already seen a couple of the Falcon players, they've already played, but also, did we see everything from Falcons yesterday then? Because it's a different roster again.
This is the thing, it's very difficult now to talk about Falcons and what they did yesterday, because you can pretty much scrap that. You lose 3 players, you have 3 substitutes. That's the large part of this, 3/5 of the roster that's gone. So
Big
it is
map.
entirely different at that point. And I think you've got to weigh into that maybe a bit of the adrenaline that's coming in as well from these Falcons players. They might be up for the fight.
Definitely. And I talked to Twister too just before we were getting into this, and he said what they were doing yesterday was kind of just for fun. They were just, they accepted what the result was, what it possibly could be. They were just trying to get everyone in the right mindset. And now coming into today, having that official roster, having everyone here, we're going to see a brand new Falcons.
Oh, I mean, that's exciting, but also brings still the question mark of in terms of how much of the new Falcons we're going to be able to see, considering, the fact that these players have just come off their flight. But I think as well, what we really need to look forward to both of these teams is they have 3 LAN appearances and they have that experience, but in terms of that map pool against different regions, what does it look like and how that's going to be playing out in a map video? Because again, maps are one of the biggest factors in terms of these BO3s.
But it does come into it as well that it is a best of 3. So even if you don't get your best map necessarily off the go, you can possibly get the best one coming into the second one. So being in a best of 3 situation does set you up for a lot of success in terms of your mental game. That the first game, sure, you do want to win it, but you can put your back against the wall and have a comeback. Whereas the best of 1, the second you lose that, you're done.
I guess also in terms of this being a best of 3, the Falcon players, that first map that they're playing could potentially considered a war map?
Well, I mean, it's going to be some sort of a one-up, isn't it?
Absolutely.
They're not going to have boot camped. They're not going to have played together because of just general distances and things. So absolutely, you're going to be going into this as Falcons thinking, we want to get a good map as our first map.
And it's going to be Labs. First one.
So again, this goes into what I was saying with Twister. I mean, he is very confident that picking a map they didn't pick it, but letting a map go through like Labs where they lost it yesterday 7-4, that he said it was all for fun. They weren't really expecting much out of it, but now they're going to be willing to go for it again and again, show the true Falcons form today again on Nighthaven.
Yeah, Chalet is going to be that second one. And also interesting to note here, Ollie, is that both teams have picked the defensive side. That's something that you've touched upon quite early on in the tournament, saying that coming into SI, we are expecting the defensive side.
The stats are going crazy. I've not wanted to get too deep into it because we're very early. And we're starting to get to a point where we've seen the majority of maps come out now, but the defender win percentage, it's nuts. It's well over 60% at the moment.
Wow.
So it's no surprise to see these players really reaching into that. And especially when you start thinking about maps like Labs, it can be a very technical map to attack into. Chalet is known to be a fairly difficult map as well. So you're giving yourself these sort of pressures and circumstances where you're going to want to start on the defense.
I mean, these maps specifically, especially Nighthaven, it's a lot of forced engagements. It's a lot of forced crossfires. So again, your Falcons are coming in here with your main roster. No one should be out of place. Everyone should be in sync with one another. So I can definitely see a possible change of pace from what we were seeing in the games yesterday.
In terms of Labs as well, the fact that we've seen it yesterday from Falcons and it being shown again here today, could that potentially be a curveball? The Fury seeing Falcons yesterday prepping a certain way, prepping a certain strat, but then we're hearing it from Twister and he's like, actually, no, that was just jokes.
Twister was confident. I'll say that. Twister was 100% confident. He didn't choke up at all when I asked him these questions. He was nailing it every single time.
I think that there's a lot of smoke and mirrors at play here, especially when you could read into this a little bit much and say, well, Fury had an off day yesterday, so maybe they just spent the whole day prepping against Falcons. They were glued to that game, and they've tried to get those maps because they're trying to exploit weaknesses because they didn't necessarily know that the Falcons players were going to arrive. Yeah. And now all of a sudden it's like, yeah, we'll play you on those maps because guess what? Like, we're going to play entirely differently now.
I think if you're Fury and you know that these 2 players just got in, you got to play even harder than maybe you were before to capitalize on the exhaustion or the tiredness from the players. Not to say that that is going to be the case, but if I was in Fury's shoes, I would definitely try to start out the gates hot.
So when you're saying capitalize off of the exhaustion potentially coming from the Falcons players, how would you attack that or approach that?
I guess it really comes down to the first initial rounds of just seeing how Falcons are playing, maybe from what you saw yesterday, then how you're seeing today, and try to exploit maybe where, there are spots in the armor or the shield that you can initially just take full advantage of and kind of just keep attacking that point and seeing where the initial weak spot is. But again, that could also play against Fury, where again, they have done all this prep, and in reality, it's a completely different ballgame that Falcons is going to be playing, and it's going to be a lot of mid to late round adaptations.
we don't have to look too far back to see Fury have some success. Okay, it was different roster, different times, but they've got experience, and that experience is going to trickle through a player like I9. So I am expecting that to be at the forefront here today. And for Falcons, I think it's one of those where I don't really know who the pressure is on for this game, because we're expecting them to be fairly equal inside of the group, but there's a lot of extenuating circumstances around that. It's really difficult to say which team has the most pressure on their shoulders. And Falcons, they've almost got like a sort of get out of jail free card here with their current circumstance.
I think this first map is really going to set that tone going into that chalet.
We're looking at both Falcons and Fury here, and realistically, we haven't seen them really play on day one. Fury, not at all. Falcons with a 3-man substitute. So this could be considered for both of these teams their first game here at SI. And could that potentially be similar to what we've seen from the Low Sonics game, especially that first map where it was trialing and testing and learning each other's game style and then adapting to it?
It's definitely going to be about which team has the ability to adapt in a short amount of time, because prep for both teams at this point is pretty useless, because both teams have, changed a little bit.
Absolutely.
Falcons, they now play with different teams, so the prep that they've maybe done previously is pretty useless. Fury, they may be prepping to play them against with 3 subs. That's pretty much useless. So there's going to be a lot of pressure in what happens in the server. And obviously the coaches sat behind, they're going to be able to give their input during the tactical timeouts and do some slow guiding, but that overall ability to adapt on the fly is going to have to come from the players, Lax.
Absolutely, and that's something that I even want to hone in on just from personal player experiences. Just because you have strats, just because you have prep, that's all there just to give you an idea of what's happening in the map, but you have to be focused on adapting, communicating with one another, because that's what's going to push you to win the ground, win the game. And if you're just fully focused on the prep, I can tell you right now it's not going to look good. You need to be able to adapt in those mid to late rounds.
And that's what we're going to be expecting from both of these games, but also adaptability, energy levels, I think have played a huge part here on LAN so far when we're looking at the teams going back and for that mental warfare we've touched upon it a couple of times. And when we're looking currently at Falcons as well as Fury, they're kind of just sitting calm, cool, and collected.
It's a bit too wholesome in here for my liking right now. It's a little bit too cute, especially considering we just had Sonics and Lost and they were screaming at one another. We saw Sonics were getting really animated.
I can actually hear what you're saying.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? I think we're going to come through crystal clear here. And these two teams, maybe when they get into the server, there'll be a bit of hype and stuff like that. I'm sure that there will be. Fury, very much like a vibes team, in my opinion. And Falcons, they've got a mouth on them when they need it. But at this point, it's all about getting them into the server.
I mean, I'm an old geezer. Personally, I prefer it to just be calm, chill, collect. I don't really want anyone screaming in my ear, but definitely it does set a tone for sure of, like you were saying, that mental warfare is when, if you're going down in rounds and that other team is screaming at you, it does affect players. It is very real. But for me, I like it chill. I like what they're doing over there.
Yeah, we've discussed at length in terms of what we could be expecting from both of these rosters, and I think playstyle would not be something we could attest to just yet, considering that what we've seen yesterday from Falcons is not going to be it. We're going to be seeing Fury for the first time as well, so maybe a little bit more outside of the conversation. But I do want to look at their map pool and their experience on these maps, because again, the BO3, you have 3 different maps where you can be going to if you win both your map picks. So how likely or how favorable here is it for either one of these teams?
I think that you've got to look at the different types of Siege that these two teams play. They're in very different regions and they play very different styles of Siege. Now, that's never the easiest thing to come up against and to bring to an international stage, because you're going to be playing an international style of Siege where, as you know, a lot of things go out the window. Something that works regionally might not work too well internationally. And that's where you can look at this. Falcons have got a lot of experience inside of the Saudi League. Now, that's fantastic, but you look at the level of competition that is. Likewise, Fury, they've got a lot of experience as well. But again, what is that experience against? Who are those teams that they're going up against?
But this is where it's going to play into who is actually paying attention to what the other team is doing, is making those adaptations. Because if you aren't doing that, then it doesn't really matter what all that prep or everything went into. If you can't identify what that team is doing that is stopping you in your tracks, they're just going to keep rolling over you.
And also, even when we're looking at Falcons particularly here, I want to touch upon the fact that at Copenhagen, they didn't have their full roster. They had Valentino playing in as a substitute. But even locally, within the MENA region, they were not #1 seed. It was GK. So it brings the question question. They exploded onto the stage during G8 and everybody saw them go up against BDS head-to-head in that finals. But really, is it still the same Falcons? Can we still be expecting that in-your-face siege that's so aggressive?
I mean, you've got to maybe question like a bit of a home advantage, a home turf buff there when you start thinking about G8 and Falcons. But it is a team that has that potential, and I think we've got to also remember that we very rarely get to see them at full strength. Now, are they at full strength today?
Absolutely not.
Well, yes, in a way.
They
are. They've got all 5. So yes, in a way. Is the circumstance of the full 5 being here classed as full strength? Not necessarily, but there is still that full 5 roster.
Definitely.
And what they're able to do is anyone's business.
And again, when you look at the maps, I mean, again, I already talked on the Night Haven, but the fact that the last map that's going to be up is Border, again, it plays into what Twister was saying. He is fully confident in the map pool and what they can do now with that 5-man roster. But I do agree with what you were saying. I think there is maybe some little bit of leeway if we do start to see maybe a similar performance of yesterday in terms of 2 players coming in off 20 hours of a long flight.
Yeah, and then we were having a look at Fury, and I think especially when it comes to that APAC, when it comes to the APAC region, what we've seen time and time again is translating that local success, that regional success onto that international stage, being able to take teams out in that group stage, and they could potentially, do that. But the question remains, realistic?
And this is... I mean, I think so as well, but for APAC in general, in terms of their playstyle, they've always, for as long as I can remember, even competing against them, they've always had a very unorthodox gameplay and game style, whereas I think this meta heavily does favor kind of those unorthodox playstyles or the aggressiveness as well. So in terms of Fury being able to just figure that out, I think, again, where I've always seen APAC struggle the most is really their adaptations, is once they get figured out, once a team has a general consensus of how they're attacking or how they're approaching a site or even how they're defending a site, they collapse because they don't know how to make those changes. And I think it might be the same both for MENA regions as well, is once a team really figures you out, especially at SI where every team is going to be top notch, they're going to be doing their prep, you have to be heavily focused on how you can change your style of play when you need to.
I want to really know and dig into how Falcons are going to how Fury are going to deal with the aggression that Falcons are going to bring. Falcons, one of the best ways to describe them is that they are a team that is fantastic at just running around. Now, what's running around, we might say? Well, running around means that they are going to be getting up in your face. They love to play aggressive. They love to bring the fight to their opponent. And I want to see how Fury deal with that, because it can be really difficult sometimes. We've only got to think back to the previous game that we saw about how aggressively Lost were holding on Skyscraper. Okay, with different maps here, with slightly different circumstance, but if Falcons play that aggressive play style, especially on a map like Night Haven, which can be difficult, takes a lot of coordination to really get executes going over on that map, I want to know how that stacks up. Likewise, I want to see exactly what happens when when it's all reversed and when it's changed around. How do Falcons stack up to that pressure? What are their attacks going to start to look like here on this map?
Yeah, and that's also something to keep in mind in terms of that MENA play style, where we've heard in MENA they don't really plant. That's not in the strat book. It's not part of it. And we saw the aggression from GK as well. So even though GK being that #1 seed, Falcons #2, that is potentially going to be similarity in that play style, and it was an issue for the team they were playing.
I mean, aggressive play styles is the meta. If you can't deal with it at this point in Siege and where this meta's at, you're already far behind than you need to be.
Yeah, and I have some really great news. The game is ready, and we're absolutely heading into it straight away. Thank you so much for holding on, but Falcons and Fury about to start.
What a top professional crew there on the desk to get through a bit of an extended tech pause there as we are looking to get into what will be our final game of the day. And final game of the day with basically 2 debutants. Let's be honest here. Falcons have got their roster back, and Fury for the first time here for SI24 making an appearance.
Yeah, I'm really keen to jump into this one. A bit of Labs as well, one of my favorite maps. But I mean, taking a step back, looking at the day as a whole, it's been 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. We haven't had a 3-mapper at all today across the A stream or the B stream. Will this be the one that goes the distance, Jake?
Well, no, because you've jinxed it. Now it's going to be a 2-0 again. Thank you, guys. Now, 60% to 40% in favor of Fury, but I wonder how many of those predictions were based on maybe Falcons from yesterday, because Falcons from yesterday are relevant. And it was said on the desk, you basically don't even count it. Let's move forward with now the new Falcons roster. The Falcons roster we know and love, of course. So they get their entire crew. They've got the whole team. Now, a lot of people will be like, where's Joker? Where's Joker? Well, it's not really like part of this roster at the moment, or really at all. Mad Skills, of course, he's been around a long, long time as well. He makes his way back in. So does O'Kills, and so does J-Lad. And that's essentially the big call that they were missing yesterday. So they've got their full five. They're ready to go. This is a big test as well for Fury, because I think when you kind of look at this tournament holistically, again, APAC has continued to fail. APAC has again continued to not really show up. This has got to be the kind of game that they look at themselves as a possibility to win, to kickstart the campaign.
It's actually a little bit strange, the parallels between both of these two teams in sort of the context of the year, right? Falcons, unfortunately, throughout 2023 dropped off. They trailed to GK, and, you know, going into this year for 2024, they're going to again be competing for that singular spot. So it's going to be really intriguing to see how that plays out. But the same now can be said for Fury. They're going to be competing heavily against Bleed for now only the singular spot in Asia. So I think both of these teams have a lot to prove, obviously on the international stage, but setting themselves up nicely for the year. So I'm keen to see how they go toe-to-toe.
Yeah, you mentioned that as well for Fury against Bleed. Actually, interesting when you kind of look at them domestically. Fury's got the better of Bleed. I think winning their last two encounters, especially throughout, say, like the LCQs. If you go back all the way to Copenhagen, at the time it was like a massive shock. It was the kind of big upset that sent ripples through SEA when Fury actually took down Bleed, denying them after they had the 7-0 in the regular stage. Bleed then could not go to Copenhagen. They then did it again in stage 2 for Atlanta, but that time Bleed had a second chance. They were able to then make it through anyway. We head into this one, Nighthaven Labs, like you said, this was selected by Fury, and then after that we've got Chalet, if required, but probably now won't go to because you've jinxed it. It would be Border. Now, 2 maps in this sort of map pool that Falcons, again, Falcons with a lot of subs yesterday, did in fact play against Lost One. So they did play Labs, they obviously lost that one, they got 7-0'd on Border. We'll see whether or not we do get there. Falcons to begin on the defense as we welcome them to SI, essentially. And, of course, same for Fury.
Yeah, it's an interesting discussion point, right? The longer this series persists, perhaps the more difficult it gets for Falcons, considering that they have, you know, recently traveled to make it to the event. And no doubt that will take a toll on them mentally, physically. And Siege is a very stressful game at this level. We'll kick things off, though, on the top floor. And the minigame for the main breach will begin. The meta for opening up the wall is typically the attack getting vertical pressure from down below. It makes it difficult to keep hard breach denial on the wall. We see that play out. The wall opened up with the ace.
Yeah, curious to see what Fury is going to bring to the table here. I think they're a good team without probably being a great team, especially locally. I certainly do rate them. One thing that Fury has always stood out with as well is they are a proper 4-5. Obviously, you look at I9, formerly known as Napew, used to play on Elevate, actually played at 6 Invitational 2022. Everyone else in this server right now is actually making their SI debut, besides I9. But they are a proper core 5 kind of team. They're not the kind of team where they say have a Mowgli that goes and gets 40 kills in 2 games. That's not them. 90 seconds, bit of a slow start. Hi! Oh, nice opening kill though for Quips. That's going to be I9, who was just getting some props to lose his life.
Yeah, drive peeking on the Grim, ill-advised, especially now with the rebound ability. Jump out from Mad. Skills is good for his one. And this has really petered out from Fury. A disappointing opening round. BG can farm a couple of kills for the stats. I say that, still 70 seconds, 1v2, but entering this crossfire on this site, Falcons should have it on lockdown.
Yeah, I mean, if there is going to be one player probably on Fury, it is BG, man, over a 1.15 rating. Makes him a very solid individual option for Fury. 1 versus 2, difficult, but has just under 60 seconds, so time plenty on his side. A couple of drones as well still to maybe try and play off of. 1 gas paper available for P9. And that drone, very much going to get at least something from it. Ironically, against the Solars, he gets the information. Couple of peak shots, probably not understanding that O'Kills has already pushed up though. And this is the Falcons that we expect. This is the Falcons that have obviously made a name for themselves when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege, internationally, at big events, at big tournaments.
Yeah, a bit more subdued now from Fury. We saw in the pre-game they were very up and about, and I think it was mentioned on the desk, very much a vibes sort of team, right? Where when the vibes are good and everyone's energetic and up and about and feeling confident, they play well, but they can sometimes peter out and sort of funnel into that negativity. So slow start from them, but strong from Falcons. I will say probably the most concerning thing from Fury, they never got to the point in the round where on that side you're having to try and break crossfires. They never got themselves set. And that may well be a very deliberate decision from Falcons, because we've seen time and time again on that objective across the leagues that we've covered, right? If you allow the attack to set, there's almost nowhere to play safely. So I really like that from Falcons, and we'll see if that's a trend that continues across the map.
Yeah, I felt like Fury were a little bit stagnant in their approach in that last round, where they weren't really able to get a whole lot inside of the building. I saw a little bit of a lurk over towards blue, and then that was shut down, and then everyone else was just kind of outside breach and dying to exterior shots. We got to basement for the second round. Tank and assembly, as chosen by Falcons. Of course, this is a tournament, though, that has again proven to be significantly defender-sided. I don't expect that to change in this particular series either. So probably expecting Falcons to have a decent first half here. The onus would then be on Fury, of course, to try and change the narrative a little bit. And that's going to be a very easy breach towards site. No contest at all defensively by Falcons. No Tubarão, no Kaid. Of course, Tubarão banned out. Can still bring the Bandit, could still bring the Kaid. Instead, they do allow the breach to get opened very comfortably. Looking at their particular setup, though, I do wonder if Falcon's going to be looking to put more pressure up above rather than on site.
They're probably looking to lean heavily into the Oryx, which has now been drawn out by I9. And this attack may look to converge on towards that position. Mad Skills comes across for support. Queers as well, alongside, so a heavy stack on the roam here from Falcons. Again, indicating to me that there is a deliberate decision to aggress off-site and not allow Fury to set themselves up in the positions that they want. They get the first kill again. A delayed response here, up above, but a good trade. Falcons just continuing to apply this pressure.
For White, and gets away. Those are the little moments. Probably the top teams wouldn't allow Mad Skills to get into a position where he survives that. In the end, Glibbs actually gets the kill onto like Colas. Bit of a beatdown in this round for Falcons onto Fury. Even despite the fact that Dark is bringing that Jackal to try and deal with this extensive roam from Falcons. Got a couple of pings. They were playing off of that. Despite all of it, Falcons have been able to basically win out this round, even with the pressure. Dark with a sweep across spray eventually gets the kill onto O kills. Okay, 60 seconds. Life brought back into the round with a 3 versus 2 moment. But I9 and Dark are very low on health. Going into the final 60 seconds. Now need to make their way over towards the basement. Not going to be easy. When you consider also those Fenrir with the F-Not mines. I mean, how do you even push sight at this point? Either Mad Skills still with the Azami and Kiva barriers can block so much vision. Let alone the fact that it's a 2 versus 3. Really difficult from here. I9 drone shot out, low on health, needs to make the push here. 30 seconds, got to get going.
He has one flash to play off. Can that create perhaps a pocket of opportunity here for himself and Dark to combine? 20 seconds, P9 to fall on the vert. Dark, though, will need to scamper towards the staircase, get himself in a playmaking position. 10 seconds now remains, I9 to push forward. Dark has a smoke, the F-Not mine though, to project his position to the defense. I9 vaults, another F-Not mine as his teammate falls. He has to stick the plant. It should be denied. He gets off and Falcons claim round 2.
Yeah, a little bit disappointing when it comes to Fury in that moment again. I think similarities to that opening round, that sort of stagnant nature. To be fair, earlier in the round, they did try and play into that roam. We saw them bring the Jackal, try and take those engagements. I thought that was good, but then when it came down to that 3 versus 2, 60 seconds left, they really just slowed it right down. I mean, at least made it 2 versus 2 with a bit of that vert play. But again, Falcons are just looking like the better team. I mean, fundamentally across the board here, Fury need to just pick up the pace. Again, attacking, sure. They were the ones that picked this map, though. And certainly Falcons look fired up. I mean, from what we're seeing of them to begin with, this is different. Yesterday, again, clean slate. You can basically say they didn't even play yesterday.
Yeah, they've been cold and calculated, and I think that last round for Fury, started as a bit of a lazy roam clear, and then it transitioned into just an incompetent roam clear. Instead of going completely top down from the very beginning or gaining the information they needed, they got caught in the middle ground, tried to attack, hit straight storage garage, didn't work out. It's almost getting to the point where if Fury aren't confident in clearing the roam, they may well need to just look at going for more direct site hits and trying to catch Falcons off guard, because if you have 3 players off site without the verticality, you can look to actually overwhelm the objective, but I just don't think that Fury at the moment are projecting the sort of confidence that you need to actually execute that.
Yeah, and I wonder if the Jackal was maybe a factor in that. Sometimes when you've got that Inox scanner, you can just kind of get a little bit lazy in your approach. You think, okay, just find footprints and then track and then try and hunt down, and then you kind of skip a couple of steps in terms of clearing out other positions, especially when there's multiple players that are roaming. So far, so good from Falcons. Cribs leading the way with 4 kills, Mad Skills with 3. Right now, very difficult to find probably too many plaudits for Fury. Difficult start. Again, they picked this map, but attack might be difficult for maybe both teams. We'll see. Second half always tells the full picture. Getting inside the building, though, and not losing lives, I think has to be the first checklist for them in this particular round.
Now, it didn't really amount to much. Right at the very beginning of the round, we almost saw an interaction there between CritJ on the Zofia and Okills on the Solus, but that's just something to keep in the back of the mind heading into the late round, that Solus can elect to lurk down below, play for plant denial, depending on where Fury look to hit site. So that's going to be very intriguing to track. Nitro still to come forward.
Oh, is that close? Shotgun
to peek, gets the down. The trade doesn't land. P9 good for 2. The SMG for the 3rd. It's going to be a perfect start for Falcons. And Fury just do not look awake at the moment.
I mean, take the inadvertent timeout. BG man, just stay on the roof. You've got minute 15. Really talk things over. You might even need the full tactical timeout as well, because so far this has just been a very dismal looking attack from Fury. And I'm not all too surprised. And credit very much to Falcons. And why? Because they're getting on the front foot. We saw that there with P9. Nitrocell follows up with a shotgun. They are seeking the contact. They're looking to set the pace, set the tone. They are the ones that are wanting to make the rounds go into their way of things, the way that they want to play. Fury just look like they're reactive. They're sitting outside. They're not wanting to enter the building. They're scared. They can't roam clear. They can't hit site. It is a struggle. And BG Man does the right thing to take the time. Let's talk things over. Let's cool down. Let's take a bit of the sting out of the momentum that Falcons have already gained through the opening 3 rounds. They do the world score, and they do so emphatically. Fury on the ropes early.
I mean, I think at this point, if you're in the Fury camp, you've had enough exposure to what the Falcons are bringing defensively that I don't think it's really a case of understanding what they're doing. It's going to be formulating a response and having, again, the confidence to execute that theory. I think it was sort of leaning into what Lax was mentioning on the desk, right, where in this kind of meta, you cannot afford to be timid because you are just going to get absolutely destroyed by the aggression that you can bring on attack and both defensively as well. So for Fury, they've had a solid minute now to just relax, forget the first 3 rounds and take the learnings from those objectives into the second half of their attack.
They do not opt for a tactical timeout, but admittedly just had an inverted one anyway, with the minute and 15 seconds of BG Man sitting on the roof. Rough start again. This is a really good highlight here from P9. Lovely flick of the wrist. The second then from Dark. Probably does the right thing. He's looking for the trade. That's kind of what you need to do. It's what you're taught. Twister very happy here. And a great start for Falcons. Clean. Not really making mistakes either. They haven't put a foot wrong. Fury just don't look like a team that has the confidence. Couple of half-hearted fist bumps, but clearly know that they've been well and truly outmatched through the opening 3 rounds. Got to find a way to turn it around, and maybe it will be through a man with a shield. Blitz, CritJ will be bringing it this round in the 4th round.
Yeah, so a definite switch here from Fury. They're bringing the Ying as well to probably try and facilitate the ability to overload positions instead of, sitting back, playing timid and waiting for the contact, being the contact themselves, which again, it's the way you need to be playing Siege at the moment. So I like that change of mentality, at least from an operator selection point of view. Now let's see what the execution is like. Have they been able to reset themselves mentally, prepare themselves for this next round? And of course, from the perspective of Falcons, are they going to be ready for adaptation throughout this half?
Yeah, I mean, I think typically we see is when it comes to blitz on labs, you can typically open up, say, like IT and then push through. We'll see what CritJ eventually does opt to do here. Options are plenty. I also don't hate necessarily sitting on the roof and then droning, just trying to get some information before eventually making play, because clearly they've been dying out towards the exterior anyway. So far, it's a 4-man stack on the roof.
I think it's just gonna be a Gon 6 hit top blue and overload that with the Ying.
Yep.
Could work potentially.
But again, it goes into at least now they're trying to set the play. Now they're trying to do something. It is certainly taking some time.
They've been doing it for so long now that I think Falcons are probably expecting something.
Well, there's the Gon 6. Immediately the pop followed by the man with the shield. CritJ, though, lost basically his kneecaps. Just barely stayed alive, but it's Quibs who gets the kill anyway onto I9. And that has just been completely undone. That was your win condition. You're back outside on the exterior. You got 90 seconds left in the round. You lost the player. You've gained nothing and lost everything in terms of time. It's really difficult right now to find the positives for Fury, but this has just been a really rough start. To be fair, mostly because Falcons, I think, are just playing really well defensively, not giving Fury any kind of space, denying everything. Got so much map control. CritJ now just trying to see if he can lurk around the map. 60 seconds left. Kendall thrown in from BG-Man. Is there a follow-up, though? Not really. Trying to get themselves up towards top warehouse, but under a minute remaining. And again, they don't have a whole lot.
Looking to maybe transition something from Garage Rafters towards the objective. A lot of that utility from the Azami and Kiba barriers, though, as CritJ will lurk back towards top blue. This is where the attack really started for Fury and then petered out. More utility, though, facing towards this position, so Mad Skills once again will be able to force the pace of this push. 30 seconds on the clock, Candela to go out, not blind. Smoke still stands, just obscuring his vision at the moment. The swing comes through, plays contact, CritJ to trade, a shot in the back of the head. 15 seconds now on the clock. Fury do not have the diffuser in hand as another player will fall. Favorable positions again from the defense. CritJ tries as he might, but there's nothing he can do in that position. Round number 4, and that's 4 straight to the Falcons.
Yeah, I mean, left scratching your head as to what to do. Falcons making noise inside and outside of the server. 4-0. Fury looks speechless. They look stunned.
I think that last round is really indicative of Fury just not mentally being in the headspace to be playing competitive Siege at the moment, right? When we talk about ideas like, you know, split theory, it's where you're spreading your attack and trying to exploit weakness and distracting and throwing off the defense. In that previous round, Fury spent a good 30 seconds with everyone just sitting on the roof looking at each other, not really committing to the play. And while that was happening, there wasn't anything else around the map to maybe pull Falcons into an unfavorable position. I think Falcons, with, you know, the experience that they have, at some point during that 30 seconds, like, okay, guys, they're probably going to try and do something, say a top blue push or maybe a bot Garage Rafters rush or whatever. And they were sitting, they were ready, they had the smoke in place. It didn't really pose a threat. And that, to me, just, again, projecting that Fury at the moment are lacking a lot of confidence. And obviously, a huge amount of that goes to the Falcons. They set the pace so early with their aggression, and they have not relented.
It's looking ominous early for Fury, but we've seen plenty of teams when it comes to the history of Siege turn things around when it looks bleak and dire. That's what exactly they're going to need to do. Need to find a way to mentally reset. I think Chris is going to get a very easy trick there. No surprise. BG-Man then goes around to actual main breach.
I'm reloading.
And opts not to open up. Still have the exothermic, and of course the X-Car is available through Lycolas. Last time out on tank and assembly, though, by opening up main breach, I think within the first 30 seconds. Now a little bit more contested with the Bandit bike waves. It's got the 6 kills. Very even performance so far from the Falcons, and I've liked what I've seen from them. Instead, BG-Man goes over towards IT, opens that up. Maybe look for that. It's got a top-down approach clear, knowing that they're bringing that Oryx in there. Got the Souls.
So Mad Skills then inside of Electrical.
Has he been droned? I don't honestly think he has.
That's exactly what I'm questioning in the back of my mind.
And there's the answer.
Finally, something goes the way of Fury. Dark to find pick number 1 in round 5. That's J-Led to fall on the Oryx, alleviating some of the pressure on the Roam. The unfortunate thing for Fury is, though, they haven't been in this position to convert a favourable circumstance. So this is another challenge that's been thrown their way, but at least they're positive in that regard.
Yeah, a challenge that they can get a very solid reward from. Honestly, 2 attacking rounds could end up being enough. So big round here, 5th round for Fury. Nitrocell thrown out by Quibbs, but he's got no time to detonate it. Anyway, Dark gets that kill. Second one puts the spear to good use. 3 versus 5, and Madskill's getting the idea that he needs to get probably back towards site. They're losing numbers, losing gunfights. Finally, Fury have maybe awoken.
I'm reloading.
It's a good point that you bring up. 2 rounds on the attack with the proficiency of defense we've seen throughout the event so far. Could be on the money. Still, though, no guarantee that they convert the round. Mad Skills tapping away. Him and I9 have just been tap dancing over the last 30 seconds or so, but eventually something needs to give, and it's Mad Skills to fall back.
Speaking of 30 seconds, that's exactly how much is left on the clock now. Towards site 3 for Falcons. Certainly in a position where they could still play spoiler in this 5th round. Fury might have the numbers for now, but they're still going to clear and get their site under control. They lose Dark. Good. Trade, though, comes through from Crit J. That one final Adrenal Surge might just be enough to aid for Fury. Mad Skills loses that fight. P9 only sees white. Now unblinded, but nothing in his vision that he can shoot at. Lycolis will get the plant down uncontested. 1 versus 3, never mind. I9 takes down P9, and Fury get their opening round here on Nighthaven Labs. Towards the close of this first half, they only need probably 1 more round. Suddenly, how quickly things can maybe flip.
Yeah, Siege can be a funny game. And increasingly so, a 2-4 split towards the attack is actually not all that bad.
It's not horrible.
Again, I think it was very much the way in which Fury were playing, the way they were presenting themselves on the cameras, which for me was probably more distressing than the
There's losing and then there's
the
opening 3.
Sometimes you can lose, but at least the rounds are close and competitive and you can see light at the end of the tunnel. The first 4 rounds for Fury were actually quite grim. Round number 5, though, far more positive, looking sharp. They had the advantage, they converted it. So some good work from the lads.
And nothing too crazy. Dark goes in, double kill, opens things up, clear that roam. Obviously, then it's that mad dash scramble back towards basement for Falcons. So they're out of position, they're not quite set. Gives Fury that sort of vert play. And then, of course, they've got the numbers to attack site itself. Siege can be a simple game if you don't overcomplicate it.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Well,
nah, it's
I mean, it kind of can be, sure. Yeah.
So 4-1, final round of the half. Fury. Yeah, it's crazy to think if they do find a way to get this round, you'd give them every chance defensively. Very pivotal round coming up here. Falcons have looked very clean in the rounds that they've won, though.
I'm hearing EMPs detonate, impact EMPs down below. But once again, the wall is being bandit juggled. So that's going to make things a little bit challenging. Drone work up above from Crit J, so we'll probably see Fury stake their claim on the top floor and transition that to down below. Single wall, I believe, has not been reinforced. So an intriguing decision there from Falcons.
Well, I think it kind of further strengthens trying to keep that main breach from being opened up. They've brought the shock wires, and then if you open up the single wall, you've got vision in terms of what or who can be allowed in towards to try and open up that main breach. Still got 1 more secondary EMP through I9, which has actually got the Hive launcher being utilized at the moment from the Grim. Secondary hard bridge opening up in towards IT. Dark and then with a drone. They've got, of course, the Azami to deal with the Mad Skills. Time being wasted, though, by this extensive roam up above from Falcons, and the set from the Azami again. Candela's in for BG Man to try and clear this Raptors position. Mad Skills is on an island. But no, has a bit of help. Dark losing his life from J-Lad down below. And suddenly, again, Fury kind of just look like they're lost.
Yeah, they don't know how to deal with this roam. It's a fairly simple roam from Mad Skills. Blocking down a couple of key hallways with support down below from the Nitro Cells. Elsewhere, Fury have at least worked single wall, so they may now be able to transition in towards the objective off the back of the ground, flush out some space. The vertical pressure, though, from the Falcons and the lines of side offered to the defense will make this a challenge. Like Colas almost catches P9 off guard. Mad skills elsewhere, good for another. The roam clear from Fury is a failure. We'll see if their push in towards site can perhaps be a little bit more successful. The answer to that, a resounding no. BG Man 1v5. It's a flawless round for Falcons and a 5-1 half.
It kind of just feels like everything Fury did good in that 5th round. They just threw it all away in that 6th round. Solid work, though, from Mad Skills. I want to give him absolute massive plaudits there. It's never easy when you're kind of playing that solo position up above. You're playing on the Azama, you're playing your own, you keep it barriers. You've got a lot of different players trying to maybe overload your position. Gets a lot of help, though, from J-Lad, of course, with that Nitro Cell. Lets him win that position. With that, a lot of time was already wasted. They couldn't clear the roam. They had no vert. Yes, they opted then to go through single wall, but that's a wall that was not reinforced anyway. So clearly Falcons were aware that this is an entry point they could come through, we could let them funnel through, and then they just dealt with that. And by that point as well, there was no utility remaining for Fury to deal with things like BPCs, they had no vert, and hence why it ended up being a very flawless round, and the kind of round where it just did not look like Fury knew what to do in terms of opening it up. 5-1. They had an opportunity to get to 2-4. Certainly might not have been a scoreline that would have been deserved. I think this is very much a scoreline that is well and truly deserved by Falcons. They have looked very clean and clinical. And honestly, I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if this ends up being a 7-1 speed run of Nighthaven Labs. And map picked by Fury as well.
Yeah, that wouldn't be particularly shocking. The Montang to be brought out here from Falcons for their first attacking effort. And again, a couple of different positions where that shield can be played. Wouldn't be too shocked if we see the Monty post inside of Garage and Rafters to try and get space there, or even directly through the breach once IT is opened up. Roteros as well from O-Kills on the Flores, and that's a great counter towards the Azami. And Azami on this particular objective can really make or break things defensively because it does offer a lot of cover against some of the crossfires that the attack can establish. Thatcher to work the wall. BG Man not in a position to trick, not even vertical pressure down below from Falcons, but BG Man doesn't want to take his chances. And IT wall now opened up.
Attackers have dropped the bomb diffuser.
Yeah, a lot kind of invested as well when you kind of look at the fact that brought the Bandit, they brought the Kaid, and IT gets opened up really early into the round anyway. Of course, not much you can do when Thatcher's on the board, but then hence why you're kind of doubling down there with double denial. Still, got the mirror. Something that can be played on through like Colas, although at the moment it is on a donut, unfortunately. And the Montang is like, it's going to be something that Fury, again, are going to have to deal with. And again, when you bring this Montang and you're bringing this pressure, it's Falcons setting the tone. It did so on the defense, doing so now again on the attack. Live human droning from Mad Skills is proving to be quite strong here with the early pings and able to deal with the mirror really easily. The lineup Fury have got here has just been completely countered by Falcons.
Yeah, that's the beauty of attacker repick. They've selected the correct operators and their positions as well make sense. They convert it though. Time beginning to slowly wither, and Fury haven't given away a pick, which is critical for the defense. If they do, positions will unlock. It gets a lot more challenging. But they're holding firm, resisting this pressure the best they can at the moment.
No impact, one Nitro Cell on I9. That, to me, I think is going to be critical. He is close by to that Montang. It's P9 that opens up the account, though. A little bit late into the round, 50 seconds remaining, and finally Dark goes down. Nice little shot from Crit J. Notices another one on the blue stairs and does get the kill. So really nice from Crit J, playing off of the information that he already had, plus also the quick flick on the info he didn't have. 4 versus 3, advantage of Fury, 30 seconds as Mad Skills is in towards Command Center, and I think has been able to get himself into a very interesting position here, as like Colas is really between a rock and a hard place or a chassis and a man with a shield.
Well, either way, he's dead, and hold that thought. It's a 2 versus 2. 10 seconds on the clock. Mad Skills committed to cross, but unfortunately his cover has been taken down as J-Led falls to I9. 1 HP, can't find the kill, and Fury mount a response.
Yeah, much better. I think you mentioned it, with like a minute left in the round, it was at that point still a 5 versus 5. And I think that was very critical in Fury winning that round. They were able to not lose players. They didn't play out of position. They didn't try to do anything too crazy. And yes, in theory, as the game was progressing, Falcons were getting more and more position. You could clearly see they got main bridge opened up really easily. They dealt with the mirror, got a bit of that control towards Garage Rafters. But the main thing was Fury didn't lose players. Then Crit J makes a big play over towards Blue, gets the double kill, and from there, the round started to go their way, even despite the Montang kind of doing what he pleased.
Yeah, I mean, for me, Crit J, this is the play that wins them the round, right? How he knew Oakfield was to his left and he hits the flick, I will never know. But of course, already saw the second and was able to get the pre-fire. That was a really key moment in the round. If Crit J even just gets a little bit unlucky with timing and dies and unlocks that blue position for Falcons, they would have been overloaded. And it would have been very difficult for Fury to retake, especially in the face of the Monty. So, yeah, big play from him. And that has what has lacked from Fury. Obviously, yes, teamwork and coordination, especially on the roam clear attacking, was quite poor. But we also didn't see a lot of big individual efforts which can turn around. So that was a good positive sign for them. And we'll see if they can build it up into something a little bit bigger.
Yeah, and not impossible to think Fury are incapable of, tying this one up. 5-1 half is something that we see teams be able to bring back all the time, especially in what is now a very defensive-sided meta. They do switch things up, though, quite extensively by now bringing the Goyo. Manskill's looking to open up single wall. We'll be able to do so, yeah, pretty comfortably. Again, Thatcher's available. Thatcher's on the board. Oh, no. Going for a claw trick here to deny at least main breach. Did go early. Manskill's then gets off of it. Does need to be careful. Here's the only main hard breacher, and only 2 secondaries available through O kills on the Ying.
Exothermic used on the garage wall. That's the second and final charge available to the Thermite. And Falcons now will look to converge on this position.
Helps them clear that roam up above rather than the over-focus down below. Oh, nice little push here from Dark. Okay, that's much better from Fury. Does get traded, yes, but was able to at least get that elimination onto O-Kills, who, of course, playing a pretty power operator with the Ying. The Kandalas will be very strong later in the round. I think that's worth it. Yes, you're on the Solus, but
yeah.
And only 3 drones have been eliminated. I still think it's okay. And more than anything, it's the fact that Fury at least trying to do something there defensively. 90 seconds left, 4v4. Not too sure exactly what their first floor control is like. Don't really see too many outlines.
No, it's clear. That should be good. Can look to maybe establish some vertical pressure.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
I think, yeah, going back to your point, probably a good trade for the defense. Obviously, Solus strong, but without a Warden. Ying, very powerful. Wouldn't be complaining too much about that. 9-9
Attackers have
Nitro.
recovered their diffuser.
Drops J-Lad. As I mentioned, Falcon's probably wanting to establish some pressure from up above.
Yep.
Using that buck, no longer available. And again, Fury, they've converted these positions similarly on the attack, and now it's just about having the discipline to close it out defensively. Don't over-peak. Try to hold your crossfires. Don't make mistakes, because Falcons have shown and proven thus far that they will punish them.
Definitely does feel like Furious cleaned things up a little bit. I9, oh, he can't get that battle to be won. 2 very quick kills for the Falcons. Opens up sight now with 30 seconds remaining. The numbers advantage. 2 impacts available for BG Man. I mean, arguably, they're the 2 best fraggers at the moment for Fury Alive, and Crit J and BG Man, so you can kind of back them in. Over towards Nano with a diffuser in hand for Matskills on the rotate. Crit J watching that entry point, 10 seconds left. Now in the 1 versus 3. It has fallen apart, although technically a 1v1 now against Quivs, as P9 and Matskills are both on the floor. Time is the friend now of Crit J and Fury. Don't need to peek, just need to hide, and hide he does for the win. A little bit scrappy, a little bit messy, but a win is a win.
That was one of those really strange clutches where it was like all over the place in terms of pacing and timing, but credit they're holding on in the 1 versus 3, play it down. Obviously shoulder peaks right at the very end for a little bit of additional info with only a couple seconds remaining. Then of course doesn't over peak. Some players in that position, especially under pressure when you're trailing, may look to force a play and confirm the round that way, but knew that the gap could not be closed. And so Fury able to collect another round. They do call a tactical timeout. And perhaps that belief now is starting to be reignited just a little bit.
Yeah, I think a really well-timed tactical here from Falcons. 5-3. Okay, you've given up a couple of rounds now. In fact, 3 of the last 4 rounds have gone the way of Fury. And of course, they did pick up very late an attacking round to close out the first half. Signs of life now starting to really blossom for a team that, being completely honest, the opening 3-4 rounds, they looked like they shouldn't be here. But we've given them some time, and the last 3 to 4 rounds have looked far and away better from Fury. But again, a really well-timed timeout from the Falcons, just to cool things off, because momentum is now in play here for Fury. You win a couple of rounds, you start to just feel a little bit more comfortable inside the server, and what do you do with that comfort? You start to do plays like that from Dark with the run out, got the kill. I think he also timed it really well, because it was at a point in the round 2 where probably Fury were opting to give them that first floor control anyway, so at least go out with a swing.
You gotta be careful where you're wagging that finger.
10 seconds to go.
Poked me in the eye. I don't want to lose my eye, and it's only day 2.
5 seconds to go.
Gee whiz.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb.
Round number 9, though. And Fury still trailing, but closing the gap. And defensively, they look far more comfortable. The bar was quite low on comfort levels, considering attacking they were struggling, but we'll take the positives where we can find them.
We did kind of mention as well that in that first half that defense was going to be the prevailing factor, at least the most more likely one, and so far playing out in that direction. Only 1 attacking round has been converted by either team going into the 9th round. Speaks volumes, really, of the tournament that we're having so far at SI 24. Again, focused over towards IT. Once again, dealt with rather easily because that Thatcher is available.
Yeah, so some decent groundwork done here early on in the round for Falcons. Obviously, Fury putting stock up above as Crit J gets pressured, I believe, from IT and falls into the arms of J-Lad. Fortunately for Fury, disconnected, not in a tradable position, like Colas as well, 0-7. Player that's been fighting since 2018 to make 6 Invitational. Lost Pro League Season 8 to Fnatic, Season 9 to Noarango, Season 10 to Wildcard. All of those would have qualified him for the event.
And he's just gotten his first ever SLI kill.
Oh, there we go.
Talk about timing. 4 versus 3. Falcons with really rapid kind of map control, though Oakill's still outside in the exterior. Utilized there for line 9. J-Lad surviving what feels like a second Nitro Cell somehow. By the barest of margins, though, to be fair, and had just enough health to be able to run through that claw and not die. So low. Now looking to play off of some ping information and put that skeleton key to good use through server. O'Kills gets rid of Lycolas. Celebrations short-lived. Falcons just feel like they've got total control of this round. Line9 does have some information, though, that he's looking to play off of. If he do so, might just bring the round back, is unable to convert, though, onto Mad Skills, and eventually just get absolutely overwhelmed by Quibs. Falcons have got themselves map point, and multiple of them. Much better from the Falcons on the attack there. Significant map control, really sharp in their approach of just pushing through. Opened up IT very early, going towards Con, got a couple of kills, easy denial of the Roma Fury, 6-3.
Yeah, I was definitely a little bit concerned that perhaps on the tertiary objective, that's when things could fall apart a little bit for Fury. Unfortunately for them, if they want to push the game now to overtime, they are going to have to well and truly win a tertiary round at some point. At least for now, they can find comfort back on the primary sites as they'll begin to unlock again. Things are not getting off to the best of starts. The roam clear from Falcons is pretty ruthless. They then sat outside holding the crossfires back towards the objective on that first floor itself, really constricting the defense.
A round of moments as well there. J-Lad just somehow being able to survive what felt like an onslaught. Eventually gets one of the final kills. And then also the other one
10 seconds left.
was from I9, playing off the red ping, couldn't quite kill either. So you think about those kind of like little moments there is really what it comes down to. 3 match points for Falcons, or map points if you will. It is only the opening map of this best of 3. Again, the debut of Fury here for 6 Invitational 24, and essentially their debut as well for Falcons. Their result yesterday against Lost 1 put a line through it. Obviously,
well, I mean, yeah,
you don't take the points away from Lost 1.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate thing. Falcons have to fight from behind, irrespective of that. But they're off to a good start here, and with 3 match points in the bank. Every world in which they're able to kick this series off with a map win. Also Fury's map pick, so that opens up the discussion more broadly to a 2-0 victory, 4 points in the bank. That pretty much equalizes the result against Lost, of course. We'll see what they can cook up here, though. Fury on the primary sides defensively looked quite sound.
Oh, Quibs catches out Crip J on the Fenrir. Oh, mad skills though. Oh, what? Oh, hang on. What did that happen? What's just happened there?
Maybe trying to pre-fire the barricade.
I was going to say, yeah, maybe just wanting to open things up for his Montang and then just shoot him in the back of the head. Well, that really changes the course of this round. Suddenly, not only do you lose the Montang, but it makes it a 4 versus 4. Candela immediately from O'Kills wanted to get the garage control. Bit of a push outside as well from BG, man. What is happening in this round? It's all going on at the moment. 3 versus 2. 90 seconds left. Barbed wire taken out by O'Kills. Rafters control there, at least momentarily. Makes his way back outside to the exterior on the balcony. Down to just Quibs and O'Kills. In a bizarre round so far. I think Lycola's just made noise, by the way, in the barbed wire. I could be wrong.
O'Kills thought there was a player left side of the door. He was hearing the voices. There was no one there. And I thought perhaps he would push a little bit closer towards Lycolas into his line of sight, but not meant to be. Down below, Quibs on the buck, seeing if maybe he can pluck another kill, which has been one of his trademarks in this series so far, is finding a kill here or there where perhaps the opportunity was only a half chance. 50 seconds, so there's an opportunity, but again, pushing in towards this objective at a man disadvantage. This should be a defensive round almost every day of the week. 3 players should be enough to establish the crossfires required.
Yeah, he would probably hope so, considering the way that round has played out. Nitrocell was thrown, eventually detonated to no avail. 30 seconds remaining in the round, so time certainly a factor now for Quibs and O'Kills. That was a down to player, flashes go out. That does its job, soaks it all in, Lycolas gets the kill, and we just go through basically the run of this round. Done. Okay, on to the next one, because that was a bit of a throwaway from the Falcons after the little mishap in the team kill onto the Montang. Don't really like to see that happen. And obviously a bit of a moment there Falcons would love to have back. Alas, they can't.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we got a POV replay of that, but I can only assume he was attempting to open up the barricade for the Monty. I mean, it goes without saying Montang doesn't want to be smacking the barricade because then you expose your head.
Oh, here we go.
Here is the replay. Oh. And yeah, I think he was just going to try and shoot the barricade. Small miscom. Who do you blame there? Do you blame the Montang or do you blame the Ace?
No, you gotta blame the guy with the gun.
Yeah.
You gotta blame the guy who's shooting, who's put the bullet in the back of the Montang's head. Come on now.
I mean, I don't really play shields, so...
I mean, it's just... I mean, to
I'd
be
happy
fair,
to pin the blame on him.
J-Lad has just gone and done is something I would also probably do. Those are the kind of things that would happen to me. But I mean, like in that moment, just take your time and you don't have to rush that. I do love that he actually kind of like paused, allowed him to kind of step into the crosshair and then took the shot. Well, up to Fury now to kind of try and bank that and
10 seconds remaining.
And build on it. Getting a little reprieve in that round keeps them alive at 6-4. I'm going to be honest, it's a very inflated scoreline. Like, this has not been close. The rounds that Falcons have won, they've won quite in a dominant fashion. But give Fury the credit, they've not really kind of just bowed out here. They are fighting tooth and nail to keep this map alive. While Falcons did give them a reprieve in that last round, Fury aren't going to be expecting to get that again. Now they really need to bunker down, get to work. Single wall opened up despite the reinforcement.
And again, the groundwork so far from Falcons across the board has been relatively strong. I say that, but they have just burnt an exothermic on the garage wall because the
Mistakes are creeping in.
A bit delayed.
They're just creeping in a little bit, guys.
This is where you don't want them to be creeping in. This is where you're going to be closing out the damn map.
First 4 rounds of this game, they looked impeccable, made no mistakes. They were super clinical. But as we're getting closer to the end point here of Nighthaven Labs, they're just making the odd little mistake. And it's giving Fury a really good look in here to punish that. And that's what Fury need to do. They did so in the last round. Can they do so again here? Looking to stave off these match points. By all means, it hasn't quite been the most impressive performance from Fury, but they are a very solid team. They can certainly punish these kind of mistakes that we've seen thus far. It is P9 that gets the opening killer onto Dark. It deals with the Souls. 5 drones have been taken out. 90 seconds remaining, so at least some kind of information has been denied. But enough still remaining. Keep a barrier again thrown out from Lycolas. BG Man playing main. Flashes with the drop here back in towards site. They push away, so they're effectively forced back to site now, which does give Vert control for Falcons. Little concern for Fury here. They have nothing up above. They've only got the 1 Nitrocell as well in terms of that Vert play from down below. And now for the Boogie Auto Breaches to do its work here from P9 on the ramp.
Yeah, Ram, a very effective operator on this particular objective. A lot of soft floor and long lines of sight that you can establish with the drones, keep it come up and perhaps catch a defender off guard. Elsewhere, hatches being opened up. And so the Falcons, I'm sure, will be quite content with the position that they find themselves in at the moment. It's almost getting to the point where Fury need to try and make the play, like Cole is poking over towards the staircase.
There's that
Nitro elsewhere. I9 onto P9. Back to Lycolas on the stairs. We'll see if he can swing and find the kill. A lot of damage done, but no picks found. 20 seconds.
Careful of the vault, careful of the vault. He's gone and done it. He's up close now. Lycolas though, hits the headshot, not the body shot though, onto a very low HP Quibs. Down to I9 and BG Man, but he does win at least one of those battles in a 1 versus 1 now. Quibs and BG Man both low. 10 seconds and time the biggest factor. Actually playing up above, and it's going to have to be very much careful. Good little angle, knows where the diffuser is, throws out the impact. Chris has got no time remaining. Fury hold on once again. It's scrappy. These rounds that Fury are winning are very much so. But a couple of smiles now on their faces as they extend this one to 6-5.
I'm not quite sure how we found ourselves in this position, but a 6-5 scoreline. Fury continue to sort of chip away, scrap it away. Falcons making the odd mistake here or there. A solid round, though, from Fury, who bunkered down like holes on the staircase as well, influential. And with that diffuser then on an island, 1 versus 1, good composure. I tell you what, it's a bit of a delight for Asian Siege fans at the moment. Of course, a reminder over on Rainbow Six Bravo, the B stream, Bleed and W7M, so of course Bleed being the 2nd representative from Asia at the event, going toe-to-toe. Currently a very close map on Oregon, 5-5, so nail-biting at the moment on both ends of the spectrum.
Yeah, and again, a reminder, Fury locally have been able to dispatch Bleed multiple times. They've got their number. But when it comes to the international level tournament, we've seen Bleed do a lot more than Fury, but they look a little bit more chippier, a little bit happier. More smiles on their dials.
I mean, cast your mind back to
5 seconds left.
What, like the conclusion of round number 3? Fury, especially in contrast to the pre-match, looked like they were absolutely gone. They didn't look like they wanted to be there, but now they're back, they're upbeat, they're a bit more confident, and you can see that inside of the server.
Yeah. 6-5. It doesn't matter how you get to this point, it's just about really the destination, not necessarily the journey. The journey's being like a roller coaster for probably both of these teams. Falcons just started just so strong, but mistakes are creeping in and Fury are punishing them. And now you would have to imagine for Falcons, are they going to second guess themselves? Do they have the same level of confidence required to finish this off 7-5 and break the hearts of Fury? And Fury do enough to send this one to overtime despite a 5-1 deficit. Defense again, the aim of the game here at SI24.
Thatchering and B here from P9. I thought maybe he was going to look to cook something on the jump in. Don't know what they would necessarily be placed there from the defense. It's obviously not an F0 from Fenrir. J-Lad getting very loud in the comms there, as you can see on the player cam, making a call. P9 does find the first. So again, Fury going to have to fight from behind and produce a play.
Candela's thrown out. Crit J sensing maybe pressure in behind him. Wants to hold that position in towards top garage. Mid-30, the Rafter, still a bit of pressure
The
here from
attacker's bomb
Falcons.
diffuser has been dropped. Attackers recovered the diffuser.
But as you said, again, having to now
Attackers
play
have dropped the
from
bomb
behind. Fury have shown so far in the second half, they've got the capabilities of doing just that. Do you mind stepped on?
A
Jay
bomb has
Ladd
been located.
just slowly bleeding out, but he'll be able to pull that one out. Jay, oh, that was a bit of a poor positional peek. Overexposed himself rather than the slight angle gap. Losing his life, and now really does give Falcons the reins to close this out. Again, I9 though, with a very critical kill. Candelas means that for BG Man, he's full white. Another one being thrown out by O-Kills, who almost overstepped his position, almost lost his life down the hallway. It's Quibbs who gets rid of BG Man, and suddenly Falcons in the driver's seat to close this game out 7-5. It's going to take a massive effort from Dark and or I9.
I just don't know if they're going to be in the positions required to make a play. I9 rotating, flashes to come through. Dark likely seeing white. Jumps into a mine, which could cost him his life, but he responds with the kill. Now a 1v4.
In the smoke, gets the kill. Quips is low. So is I9 though, and only 20 seconds remaining. Playing off with the red ping information. Could shoot through the wall here. It's salty. Dars doesn't get the kill though. And a quick trade there from Matt Kills. All right, job done. Falcons get over the line. Yeah, not their best, but hey, good enough. And a win on the board here for SI24.
It's a weird one. How much do you take away from this match? I guess for the Falcons, right, it got a little bit messy, but they continued to fight. And they got it done in regulation. For Fury on the flip side, also a bit of a slow start, but they continued to chip away, tried to push it to overtime, but not meant to be in the end. I guess more so for the Falcons, right, they've taken their opponent's map pick, an impressive result.
Yeah, very impressive indeed. All right, 1-0 in the books for Falcons. A really solid start for them with their full roster.
Welcome back to SI 2024, live from Sao Paulo, Brazil, where Falcons, a weakened team, had just won their opponent's map pick. And my, did they do it in a dominant fashion, but then kind of not.
I mean, kind of not is definitely the right way to put that. They started out extremely strong. Twist did say, though, that this was going to be looking like a completely different team, and I will say he was not wrong. Granted, that scoreline was very close, and if you were to look at this from an outside perspective, it does look close, but if you're actually to watch the game and see what just happened, a lot of those rounds were gifted.
Yeah, I think that
For free.
For free.
For free.
For free. You've got to look at that game and you've got to put it into a bit of perspective. I think that Falcons did a fantastic job in the opening part of that game. They dominated on the defense, but there were a lot of mistakes there. And Fury, they punished those mistakes very, very heavily. It led us into a game that nearly went into an overtime, but we got the right result in the end based off the seeds we saw.
I mean, one of the funny moments for me was, I mean, both me and you made a comment to it. I think it was round 9 where the Monty was pushing into the rafters. And Ace was just like, nah, I don't think so. I'll do it myself. And completely clears the Monty. And that's what I'm talking about of giving free rounds.
I mean, P9 fresh off the plane this morning and already dropping the KA that he has done today. That is scary because what if he's had a full day of rest?
We know that these guys can shoot. We know that these guys are mechanically gifted players. That is not a question. They showed that today. They showed it inside of this game, and they'll continue to show it inside of the series. It comes down to those mistakes. It comes down to that coordination. It comes down to some of that decision making. That's where we saw them lack. If you can aim, you can aim. You can aim on 1 hour sleep. You can aim on 20 hours sleep. But what you can't do is make critical decisions in the moment, and that's what we saw lacking.
Yeah, and like even just touching up on Fury, I mean, Fury had the prep. They had everything. Obviously, this is a different team, so maybe that prep really didn't get used how they wanted it to be used because yesterday it wasn't the same team. But still, this has been a constant issue that I've seen is just the lack of adapting once a team figures you out, or not even being able to figure out the team. And watching how the game played, like we said, they were getting those gifted rounds. They didn't really earn them.
Yeah, something as well that you wanted to touch upon, Ollie, particularly were the bans of this because you found them rather intriguing.
Well, I mean, it's just the way that Siege just played at the minute, right? You look at a map like Nighthaven, you look at what's available to you. If you've got an Azami, if you've got a Fen, and if you've got a Solace, you're going to have a pretty good time. That's exactly what Falcons had. They started off on the defense, and they used it every single round without fail, and it gave them a good number of rounds. It gave them a really good head start. Obviously, Fury had that same benefit. It just turns out that Falcons were a little bit more equipped to deal with that.
Yeah, but it also brings the question in terms of Fury and their preparation for this labs, particularly how much actually went into it, and how much went into it with the thought process of, oh, we're going to be playing against a different Falcons than the one that we saw yesterday.
I mean, it makes me worried because you're trying, like, in some ways, in a mindset, you are trying to over-prepare in a way or try to get that free win because you saw what just happened, but now seeing the result of your own play, it's less about your own prep at this point, and it's more of what you're putting in as a team. Like, scratch the prep at that point, because if that's what your prep and result is going to look like, then you need to rethink how you're going to approach this next map. Granted, now your backs are against the wall.
Something that we did see Fury try and do was reset when they were on the attack. There were a couple of times when, because of what was available and because of Falcon's playstyle and it leading into their playstyle so well, we saw Fury at times trying to reset, trying to take that moment and take that breath. And it worked in some occasions, but it never really fully worked. They never got that full mental reset off, and they never got that ability to reclaim that man count advantage. Falcons did a fantastic job on the opening pick, but they also did a great job on trading that opening pick when they lost it.
Yeah, and if this map being a win from Falcons might not have been what you expected, we have a Stream B going on at the same time, and we have Bleed going up against W7M. Now, to my surprise particularly, Bleed had just taken a map off of W7M.
I mean, Bleed didn't look bad at the Atlanta Major either. I mean, they were really close of making main stage, losing, I believe, to Dark Zero in the end, but they pushed Dark Zero to the brink. So I think every map went 8-7, 8-7, and it was just small things that they lost at. So I don't want to say it's like a huge surprise, but Bleed are they're showing why that they're here. They're showing why you shouldn't sleep on them. They're showing why that they're contenders, and taking a map off W7M is something to be proud of, nonetheless.
Yeah, something to be proud of and maybe something to celebrate. They looked happy, but not as happy potentially as you might expect them to be, especially the low Sonics game that we saw. The energy, Ollie, in the room at that point in time was insane. We're translating it now. We have Falcons going up against Fury, and it doesn't feel like that same energy is being exuded.
These players are tired. Like, you know, these players are tired. I want to save their energy for the game. Save that energy for your brain power in the server. Don't use it on the whooping and the hollering. Twister's going to do enough of that for you.
For sure.
Twister really gets behind the team. You know, you can see him there. He's giving the big shoulder rubs. He's giving the big fist bumps. He's dapping everybody up, and that's what you need. You need that guy to bring that energy.
If I'm coming off a 20-hour flight too and playing an intense game, trust me, there isn't going to be a single yell coming from me. It's going to be a nice fist bump. Let's go into the next round.
But then you're looking at the side of Fury, and they have had that break. They have had that day of rest yesterday. So what's there? Is this just potentially what we're used to from Fury's side of things? Do you think bringing that energy up could have potentially given them a little bit more momentum on their own map?
I think it's team by team. I think some teams really work well with that, you know, yelling, hype, building up energy. And I think some teams just like to be calm, cool, collect. They don't want to get overzealous. They don't want to get overhyped then for a shocking result and being like, well, this is a result of, you know, not being overhyped. And it is good to, you know, try to maybe bring a little hype, not be hype. It's kind of like just feeling out the grounds. But I think right now with kind of how things are going on, it does make a little sense that they aren't getting too overhyped. And maybe going into this next map, maybe that's what they're going to do. They're going to talk to each other. Hey, we need to be more vocal. We need to be having a lot more fun. We need to be enjoying ourselves. Because that is the best thing you can do in Siege, is when you're not having a great game, is to start playing and enjoying it.
Yeah, and as a reminder, if you don't remember what the next map will be, we'll have the map picks and bans, or the map veto showing up. And when we're looking at the next map, particularly Ollie, going to be Chalet, if I do remember that correctly, which I do. Oh, look at that. Chalet coming up next. In terms of the performances here, Ollie, that we've seen from Fury particularly, and in terms of their history on a map like this, from a scale of 1 to worried, how worried are you?
I'm not particularly worried. Obviously, we're looking at a smaller sample size of data here, so it isn't like we're, you know, dragging a whole year worth of maps back, because it just isn't relevant at this point. They've played it a couple of times recently. They've got mixed success, 50% win rate, 2 wins, 2 losses. That's inside of the ECS. So take from that really what you will. I don't think that map preference is going to come into this as much as we maybe think it will. It really is more about a battling of these two teams and how are they going to deal with Falcons on this map, because it can play out very similarly to the way that we see something like Nighthaven play out, and Fury just didn't have that aggression. You can throw as much aggression as you want at this Falcons team, because they're going to lap it up and they're going to throw it all right back at you.
And to add on to going now into Chalet, it is a map that is a little more open up. It's not as constricting as Nighthaven is in terms of those different doorways, in terms of those long hallways or shorter hallways, or even just small condensed rooms. There is a little more breathing room here, so that will allow Fury to move around a little more and maybe play a little more loose. But still, it comes down to what you were saying, is that these guys are just going to have to be on top of it. Doesn't matter what you're doing, you got to be in it as a team. You need to be in unison, and if everything that you're doing and understanding how you weren't performing the last game in Nighthaven, having all that prep, coming into this game and just figuring out where your errors were from that Nighthaven and applying it here into Chalet, regardless of it being a brand new map.
Yeah, but that touches upon the topic of adaptability, something that we've discussed earlier on the desk. Ollie, does it feel when it comes to the rounds that Fury was able to get under their belt that adaptability was there? And similarly for Falcons, was it there as well?
I think Falcons' adaptation was probably worse than Fury's in that previous game. I'm going to be straight with you, because of how many rounds they lost. They lost 4 rounds on the bounce. They lost a lot of those rounds based off the fact that it was a very poor circumstance. They weren't really focusing on getting the job done. They'd done the hard work, lads. That was the annoying thing. You look at those rounds and you think, right, what's the hardest thing? Hardest thing is getting that first thing sorted. They'd done that hard work. They didn't do the easy bit of closing it out.
All right, and with that also, we are ready to head into game. So this is do or die for Fury. Can they bring this series back and go all the way to the decider? Let's find out with our casters as we head into Chalet.
Yeah, big moment coming up for Fury to see if they can get on the board here for SI24, now heading into Chalet and essentially need to take the map pick of Falcons away from them. But I think it's interesting going into this second map, because Fury did pick up the pace a little bit towards the end of Nighthaven Labs.
Yeah, they showed a little bit of resilience. Will it be enough on their opposition's map pick? I'm hesitant to say yes at this point in time, but hopefully it's a little bit cleaner to kick things off for both teams. I think it was a slow start for both rosters over on Nighthaven Labs, and we'll see if it can be tidier here on Chalet.
Oh, I thought it was a really solid start from Falcons. I thought their first three, 4 rounds were very clean. Didn't really make any mistakes, weren't putting a foot wrong. And by the end of the game, sure, started to maybe unwind a little bit. It's been a long day for the Falcons, but either way, we head to Chalet. Everyone's very much looking warmed up and ready to go. Fury will begin on defense. Again, defense is king here at this particular event, as Dokkaebi does get banned out by Fury. One thing that is interesting for the Falcons, I think, coming into this, though, is, again, you're getting rid of yesterday's results. If they can get the win against Fury, though, really does open up the possibilities for them in this particular group. When you take into account there's the likes of Scars, lost one, have looked a little bit shaky. Obviously, they have already played that particular matchup, but still, that's an interesting ban on
to the Ossa. Not too sure. Maybe Falcons have kind of cooked a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, the only way I can describe that as being a target ban directly towards Fury, an operator that they play on this particular map. I mean, I'm trying to cast my mind back to Fury.
Tuberal.
And
on Chalet.
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I guess maybe Basement?
Yeah, Basement Tuberal is quite strong. We've seen a little bit of it here and there. Perhaps not enough to warrant a ban, but anyway, I'll stick by it.
For me, it's not so much about the Tuberal ban, it's what you haven't banned. So Azami's on the board, for example, right? So things
Same as
like
last
that.
map.
Yeah.
Like the big three, yeah.
So either way, I mean, the Solace does get banned out this time around, though. I think it was in play for Nighthaven Labs. Again, Fury starting out defensively. Looks as if they're going to be heading towards Master Bedroom and Office to begin with. I think for me, onus is on them. I need to see Fury start well here, especially defensively. And from what we've seen, defense is prevailing very much at this event, irregardless of what the map actually is, and maybe what the map historically has been like. When we think of Chalet, at least in the APAC region, certainly very attacker-sided in nature, but I think defense has to prevail here for Fury in the first half if they're going to have any chance of sending us to border.
Oh, we prepare ourselves then for map number 2, and if you're just joining, Falcons taking Fury's pick of Labs in the end, I believe 7-5. Bit of a hectic start. Falcons dictated the pace. That was the key storyline for me throughout that map, is that Falcons came out of the gate so strong and made it difficult for Fury to play catch-up. Falcons on attack. We'll see if they can do the same on a map which traditionally Chalet can definitely facilitate that if you're feeling hot.
One thing I will say, though, again, yesterday's result, taking it very much with a large grain of salt. It's one attack round yesterday on Labs, unironically. Plus, they got 7-0 on border. And as we just saw on the other Labs with the full roster, again, kind of struggled a little bit on the attack. So something to kind of keep in mind here, first half for Falcons. If they get on a roll, if they get the first couple of rounds here on attack of Chalet, they will be putting a big chunk of work into this map already to begin with. So very much a bit of a free hit, if you will, in this opening half for them. Fury need to get the job done and set themselves up for a second half. E1D goes out by 0 kills as Quibs with the Rotero. Looking to clear pathway in towards Piano. Again, it's Bedroom and Office for this opening round.
Lurk here from P9 through Basement. There's an extension down to the first floor through Dining and Kitchen from Fury, and that's something that he may look to contest. It's Dark holding it currently. Of course, he can load up goo mines to help protect his position. Perhaps doesn't really need much help from the team. He'll be very self-sufficient. Elsewhere over towards Office Wall now, Salma's to come through. No impacts close by, so that cannot be disrupted by the defense. And BG Man will relocate to half wall. J-Led falls, like Cole's aggressive towards that double window position. Hectic elsewhere. So 4 versus 4. BG Man not pressured, so he'll hold. A lot of information available on those Valkyrie cameras.
Yeah, I mean, technically 4v3 until P9 gets brought back up, and will now be permanently 4v3, though, with the elimination of Quibs. PG Man very fortunate to stay alive there at the half wall. 45 seconds remaining. Fury starting strong here at Chalet. BG Man full white, doesn't turn away. Nice swing from I9 outside piano window, and that is a second as well to follow up down the hallway. 2 versus 1 moment now for Fury, and they convert. Pistol in hand for I9. That's a much better start for Chalet, winning these contact fights. Very strong, looking for trades, good positioning. They were able to keep control of Piano despite a bit of that pressure.
And again, you contrast what we're seeing and what we're hearing from Fury compared to round 1 or, you know, the first few rounds of Labs. It's a completely different story, and again, just reaffirms that they're very much a, you know, momentum-based team or vibes team, right? When they're doing well, things are great. They can build that confidence, and so getting off to a good start for them does definitely mean a lot.
Yeah, I think it does, and I think also for Falcons as well. We kind of saw by the back end of Nighthaven Labs maybe some less good vibes as well from them. That's a really nice swing from I9. Had the mute jammer, so clearly not droned out. I9 very much enjoying that play, as you can clearly see there by the replay cam of his player cam. And we do go straight down the basement.
10 seconds
No
left.
tuber out available, banned out by Falcons. When you kind of look at their bans holistically, the Osso and Tuber ban has left so much on the table, both for attack and defense here in this particular chalet. Whereas the Dockerby and the Solus are far more practical from Fury. Curious to see how they're going to play this though, and how extensive any kind of roam will be when you look at the lineup, bringing that Mirror, bringing obviously the Maestro as well. Wouldn't be opposed to seeing probably Fury spend a lot more of their time in towards the basement, maybe looking to protect Wine and obviously Snow itself, and we'll see whether or not that will be the case. I9 just still sitting over towards that metal shelf. I believe it's BG Man over towards Barstock.
Very early Nitro there from Dark. Trying to pluck P9 on the Ash. No kills though does fall elsewhere, so advantage Fury. Looking to contest Crit J, who once again has gone for a roam. This one though, perhaps a little less fortified than round number 1. P9 has info. Should be a relatively straightforward pinch, but from behind, the reaction too slow, the trade doesn't land. So good damage done.
Can he get out of here alive though? This is the biggest thing. Damage done, yes, but as you can see, kind of just trapped in towards the closet now. J-Lad on the rappel.
Play time. Force them to you.
Yeah, I think that's probably the best play at this point, because if he tries to make the run out, I think he dies. There's a lot of eyes on that angle. If he kind of just sits there for so long, I mean, yeah, Falcons is just going to have to kind of ignore him now and kind of rotate off. 90 seconds left. I think the biggest thing, especially with basement here on Chalet, yeah, you want to get a couple of those kills, be aggressive. But don't let them get this back now to 3v3. Very important that they can sort of maintain this. Plus, if he kind of just stays in towards closet long enough, then he can actually play that sort of back flank as well later in the round. It can be so strong here on basement. Main bridge getting opened up. Thatcher again still in play. J-Lag with the EMP grenade makes it easy for the exothermic to go off. Does actually lose his life, and then there is BG Man again. Big kill onto Mad Skills, 4 versus 1. This one's done.
Oh, I thought the Nitro maybe would signify the end of the round, but we'll just extend for a little while longer, 40 seconds.
Doesn't have kit.
Not much hope. Up close BG with shotgun. Should be a simple swing. Not quite.
I mean, Quintus just makes the run through there, anticipating someone sitting on the diffuser. And then eventually BG Man just swings with the SMG-11. Okay, very nice start here from Fury. Far more clinical than what we saw from them in Nighthaven Labs.
And again, it does have parallels to map number 1, where now it's Fury who have started off well by dictating terms defensively. They're playing a lot of positions and sort of drawing Falcons into, you know, making plays and clearing them, and they haven't been particularly effective, right? You look at this Crit J roam where he just sideswipes one, then he plays in closet, able to flank and find a second, and he just sits there and forces Falcons then to rotate off and completely ignore him in the 3 versus 5. And they couldn't produce, you know, the ability to put anyone on an island from Fury and actually then capitalize upon it. So a bit frustrating for Falcons, and you can see that coming through already.
I mean, unironically, the way that so far the first 2 maps have played out, one of course concluded, one still in its infancy, it's kind of looking like we probably should have reversed things in terms of who picked what. Certainly more clinical display from Fury here on Chalet than what we got from Nighthaven Labs. Early start though, early days. Now over to Kitchen and Dining for the 3rd round here, looking to go and do the World Tour.
5 seconds to go.
Although World Tour probably a little bit more impossible on Chalet, considering honestly you can play all 4 sites. Dark Games, of course, not being utilized yet, and not now either.
An intriguing round here for Falcons. Are they able to start correcting course, or will Fury be able to play Disrupt? Again, extension-based defense up above, not too unexpected. Falcons with the tools to try and help flush out these positions with the Ying and the bees from their skills.
4 Nitro cells, 4 Fury is an extensive amount as well. White flashes in towards the hallway, and J-Lad just straight in through Piano, and in the back of the head, like Cola scopes a couple of boards. He had no idea. J-Lad just so aggressive here. Can actually even play off of the bridge. Oh, Crit J, double kill, regains control of Piano. Might just about salvage this round. On the rappel now, and pressure in towards Solar for the remaining 2 members of Falcons as they go hunting for Crit J, who's made his way out of there. Good angles in towards Trophy. Crit J makes contact with O-Kills, throws out a Candela, a desperate one at that, and needs to make a big play. Another one, and last one, thrown out. Spots one, maybe over towards top Trophy stairs. But O-Kills is just feeling the pressure. Oh, big shot back onto Crit J. And suddenly the round's still alive, but a lot of work to still be done from O-Kills. Can he create an environment where he can hunt down and find 2 1 versus 1s against I9 and BG Man?
Tall order, spotted on the default camera. The black eye as well from the Valkyrie. Barricade standing in his way. Foot height, line of sight as well. Barbed wire. The list continues here of things that are working against this clutch attempt. Time perhaps the only positive here for O-Kills.
Yeah, but still quite difficult to rotate from this position.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Once you kind of make your presence over towards dining, takes too much time to really go for a bit of a rotate elsewhere. And in the end, you're making so much noise, makes it quite comfortable, I think, for Fury to close that out. Okay, 3-0 start for Fury here on Chalet. Not only that, but it's actually forced a tactical timeout from Falcons already, who feel as if they can't really make much happen to begin with here.
And you can see, of course, the coach of Falcons, Twister, really getting eye level with the team and trying to draw their attention. Clearly, he's identified a couple of issues with how these attacks have been shaping up so far. And I think he'll probably be a little bit disappointed in the team's ability to isolate defenders and actually, you know, create the environment in which they can find picks and find an advantage. They've been playing from behind for the first 3 rounds.
Yeah.
But the beauty of, you know, of Siege and that attacking half after the first 3 rounds, you get that second opportunity if things haven't gone your way. And even on a map like Chalet, I think if they can scrap together, obviously they need at least 2. I think that's probably going to be the bare minimum. But if they can convert all 3, then they're in an okay spot. Equally for Fury, it's just about, you know, continuing this at the moment. They haven't really done a whole lot wrong, and there's not really any cause for concern.
I think they've been good on Rome. I think they've been also really good on site. They're obviously hitting their shots. BG Man with 4 kills, I9's got 5, Crit J's got 4. So you're also getting that kind of spread of kills throughout multiple different members of Fury. If it's like kind of 1 or 2 and they lose their life early, opens up a bit of a hole in terms of the defense. And kind of like I mentioned at the start of that last round in terms of doing the World Tour, well, now they actually are going for the full-blown extended World Tour. 4 rounds in. Bedroom and office has opened back up again, but they opt to now go to bar games instead. And a full-blown attacker repick now from the Falcons in response to this.
5 seconds remaining.
Interesting they bring the Ram.
Yeah,
attackers are heading out.
Can't say we see that too often in terms of bar games.
Yeah, it definitely stood out to me as an intriguing pick for this particular objective. We'll see where they can try to leverage those big auto breaches to create some lines of sight. I mean, they could even try and use them to clear utility, although I don't know that would be the most effective usage of the drones. We'll wait and see. They don't have, obviously, a ton of projectiles, but they do have the Roteros from Flores and J-Lad. That can help clear the mezzanine shield. And any potential keeper barriers for like the stairs. Early engagement damage traded. Cribs taken low on Nomad, down to 50. P9 aggressive, F not mine will just cloud vision, but no one's able to find the kill eventually. Dark spots him, takes him down, good trade. 3 versus 3, 60 seconds into the round.
Guys, there's 2 minutes left. Slow it down a little bit, okay? The pacing's all over the place. Mad skill straight up climb your stairs, but keep a barrier now on the flip side of it. What am I watching in this 4th round? Crit J on the hallway side behind the keeper barrier, killing an attacker coming up library with 2 minutes on the clock.
Role reversal.
I've never seen that before.
Yeah, this has been a weird round.
Falcons had an advantage. Now Fury's got the advantage. Still 90 seconds left. I haven't quite, obviously, with all the chaos going on, got to see where those Boogie Auto bridges were utilized. I don't know.
Thinking the exact same thing. I'm assuming they were just tossed in the double window.
Okay, yeah. Over towards library, open up, put pressure. But the thing is, though, you're putting... I don't know what you're trying to open up because no one's actually going to be playing inside of games anyway.
I guess sound coverage as well for the push. It's not the worst idea. I think just the execution was a little bit unfortunate. Minute to go, though. But again, with Fenrir up and 2 keepers in the pocket of Crit J, it's not looking good.
Saw the lurk from Cribs going up towards West Main. Looking for that northern side push. Very slowly and very quietly. Kind of utilizing that time. The clock, of course, that was very much banked up after the very early and aggressive push from Falcons. Time still remained. Something that at least they had on their sides. Nice kill there from O-Kills. Almost got traded. Didn't quite come through. Now makes this a little interesting. 30 seconds left in a 2 versus 2. Kid very much available to get picked up straight through the wall, though. Crit J so strong. 7-0 to begin with. O-Kills drop down to the floor, trying to just pick up the kit. Doesn't get it. There's an 8th kill now for Crit J. And a bit of a flex in the excitement from I9. And it's a 4-0 start for Fury. What a turnaround from Nighthaven Labs. If we were critical, if we sounded maybe even overly critical back on that opening map, well, they get all the plaudits here on Chalet because they've looked really strong. And even off the back of that timeout from Falcons.
Yeah, I think that's probably the key thing, right? We've seen that, you know, over the course of the last few years that, you know, tactical timeouts can have such an influential impact. Some coaches more than others, but I think Twister especially is such an incredible leadership figure on the team that you would expect that conversion rate to be quite strong post-time out. So big from Fury. Here's a replay of that vault from Crit J. That was insane. 5 mad kills there on Mad. I'm flicking the mic up just so that I don't piss the rest of the team off by complaining because that would have been so annoying. Crit J's had a couple of really big moments on this map where he's just, you know, been in a weird position or whatever, in an aggressive position, being the aggressor. Got an, you know, a nice 2 or 3K, and it's been a big difference maker in the round. So then they got 6 kills, but those 6 kills have been quite impactful.
Love that little photo there as well for I9. I'm assuming soon to be father.
I believe I saw on X or Twitter that he did get married not too long ago. I'm not entirely sure about the law on I9's life, but yeah, congratulations.
Not that privy, but yes. Well, it's been a perfect start here on Chalet. Second map of this series. Falcons already winning out 7-5 back on Nighthaven Labs. Border beckons at current, but as was the case back on Nighthaven Labs when Falcons started 4-0, again on the defense, we kind of have to bring the same story here to now Chalet. Defense has prevailed. It's king at SI24. Ujama gets rid of the first claymore, not the second. Quibs learns from his earlier mistake. And it does still mean for Falcons, you know, you go and get one attacking round here in the 5th round, opens things up, probably only need the 2. Matera's now for Mad's kills to see what he can find. Drops down in from the box in towards bar. Not really finding a whole lot. And he'll just take a bit of floor damage. Gets at least something from that Rotero.
Swapping bags.
Well, it's Crit J again, an impact kill. He continues to deliver in this first half in what feels like a must-win round for Falcons if they want all 4 points in this series with a clean 2-0 victory. Without the next round, or 2, the chances of being able to convert Chalet dwindle. Wall a point of focus, and it will now be opened up. Double Selma. Again, no impact trick potential here from Fury. Double stack on half wall, and the angle being watched from Piano. Nitro ripped. Patience from BG, man. Probably could have lobbed it and found a pick. It doesn't. Nag kills. We'll find his P9 aggressive through. Piano just walks into
How on earth? They're just not clearing these positions out though, and you can kind of just see from that POV the run through. So you're running, your gun's not out. Good position still for Fury because they hadn't been cleaned out, and for Falcons, rightfully so, Quib stuck out on the balcony. Not really in the best of positions. They haven't been able to put pressure on half wall, double stacked, one watching K9 as well. 30 seconds left, and this, well, is starting to look very bad for the Falcons because 5-9 is now looming. Sorry, 5-0, I should say. Too many nines in this server with P9 and I9.
P9, I9.
15 seconds to go.
Whatever the hell 5-9 is.
10 seconds to go.
Although, funny things have happened. Quibs makes it a 1v2, but yeah, time was obviously relevant, and Dark was still in a good position behind the keeper barrier of Piano. Gets the double kill to close out after the vault in and then the push through from the hallway. 5-0 from Fury. So dominant here on Chalet, and a stark difference to what we saw in the opening map of Nighthaven Labs.
I mean, we talked a little bit about maybe the...
Just stared at the camera and smiled. He was like, yep.
We talked a little bit about perhaps maybe the stamina here for Falcons, given the circumstances for the majority of the team being far from optimal in terms of, you know, recent travel. Maybe that tank is already starting to run on empty because they don't have that same energy inside or even outside of the serve that we saw on map 1. And again, you're attacking into this kind of meta. It is challenging, but especially given what we saw on map 1, I definitely suspected that they'd be more competitive. 5 straight though for Fury. You know, had a look in the mirror after the first map and said it's time to tighten up. Now edging towards a potential flawless half here on Chalet defense. Challenging task, but Fury might be able to get it across the line.
Of course, the coach, Mad Duck Ranger, looking very happy behind the boys with what he's seeing here on Chalet.
Is to defuse a bomb.
Yeah, again, I'm going to have to... I'm very tempted to just double-check the map vetoes that we've gotten this the right way, guys, because from what we've seen here, it almost feels like it should just be flipped. It should just be reversed, but no, Falcons did pick Chalet, and yes, Fury did pick Labs. And yes, the results have played out such as this. In through Mud for Mad. But it's just been so dominant. Jay, I think, is very much aware that Mad made his way into Mud. Little warning shot towards the doorway. Good signs for Fury heading into border. By the way, a map in which Falcons played yesterday. Again, albeit with the substitutes, but got 7-0'd by loss 1. On our decided map of border. Gumine gets shot out from Mad Skills. Map launcher helping him make the entry point towards library. Now P9 gets involved as well on the Jackal. In through bar. Trying to just find some footprints here. To northern side defensive hold for Fury over towards also the solar side here, defending kitchen and dining from up above. Very stock standard default.
Exothermic then. On the office wall, that will be opened up unimpeded. Down below as well, the rotation to come through. The Thatcher EMP to follow up, and that's a 2 from 2 conversion from the Thermite. Minute 20 on the clock, so the timestamp not bad. PG man inside of Solar. Keeper barriers to protect his position against the upside down rappel. We'll see if Falcons can connect the dots at the moment. They've got a lot of moving pieces. They've done decent groundwork with hard breach. Can they put these defenders into favorable positions? Was the shoulder spotted? I'm not too sure. Dark peaks nonetheless and survives. Bit of a stalemate between these two at the moment.
Yeah, but the longer the stalemate progresses, the better for Fury being on defense 5v5. Falcons then have to rush, try and overload positions. Might not have the numbers. Again, kitchen and dining. So you want that vert. They haven't quite been able to get it, so they might just go for more of a horizontal push, and that's going to be quite difficult. Smokes to 8th and potentially in a plant. Couple now dropping down there, though, goes like coals after the drop from the hatch. Crit J still above, could go for a vault, try and keep some pressure on. Plant gets the knight initially on Quibs. P9 now knocked down. 4 versus 2 for the Falcons. Admittedly, more so 3 versus 2. Obviously, with P9 on the floor, and only 17 seconds. That's the biggest and most important factor. Crit J dropped down. There was a play to his left-hand side. Still gets the kill anyway. Probably shouldn't have been able to get that. Quib's a bit slow with the pistol. 2 versus 1. Plank going down. 7 seconds. Gonna get denied by BG Man. No, not so necessarily towards Trophy. One just tucked in towards Harry Potter, and that is going to be an opening round win for Falcons in the final round of the half.
They finally did it.
They got there on
It's
the
not every day of the week you see an opening round win on round number 6, but they chipped away, they grinded away, they finally got their result. Gives them a buffer. Will that be impactful in the context of the map in its entirety?
Well, same scoreline than what we saw over on Nighthaven Labs when Fury were down 5-1, or they were down 1-5 in favor of the Falcons, and then started to bring it back. So just gives them really the kind of lifeline required, I think, going into the second half, where getting that round at least puts them on the board 1, so that's good in terms of you know, the confidence. Okay, we're not going to get 7-0. That's now no longer a possibility. But more or less now, going onto the defense with the Falcons, it's like, okay, well, we can probably get 5 rounds. If they can get 5 rounds, we certainly can, and we kind of saw that back on Nighthaven Labs from Fury's side of things. But the one thing I'll say is, even in this 1 round win, in contrast to Nighthaven Labs, scrappy from Falcons. I thought a lot of the round wins that they had back on Nighthaven Labs had more sort of clinical nature from them, whereas this was, yeah, still quite scrappy. Comes down to some final key moments. And they head to basement to begin with, immediately off the bat here from Falcons.
Monty in response from Fury, an attacker repick onto Gridlock as well. So this might be some kind of preset play they have planned. A 3-stack spawn west side as well, so maybe a focus towards main garage. Through west main, look to go pretty direct through blind cellar as well. Of course, the strength of that being that we're retaking back through west main as a defender and looking to regain control can be really quite challenging. Even with the hatch opened, more pressure from the staircase, it's still tough. Early initial drone here from Dark indicates that it's quite clear, so we'll see if they can play off that. Track Sting is thrown through double window. Don't know exactly where those landed. Perhaps it went through the hatch, but I might be overanalyzing that one. No kills, falls back on the Fenrir. He'll be able to get some information on those F-Not gadgets rather, that are staggered around. J-Lad on a flank though. If he falls, especially on the Azami, this could prove costly, but equally, if he can find a kill or 2, it could be big.
Yeah, Dark watching, he's got given that role, keeping an eye over towards Trophy Stairs, anticipating a potential push. Plus, ironically, there's barbed wire here.
Stay close to me.
And then shot at anyway. Yeah, Dad, J-Lad, that was a very awkward lurk all around, especially with the barbed wire there, originally placed by O-Kills. Made it even harder for him to kind of get into a good position where he could make that flank really work. Not just in hand from P9. Bridge in towards Wine. Big focus because of the Montang. Nitrosoft's going to miss. We can clearly see that. Montang blocking the doorway, and good control here for Fury. I like what they've been able to achieve so far in this round. 60 seconds to go. Now it's all about just the execution in towards site.
Well, the wall looking to be opened up. Lycolis able though to survive in the exothermic will detonate. Crit J again, big kill. As Quib is looking to hold in this pillar position.
I can't deal with the Monty.
Overwhelmed. Can't even find that one in the end. It's flawless from Fury. A great way to start off their attacking campaign.
Really well played from an I9. You know, playing the Montang, playing any kind of shield operator, you've got to have so much discipline. He does his role there perfectly. Blocks the doorway, makes it so they can get the breach in towards Wine, then rotates over towards Boiler, does the same thing again. He's ready to push through. They open up the breach. And they just couldn't really deal with the fact that he was in their face, the fact that they were also able to get J-Lad. I mean, that roam I thought was a big win condition. He gets completely stopped over towards Solar. Again, ironically, the defensive barbed wire kind of blocking that push down Trophy Stairs, and then loses the player on the rappel. Opened up good sight lines, and Wine can be quite susceptible if you don't have any kind of pressure coming in from, I think, West Main Stairs to try and put pressure on those in the hallway. And they probably wanted that to be J-Lad. I don't know why, he's on the Azami, but he was the one going for that roam. 6-1 scoreline for Fury, and Falcons have just looked at sea here on Chalet.
Wall reinforced.
Falcons under siege at the moment. It's been a rough map for them thus far.
10 seconds to insertion.
And again, we're talking about how it was sort of
5 seconds
echoing
to go.
a similar storyline to map 1. The key finale to that was that the team that eventually lost still put up a good final stand.
Yeah.
There's every world in which Fury here wins 7-1. And I tell you
Fury
what, that blows it wide open for map number 3.
Fury were getting better, really, as not Heaven Labs kind of went on. Falcons also were probably getting a little bit worse as the map went on, and I think that has almost probably translated into Chalet to full effect. I mean, really difficult to probably provide some kind of hope for Falcons here because they haven't really given us a whole lot to suggest that they could actually go and win the next 5 rounds in a row. Defense Chalet. I'm reloading. Regardless of the state of SI at the moment, it's still going to be a map that attackers can certainly get a lot from, as we've evidently seen here even now from Fury. And it's not even like, I mean, Fury hasn't even put up like massive numbers. Like Cole's 3 kills, BG Man 5, Dark 5. Obviously, Crit J's been sensational along with I9. Crit J continuing that effort here. Ooh. Nice little shot there from Quips onto said player in Crit J. Trade comes through. Good chimney control over towards the mezzanine as well for the Falcons. J-Lane has had a stinker though. 1 and 8, not involved at all. I know, keeping pressure on now from Big Window to try and get this mezzanine position. Quips will fall. Even despite still having that shield up on the ward, and he is down. Will Fury be aware of that? And even if so, can they convert? Either way, it's difficult to get Quips back up. Okay, that was a little bit strange. BG Man with a very sly vault in. Had the kit. Dark is there, though, for the remonstration. The ping, and I9 still hasn't been able to confirm Quips. And there's P9 as well on the floor. This is it. We're done. There you go. We're going to go to border. Fury absolutely decimating Falcons here on Chalet. An incredibly one-sided affair. And the hope of APAC just rises a little bit with these guys getting a massive map win.
Siege is a funny game, Jake. I cannot believe we have seen that response, especially to that scale from Fury, only dropping a single round and silencing a charging Falcons.
Welcome back to SI Day 2, where we just saw Fury take off Falcons' map pick, but this time around it was genuinely a dominant fashion from start to finish.
Fury have picked up their first win, or map win, should I say, here inside of the series, leveling us up at 1 map apiece. And we are now moving into our third and final map. They played well then, Lack.
Yes, no, they looked extremely better than what we saw on Nighthaven. I can't say that they won all those rounds that they were given to them. They definitely took that reset after that map, came together, decided what they needed to do, figured out what they needed to implement for the rounds, for the game itself, and they looked dominant.
Yeah, and it was scary as well, because something that we touched upon, particularly when it comes to Falcons, was that it didn't feel like on that first map, even they were adapting when they needed to, and that was shown even worse so on this time around.
It honestly looked like Falcons didn't know what to do.
Yeah.
It was a bit scary at times because you were looking at these players, you're looking at the position that some of them were holding. I don't know if they were too scared, I don't know if they just didn't have the intel, but there was something there that was just like, these guys haven't got the go in them at the moment. Obviously, circumstances, let's take that into account. You can say that these guys are going to be tired and stuff, but they still need to play with a little bit more aggression, you know?
I mean, one thing that I noticed too is we're talking about, I mean, you just even look at the stat line.
7-1,
That's
man.
not even, yeah, I mean, you gotta, at least the silver lining of this, at least they won the first map.
It hurts.
So you just gotta push that to the side. But back to what I was saying, yeah, I mean, they look very discombobulated that entire time throughout the maps, whether it was the trades, whether it was them trying to figure out what they needed to do. Typically, I can watch a game and see when a call out is made or kind of see what the thought process is there. But at least from the spectating that I was watching there, every time I watched something happen, whether it was a kill or a trade that happened, they just didn't look like they know what they wanted to do next.
Yeah, and it's also on the side of Falcons, when we were looking at that first game, they had individual players who were doing really well, popping off, getting these clutch moments. Again, not necessarily the case this time around. And Fury as well, having this win, that winning moment when they realized like they've actually closed out this map pick and they can go all the way onto that decider, which is going to be border, they were ecstatic.
Well, even then, the hypeness instantly died out, though. Like, they were clearly intense about this, but like throughout, we didn't hear them once throughout all these wins. The only time we ever heard them get super ecstatic was when they closed out the match, and even then, that died out. It was a quick woo hug. All right, back to being serious.
All right.
I don't want to blow out people's ears or your guys' ears. And I could have got a little more hype. I could have got a little more.
I was going to say, they definitely got a bit more hype. But again, it brings a lot of questions in terms of Falcons having that mental reset as well, Ollie, going into that next map, because 7-1 is not an easy fit. I mean, it's better than 7-0, but it's still a 7-1.
Yeah, I think they've really got to just try and forget about this. There was a couple of people on the side of Fury, particularly CritJ. This is basically going to be a montage of his right now. He could just clip it and ship it as is. He wouldn't even need to edit the thing. The guy was popping off. He was doing fantastically well, proving himself an absolute nightmare. Literally, back-to-back-to-back kills have all been his here, and you can just see why. You know, the positions that he's holding, he's playing on the Azami. He was really causing a lot of problems for Falcons.
Just hitting some crit shots, if you know.
Okay.
But, I mean, even with that itself, I mean, for Falcons specifically, I mean, that other game easily could have been a 7-0, 7-1. Like you said, they did give out away some rounds. So I think it is easy for both these teams to hit that mental reset going into this third map. Obviously, Fury coming off the high note here. But again, for Falcons, they did have a strong showing at the beginning of the game. They did throw some rounds. But going into this last match, again, it now being Border, Twister already said this is going to be a brand new team. We have been seeing a brand new team. Sure, we didn't see that on Chalet. So I can only hope now going back into Border, we will see a completely different Border than from what we saw yesterday.
I think the thing that impressed me there about Fury is that it was very similar results, very similar games really, Nighthaven Labs and Chalet. But Fury didn't make many mistakes.
No.
Like, we could have seen this scoreline, as you say, from Falcons 7-1, 7-0 on Nighthaven, but we didn't because they made a boatload of mistakes. Fury's mistakes were few and far between. They played really well. They played the game in front of them fantastically.
Yeah, and also a reminder in terms of the map, Fido, we'll bring that up as well, just to give you guys an insight, and that the fact we're going to be looking at Border. And that is going to be that decider in regards to where we're going to be going next, who's going to be winning the series, and who will be able to get that extra point on their table in the groups, because Falcons in their group right now, they're 0-1.
Yes.
Fury, this is their first game.
I mean, I would just like to say for both teams, they're both showing very strong resilience right now, especially one coming from Falcons, coming off of swapping rosters, bringing in 2 players after a 20-hour flight. That's already a feat in itself. And now Fury, you know, the first map didn't go great, wasn't as hot as they wanted it to be, but then immediately bounced back. So both these teams are extremely resilient, and this map, I can't really decide who runs away with that.
It's a difficult one, indeed, but I also think, again, looking at that first map, Ollie, you also mentioning that a couple of the rounds that Fury was able to get were because they were giving these rounds.
Yes.
And Fury was never giving Falcon the space and never giving them the mistake. So if they bring that same on Border, on top of the fact that the Falcons' communication has been a little bit lower,
it could be very dangerous right now. If Fury have found this run of form and they've gone, whoa, we made a lot of mistakes on the first map, we need to get ourselves in check. They've done it there on Chalet. They were much more disciplined. There were a lot of trades coming out. They were fantastic in the opening pick. They did a great job at targeting players like J-Lad, who you're expecting to get that opening pick over on the side of Falcons. If they continue that now onto Border, we know Border is our chaotic map, right? It is the map that you really don't want as a decider in a best of 3 because it can be nuts.
Yeah, and my question, I guess, that prep that they had originally going into Nighthaven with Fury, is that now prep going to be the same for Border? Because if that's going to be the same result, that's not going to look too good.
yeah, but also we can then use this second map as potentially a wake-up call for Falcons in terms of like, you cannot just play how you want to play it and not be expected to get punished. You need to adapt, you need to calm, you need to get those basics right, and a map like Border would be perfect for that.
We know that Falcons are good on Border. We know it's a map that they like to play, so I'm expecting them to come out here and to really show us something. They don't need to reinvent the wheel, they just need to start with those fundamentals, because the fundamentals were certainly lacking on Chalet. Flip that around to the other side, and you ask what Fury maybe need to do to continue. I mean, if Crit can continue what he's doing, fantastic. You can't count on a hero play every single game, though.
Well, I mean, going into the last map, everyone needs to be showing up. You've had your 2 games to maybe take a breather, maybe not perform as hot, but if you want to come out here, everyone needs to be firing on all cylinders here. You can't be slacking, or at least if you aren't having the pop-off game, at least providing the intel, the trades where you can, just like you were saying, getting those fundamentals down coming into this last match.
One of the last times that I can see that Falcons played Border was actually against GK. So another team that we have here at Six Invitational. It didn't go too well. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it didn't.
It's okay, one of us has to be.
It didn't go too well. Obviously, it's a fairly old result. I've kind of had to dig a little bit for it, but of recent, they haven't got the best results here on this map. They're still yet to trying to find a win since Atlanta. So again, throw that into the mix with the circumstances, with the way that they've been playing tonight so far, which has been very hit or miss. I'm not trying to switch sides here. I mean, I was never really on a side to begin with. I think everyone coming into this, for me, you've got to give Falcons the benefit of the doubt. They're not at their full strength, but we know that they're a talented roster. I'm really starting to sit on that fence right now.
Okay, I think as well coming into this here, particularly from your side, Lax, from a player perspective, a 7-1 is not an easy loss to digest because it's not a 7-0, but it is unfortunately a fluke on your record.
Yeah, in some situations, it is important to have that happen to you because it really makes you self-reflect and identify where the things are going wrong. But at that same time, if you can't do that and you're a mental team that if you just feel like you guys just got absolutely demolished, you're not really trying to fix anything, that's going to be an issue. Because if you can't identify those problems, you can't understand where things went wrong, whether it was communication, whether it was just misplay, whether it was just moving around too much, that is going to be a hindrance going into the next game.
And from as an outsider looking in here, Ollie, when you're potentially looking at what went wrong for Falcons in that second map, do you think it's communication? Do you think it's deeper than that? Do you think it's just sheer exhaustion?
I think it's a combination of a few things, right? We were sat in here while Twister took the timeout, and it was quite an early timeout. It wasn't effective. Twister historically has been a very effective coach at the timeouts, and he's fantastic at guiding players into what he wants them to do and into what he thinks is going to be the best thing to do. But those timeouts didn't work. He called for rushes. We heard that. We didn't see rushes off the back of it. So maybe a step back, maybe listen to the coach, give yourself a little bit more confidence and see what happens with it.
I mean, you can't really force your players to sit there and listen to you, but I do think as well, like sometimes in these high stress environments, it is a little bit more difficult to, really zone in and cancel out the outside noise.
We've had some listenings before, and we've heard what these coaches can say. Like we've got a coach or an ex-coach, should I say, that's now in the talent team, and he gave a pretty scathing timeout last SI.
And Twister is no slouch. I mean, he has tons of history and tons of background. Like for them to have him behind all of them is it's drastic for their performance. I mean, he is feeding them so much information in terms of what he was telling both of us, of making calls, trying to get them back on the right set, and they weren't listening. That really comes down to a communication thing. And that's not only if you're not listening to the coach, that just makes me question, are you listening to your IGL? Are you listening to the teammate right next to you if you're in a 2v2 situation? You need to have that communication.
Yeah, but I also want to highlight Fury here because I do think we've talked a lot in terms of Falcons and what we think went wrong and what potentially has not been hitting the mark. But then you're looking at a team like Fury, you've already touched upon it a little bit, Ollie. They were really good at punishing the mistakes on that first map. But then you're coming onto the second map and it's a 7-1. So many things went right for them. And it felt like every single time Falcons would try to spice it up a little bit, they were able to see right through them.
Sometimes for me, personally, I gotta have my back against the wall because you can't afford to lose at that point. So it makes everything just heightened. All of your performance, your aim, your communication just starts making everything on point because you don't want to lose. And I think maybe we saw a little bit of that from Fury because that was literally a night and day difference team if we were comparing Nighthaven to that last match.
Also, to put it in the balance of things, they started off on the defense. Currently, throughout SI, throughout the games that we've seen played so far on day 2, 61% of the rounds have gone onto the defensive side on Chalet. So you're going to expect them to come away with a lion's share of the rounds there. They did exactly that.
You can say that, but look at some of the most recent games, like the W7M games or the just most recent Sonics and Los. Like one team was running away with it, then they switched sides. So it's like, it's not to say that Falcons couldn't have done that.
Yeah. They
didn't capitalize on it. So Fear's just doing a good job of keeping that momentum and punishing that.
Yeah, also Fury, we're looking at their cams right now. The coach is in high spirit. The players are in high spirit, whereas Falcons currently dealing with a little bit of a tech issue, so that hence the delay. Guys, thank you so much for hanging on. The high spirit, the motivation, the absolute pride as well, so to say, from a team like Fury in their group, potentially even counted out as one of the teams to be going home after the group stage, but they're making their debut here on the international stage so much more remarkable.
I mean, you shouldn't count anyone here at SI. You should try to give everyone the same amount of respect because you are here at SI. This is the most prestigious event, which means you would have had to literally work your ass off to get to this point. Yeah. So Siege is a game. You can't sleep on anyone. Sure, statistically speaking or ranking speaking, you can try to look at that, but you need to give everyone the same amount of respect here, plain and simple.
And this is the exciting thing because these are two teams that would never meet under normal circumstances, right? We'd see them only at an international stage because they play on, you know, not quite other sides of the world, but they play, you know, a good distance apart. They're never going to get a scrim against each other. They're never going to jump on a league against each other. And that's what makes these things exciting. It just puts a lot of pressure on this moment, especially when you're in a map 3, especially when there's been a very back and forth game so far. We've seen a Nighthaven. We could be sat here wrapping the day up. Realistically, we could be sat here going, oh, you know what? Yep, Fury, they managed to turn it around over on Nighthaven, and they just threw away with it on Chalet. Yeah. This is now a territory that I don't think Falcons really wanted to find themselves in because of the fatigue, because of the tiredness, because of the fact that they've got a little bit of an issue now going on that we're seeing getting solved behind us. All these things just seem to be like adding another straw to the camel's back every single time.
I'll say this. I love, like, for personal experience and playing, I love getting a fast game over. I love getting a 7-1, 7-0, but I don't feel like I take a lot away from that. Sure, you might play an excellent game of Siege or the other team just isn't doing that well, but when you play these intense games and you are being pushed to the brink, that's where it's truly rewarding when you get that actual win that solidifies and cements the match overall.
All right, I mean, it's very clear to see that the players are ready. The tech issue has been solved. Falcons want to get into that server, and honestly, so does Fury, and so do we. And game 3, the final game of the series is ready, so let's head over to our casters to cover it. Guys, take it away.
Yeah, excited for this one, Ginny. It is indeed the final map of this series and of the day as well. Fury looking to be the first APAC team to take a series here at SI24. And obviously for the Falcons, they'd love to do just about the same. And we are split when it comes to the predictions. We head to Border, a map that Falcons played yesterday, got 7-0'd by Lost One. But as we know, they didn't have their full roster.
Yeah, Border's a really exciting prospect, right? You think about the level of aggression that both teams throughout the series, whether it be on Labs from Falcons or Chalet from Fury, that aggressive factor, and Border's a map that facilitates it. I think we're going to be in for an exciting match. Of course, Fury starting out on the attacking side on this particular occasion. Big momentum on their side after the second map, and we'll see if that rolls into Border.
Absolutely massive momentum for Fury, taking out Chalet in the fashion that they did, ultra dominant. Obviously, Falcons were very good, and I think Laxing made a point over on the desk that it probably could have also been 7-1 back on Nighthaven Labs to Falcons. They just kind of made a couple of mistakes towards the end of it. Buck taken out, and that's at least a little bit more of a sensible ban from Falcons. I wasn't necessarily a massive fan of the bans that we saw from them on Chalet, so kind of left a lot on the table and available. And again, it's the same identical bans from Fury. They get rid of the Dokkaebi, they get rid of Souls, and honestly, again, such as Chalet and now into Border, I think very solid bans when it comes to this map.
Yeah, I mean, you think about a map like Border, it's often very difficult to get into the map. So if you have good pre-play strains and you identify a weakness, you're often going to look to exploit that, get really quick control. They're attacking, of course, so it makes perfect sense to take the Souls off the board, try and employ that game plan, and it will keep Falcons on their toes in minimizing the amount of weak areas that they have around the map defensively.
Who have you got? Who have you got for this one? Final map of the day. It's been a long day.
That's a very tough question, honestly. I'm not quite sure, right? Because both teams, you know, for the most part, dominantly took their opposition's map pick. So you go to the neutral territory, it's always a tough decision. I think Fury probably showed a little bit more than Falcons, maybe just the clinical nature in which they closed out the map. So if there's a world in which it's close, I suspect Fury will probably take it in regulation, something like a 7-5.
I can probably say that, honestly, and I'm probably going to back in Fury as well, and I will also add an asterisk of some bias to that. I'd love to just see APAC at least claim a series win by the end of day 2. As we head into this one, Falcons will begin on the defense again here for the deciding map of this best of 3. A best of 3 that saw both teams take their opponent's map pick. Heaven Labs and then, of course, Chalet. Chalet a little bit more dominant. And one thing too, if you kind of look at the series as a whole, from start to where we currently are located, it's kind of been this big loop where Fury started really poor, but they've just continued to get better and better and better. Do they continue that same trend now heading into Border? We'll have to wait and see. They're on the attack. Could go fast here. And Lycola straight away trying to get some pressure in towards Archives.
I thought for a second there would be 30 seconds in. He'd go for the plan attempt, a little bit more subdued, but the plan actually is going down in the first 30 seconds. Lycola, though, will pull off 2 quick kills from Falcons. And a sneaky attempt there from Fury, dismissed by the defense. Perhaps a little bit overzealous there from Fury. Down below, P9, control. Means that Lycola cannot go for the plan in the doorway, trying to win the one. An awkward engagement, to say the least.
We've seen this before when it comes to Armory and Archives, especially in the APAC region, where you kind of just go for broke, go fast. It's obviously a very strong site defensively, so you kind of want to cheese the site for attacking teams at times. They slow the pace right down, but the damage has been done. I mean, a 5 versus 3 where 2 of the players remaining are incredibly low on health. One of which is a Montang, so again, you're kind of lacking that firepower. Well, there's the Shadow. In effect, Iodine will catch P9 for the second time in the series. 4 versus 3, still time, 90 seconds. It was a very fast push towards Archives to begin this opening round. Drone placed in by Duck, EE1D available. They got Flash, a Smoke, so some kind of utility still in play for Fury to try and get themselves back into this opening round.
Yeah, they can look to maybe play off Lycola here to create a bit of space and gain some info with the shield, but it's going to be a challenge.
Oh my god.
I9 up close on the barricade. Mad Skill's in a position to immediately swing and respond. Not spotted. No kills will find his one. Dying phases of the round. Dark with 4 and 7. Almost got a second, and that would have made things intriguing. Fortunately, though, he does not. I9 in the 1v3. And Falcons, off the back of a good start, a bit of a cheese strap from the attack, will take the opening round on the defensive side.
Yeah, just as I9 looks away there, J-Lad comes in over from top waiting in towards top east and gets an easy kill because he looked away at that very moment of time. Good start for Falcons, of course, really switched on in terms of the pacing there from Fury to try and hit site immediately, play into that Montang. You kind of go for the plant, turn around, little shield on the back, makes it difficult, but they had to play it down below, of course, for that Nitrocell. the thing with that kind of play, you might think, well, wouldn't you want to clear down below? But if you clear down below, you lose a lot of that pacing by going for that fast push. So very difficult to do both, essentially. You kind of just bank on maybe the defense not being in the best position initially. Okill's got that early kill into Cryptjay anyway. And yeah, they had the Nitro cells. They had two, in fact, to kind of deal with that particular rush attempt with the Montang. By that point, then they slowed it down to 5 versus 3, but heavily wounded. But don't expect that, I think, from Fury really again. I look at that kind of play as a one and done. We've seen teams in APAC do that every now and then, and they don't look to repeat it.
No, I would be a little bit upset if they went for, you know, a similar play, you know, a quote-unquote cheese play once again. You know, those set plays can sometimes work, but yeah, they didn't have the right pieces in place really in round number 1 to pull that off. Well, Falcons, to their credit, countered it very immediately. It was very early into the round, so they were in those positions already, despite the early pacing. So good work from Falcons. And considering they only got a single round on the second map, so they've already matched that total here on the third. Fury now to be a little bit more in depth for this next round in terms of their attacking setup. The Brava Clutch drones being used to hack utility. That's a default camera in 90 taken down. Good counter, of course, to the Fenrir. Proxies as well in play.
And coupled with the Twitch, was, as we see here now, over to BG, man. So a lot of work being done by these drones for Fury, which is quite strong on a map like Border, already making things a little bit more easy for them when they go for their eventual push. Dark maybe expecting Jayla to try and make a bit of a push in that angle towards top east. That skills towards 90. Goes a peek. Nothing there to be seen right now. Still good security control defensively for Falcons. Obviously going for a vert hold up above. Clutch drone again in effect here from Cryptjay. Been quite successful here on the Brava Twitch combination in the second round, but timer factor, 90 seconds. When you do play double drone, it does mean obviously you're going to be sitting around. Not getting a whole lot of that ultra map control, but Cryptjay can now go for a lurk. Again, that 90 camera did get cludged.
The pacing is really slowed down now. 70 seconds on the clock, 10 players still up. Keeper barriers, of course, replenishing over that course of time. Dark, though, can he unlock the round? The timing so awkward to flash over the top. Walks into the line of sight of the Azami. Head skills with a free kill.
Just needed more patience there. Good trade from Cryptjay, though. Maybe to unlock the round a little bit. Vert established now for Fury as Quips will drop down in the hatch. 45 seconds, though. Time certainly biggest factor of them all here for Fury. That slow-placed, droning play style might come back to haunt them. Lycola spots one, maybe bot mid, or I9 going for a lurk. Can he get the kill? No, it's P9 again. They collide, the two nines. Falcons with the advantage here, deep into the second round with only 20 seconds remaining. Lycola wants to just get himself in towards sight with that diffuser. And again now 3 versus 3 with J-Lad's demise. But again, time is not on the side for Fury. Need to get the plant down. And where's the help for Lycola? He looks like a man on an island.
Lycola's now through front door. It needs to be perfect here from Fury. Runs into the F-Knock, can go for the plant. Is there coverage in place here from the front door? There is. BG, man, but the plant's denied. And Falcons claim the second round.
Just too slow, unfortunately, towards the end there. I think that final kill, did it come from above? Didn't quite get to see it. We didn't get the POV, but still, while the drone play I thought was actually quite excellent. It was from Jail, apparently. Either way, the drone play I thought at the beginning, and we saw a lot of it actually, it was really well watched in terms of the clutch drone, in terms of the Twitch shock drones as well. I mean, I thought they got really good value. Value was there. But clearly time became a factor as the round went on, and that became the enemy for Fury. And in the end, it was really what kind of caused them to lose that one.
Yeah, you could just see here, Okill's able to sneak across.
Oh, look at that angle!
The LOS, yeah. Twitch unable to obviously trade that too late into the round, you know. Twitch swings there with a bit more time, finds the trade, would have made things more interesting, perhaps, but
I think if he gets that plan, I think they win the round. That's how close it really was. So I don't want to sound too critical there of Fury. I think they did some really good things. Really good things, though. Don't always get you the round wins. Falcons, again, good response now from Chalet, where they looked quite poor. 7-1.
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
If we get 3 dominant maps in a row, I'm going to be...
Well, I mean, the first map was a 7-5. I mean, dominant in nature, yes, but scoreline, no.
Fair point. Falcons looking tidy here, though, defensively. Fury tried to rush round 1.
They got the same approach as well. Again, double drone through the Twitch and the Brava, but then you've got the Finker that maybe can pick up the pace in the mid round.
Yeah. They're making adjustments, trying to see if something sticks. Dark asserting control for Armory. And he's gotten some decent ground. He can now be drawn forward with the clutch and good meat. One, but gets slapped down. Dark should not be losing that fight, but O'Kill's on a bit of a heater to kick off map 3.
I will say, probably not enough time there from drone catching player to then comming, and so I don't know if Dark really had that kind of advantage that you would expect from a live drone. O'Kill's just times the push perfectly there on the Fenrir.
Keep it deployed.
Falcons have found another gear here in the final map of this best of 3. Ascendancy is very much in control for them. Mad Skills wants to get aggressive out through security. Doesn't actually go for the peak though, nor does he give away his position. Close by to the hatch, can go for a drop if required. Still has an impact available too. 90 seconds left here in the 3rd round. And down a player for Fury. Honestly, not the greatest amount of map control either.
Crit J will spend even more time on drones in this round. O'Kill's probably hears that, but will fall off. 9-9 falls. O'Kill's has a read up above, now hears those footsteps. It's a little bit all over the place here from Fury to kick off Border, but like Colas is able to chip at 1. Cribs caught off guard through customs. BG Man as well, looking to just confirm control of break. But they look uncertain here, Fury, and time again will begin to dwindle down, and that will be their biggest enemy on top of the fact that they're, again, at a man disadvantage.
Yeah, similarities to that last round, aren't there? 3 versus 3, though. At least that helps out. 30 seconds, a little bit of time to play off of this. Like Colas. Just keeping the pressure on now towards site. 1 sitting down there. Mad Skills in towards Workshop. 1 still above, though, for Fury. Watching the hatch now is Mad Skills. A P9 again. Really big, impactful kill. That's Kit right in front of BG, man. There's the drop now, so they can play together in terms of BG and Crypt, but they do give up the vert because of it. P9, Mad Skills, good positions here, inside of the smoke and up close though. P9 just keeping full control of sight. No real time left for BG, man. It's certainly going to be a 3-0 start for Falcons. Nice little knife kill for BG, man. Pulls out the pistol, but Hyde indeed is successful for the Falcons. What a response from a Chalet where they got decimated.
Oh, got a little bit scared there with the knife duel into the 1 versus 1. Spray through wall, almost lands with the pistol in hand. But again, timing from Fury not quite there. We can see through the mid to late round, they're still confirming control of key positions, despite the drone economy actually not looking all that bad. So there's some kind of disconnect happening somewhere. You know, you've got your default drones on top of the clutch drones, Twitch as well at times. Still starved of info. And Falcons, you know, consolidated their position on site for the vast majority of that late round. There was nothing for Fury to clear. And even then, they're disconnecting the 2v2 to push deep with no trade. Diffuser's still lagging behind through waiting. It's echoing what we saw on Labs, where it's just not quite connected from Fury.
Attackers recovered the diffuser.
Still an opportunity to rebound. We're only 3 rounds in, so long ways to go. I wonder if he just shot there when he ADS'd immediately with the pistol, would he have one-tapped him? Maybe. But we will never know.
Yeah, it shouldn't come down to that though, but credit to the Falcons for their rebound from Chalet to begin here on Border, especially on the defense. I mean, again, Border has those similarities to Chalet where I think attack can really thrive. But proving to be the storyline of this particular event is that irregardless of the map, it's all about defense and it's all about JLab with the opening kill. I9 has just not been able to get going here. Not on border. 1 and 4. Of which, by the way, there's doubling down on drones and then there's tripling down by bringing Brava, Twitch, and Flores.
Oh, that's... It's not even the quadruple, it's the... What's a 5x? I'm not mathematically inclined.
We don't really get to see it in full effect, though, of course, because I9 just got spawn peaked to begin this round. It's not looking good for Fury. To wonder if maybe there might come a time to call said timeout. Critch, though, with a big kill onto Quibs, gets rid of the Warden. And a second to follow. Dark, top east, nice kill down the hallway towards Mad Skills, and suddenly has flipped the beginning of this 4th round in favor of Fury. JLad, I think, maybe looking for a response, knowing full well that, of course, top east now in control of Fury. Spots the drone up above, knows he's in a bit of a predicament. Fury with a semblance of control for what feels like maybe the first time here on border.
Okills will respond and look to try and support line of sight in through break. Spots the head, doesn't land the shot. If Critch comes alive, things start to look better for Fury, and that's what we're seeing here in round 4.
Yeah, that was a sentiment that was echoed on the desk as well at the conclusion of the second map, that it's the Critch show, and he shows up now here on border, and a much-needed round win. Going into this round, I was questioning whether or not they needed a tactical timeout, but they get the job done, even without it. I won't lie, I have absolutely no idea how many attacking rounds would be required here on border. With the state of the game right now and the defensive-sided nature of this tournament, it really is a difficult one to understand how many rounds will be needed. I think you kind of just have to take it one round at a time.
Yeah, as I remember, day 1 was a bit of an outlier and border wasn't awful for attacks, so I still think for Fury here they need at least 2. They'll need to grind away for the 3rd as well to give themselves the optimal opportunity to bring this game back. But as we alluded to, some positive signs. Map control through the mid-round, they forced Falcons to rotate around, and then Critch was there ready and waiting with open arms to collect those picks, so good response. Clash for round number 5 though, from Falcons, an operator that we have not seen played in this match, I don't believe. We've seen the Monty, for instance, maybe even a Blitz, but definitely no Clash. Will that throw a bit of a spanner in the works here for Fury and stall any momentum that they may have gathered from the previous round?
Brava gets dropped, Grim gets picked up for Crit J. A little bit more of a dislodging effect here for Armory and Archives. Into the 5th round now for a series that really each map has seen sort of the dominant nature from both teams. I'd honestly love for this to end up being a little bit back and forth. We say the best of both worlds. Yeah, curious to see how this clash is going to have an effect as well. I was thinking maybe sort of towards the east stairs, but not to be. And obviously you don't want to extend out too far. So where's it going to be? Maybe middle?
Really intrigued
at the moment.
Yeah, I'm really intrigued about this clash, where it's going to be used, what kind of impact the Falcons are hoping to get from it. Also, as well, how do Fury respond? Do they play into it? Do they ignore it? Maybe try to exploit Armory instead. The thing is, if you're able to pluck a pick or 2 on the attacking side and put Clash on an island, her effect will be significantly weakened. Mad Skills under pressure inside of security, using keeper barriers to fortify this position. Hive launcher used to flush him out.
The timing.
Twice. Fury almost catch him, but not quite.
Yeah, those are key little moments that could come back to haunt Fury in this round. Certainly could have been up 5-3 in this particular round. Now, one thing they can take from this is the solos that they've got themselves good key positions. 9 in control, security, can put the pressure right onto the Falcons as they force them onto site. Again, a couple of shots going their way. This time, though, also a couple of shots back from Falcons onto Crit J. Gets him low. Hive launch is still in effect. Nate thrown over towards Quibs. He's able to dodge that one. Now takes a little of a peek. Understanding that Fury are starting to just kind of overwhelm this position. That was a strange Nitro, so I'm not sure what the information was being played off of. Obviously, the hot player just outside of the outside of the wall. Nice little stand-up kill, though. BG Man opens the account in the 5th round.
Crit J again, looking to aggress.
The Clash has done absolutely nothing.
Well, flawless for Fury.
Wow.
And they're really responding with some nice momentum.
Well, I mean, the clash, again, we kind of questioned it a little bit, and it was a matter of where was it going to see the play, what was it going to deny, how was it going to be impactful in the round. In the end, started like Fountain, and then kind of tried to push over towards security, maybe a bit of 90. All just, honestly, positions that really just were ineffectual. Credit to Fury, though. They looked a little bit more aggressive in their early pushes, and there was a couple of moments where the timing kind of went against them. They probably could have gotten a couple of early kills. The Grim was a really nice attacker, repick by the end of the prep phase as well. Was able to dislodge a couple of positions, got some good pings. They were able to play off of that. Solid round for Fury. After giving up the opening 3 rounds, they've been able to just fight back now 2 in a row, looking to put the pressure on the Falcons to close out this opening half. In a very, very solid position now to do just that, and it's been led by a couple of players, most notably, though, Crit J following on from his strong performance on Chalet, and BG Man as well, 7-1.
Yeah, I mean, Crit J has continued to look more and more comfortable at these international appearances. He started off at Copenhagen, 0.77 rating. He was in the middle of the team, far from ideal. Big step up, though, at Atlanta, 1.06, so not too bad, and I'm sure at the moment he'd be at a pretty solid number. And it's not just the rating number itself or whatever. It always comes back, I think, to impact and the contextualizing of those numbers. And I know, previously throughout the series, we've really been noting that he's not just farming kills, he's not just baiting, he's actually genuinely having big impact in rounds. Here on Border, he's been a difference maker in the last couple as well. So for Falcons, it's about trying to shut him down.
Probably less so in terms of individual standouts for Falcons, and still team effort, though, has been there. Very critical 6th round, though. Can Falcons take an extended lead going into the second half, or can Fury tie things up? Talk about a little rapid response, push through 90, catching mad skills completely off guard. He had no idea, not a clue. And in that moment, just a couple of shots to the back of the head, and he is seeing darkness. And so is J-Lad. Fury have just picked up the pace. They've gone to a different level, a level that we didn't quite see in the opening couple of rounds, where they're a little bit more slow in their approach. Why were they slow in that approach? They tripled down on those drones. And while they were effective with said drones, I think the change up as well, dropping the Brava has seen some big success. They've still got the Twitch, but last round brought the Grim. This round, bring the Jackal, push in, be fast, be aggressive, get these opening kills. 4 versus 3, a response at least from Falcons. Still top metal control here for O-Kills, and maybe wants to go for a flank.
P9 under pressure as well, inside of Bathroom.
Get the Jackal in the map.
I don't think Crit J is going to want to move too far too soon. If he does jump in, he's dead.
Not really talking about that entry point, though, but I think at this point he probably has no choice but to keep the pressure there. 60 seconds left. Others are going to have to do the work, and I think I envision an O-Kills lurk over towards East Stairs and could have an impact here. He is going so without being noticed. Never mind. Talk about timing. I9 just turned and watched top East just like that. And the round is done, and the half is done. At 3-3, Fury brought it back 3 rounds in a row for the hope of APAC to find itself its first series win. It's down to Fury for today, in the final match of the day, against the Falcons team that are maybe starting to run out of gas a little bit.
Yeah, Border's the style of map where defensively you have to try your best to prevent entry into the map by contesting as many of those points of entry as possible. Make it really difficult for the attack, force them to, burn util and play unfavorable positions. We didn't see any of that in the last round. Fury were able to exploit those positions not being held. You think security, you think jump-ins, etc.
Yeah.
They converted it to picks. They got the advantage. They played it really, really well. Last 3 rounds from Falcons, I mean, it really fell apart from them. And again, I feel like I've used this saying multiple times throughout the match, reflecting back on previous maps in the series. It's kind of like Labs, right? Where Falcons, as the match went on, started to perhaps make more mistakes, a couple more slip-ups here or there, and didn't cost them ultimately on that occasion. But I get the feeling here on Border, things could be a little bit different. Fury defensively, if they play compact, I don't know if Falcons will be able to break it down.
Yeah. Difficult to ascertain, but one thing I do know is that we've got ourselves a close finish here for day 2 of SI of the groups. 3-3, the scoreline here. Both teams, of course, having won a map, winning each other's maps.
Attackers are heading
so right down to the wire to see whether or not Fury can get APAC on the border of the Falcons with their full roster now. Can find success. Otherwise, if they do lose this, I'm going to be completely honest, does this not make it very difficult for them in the groups?
It will. Again, to preface that, unfortunate circumstances for Falcons didn't have their full roster against Lost, but they have it now. Crit J, another huge kill, an insane angle.
What? I need a replay of that, like, now.
That is wild.
Okay, maybe not right now, but still at some point later on. Mad Skills top East may be expecting more aggression from Fury, but my goodness, they have found a dial, turned it to 10, and that is about the level of aggression they've brought to the table. I9 doubling down, captures the head of Mad Skills, and suddenly Fury have found themselves a script where they are the monsters of this scenario. 5 versus 2, Falcons are basically unable to get off of the balcony.
And that's what you've got to do as defense. Do not allow them in the map. This is perfect defense from Fury. And I mean, a couple of these kills, you can't even fault the Falcons. They've just been absolutely slammed. No fault of their own. Well, maybe a little bit of fault, but not much. A lot of it going the way of Fury.
Hang on.
Wow. That's going to be 4 rounds in a row.
Well, do we see a timeout here from Falcons? And on coupled with that, I honestly think Oakhill should just back out of the map, take the 1.5-minute time, and let's talk things over. Let's have a double timeout. Instead, he actually enters map. Like, it's a 1 versus 5, 90 seconds left. Just cool things down a little bit. Fury's on a heater. They've won 3 rounds in a row, and they are playing with a level of aggression that I haven't seen from them in a long while. Maybe sensing this is their moment. The blood's in the water and they smell it like sharks circling Falcons.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
Yeah, diffuser recovered. Oakhills. I mean, I'll give you some plaudits here. You're going for it, son, but my goodness, you've got so much work to be done. Good sprays, pressure onto I9. But these efforts surely are going to be for naught. They are.
Can't even take himself seriously. I mean, his message isn't wrong, though. To be fair, yeah, keep it rolling.
Well said, Mad Duck.
And we saw that. I mean, you can kind of see there in the late round the aggressive setup there from Fury with walls open, lines of sight that you probably wouldn't normally see opened either, in combination with the keeper barriers. It's all those really complex factors for Falcons that would have been difficult to break down if they even had an opportunity to do so. I mean, they lose the first pick randomly at the start of the round off the shot of Crit J, and then from there it was always going to be tough to recover. Tactical timeout though. Falcons, they heard you, Jake. They'll take an opportunity to cool off and try to stall out this big mound of momentum that's been built.
You know what also is very noticeable here? Look at the look on the faces of Falcons. They look a little bit defeated. Bring it all the way back to Nighthaven Labs. They were chirpy, they were laughing, they were happy. What was Fury? They looked depressed. Massive turnaround, a full 180 for both teams respectively. But also, guys, it's only 4-3. I mean, I know you've let them win 4 rounds in a row. Well, not let them, but certainly it has happened. But it's only 4-3 overall. Can't be giving up just yet. Didn't quite get the replay of that opening kill. Would have loved to have seen the POV angle, but still, nevertheless, such a dominant round for Fury. So many sightlines, so much pressure, so much aggression. They want the fights, they want the early contact, and Mad Duck is pumped.
When does he start laughing, though?
No, we cut away from that. Make it more serious. Don't look.
No. Oh, no, he couldn't hold it. He couldn't do it.
It's like for that brief moment, he just couldn't take himself seriously. 4-3, Fury, 3 rounds away. Yeah, massive for the group. That's the big thing for me. Of course, Falcons losing yesterday to Lost 1. Didn't have their full roster. They had, I think, about 3 subs in from memory. Yeah, again, not ideal, but the circumstances that have now already played out can't be changed. I'm kind of looking sort of ahead. Scars and Falcons play final day. One to maybe keep an eye on. Scars and Fury, though, play tomorrow. One to keep an eye on suddenly as well. APAC v APAC. P9, though, massive kill to begin the round. This one's not done. We don't look too far ahead. Dark taken down. But he's been one of the quieter members of this Fury roster. just a 3 and 5 scoreline. When you kind of look at Crit J with 9 and 2, BG Man 8 and 1, and obviously I9, formerly Napew, 6 and 4.
I mean, there's definitely still lifelines for Falcons if they lose this series. We have, we saw it last year. Just had a look. Astralis had 3 series losses where they still claimed at least one map, and they were able to make it through with a series win of their own. But certainly increases the difficulty curve. So they need to keep fighting, and a good start. Finally, they can start to dictate terms by getting the opening duel their way. Crit J, that impact player, still up though, so we need to be mindful of that. Boogie auto breach is deployed by O-Kills, 1 of 3. Crit J now maybe looks to link up with BG Man, contest this push through Armory. They're playing reserved, sensing that there will be drones sent forth, and that is the case. Big opportunity for Crit J, and he capitalizes. That Monty's a long way away from Falcons at the moment, outside the east, I believe. Now top east. Maybe looking to pinch from behind. 4 versus 4 with 60 seconds on the clock.
Who's going to be the one to stand up for Falcons? Make the big power play. Gumine, double Gumine for mad skills on the Montang. Talk about a bit of a hard counter there. Triple kill in the round because it's a double from Crit J instantaneously. Was that a collat? If it wasn't, it was very close to it. And boy, doesn't that just change the complexion of this round. Now into a 4 versus 2, and Falcons on the back foot despite the opening kill to begin this 8th round. Off the back of the timeout, they are once again in disarray. Requiring big assistance from O-Kills, but he can't get involved. Shot down by I9. Down to Quibs on the Jackal. He gets tagged up. This is done. 5-3. Fury taking themselves a significant lead towards the back end of this final map in this series. Again, fist bumps and smiles in combination from Mad Duck, the coach. I think Fury just need to make sure they don't get too overexcited here. Job's not done just yet.
Yeah, don't get too far ahead of yourselves. You are an APAC team, so you're still going to close out the game.
You are from APAC. Bottling it is in your nature.
No. We say that in a joking manner, of course.
But also quite factual.
I will say it is concerning though for Falcons, right? Again, the tactical timeout doesn't convert, and they got the opening pick.
Yeah, that's true.
And it was Crit J that was the turning point of the round. I mean, almost all the things that have gone wrong for Falcons throughout the series thus far culminate in that round. And Falcons got the first 3 in this game. If you've just joined us, if you've perhaps got the memory of a goldfish and you forgot how this game started.
Yeah, maybe B stream ended and you came over to the A stream.
Yeah, you saw Bleed lose and now you want to see your Asian counterparts perhaps get a victory. Falcons had a 3-0 lead and they looked so good. And it has fallen apart thus far.
Yeah, and even prior to that, I mean, you go back to a 5-1 lead back on Nighthaven Labs, which then Fury clawed it all the way back to 7-5, eventually losing, but then dominated 7-1 Chalet, now up 5-3 here on Border. It's been a big turnaround. Moments away, rounds away. Falcons, though, still alive, clinging, though, to, well, a lifeline that is starting to just peter out a little bit. Haven't probably shown enough, certainly not on the attack here of Border.
So the pulse in play, and BG, I presume, has a read on all 3 of those players outside. Dark looks to aggress off that yellow ping. Perhaps a little bit unfortunate to not be rewarded with the kill. Crit J falls, that's big. Finally taken down. His little rampage put to an end.
Yeah, I think that's the most important thing as well mentally for Falcons, is that they've dealt with Crit J. Of all players, doesn't even matter what operator he's playing. It's sort of like, okay, he's not in the server now. Not only that, but we've also got the player advantage. Still 2 minutes in the round. We can get a bit of map control off this, push forward. We've got numbers. We can overload positions. But also, they're not rushing this. Not looking to overcapitalize. Let's go back to the drone game. Let's slow things down. We've got numbers, but also where can we overload? What information can we gather? We've got the Jackal. Let's get him in. P9 now takes out the Goo Mine, but he can get to work with the Inox scanner. Try and get some more information.
Well, IQ's on scanner, and I think there's a high likelihood that the pulse has been spotted. There you go. So that was what was stalling out the push. Good counterplay. The BG man will survive just narrowly. Prone to a headshot, but it doesn't quite land. Falcons, though, still have the advantage with the pulse forced back. Openings will become apparent. JLA good for his one. I9 in the grave. 60 seconds and an opportunity for Falcons to finally get a round back.
Yeah, and almost got a second one there as well, playing off the ping for P9 on the Jackal. Massive round here from Falcons. I think just systematically pulling apart Fury. This is what we expect from Falcons. This is the level of play that we anticipated they would bring to this matchup against Fury. It went missing for a little while here on Border, but they brought it back. 40 seconds left, up 5 versus 2. Probably not going to lose it from here. Makes it then 4-5, and hence why we said earlier for Fury to not get too ahead of themselves. Down to Lycolas, the BG man in the crunch. Drone immediately catches Lycolas. That's his position, obviously, they're known. And this one could end up being flawless. No, denied. BG man gets himself his 10th kill of this particular map. Plant will go down. Not in time, though, and Falcons get the final kill, courtesy of J-Lad. Okay, 4-5. The Falcons have just kind of woken up a little bit.
I wonder if Fury immediately respond here with a tactical of their own. They've still got theirs banked, so they could try and stall out any counter momentum and just refocus and talk about how they're going to close out this series and perhaps correct what went wrong in that previous round. Doesn't look like that will be the case, so it's cool, calm, and collected in the Fury camp still at the moment. And it keeps this series and this map in particular very, very intriguing. 5-4 the scoreline, round 10 we go. It will be top floor for this particular round. Castle as well is going to be brought out by Fury. It looks like the Azami as well. And we saw how aggressive those picks, those positions were last time around. Here's the replay package for the previous round, though. We saw the IQ and the pulse. They were intertwining over towards that security position. And as Fury looked to play around that, unfortunately, they didn't quite land the shots that they needed initially, and then as it unraveled, those players were in pretty awkward positions, and Falcons capitalized.
Is it too simple to say that it's Crit J or bust? I know obviously BG Man's got 10, but it feels like Crit J's been more impactful. That's the word we used earlier for him. It's not just a matter of kind of stat padding. Obviously, he dies early on. Falcons get rid of probably the most impactful player inside of the server, and it's no surprise they were able to snowball from there. So I think for me, eyes on Crit J, playing the Azami now as well. Certainly an operator that you don't want to be losing early. He'll still be aggressive as expected over towards break, trying to maybe keep that 90 control, dark inside of security, or at least has that rotate option.
So triple wall again exposed. You can see these lines of sight as well, looking to protect east and also make the entry towards break very complicated. Flores in response though to the castle. Not quite like that. There's a lot of util in combination with the keeper barriers to deal with.
It's going to sound crazy, but it's kind of not just the castle as well, but kind of goes in combination with the Jackal, and the Grim can add a little bit of that displacement factor too, and also really good against kind of an Azami that wants to sort of set things up. I think Boots here on the Flores is so impactful. Hoping to kill once again for Falcons, 2 rounds in a row here into the 10th. Not quite onto Crit J though. Certainly the player to keep an eye on. Obviously playing a very important position here. Maybe just feeling the pinch a little bit. Couldn't even shoot that drone out. Got a little bit further than he would have liked it to get. He is just making a run for it. Mad dash through 90 in towards the hallway. Castle barricade still up though, blocking lines of sight in towards top east stairs. I like the little reposition here and playing off it. Hive launcher as well, very successful from O-Kills. They're very much overloading this security position, done so successfully, getting themselves inside of the map now. Still a minute and 12 seconds left, but with the player advantage, Falcons are just starting to overload here. Fury on the back foot.
Do they know that Crit J is repositioned towards break, hiding away, tucked away?
They do.
Oh, his position's revealed and he gets caught off guard. P9 to collect that one. So 5 versus 3, 50 seconds on the clock, I9. Can he bring this round back for his team? Stunned. So position now revealed. This is going to be so difficult for Fury As that diffuser gets juggled across as they position themselves for the final push.
Time though, a little interesting here. 30 seconds, not a lot of it. Lycolis gets tagged up a little bit. BG Man just needs to hold the angle. Doesn't have to peek. Don't need to swing this. Don't need to give them anything. Force them to push into you. Certainly still something that Falcons need to do despite the two-player advantage. Keep an eye on I9 as well towards the back, over towards the hallway. Nice little entry though from J-Lad through Metal, and that is probably going to unlock the round for them because they've got far more side control inside of the smoke. Double for BG Man. Warden very successful. Make that a triple kill. Can he go anymore? I9 combines as well. Fury win the round from absolutely nowhere. They should never be winning that. BG Man, incredible. On the Warden, inside of the smoke. A key factor, and with that, 2 match points. Fury stunning Falcons in the death off that round. Falcons looked like they had it absolutely banked.
That has got to be so frustrating for Falcons. They grinded their way through that round to deal with all of that utility in break room, the castle barricades, the Kiba barricades, the impactful Crypt J. They did everything right, and then one smoke
5 versus 2
led to their demise because of every operator in the game to be playing this position in front of sandwich window. It's the Warden. BG 2 clean kills, then the third with the SMG. I9 on a long flank, then finally comes alongside to assist. I don't know who threw the smoke, but they are going to be reeling that that was allowed to happen.
Like, there's no need. It's a 5-on-2, and you know there's a Warden.
Yeah. That's rough for Falcons.
That
really
is a
rough.
mental circuit breaker. Just when it felt like they were starting to click and to bring things back, and just like that, you throw it all the way. 6-4. Fury now with 2 match points. And that was, again, 2 rounds in a row where Crypt J was not able to be that super influential player that we've seen from him on Border. In fact, it was BG Man in the end. He goes to 13. He's suddenly top fragging. Not too much of a surprise. Statistically, their best player in terms of player rating. And an opportunity for APAC to find its first series win at Six Invitational 2024 at the end of the second day of groups. Now on the cards, Falcons on the ropes.
So Crypt J spotted then over towards that box position in security. Shock drones in play on the Twitch as well. I9 has found himself bottom of his stairs, and P9's looking to hunt him down. Can't quite land enough shots, but eventually squeezed by Mad Kills.
Love the response here from Falcons, though. Just go fast. Okay, yeah, we kind of threw a little bit towards the back end of that last round, but we were dominant. We were strong, so let's back ourselves in. Go fast, try and catch Fury off guard. Done so successfully, 2-player advantage. The downside is, though, mentally, you just lost the 5 versus 2. Now it's still only a 5 versus 3. No Warden in play, though. Could be very different here.
There's no smokes, so it's okay.
No smokes, no Warden. No worries. 90 seconds left.
Well, there's time here for Falcons. And an additional pick to just aid their efforts. Dark up above might be good for one if you catch it, but the shots don't quite land initially. But the trade wheel cribs a 3K in the round, and that might be enough to fire up Fury for a last-ditched effort at pushing this game to OT.
I think you mean Falcons, but...
Did I say Fury?
You did say Fury.
My apologies. Definitely Falcons.
6-5. And a tactical timeout from Fury. Yeah, Madak just maybe seeing something there that he wasn't quite a fan of. Obviously, as we could clearly see, Falcons just super aggressive, fast-paced. They're able to get inside of the map, take those early contact bites, do so successfully. Kind of got what they wanted, and it's actually been a couple of rounds now where they've been able to really turn the tide. They've won 2 out of the last 3, of which that one loss, of course, was a bit of a choke, up 5-2 in the round. So when you kind of look at the last 3 rounds and the total picture of it, dominance from Falcons has certainly come back. Does this have all of the hallmarks of sending us to overtime? Potentially so. With what we've seen from Falcons, I think they've got more than enough in terms of capabilities to get us to OT for the final map of the day.
Yeah, and that intensity just dials up another notch in this match. Pressure back on Fury. Can they close out this series?
Tuberel has been locked in.
Poor.
And from BG Man as well, of all players.
I'm not going to spoil it yet, but the objective choice is also quite intriguing. Going to look at that very shortly. And
well, I wonder what Mad Dog has been cooking up here, because when you take a tactical timeout and you kind of bring these set plays in terms of site choice, in terms of operator choice, there's clearly something that's gone into it.
Yeah, so customs would go then. And this is a very difficult objective to defend. But the Falcons on this particular occasion could be running into the unknown. This may be a setup that they have never seen of before. You know, the Tuberel in play, we've seen that Fury have really been cooking in terms of the castle setups as well. So this is going to be wild. I'm assuming, of course, defensively, a lot of it is going to be relying on that detention wall, I suppose, being left up, and maybe Passport as well, combination with the Kaid. And let's see how Falcons respond. I think this is going to be a really, really intriguing final round of regulation.
Electrified, courtesy the Kaid Electro Claw from like Colas. Of course, the Tuberel to contend with as well. 3 Zoto canisters. Massive round here. Fury looking to be the first APAC team to find a series win here at SI24. There's the first of a couple of Zoto canisters. In fact, through 2 of them. One a waste, has to be.
Yeah, I don't know where the other one was placed. It was perhaps a little bit earlier. Nonetheless, the wall stalled, but critically, Mad Skills has kept 2 exothermics up. Final Zoto utilized on the wall preemptively. I think in terms of the util game, at least initially, it's probably a win in the column of Falcons, presuming that those exothermics do get used elsewhere and are able to find value. P9 will go into the low roll, top east, so he'll be a threat. And such is the nature of Border, a couple of now isolated duels, 1v1s, as both teams jostle for map control and map supremacy.
Fury trying to keep security under control. P9 makes his way through top waiting. Maybe just show a little bit of presence. Quibbs as well outside. Drone gets shot out. That's going to be the 6th one. So not a lot of drones remaining for the side of Falcons. It's still a 5 versus 5. Fury have done well in terms of just sort of time wasting, not necessarily getting super aggressive. They're more so holding back, very much on the defensive side of things, until Crit J pops up, counterattack, gets the kill onto P9, deals with the Ash. J-Lad looking for some pressure through Archives, but he does spot the head and eventually takes it onto Dark. Pulls out the pistol, maybe in anticipation of a trade swing that never came through. Gumine stepped on, low on health, swings into Fountain, has a yellow ping to play off of. Crit J once again wanting to get aggressive. Full 90 control, and that castle barricade you saw really blocking off a lot of that sightline from top east.
So 40 seconds then on the clock, a 4 versus 4. Can J-Lad find this pick? The prone off angle from I9 pays dividends. 30 seconds and I9's good for 2.
He certainly is. Fury might be good for the series win unless Quibbs and Mad Skills can just clutch up here in a 2v4 scenario. Not a lot of time. Diffuser in hand, and I9 once again with a reposition and the angle. It's perfect for I9, and it's perfect for Fury. For APAC, a win on the board here at 6 Invitational 2024 has come to fruition on day 2 of groups.
They had to work for it. They had to grind, but a great performance in the end. Just when things started to look dicey for Fury, they were able to close it out.
Well, look at the celebrations. Smiles all round. Dismay, though, for the Falcons. Not totally distraught, though, and certainly not gone in terms of this group. Only their 2nd game and still opportunities to come. It still beckons, but what about that from Fury? Perfect start for them, their debut. It took all the way until the final game of day 2 to make their appearance here at SI, but they come away with a much-needed win for APAC. But a win for them as a team, clearly able to put them in a good position, I think, heading into the rest of this group, where they can feel confident that they can make a bit of a mark here at this tournament.
A confidence booster. Obviously not going to be their toughest of opponents, but I think they tried some new stuff especially on border, that I think threw their opponents off guard. That's going to fulfill them with the confidence that, you know, progressing through the tournament, they can continue to chip away, improve, get better, try to get points, and ultimately try to escape the group.
What about Falcons though? I mean, obviously they've got their full roster now, but clearly on a day where it was still all about travel, still all about a team that probably by the end of it, I think ran out of gas.
Yeah, I think if they rest up and can pick themselves back up and not be too dismayed at this result, I think there's still there's an opportunity for them to escape the group, but it's going to be so challenging. I think from this point forwards, they are going to have to be pretty faultless, probably get a 2-0 win somewhere along the line as well to boost their points on the standing. So it's going to be tough for Falcons, but I like their response on their faces, the body language after that series. As you sort of alluded to, right? They didn't look completely devastated. Yep. They probably understand that it was always going to be a tough series. They at least got one map to soften the blow, and I think going forward, there'll still be a chance.
What about Fury? I mean, a big result. There might be some that might look at this and be like, oh, they only took down Falcons. I don't know if that's warranted. Falcons are a very good team that have clearly shown at big international events they can mix it with the best. This, to me, is a very impressive performance for Fury, because honestly, coming into this game today, I mean, when I awoke, I actually wasn't even sure what version of Falcons was going to be there. If it was going to be the one from yesterday, I wouldn't have put much stock into it, but they beat a very solid team. So I think that's a big result for Fury. 2-1 in this final game of the day. Congratulations to them and for APAC, and for us, back to the desk.
Thank you so much, guys. Back to the desk we go, and a huge congratulations to Fury. A lot of question marks in terms of how they will be performing on the international stage, and they've proven it. They can do it. They can compete against the teams that have gone to lands time and time again.
I mean, this is what I want to see for this being the last matchup of the day. An intense game going the full distance, and both teams really gotta hand it to both of them. They both were trying to figure out what the other was doing, trying to make those adaptations, and really push this last map to the wire.
I think it was really two really well-matched teams in the end, wasn't it? You know, we saw that initially way back when on Nighthaven. Yep. We didn't see it any you know, really on Chalet, but you know, you were allowed a bit of a blowout inside of a best of 3, and then it came to border, and all of a sudden,
like it was going one way.
It looked like it was going one way. It was very reminiscent of Nighthaven Labs.
Adaptations.
But all of a sudden, we started to see that development. We started to see both teams really starting to fight tooth and nail. I'm kind of surprised we didn't go to an OT.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think as well, really looking at the scoreline 7-5, like it has been incredible in terms of the resilience, the adaptations that we've seen from the side of Fury.
One of the players that stood out head and shoulders above the rest inside of the series was Crit J. He went 13-5 here on border. Someone that bettered him though was BG Man, 14-3. After the first 6 rounds, he was 8-1. Unbelievable performance there. These guys were absolutely fragging out.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the team as well in the back, they are waving their flag, but we have Nicholas. Thank you so much for taking the time for joining us. Congratulations on the win. This was your first game here at SI 2024. It was not the easiest one. You had to go all the way to the 3rd mapper, but are you proud?
Yeah, I'm proud. I'm proud of like myself and daughter. Like, well, I didn't do much actually. Well, with Jake, I9 and BG just carry us all the way to the end.
I mean, you were still there. You still had an impact yourself. So how has the experience been for you being in Brazil, going to this land, being with the team? You guys look so happy together.
I think it feels like not that much different from going to the major. It's just, well, it's SI. Everything is important.
Yeah.
When in the game, like I can't say much, you know, I feel like nervous all the way, you know.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's all good. You can take a breath and relax. You've done the hard work now. You got the win. But just touching on, you know, this being the first time at SI for a team, what were some of the things that you sort of prepared coming into this? Like, what was the preparation for your roster, knowing that you were coming here to Brazil?
We just do always usually what we prep, you know, just practice and watch our enemy and try to adapt to them. But well, as you can see from the first map, Nighthaven, well, we have idea to do some stuff that we usually didn't, and it didn't work out. So in the end, we decided to not we decided that the problem was we playing slowly, so Solis was a threat to us. So we ended up changing the ban to Solis, and somehow playing Valkyrie on Chalet actually really working well against them. Yeah.
You say somehow it worked. Was that not part of the plan?
Yeah, we usually ban Valk.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, I mean, you guys come out on top, and I think you also have a fan base at home that is watching that would absolutely love to hear what you have to say to them. So feel free to look in your camera. It's this one right here, and anything you want to say to them in your native language or in English, whatever you're more comfortable with.
ก็ถ้าผมเล่นอ่อนก็อย่าด่ากันเยอะนะครับ Done.
All right, that's it. Well,
Short,
nice
sweet.
and sweet. Thank you so much for the interview. We really do appreciate it. And we're going to bring Laxon back onto the desk. So in terms of the games that we have seen today, in terms of the standings for Group D, we're going to be looking at Sonics. I mean, they're currently the top of their group, Ollie, and they had a phenomenal performance against Lowe's, fighting tooth and nail to close out in 2-1. But guess who they're playing tomorrow? Well, or guess who Falcons is playing tomorrow, which is scary.
Yeah, very scary indeed. Honestly, I cannot wait to get stuck into these standings here. Currently, we're going to be looking at Group D. We've got Sonic sitting there, top of the Pops. 8 points, 2 wins, Lost sitting in that second place. And as we can see, Fury only 1 point behind. So fairly tight inside of that middle pack, and that's really what we're expecting at the majority of these groups.
Yeah, I mean, seeing Sonics, I had them. Listen, I had Sonics coming in here to be one of the better teams from NA placing well, and I either thought that they were going to, either they had to start out hot or they weren't going to do as great. So to see them at the top of their group, it's no surprise to me. That's what I was hoping for to see from them.
Yeah, let's also have a look at the intel play of the game, because that is something that we've been doing time and time again here on these desks. And we've had a lot of individual players set up to the plate, but BG Man come out on top.
I thought he hits this third kill, well, that fourth
You went
kill
crazy.
right there.
Yeah, you went crazy. It was like, oh my, no, it was I9. I9 picked up the piece.
I mean, I still screamed and hyped thinking that that was the kill, but it was great coverage from I9 nonetheless.
It was absolutely beautiful. I mean,
he hit the jutsu right there.
He did. He really did. I mean,
That's
that was like
a shadow clone
favorite
jutsu, by the way.
Okay, he's getting really specific with it. We get it. You watched Naruto. We get it.
Naruto?
Is it not?
I mean, yeah, I don't know. No, I don't know.
Oh,
It's been a long day.
hold on. All right, wait.
I just know it's a shadow clone jutsu, all right?
It has been a long day indeed. I will not lie about that. But I think as well we've seen some incredible siege, and we've seen a lot of glimpses of greatness from every single one of the teams that we've seen here on the stage today. And that's really what's so important. So looking at tomorrow in terms of Stream A, we're going to be the opening gang once again. Well, at least me and Fox and Anne. So we're going to be covering FaZe Clan up against Space Station. And, oh, this is for today. It's already day 2.
It's been a long day.
All right, it has been a long day. I'm like, wait, these numbers are like filled out. Like, is that a prediction?
When you were going, I was like,
what?
These are the games we didn't get to watch because we were watching Lost versus Sonics and Falcons versus Fury.
Yes, that was us.
Well, to be fair, those first 2 matches of the day, those were actually rematches back in Atlanta that went the opposite. Well, Wolves completely dominated Bliss, whereas that was a close game before. Space Station completely dominated FaZe, whereas that was the exact opposite back in Atlanta.
We're looking at Stream B as well. Like for me personally, looking at M80 not being able to pick up a win against Virtus Pro yesterday, also not being able to pick up a win. Bleed taking off a map from W7M. They got to be proud of that one.
Absolutely. I think they're going to hold their heads high with that one. W7M, they're only human. Every team has a slip up, and it just depends on when that slip up comes. But Bleed, they can hold their heads high. They have taken a map off a fantastic team there.
Well, I'm pretty sure too I saw Bleed all making tweets that they're glad they got the map off them and they were very pleased with that, which
As
they should
be.
As they should.
It's progress, isn't it? It's baby steps. You know, you're coming in and you want to learn from a team like W7M. The best way to do that, get into a series and go to all 3 maps. You're going to learn loads more than just playing 2.
Definitely.
Yeah, and I guess now we're going to be looking at the schedule for tomorrow, like this time, like for real, for real. I'm not like gonna say it's not filled out. That's how you know it's for tomorrow, and it also says very clearly day 3. We're gonna be starting off Stream A with FearX up against NIP, and then we have GK against G2 Esports. These are both from Group A, and we're finishing off the A stream with Virtus Pro against W7M. Very exciting match to watch, as well as Bleed up against Liquid. And if you're more interested in the B stream, we have D plus Kia against Wolves. I think again, Wolves have been doing really well in their group, so I think that's going to be an exciting match to watch. Space Station against Bliss, Scars up against Fury, and Falcons against Sonics. That's also a really important one in terms of the standings for Group C.
Yeah.
I mean, what game are you looking forward to the most? Because I was looking at the W7M VP just based off that VP M80. I got to go back and personally re-watch that game because how M80 played yesterday against W7M, those teams were going back and forth. They really pushed W7M to the limit. So I'm really curious to see what that game was against VP because then that will kind of tell the tales of what VP is going to look like going into tomorrow.
And don't forget, you don't get the full points either if you drop a map.
Right.
So that's where things start to become really interesting because Falcons now, they have a point. So they might have lost both of the best of 3s, but they've got a map, so they've still got a point here. So that's when things can start to look a little bit fruity. Either going up against the Sonics tomorrow, you never know, maybe they get a map, maybe they get a little bit more. Who's to say?
Yeah, I mean, they're still in it, and at the end of the day, it's a marathon, not a race, but Sonics is looking pretty good at the moment, so, you know, I'll be honest about that one. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. We're going to be back again tomorrow, same time, same place, same action, so make sure you take care of yourselves for the rest of the evening or day, wherever it is you are, and we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.